From birth, people were appointed certain classes that served as unchanged guidelines in their lives. The chosen 8 included warriors, magicians, hunters, priests, fighters, robbers, merchants, and sorcerers. Only these classes were considered to be truly gifted. The selected included 3 prestigious class ranks: king, hero, and sage. Finally, most people were powerless: city builders, hotel workers, all who tried to change something, only with despair, warning the monster not to approach. At the very top of the mountain, the main character immediately grabbed the stone, barely seeing the events that unfolded before his eyes. Strongly thundering, the wreck in the monster tried to change the course of the fight. The stone hit the mucous membrane. The surprise of his father and son had no limits. The event stunned them. The monster did not even realize what happened. The voices of the family merged in the explosion of joy and confusion. Just a terrible monster, who was still a deadly threat to them, tore himself into pieces, and coins fell abundantly from his remains. The father with his son froze, unable to say a word. Shock was shaken by their bodies. The guy, already lowering down, stopped behind the family, carefully glazing the environment and raising the coin, checking whether everything is fine. Stunned with an incredible salvation, a man with a boy froze, spreading his mouths of surprise, not looking at the one who saved their lives. In the palm of the small, a coin shone. The guy who patiently assembled coins to the bag assured the man that there were no problems. The stunned father asked how the young man managed to save their family, showing the protagonist their levels. They turned out to be ordinary peasants of the first level. In response, the guy sincerely thanked for this openness and explained that he saved his family quite every day. Just threw a stone. The coin bag easily flew through the young man's hands to the boy. The father and son were numb, surprised, and suspicious of looking at a strange find. The protagonist explained everything simply. The snail left behind 100 bronze coins. Now it's your treasure. With his eyes glowing with his eyes, the young man leaned to the boy and suggested to check if he received the dreamy 100 copper coins for victory over Slimak. The boy shook his head quietly in the sign of denial, which stunned the protagonist. Without losing hope, the hero wondered if he could at least buy himself sweets or toys. However, in response, he heard that to defeat the green snail, which stood with a drooping head, he still could not. The light sadness sounded the young man's gaze when he was about to return to the city. Suddenly, the boy's voice sounded behind. He exclaimed and asked who he was. When asked by a guy whether he is a hero, a restrained but confident answer came, "No." And these words immediately emphasized his true status. Seeing the class and level of the protagonist Kagami, a 999th peasant, the family gave up from shock and did not hold back feverish emotions. The peasant shouted in his rescuer that the mentioned people were the weakest class. And without even moving, Kagami had already anticipated a delicious meat dinner this evening. Arriving in the free town of Valman, the main character was glad to stroll through the area, savoring a juicy meat leg. Meanwhile, a harmater rising on the square. The outrage of the locals did not know the limits. They demanded the answer why the monsters still freely walk the streets, why they rely on the protection of the elected strong ones, and for what their children were destined to take on their swords. The young man in shining armor exclaimed, turning to the peasants, "All these misfortunes happened through the monster, the servants of the demons. Only by overcoming the king of demons, it will be possible to restore peace on earth." Kagami, walking in the square, could not understand where such a hype came from. Suddenly, a lively discussion came to his ears. Passers-by with admiration shared the news about a party of heroes that all men wanted to get on. The older man waved. They say, "There is no point in fooling each other." Meanwhile, the second did not quench and convinced that if you reach a high enough level, there will be incredible force. Will he be able to raise his skills? Wildfire ran in the eyes of Kagami when a blue demon in front of him was a blue demon. Finding the enemy, Kagami shouted loudly that he was trapped, and squeezing his fist, swung with a frantic fury. The mighty blow of the peasant hit the head of the monster. From this devastating attack, the demon swayed and began to fall down. After completing the battle with the monetary from which the coins had already poured out, the young man was surprised that this day there was too much monsters that had been specifically led them. Grabbing a bag of money, Makar Buban's nose, thinking, "Somewhere here is hidden that ill-fated obstruction of communication. It is necessary to find it and destroy it." The idea of it brought a barely tangible joy, so he arranged a tiny holiday for himself. Having destroyed all the monsters on his way, he realized bitterly, These creatures will still come back to life. Feeling the breath of new monsters, the peasant cleverly had time to strike one of them with a powerful blow, and the other to pour the elbow on the head, while ending with the story of the number of tasks. Squeezing a piece of paper in his palms, the protagonist wondered how much left. But it was at this moment that a suspicious sound came from the depths of the cave, the realization that there was even more monsters hiding there, and his entire nature was peeled. Without a second he rushed into the darkness, where she was waiting for the danger. Running in a hurry, the peasant drowned. Before his eyes the guy in the armor, the same who recently appeared on the square with 3 companions. It was one of the blue demons. The confusion enveloped the main character. In the soul was doubted. Did these heroes really forget about her? It would seem easier to storm the demon's castle. Meanwhile, the girl in the hat cheered Rex. It is time to move on. In her words, the young man confidently assured that they are already walking in the right direction, and the goal is very close. Rex reported that he had come across a cohesive flock of monsters. The narrator, catching these words, immediately paid attention to the monster. Without any hesitation, he grabbed his demon and was in demand. What purpose does it direct? A moment is thinking, and a smile. After all, it didn't matter, didn't. Starry heading simply into the thickening of the monsters, the protagonist exclaims loudly about the good prey, knocking out the horn from a blue demon. This unique artifact instantly eliminates the hostility of the monster, because as long as the horn is filled with magical power, they lose any aggressive interest in the hunter. Looking again at the sheet, the peasant squeezed the horn and, full of joy, said that this day is extremely successful. Rare monsters are still around. However, it is in this task that only 3 blue demons are left, so the mission will be much faster than it hoped. In the imagination, plates with aromatic sushi for dinner were already drawn, saliva almost splashed with her mouth, as suddenly a small figure in the cape suddenly emerged behind her back. The young man immediately recognized the girl in a stranger. She was confidently heading deep. She did not hesitate for a moment. The secret question was in his thoughts. What prompted her to be here? The horror gripped him when he realized that the girl was going just to the monster. He rushed to shout, trying to stop her. He warned that the monsters further asked to return. However, the girl, meanwhile, has already ran to 2 demons. Shocked by how the child was quietly past the monsters, the young man exclaimed with surprise whether they were not sleeping. The intention to step closer only attracted the demon's attention to Kagami. Taking a demon attack, a young man with a sarcastic smile noted that all this seems to him. At the same moment, he grabbed a monster and struck a fist, shouting a claim. Why do you answer me, and don't even mention it? Laying the enemy, I stopped for a moment. I would throw a motionless look into a distance, and mentally asked myself whether to go after her. Throwing himself after the girl, the protagonist suddenly lost her out of sight. Having rushed to the very end of the cave, he noticed how the light was growing in it, and he said hopefully, "Is it already a way out?" Suddenly in his way, the Strassi with sharp like blades, fangs erupted. They warned the young man about their intention to attack. The young man smartly shook his fist in the demon's stomach, throwing over his shoulder. This cave was simply filled with monsters. Getting rid of the threat, the young man listened to a dull crying cry somewhere in the depths of the cave. The worried look filled his face. Someone's distant squeaks buried the familiar echo. Inadvertently heard, "Is the girl calling for help?" Something inside did not withstand. He rushed to a spooky call. With a confused facial expression in her mouth, the girl froze when her path was blocked by a team of heroes under the leadership of Rex. The loud voice of the leader said, "This place, they say, belongs to the royal kind." The weapon glitters in the hands of a hero standing in front, while 3 girls are cohesive behind him. The look, full of interest, turns to the child. "Who are you?" The girl. "What secret do you hide in yourself?" The blade with a roar crashes into the ground. The explosive embroidery lifts a cloud of dust into the air, and the hot stones fly away as if the hail in the field. The palms of the face, the girl sobs and whispers only one word. "Dad." The gust of the wind breaks the hood from it. Confusion has shrugged, and has no idea what to do next. And at this moment the main character rapidly runs to the girl. Views intersect. A warm smile addressed to the girl blooms on the boy's face. She fades, struck and passionate, spreading her mouth wide. Meanwhile, the Rex team is no less struck. For them, Kagami becomes an unexpected hero, because covering the girl from a blow, he accepts all the force of attack on himself. The young man who protected the baby with his body turns to the heroes, and with despair in his voice asks, "Why are you attacking her?" Outraged, Rex requires a young man to call. Kugugi smiles and says that he is only a casual peasant. Rex does not believe any word. It exclaims, "It is enough to lie, show who you really are." After such an attack, the simple mortal would not be alive. Seeing his status, he was surprised. He could not believe the eyes. A barely audible voice behind Rex is called. Even if you forget about her class, there is no doubt. This girl is a real demon. Small compress is in the palm of her hair, from which sharp horns are clearly sticking out. The young man's gaze stops on the boys. In his secret thought, he admits, "This is such a reality." He continues to keep the girl in arms, protecting her from all over the world. Little Sirius shyly masks his small horns. Despite the fact that the boys know about this secret, they ask, "Are you ready to remain a defender?" In the eyes of the girl burns admiration, and Kagami, like a rock, is motionlessly holding a position near the baby. Opposite, the opponent exclaims nervously, trying to hide something. The peasant's view is deeply disregarded, no matter who he is dealing with. In the depths of the gloomy caves, the Rex team entered the battle with the demons. It was Rex that struck a fat demon, completing the duel with a confident victory. Pona magic is calling on the road without losing patience. Meanwhile, the hero continues to sway, shining his eyes, saying who is a real hero here. Behind him, wearing after the battle, Tina Clerk is surprised to inspect the field where the monsters are still raging. The magician's gaze stops on another girl from the team. I wonder if Summer is well with well-being. Kura, tiredly settled on his knees and barely translating his spirit, begs mentally, "Stop, please." With anxiety looking at Kurur, the Fuel noted that there was no need to get on such a burden. In response, Kurur said softly that she had no idea that she would turn like that. And the next moment in her voice was a sincere admiration. She shared her dream, to release humanity from the yoke of the ruler of demons. Once there were more than 196 countries in the world, and after the invasion of demons and the monster, humanity lost almost everything. Only 3 states remained on the map. Tina explains that all this happened because there were much smaller places. Accurate comment from Chorus. Through the approaches of the King of Demons, the monster captured human lands. It is time to return its, charging the heroes with great determination for the sake of peace and well-being for all humanity. Having noted the dedication of Ohim, the Palai hurried to pronounce the words of praise. However, the young interlocutor immediately asked to contact her full name. Instead, the sage denied it. They say, it makes no sense to pronounce for a long time, it is better to cut it to a simple Kujan. Meanwhile, Rex was fascinated by the walls in search of something unusual. Stunned by an unexpected nickname, the girl asks him out loud. The magician looks at the young man. A silent question is read on his face. What will he solve next? Noticing a glowing emblem in the wall, the hero enthusiastically announced his find, adding that the symbol was flickering. Overlooking his gaze around, he also noted that the cave leads further into the unknown. The magician again turned to the guy, questioned whether it was in this cave that it would be hidden, what would help them in the task. The wizard's gaze slid to the young man, and, turning to him, asked what attracted his attention. With energy in his eyes, the hero raised his hand, pointing his finger up, and eagerly asked the words to explain. According to legends, it is in these caves that a sacred sword, given by the royal kind, is stored. Equipped with unusual force, it will only obey the 90 level, which is Rex. The magician wondered where it became known. Rex replied with a smile that Kurur was a princess of this country, and the king himself was happy to share this news. The young man was full of confidence that the goal is already close. Flying into the underground hall, the despair girl fell to her knees and exclaimed, asking why no one was here. Noticing the absence of the sword in the usual place, she wondered in surprise. A strange noise came behind. The girl turned and quit the question. Who is there? Seeing a detachment of the heroes, everyone returned to her and asked the cause of her presence. After studying the girl, Kujan noticed her unusual aura, and in his thoughts noted the strong magical energy that came from a stranger. Kurur whispered Rex, which was a demon before them. The girl, as a fight, closely monitored the heroes, ready for any movement. With his sword in his hand, Rex was staring at the girl child with interest and suspicion, not looking. Angered, the hero exclaimed to the Damanza, indignant at the disappearance of the sacred sword, and quit her reproach. How did she dare to assign this relic? The girl barely managed to open her mouth to fight against the accusations, as Rex had sharply interrupted, declaring that these lands belonged exclusively to the royal family. Waging his sword in the attack, Rex met the angry shout of Kujan, who tried to stop him. The sword struck deep into the ground, and immediately came the question to the demon: what brought it to this place? The scream escaped from the girl's mouth when the fragments of stones picked up by gusts. They shook her in the face, and fear gripped the whole body. Suddenly, like a shadow, Kagami was behind the demon, jumping over her and wrapped in her defense. Once at the top and preparing for the jump, he turns to the heroes. The girl's surprised look is following his unexpected actions. With a light movement of the palm, the hero dispels the attack and, exploding the rage, throws the team reproach. Why did they attack her? The team, frozen at surprise, could not believe the eyes, watching the incredible force of this simple peasant. Rex's gaze was in Kagami. He was content to find out who he was, a mysterious stranger. After scratching the back of the head, the main character, with a seeming carelessness, assured the hero that he was an ordinary peasant who passed by. The girl listened carefully and did not hide as a surprise. The young man's voice was anger. He refused to believe the hero, indignantly calling him a liar and urgently demanding to demonstrate his status. At no point in doubt, Kagami revealed his identity of the peasant, which stunned the demon to the depths of his soul. The team, struck by what they saw, did not hide the grip in the voices and on the faces. Is it really he? Suddenly a wise woman broke a conversation full of doubts and confusion, although it was difficult for her to believe it. But the man was completely intact. Without terminating the revealing speech about the daemon girl, she made an unexpected interest in her voice. Did he actually become consciously in his defense? The girl stands next to the peasant, is confused and frightened, and the whole team looks with open hostility. Kuchang said to be terribly said, "Have you not been gathering something?" The young man in despair bit the lip and hurried to assure, not a demon, but his younger sister. He gently hugged the girl by his shoulders. The girls instead looked with the obvious distrust of everyone around. Tina did not restrain her and asked a direct question. Did the horns appear in the girl since birth? After a short hesitation, the protagonist confessed that he made these things on his own for his sister. "These are just accessories that are attached to the head," the peasant calmly replied. The young ladies were confused. Their views flashed outrage and surprise. In order to prove his correctness, Kagami, with passion and excitement, took the blue horn of the dragon, which recently received. The sage, noticing this rare trophy, immediately believed Kagami and noted that it was this relic that was a source of magic force that comes from the girl. Embarrassed in rage, the protagonist began to shake this horn about the throne, which stood nearby, and the team of heroes froze in amazement, watching the incredible pranks of the common man. The hero annoyed the boldness of the peasant. Anger quietly rushed inside. After all, he was not just an old throne, but a legendary symbol. Here, he resting the sword. This is not another cheap artifact that can easily be broken by the hero's muscular strength. The awareness suddenly rested the mind of Kurur. If someone really perceived such an explanation seriously, it would be quite ridiculous. Kuchan returned to the main character, and with a light smile noted that if he intends to explain everything, let him be. The guy's thoughts exploded with a real fireworks of joy. Now he imagined himself at the top of the world. The sage, barely smiling, said that he no longer wanted to return to this conversation. The dissatisfaction that sharpened Rex through his own development exploded by an attack on the boys. He suddenly attacked them with the question of the sacred sword. His lightning glance slid to the peasant. "What does your sister do here?" At the same time, Rex blocked the path of Demonaces, ready at any moment to repel. The hero, without holding back the indignation and suspicion of the opponents, insisted. Her fall happened at the moment when the sacred sword disappeared, and in his view, it was a simple coincidence of circumstances. Kagami noted that it was a real coincidence, and asked the cause of so many excitement around the sword. The girl looked around, hid behind a blade. Meanwhile, Rex, putting his palm on his chest, loudly declared his purpose: the chosen hero. Continuing his passionate speech, the narrator categorically stated that only one elect was capable of raising the holy sword. His words were pierced by the main character like lightning. The cold sweat came on his forehead, the body shuddered from the surprise, and the mouth suddenly grabbed. Ah! In the memory of the peasant, his own mission popped up. It was through him that happened. Remembering the sword, he confessed. He recently came across this weapon and immediately sold. Deep surprise engulfed all those present in the room. This unexpected news literally paralyzed thoughts. Full eyes, fixed figures. Everyone tried to understand what he heard, not believing his own ears. In a frantic impulse, the hero demanded the truth about the sacred sword of the royal family. The peasant, without being embarrassed, calmly answered in the affirmative. In response, Rex assured that it is a beacon, only a real character can possess. The peasant is not able to get such a thing. The protagonist waved his hand carelessly. They say, the case was not easy, but he did not take the truth, but carried it with him. The team did not believe their own ears and asked if it was not a joke. The peasant, without hesitation, promised to demonstrate everything right now. He raised the throne with incredible ease, standing in the middle of the hall, clearly confirming his words with the case. The peasant raised the throne over himself, which he had just inserted the horn, and confidently stated that it was quite real. The surprised team of the hero froze away, not believing his eyes. With a sadness in the look, the hero is interested in what level the peasant sowed. The question answered exactly 999, which she stunned everyone. Rex exclaimed that such could not be such, and the whole team looked at the peasant, struck by his unexpected answer. Sorry, herd, the guy thought. To raise the level can only win a monster whose level exceeds his own. Further, the idea came. Never heard about a peasant whose level would exceed the 30th mark. To go to the battlefield for growth was a futile business for them. To take the risk of everyone, just to cross their own restrictions, it also made no sense. The protagonist addressed Kagame to the question. How did the simple peasant manage to rise above the legendary hero, who reached a record level? 253. Is it possible to surpass such an unattainable top? In the look of the young man, anger was anger, while the main character's eyes radiated an immovable peace. Apparently, because of a daily confrontation with the monsters. Outrage was engulfed by the young man. They say, not only he is, and there is no point in leading people by the nose, if everything is reduced to the quantity. There was no one who exceeded him in the fight against monsters in the workout hall. He cut off the opponent's remark, to win those creatures. A real test for everyone. The cry, so he escaped from his mouth. He does not pay attention to anything, so it is better to silence and put up with it. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the man was already going to go when the hero suddenly asked him. Perhaps this power will challenge the king himself. In his opinion, one should return to the usual life, take care of earnings, and with a demon drill, let others be understood. The answer stunned him so much that he exclaimed in confusion. Assuming that he is not at all versed in the rules of this world, the protagonist closer to him. With evil stubbornness, the hero clung to these words, as if for a rescue straw. The inflammatory look of the warrior froze on the heroes, and the question was sharply sounded. What do you really achieve? With a sharp motion, turning around, he directed his gaze, full of unconcealed disdain. The young man asked himself what was wrong with him. Meanwhile, Kujon is unexpectedly interfering, throwing a few words into a dispute in passing. The protagonist was embarrassed so much that he shuddered and blushed. The sacred sword, she emphasized, belongs to the royal family. The salted peasant hurried to apologize and begged not to mention the case. The sage suddenly suggested that the hero join their team to oppose the king of demons together. The demon was only confused with red and angry, barely holding back emotions from such a brazen assumption. The protagonist, a little surprised to hear, thought about this proposal. Having apologized, Kagami strongly refused. Stunned by such an answer, Kujan wondered why, having such a force, he did not even try to do what has not yet succeeded in any other. In response, a short no sounded, and in his gaze there was a threat that forced the whole team to be alert. As you only need to return the sacred sword, he immediately suggested that he was looking for in search of, and asked no longer to break the topic. Stunned by the answer, the team in silence was left behind, without deciding to intervene more. Chorus wondered whether he was seeking glory and wealth, or perhaps in his heart the dream of saving thousands of those who are suffering now. In response, the protagonist noted that he has nothing against wealth, although glory does not attract him, and he is always ready to help those who need it. Kuchang sighed and said it was not enough. Meanwhile, the hero insisted. In his opinion, such intentions are more than enough, having boldly stating that after the victory over the owner of the demons he himself became his wife. She jumped a peasant by surprise. Stunned by such a proposal, The guy just smiled. The spark played in his eyes. He jokingly noted that she was inherent in concern for others, much more than herself. The wise woman, covered with anxiety and confusion, looked at him, trying to guess whether she still remained rejected. The cry of her came after he, holding the girl firmly, disappeared into the crowd. An indifferent tone, the new moon stated that the defeat of the king of demons is not such a big deal, so neither fight nor interfere. This is how he feels. He assured the interlocutors not to be worried about it. Near the girl shone with joy. Further, the peasant noted that they were not quite right. The team was confused, not shaking. What is the point? The magician answered with genuine surprise, suggested to tell more about the reasons for this thought. With disgust, looking back in her direction, the man coldly remarked that all his arguments would not have meaning until she reaches the truth. Then he added the neglect. They say, it is better to forget his words at all. But Tina, hiding behind the back of the magician, whispered to him to hint the truth. Looking at the old sage, the protagonist noted that her words concerned those who were forced to suffer. The question was asked with doubt. Does she really consider him a selfish? Leaving this question between them, he and the demon disappeared at dusk. Hearing these words, Kujan gets out of place. In her blurred look reflects an unspeakable question that is already pulling deep inside. Feeling a heavy burden on the soul, Rex said that they had already gone, and the scoundrel just smiled and stated that he had no idea how this world was arranged. Kuchan asks if he understands the one that a person really is. In response, there is a confession. There is no idea about it. But there is something that is certain. Putting his palm on his chest, he thought of herself to become stronger. Stronger even than this common man. Leaving the cave, Kagami, with a touch of fatigue and sadness in his voice, notes that darkness has already fallen outside. The shrill ch-ch, he emphasizes how he hits his own arms, trying to warm up. He makes herself colder, and the girl is hesitant nearby, as if he were looking for an opportunity to say something to him, holding a close look on him. With confidence and courage in her voice, she declares him, "Here's the man who has been looking for so long." The rural man is confused with his eyes. Surprise is clearly reading on his face. The demonic blush broke out on the cheeks. The proposal to become her husband stunned him to the depths of her heart and caused a true horror. The rough cry forced the protagonist to turn. The man demanded to return, mockingly asking if there was still a desire to hunt the monsters. Instead, he advised the peasant better than work, not heroes. He also threw the idea. They say, stones can be thrown from afar, so you should not worry. The baby announced his father that his level has grown. In response, there was an indignant shoo. As such as he, a common man can raise his abilities? The main character running away squeezed his lips, deciding not to stop. After all, shouting that the destruction of monsters brings much more profit than hard work on the field, with a wide smile rushed forward. The peasants were often considered powerless before the monsters. But young Kagami began his own war with the monsters since the school years, conquering one insurance after another, and it seemed that he was simply incredibly fortunate. He did not even know the opportunity to make money by winning monsters. Compared to the poor wealth of the peasant, such earnings seemed simply unheard of wealth. Kagami could not resist the seductive prospects of luxury. But in his soul, doubts began to move. Gravidly, looking at the coin that had just fallen out of the fallen monster, the guy did not resist and wondered why money was pouring out of the monster. Stopping among the burnt residuals of the cave, the girl shouted loudly to the peasant who searched him and sought to become his wife. His face was illuminated by his face. His gaze slid a surprise. Turning away from the girl, the young man wondered that she was holding in her hands and why the demon needed a sacred sword. In response, the girl's view was sad. She explained that all this for her father. The hero looked at her in surprise. In memory, a painful mention of the father who left this world broke out. The face hid behind the palm. The shoulders strengthened in tension. The young man turned away from the girl. She confessed in a quiet voice. Her father fell out, hearing the rumors of the hero who went on a long journey. The anxiety gnawed her heart, because if the hero receives a sacred sword, it can turn out to death for his father. With anxiety in his voice, the hero addressed the girl. Will she allow him to impress her father, the ruler of the demons, the sacred sword? Laying his fingers, he looked carefully in her eyes, waiting for the answer. Silence fell. Finally she said, well, the joyful fire illuminated the girl's face when she admires, not quite like a king of demons, but in a sense, yes. Such an explanation confused the peasant even more. Lowering her hands in indecision, the Demoza argued in front of her. The demonic king himself stands in front of her. Kagami shuddered at surprise. The exclamation escaped involuntarily. The shy girl immediately began to justify, confusedly muttered. Not a drop of trying to hide guilt. Sincerity was read in every movement. He did not have time to finish the phrase, as the guy suddenly interrupted her with an unexpected question. "Is there an old daughter?" The girl shuddered with surprise, and hurriedly wondered if he was familiar with her father, and that is why she avoided a match with him. With anxiety on his face, the protagonist replied that he was not now a matter of time until it remains fixed on the film. In the voice of the girl, an excitement swelled when she asked if he understood why everything happened. Maybe the reason is that the monster emerges from the horns of demons? The response of the farmer was full of surprise, because he heard about demonic horns more than once. However, can it be assumed that only because of origin it is automatically guilty? For him, the girl was no different from ordinary people. The girl hurriedly confirmed that this is really the case, so her statement came with a sincere passion. Above all, she wants to see whether a peaceful coexistence of demons and people is possible. The awareness was illuminated by the guy. That is why she decided to marry. The frankness became his answer, spoken simply as a real peasant. The gaze, filled with sadness, slid towards a little demon, and in response came a quiet. "It is unrealistic." In her gaze trembled at the same time a passionate desire and shadow of anxiety when the girl was watching him. The demon was said, "Even if they did not do anything wrong, the monster on people will still not stop. Human hatred will remain unchanged, and stopping the attacks, the demons themselves will eventually start cursing people." The little girl, trying to reassure herself with hope, shouted, but the man did not allow her to agree, cut off, and led further. Even if you do not consider that the monster was created by demons, many already know, the demons themselves are little different from people. Lowering her eyes, the girl stared at one point and said that it was simply impossible. The answer was made through the prism of pain in the eyes. That is the confusing nature of the world. Hearing such an answer, the child wondered, who was this man, and what a secret hid his knowledge? She wondered in her eyes why he did not seek to destroy demons. Looking to the side, the guy looked thoughtfully. Lang laughed at a bitter smile. The protagonist replied that all this happened only because of his own stupidity, and without looking back, slowly went on, leaving the girl behind. The inner struggle of the little girl did not subside. What kind of stupidity? Why do you think so? What is in the head of this man? The girl did not look from the back of the one who had just left her in the design. Initially, confusion jumped movements, and the face settled on her face, and gathering his freedom in a fist, bravely took a decisive step forward. The Demoza jumped sharply and rushed after Kagami. Having reached the city of Walman, the hero sighed with relief. He finally succeeded. Throwing his short look over his shoulder, he turned to the girl with interest, asking how much she intended to follow him. The girl replies that only in this city it is possible to find medicine for her father. Her interlocutor interrupts without hesitation, trying to find out whether she really came for medicine. "Do you have money?" he is wondering. In the eyes of the girl there are tears that she holds back, lowering her eyes. Barely smiling, the main character replies, "It turns out that no." "Tell me, why don't you hate people?" asks Kagame Demon. Their views meet, and in the eyes of both the barely restrained excitement flashes. The boy's gaze lingers on a girl who is silently waiting for his answer. The naive answer of the girl became a real shock for the main character. If you feel only hatred, then nothing around will change. In the end, with sincerity on the face, the girl notes, all of us, in fact, are similar. Such an unexpected conclusion is surprised by Kagami. The young man is amazed at the depths of his soul. Thoughts are raging in mind. A child stands in front of him. He has not yet heard such words even from demons. The loud laughter of the young man cut the silence without restraining. He crumbled with fun. A frightened girl cast a dreamy look. What happened? Eyes shine from tears of joy, and on her mouth the question is she really a small demon? A spark broke out in the eyes of the demon. She answered him sincerely and as a real strand. Continuing, the girl gladly said on her face, "Her father said that there is hope. Such people really exist." The new moon agrees. "Yes, this is true, but such is a minority." The girl confidently glanced into his eyes, lifts her head and asks, "And what of that?" Boyko, standing firmly on his feet, says with courage, "I will never give up." The surprise flashed in the eyes of the main character when the look stopped on the child. Watching the girl, He understands that for a little demon who hits so far from home, it will be too dangerous to return to the castle, even if the path does not seem long. By the way, he recalls that there is very little time. The girl's such a surprise is stunning. The look is attached to the peasant. He invites a gesture, extending his hand forward. Come here for a minute. Grasping her by the horns, she turns to herself, and in her voice the fear erupts. What did you think? A calm answer. We'll buy medicine and take with you. The girl opens her eyes wide. Is this true? Growing a glance at the interlocutor, the girl hastily covered his horns with her palms and stated with a clamp that it was impossible because of her demonic aura. Suddenly, having felt someone's presence on the horns, she suddenly exclaimed. Smiling, he looked carefully at the girl and assured, no demonic aura was felt here. Turning, she reached out to him, surprised. What is happening? As possible. What he did. The hero only shrugs and calmly answers, nothing special. Just covered them with something. That's all the secret. With an ironic smile, he told about the insidious blocks of the call. They give rise to hordes of the monster, not resting either day or night. It seemed like luck finally smiled when one of these blocks managed to destroy and get a mysterious S-Rang material for it. It turned out that this material allowed demons to change their own body. And when he turned the raw material S, a unique, extremely rare element was born that the boy's face flashed as a surprise when he answered. It was a fabric. The young lady did not restrain his passionate exclamation. It seemed incredible. She was in a hurry whether it was possible to make this for all demons, to which the man replied, the material for this is made of rare magical substance. From him it turned out, if she does not tell anyone, everything will pass without unnecessary problems. He also promised, it will help to throw the hood. The girl looked carefully at the boy, asking why he took up it. It seemed as if he made the clothes just for demonic horns. After scratching the back, he noted that apparently in this regard they were little different. In her look, Nadia flashed. A loud cry escaped from her surprise. His dissatisfied intervention instantly cut off this explosion of emotions. No longer. But instead of calming down, she exclaimed again. This time the voice weaved both confusion and unspeakable joy. Miracle, not otherwise. Hearing this, he said enthusiastically, it is much more interesting to know your name now. The gaze slid impatiently to the girl. A gentle smile blossoms on the girl's face. She calls herself Alice Belnezio. In response, Kagami Kuji is just as politely represented. Grasping his stomach with his hand and holding his head to the sky, the peasant complained loudly at the famine, and with a gesture invited Alice to join him. With a child's immediacy, a smile illuminated her face when the gaze stopped on his back. After a slight step to Kagame, the girl gladly agreed to make him a company and, smiling, rushed after him. Once in the city, the main characters looked around carefully, standing in the middle of the bazaar. Grabbing for the hood, Alice looked around with anxiety. A city of people unfolded in front of her, every detail of which caused her great concern. The trembling look in her eyes was a true horror. The crowd of people seemed innumerable, and the heart squeezed from the idea of what would happen when someone learned about its demonic essence. Just at that moment, just in front of her face, a horn of ice cream. Smiling, Kagami stretched him and enthusiastically invited the girl to taste. On the bench, the boys caught ice cream, tasting each piece. Alice's eyes glowed with pleasure. The sweet dessert seemed incredibly delicious. The farm owner, with a joking expression, wondered whether the taste really meets the expectations, remembering that ice cream is usually bitten on a hearty lunch. However, a special atmosphere prevailed today. The day demanded its own young holidays. Stepping on, the youth suddenly came across an old man who stretched her pie. The surprised facial expression has changed. Is it not ice cream? But her words were even more surprised at the passer, by who was behind. Having realized that Alice for the first time in this city, his grandfather treated her to everyone a little. Apple, pizza, burgers. Amazed by such a friendly technique, the girl did not hide the surprise, and the peasant watched behind her back with a warm smile. Satisfied with all the delicacies, the girl glowed with joy and came to the conclusion. It is enough to talk to a person to understand everything about her. Meanwhile, behind, holding his stomach and drawing his feet, the main character could not believe what had happened. The gaze raised to the sky in the middle of narrow streets filled Pansman with confidence. His father would certainly be proud of him. It was at that moment on a giant crow that a man who watched the city from above. The barely audible whisper escaped from his mouth, forcing the audience to shudder. Wandering the city and scratching the nape, the peasant said that they should now look for a hotel. The girl wondered. She was a hotel. The bitter burden of guilt and fatigue were squeezed by Alice's heart. She felt that she was not eligible for such a luxury now. How incredible it would be to immerse yourself in a real bed. As soon as he stepped on the hotel room, the girl with incredible bliss spread on the bed, allowing all her thoughts to sink in the softness of the blanket and pillows. Kagami stated that he should make sure that he would return her home whole and intact. So he went for medicine, at the same time promising to call her friend. The girl, having heard this news, was confused and did not know what to think. In despair and with fear in her gaze, she whispered, "Who else?" Kagame answered that there would be enough for his fight, but someone else was needed to protect it. The news of the need to defend from other travelers stunned and lost the girl. Hearing that he had already left, Alice hurriedly urged him to return as soon as possible. Setting up on the bed, the little girl wondered how recent events made her forget the harsh truth. Not to achieve true harmony between people and demons. The consequences of the surviving reminded it of it again. And yet, at the depths of his soul, Nadia glowed. If he is a friend, Kagami-san, then he can still be trusted. The knock on the door tore the silence of the room, forcing the girl to get lost. From the door, the familiar voice of Kagame came. He reported his return and asked to open. Not believing her own ears, Alice reached out and with caution opened the door. Opening the door, a chunky figure of a man with a strict, angry facial expression appeared before his eyes. He threw a short phrase with an indispensable face. "What a wonderful tiny creature is." The little demon kept breathing from surprise and horror, not understanding what was happening. The guest, who had already gotten in a room with a cup of tea, introduced himself, Takaco Builder, a fighter. "However, you will not say this." "However," Kagami exclaimed in response to the denial. Everything was quite obvious. The calm voice of the farmer reassured the girl, assured, "It is not necessary to worry. Such as such Chan already knows everything about her origin." A mixture of anxiety and surprise for a moment flashed in the eyes of a small one. Smiling gently, Takaco promised a young beauty that he would not leave such a charming girl. A light, sparkling smile warmed his face when he decided to share with her his story. As once a seriously wounded was on the threshold of death. He then told how a good demon handed him a healing potion, which gave him a second chance of life. In the end, the man noted that there was almost no difference between people and demons. Thinking about it, he confessed that all these quarrels and hatred seemed to him simply meaningless. Now he makes sense in life, managing the club at the bar. Hearing his words, the little girl answered so. Puzzled heard, the little Demoza focused, collecting confused thoughts. With deep sincerity, she asked for an apology for a free fright, introduced her hope, and expressed hope for warm, friendly relationships in the future. With a smile on his face, the fighter confidently lifted his thumb up. "They say, do not doubt, between us exactly the understanding, dear." Wanted to share, he told the story of dating Kagami. He once came to his bar just a visitor, but soon a special connection was made between them. The peasant got a jokey lady on the shoulder of the fighter, and he immediately squeezed the friend in the arms. The demons just smiled, noticing that the boys got along a miracle. Instantly, Takaco struck a powerful blow to the body of the main character. At the same time, Alice was confused with the air, trying to understand what means a mysterious level 999, and is unable to hide her fear. The soldier overthrown at the feet of the warrior. The peasant did not waste time to ask why Alice received a suggestion to visit hot springs. Alice, full of joy, gladly agreed, and reported that Kagami-san would leave with them. Lostly spread out on the floor, he replied that he would remain here and wished everyone a good entertainment, passing Alice fabric for horn. The Demoza, amazed at the herd, only asked again. Going outside, the woman could not restrain laughter, and noted that Kagami-T did not look like a woman when it came to bathing. It was a lot of impressed. Alice, with a shade of irritation, noticed that this woman actually surprises here. The peasant, who watched the girls from the balcony, laughed. He seemed funny, who still considered him a husband. Suddenly, something important came in memory. The big eyes of the puppy. This is how her father described. In those moments before the eyes of Kagami, his father's figure flashed, and the gaze frozen, as if covered with ice. Kagami, the elder, explained to his son. The peasant was not needed. I ask to be obedient, honestly to do your business, and strive to become a skilled tailor." The guy lay on the bed with a sad sigh. Memories of past clashes floated in the memory of the guy. It was worth getting on a snail or a goblin, shaken moss. One apt stone from a distance was quite enough. But already against the 4th-level monsters and above, this simple tactic lost any meaning. Fortunately, a brave warrior came to the rescue at that moment, and confirmed that the residents of the village were indeed defenseless. Having gained his gaze, he turned to the Almighty. "Lord, this is unfair. Let me choose who to become." The guy had. And suddenly the cart on which he was driving stopped sharply. After falling on the floor, the boy asked his father why they made a stop. Meanwhile, his father rose to the cart, and the guy turned his head in his direction. The tension is read in every movement of the father. From the depth of the shadow behind his back emerges a monstrous mouth. Panic trembles in the voice. The gaze is hastily looking for a son, and a desperate cry breaks out. "Run!" With his hand squeezed his face, the protagonist mentioned this moment that he still inspired a fear. He was breathing hard. He stated that all that was left behind repeating this spell. But suddenly his gaze grabbed something unusual in the window, and interest broke out in his eyes. What can it be? The girls talked quietly near the central square. Takaco turned to Alice, wondering if everything is fine. The demonic girlfriend, overflowing with curiosity, suddenly asked the question, "How did Kagami-san be reached 999? If there were no monsters above 500? There was a clear confusion in the voice. The anxiety played in her heart. If someone but Kagami, the level of 999 is on her way, the father will be deadly. From this horrible thought, the eyelids were involuntarily closed, and Takaco could not notice it. With a smile on his mouth, the young man reassured the girl. "There are no reasons for excitement, dear. In addition to Kagami-san, no one has reached 999. Hearing this, Alice unexpectedly turned and asked Tibenli where such confidence came from. A satisfied smile illuminated the face of the fighter when he stated, "Kagami-jong lacks the most important feature that every living creature must have. In his opinion, this is what makes him the greatest fool in the world." The confusion was read in the girl's wide-open eyes when she tried to understand what was left out of her attention. The annoyance engulfed her because of misunderstanding of his words. In an attempt to dispel the confusion, she wondered what he was missing and what was hiding in these mysterious words. Alice exclaimed that she seeks to find out who this person really is, what thoughts are spinning in his head, and that made him so strong. Turning to the fighter, she begged to tell more about Kagami-san, and then, sparkling with interest, turned to the woman nearby, trying to know everything about him comprehensively. On her mouth, a treacherous smile played when their own plans were squeezed. A small demon fussed next to that, eagerly waiting for answers to his questions. A look full of wisdom, Takaco noted that the request to answer in itself is not yet a solution to the question, because today they met for the first time. Thoroughly turning to the interlocutor, she was gently adding to her dear for herself. With a barely noticeable smile, the woman hinted, "Later, everyone will realize that getting acquainted so much more pleasant." Alice cast a slightly confused look at the warrior. Her face was blinking with confidence, and accepting this answer, the girl promised, "If really, it is worth trying closer to each of them." This thought warmed her soul, and her eyes lit up with a special fire when the gaze slid to Keo-chan. The smile shone on the face of a woman. Hobbies did not know the boundaries, because such a sweet creature hugged her head, as if enthusiastically confessed, "I am incredible." Sudden impulse she grabbed Alice by her shoulder and pulled behind, excitedly shouting about hot springs awaiting ahead. The frightened exclamations came behind. The views of the heroes went up. The heavenly space suddenly filled with creatures that fell rapidly from the clouds. Ugly monster and confused birds broke down like a brown storm of apples. Just from the heavens to the crowd of brave men who were already preparing for battle, monsters fell. Not far from the verse, observer laughed, not hiding the secret comfort of what he saw. High in the sky, riding on a bright rooster, a man shouted loudly to the crowd, "The army of the King of Demon has already begun an offensive, and soon humanity will fall under their insurmountable force." The window opened the unusual sight. A flock of hellish roosters circled above the yard. Meanwhile, Takako's square rushed to protect Alice from a sudden attack and, looking back, did not find out why the army of the King of Demon appeared in this place. The area was filled with people who were looking for a panic from the monsters who were coming from heaven. The demon, exploding with a ferocious yarning, appears before people, announcing, "From now on and forever." Once among the excited crowd, Alice froze, shocked. The cries of men who frantically declared the invasion of even more demons were heard. Grasping everything that could become a weapon, they promised to destroy the monster to the last. Inspoken, the girl fell to her knees and barely holding back tears. Her father would definitely not go to such. Meanwhile, a warrior appeared behind. She put his palm on her shoulder. His calm voice sounded encouraging. "It is useless to worry for the city. Everything will be fine." The little girl listened to the words of Takaco, who assured, "Valman is a city of desperate. No one will seem here without a fight." Suddenly, the views of the audience rose to the sky, where at a frantic speed, some volatile figure raced. The attendees watched with surprise how the monster was in a hurry to retreat in the air, and the characters immediately declared, "Only this person is capable of similar." Sticking in the neck of Alice, the fighter tried to downs and grunted that first it was necessary to find out where they were flying. Just in this way to find him. The peasant, grabbing the horn of the monster, which hanging over him, shouted with all his strength, splashing all his rage. Having waved the demon into the sky, he threw out loudly, "Fly!" The demon, which settled in the bird next to the demon, knocked him out of the panther. Reflections led him to an unexpected discovery. The bloody boar was able to fly, and interestingly, all moved in one direction. The chain of reasoning prompted that no one else is like a hero before him. But then a new question came up. Is the hero capable of such an act? Restlessly contemplating the world from above, closely thinking about the plan, Kagami watched the commander from below, looking for a way to overcome it. Thinking, he rushed in search of his comrades, and suddenly stopped him. On the square in front of the eyes came a brave hero, who, without holding back passion, exclaimed, calling the commander in the duel, "Taste my sword." Seeing this scene, the peasant is buried with fear. Is this lament really going to use such technique right here? The hero, with his sword, already swung on the attack, and at this moment, Kagami with a boar in his hands flew up rapidly, finding himself above the shelves. With a loud blow, the guy knocked the hero off his feet, holding the gun firmly. An indignation of the filled voice escaped from his mouth. He attacked Rex with images, calling that fool. In response, no less sharp reproach came. The hero did not stay in debt and quit the guy a counterclaim. The peasant lifted the boar over his head and threw him into the sky, loudly ordered to climb away. The adventurers remained stunned, not believing in his own eyes. Who was this man, and how did he manage to deal with the monster so much? Exhaled on dust, the hero cast an angry look at the peasant and sharply asked why he fell a great strong man, and ordered to immediately stop these meaningless attempts to sway. Kuchen acknowledged that it was time to join forces and go on the offensive. The guy wondered why all these bows, arrows, and crossbows were needed at all. Poland, meanwhile, noted. There were also magicians among those present. Thinking, the young man acknowledged that the idea was not so bad, but, calling it too naive, the man approached the cake and gently clapped her on the head. The peasant noted the great skill of the hero, sincerely admiring his agility, but he reproached for excessive hurry in the desire to immediately get rid of the commander without even trying to interrogate him. He warned the princess. Arrows released on the target can easily break and turn into a disaster for the city. Peaceful residents will suffer first. In such cases, he still lacked experience. The smile illuminated his face when he praised the princess for his sincere intentions. In her thoughts, she admitted that he was right, focused on the monsters, completely released from the city. Hotly wanting to protect the inhabitants, instead, they almost gave them even more danger. The sharp shout of the Palna cut the air. If everything, what to do now? How is it possible to scatter monsters like a toy? After all, he has no magical forces. Such an unexpected question knocked out the main character from the track. The blush flooded the cheeks. The words began to stumble, but he still tried to find the answer. Alice ran out of the corner. Noticing his comrades, the protagonist immediately asked if everything was fine with them. Takaco replied with relief that he finally all again. Fuel, when the girls turned to the boys, immediately picked up this wave. When asked by a girl whether she is his sister, the main character, with a noticeable dissatisfaction firmly covering her, replied, "A real sister would turn to him by his name." Lowering on his knees next to Alice, he asked her well-being. She briefly assured that all is well. However, as soon as the question of tears appeared, something restless flashed in her gaze. The words stuck in Alice in the throat. She only looked at the peasant silently. Her eyes were full of tears, and he could not look away from a baby filled with longing and tenderness. The warm touch of the palms on his shoulders inspired confidence. A sincere voice was assured that everything would be the best, and promised to take care of all the difficulties in person. Kurur turned to the interlocutor. Having met her gaze, the guy heard her introduced and directly stated that the true power of humanity can only be revealed by acting together. Without any hesitation, he assures that all this is absolutely superfluous. The surprise cut into the voice of the sage. "What is strange here?" the young man explained. "The army of the ruler of demons and no idea had about their true power, so he would not suffer from surprise. But organizing the offensive will be much more difficult, because nothing is known about the real capabilities of the enemy." The whole team of heroes looked at it, focusing on it. In the beliefs of the peasant, there was no room for doubt. Enemies need to win at any cost. However, Swana categorically disagreed with this. She rushed to the protagonist with rigid words, noting that the demon is a different story from above. The narrator told them, "If the enemy hides his true intentions, you should be alert even about the smallest suspicious little things." He answered the question. The peasant's speech again knocked down the heroes from the panthelic. They watched it confusedly for every movement. Paula touched these words again. They were heard more than just reflections, as if this man was hiding knowledge. It turns out that he really guesses something. Under the hypnotic look of the sorcerer, the peasant engulfed the tension. It seemed as if his younger sister had still succumbed to tricks. It seemed that to this day the army of the king demon had never touched anyone for no reason. But when his father was indifferent to the workplace, the whole performance seemed surprisingly unnatural. Looking at Alice, the thought was in her head. If only there was enough courage to lift her to her, and ask the direction of what really worried. Sitting at the side, the protagonist met the vigilant look of a girl who was interested in his intentions. In response, he said something like a riddle, with a wild spark in his eyes, and the posture became even more predatory. Having made a powerful jump, the peasant broke out of place and flew into the sky, leaving behind a cloud of dust and a flurry of wind. This spectacle stunned everyone who was below, leaving them in a state of real shock. Tiko-chan's loud cry came to his direction. In response, the guy winked cunningly and assured that they would cope, as if promising something exciting. At the same moment, the woman pushed away from the ground and rushed rapidly after the peasant, who, delving into thoughts of the next blow, expected her opponent. The young man climbed higher, watching the toccata and the maneuvers at the bottom, waiting for her next step. The battle declared the whole hall that Special Express is now moving to a free flight, without any safety for passengers. The woman hit the main character on her feet and, like a rocket, broke up. Amazed at this city, the demon, having saddled the bird, could not hide the surprise. The monsters first appeared. Now people are raising in the air. The questions seemed to be rushed out of their mouths, reflecting its confusion. In a desperate cry, the peasant flew past, rising into the air even above the demon. The gaze of the demon slid into the sky, as if something went wrong here. Even himself was embarrassed. "It is slightly concerned," he expressed doubt. "Is this city really belong to people?" Suddenly, from a height, something heavy with a roar fell just on the bird that was chatting behind. The bird screamed, and the demon tried to shake what was happening. Turning, the young man noticed the peasant, and the demon in surprise sharply turned. The guy, trembling after a crazy escape, muttered something about the ill-fated gorilla and advised her to look for more decent prey next time, with a clear thought about the woman. Having restored the balance, the protagonist cast his gaze on the commander and asked in his voice to clarify what was happening and why everything came to it. Two opponents, having gone back, remained motionless on the back of the majestic bird, while the unbuilt of the mystery was still in the air. The outraged commander asked the peasant, asking him that he was wrong. The hero, as usual, replied that he just passed by. Awkward, the nape of the nape. The peasant with dignity answered the protagonist, clearly emphasizing his own rank and position. The demon was surprised. Did it be a regular peasant 999 before him? It is absurd to even imagine that someone with such force is able to harm the ruler of the demons. Kagami quite calmly assured that if he was a demonic king before him, then the enemy has no reason to remain dissatisfied. The commander with a fury struck a blow to the peasant, shouting, "I will not let you and my finger touch his demonic majesty." From a powerful blow, the unhappy flying sideways, lifting a cloud of dust. With fear of watching the events, the man raised an alarming look. The protagonist slowly stood up and reassured that it is not necessary to worry here. In a hurry and with annoyance, The young man stated that the demonic king is only his acquaintance, so even his thoughts have neither he nor someone else to cause death. Amazed by such unexpected response, the demon was surprised at the interlocutor, not believing heard. Could such an attack be destroyed? And this common man also boasts of knowledge of his majesty. Nonsense. Crossing his arms on his chest and shaking from the cold, the young man wondered, not the king's daughter before him, and whether he now cares about her. Demons, stunned by such awareness, like stone became. No one was able to say the words, hearing that he was known by Lady Alice herself. Stripping towards the peasant, the demon realized that if this young man really cares about a girl, he cannot be ignored. It is worth asking if the young man is an ally of demons. Without the shadow of hesitation, the protagonist stated that he does not consider himself either the enemy or the ally, although it has also not taken advantage to humanity. In the eyes of the commander, meanwhile, a sinister spark broke out. Finally, the main question was, "Why did you come here?" The peasant just smiled mysteriously and replied that he had brought his own curiosity. He was looking for an important question. The owner of the demons, the first of all, never sought to destroy all humanity, and his own daughter assured that he was seriously ill. In a desperate attempt to save her father, she dared to go to such distant lands. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the earth froze, lifting their eyes to the sky, and watched that they unfolded over their heads. The peasant added that in fact the king of demons ordered them. The outraged enemy exclaimed loudly, not believing that the king had become ill. Confidence did not leave him. It was to be the order of his majesty. The peasant met such a statement calmly and asked, was he really sure that the order came from the king himself? And is that really so? The gloomy glitter in the look thrown from the eyebrows was accompanied by a formidable warning of the hero. If everything goes so, then to leave it just so he is not going. Stunned by such revelation, the demon froze in place, not able to take a step. Meanwhile, anxious guesses began to be born in the consciousness of the demon. The words escaped by themselves. Was it really the order of the master of demons? When the owner occupies the throne, this is not surprising. Realizing the essence, the demon mentioned that this order was given by Lord Estella Urga, and said it aloud. Having agitated over the demon, he ordered the city to immediately move to the city of Valman. Awareness suddenly pierced the demon, and anxiety broke out in his gaze. In his thoughts was doubted. Did the orders of truly demonic majesty belonged? Satisfied, the peasant, looking back to the demon, said, "Well, wonderful. Apparently it is too early to draw conclusions." But here he was grabbed by the figure of the Lord, who stood next to a powerful demon. Standing on the back of a big bird, the young man said, "To say too early. In fact, they do not know about the true state of things. It is likely that this is what he wants." The sadness in his gaze seemed to cloud his face when he suggested that he may have been managed by another's will. A huge figure, similar to the generation of hell itself, clenched his fists and roared with rage. The peasant quit in response. This reaction is too exaggerated. The frightened commander is loudly ordered to rush to the royal castle, and unexpectedly the peasant has time to block the birds. The confused bird lifts a cry, shaky wings, without dumping what is happening. Meanwhile, the demon throws a sinister look at the young man and is threatening why he interferes. Downloading the bird towards the forest, the demon warns ominously, "Do not dare interfere, otherwise the consequences will be inevitable." Reaching the last gel crosses, he exclaims, "It's great." Finally, everyone gathered. Now everyone is in their place. A powerful swing of the legs and the whole body. The peasant breaks the last flock of hellish crows in the air. The commander at the bottom is stunning. At the same time, the whole flock of hellish crows rushed forward. Meanwhile, the young man is confidently landing on the ground. "It looks like fortune is on his side today," the farmer says, while bell coins are having fun behind the ground. The commander explodes, and the protagonist, stunned, is only covered with palms, silently watching it. In anxiety for the king's illness, the commander does not restrain indignation. Why are these obstacles? Why do you disturb? The suspicion is increasing more. It is obvious that there is some conspiracy here. Frantically shouting the present demon, the request came to calm down. They say, if you act in this way and further, the situation will only get worse. With these words, the demon raised his eyes and addressed him with the question. The peasant notes, he may have been heated, and he will return to see his suspicion. And then he will be in real danger with the king. Would it be more appropriate to defeat the attackers to finally penetrate the royal castle in the likeness of a demon? The young man voices this difficult question with a conceived demon, impatiently scratching the nape. Throwing a heavy bag with gold on his shoulder, Kagami gladly confesses that he is okay to take away all the money for the destruction of hellish crows. The demon, embarrassed by anger, shouts about the stop, because such weight is unbearable for the crow. It will definitely slam into the ground. The young man confessed that he had no idea that he was trying to achieve that when he tried to dig a bird. The exhausted bird can no longer stay in the air and falls rapidly to the ground with the heroes. The demon, with a touch of ridicule, asks, "In this crazy fall, how does a guy go to survive?" The young man, having gained confidence and accepting the posture for flight, replies that he will survive without problems, but the demon will probably have to be very hard. Following this, both sharply land. Waking up under the tree, the demon finally mastered himself and returned to his senses. A whole and unharmed peasant stands opposite. Wiping his eyes, he relieves that he finally woke up, and the demon looks surprisingly good. The commander, with noticeable dissatisfaction, notes that he remained alive. In response, the guy smiles happily and, by the way, is interested. What is the name of the demon? The figure of the demon appears in front of a man and calls her name, Mino Abashar, while making sure that he asks whether he is not really going to kill him. The peasant is shining with his eyes and cuts angry. Quite these meaningless questions. Without special options, Kagami agrees that he will have to act in this way. The demon in this situation seems to him quite reasonable. He assures that he really worried about the king and Alice, adding, "From this, it follows that the demon cannot be so bad." Mino asks in surprise whether the peasant really has common things with people, to which he only shrugs. They say, "What stupidity. If it was not a monster, everyone could understand. I am convinced that the monster is born from demon horns. Humanity sees only the threat that deserves death." The gaze slides on the outlines of the demon, and the idea becomes, does he not perceive all this just as a sad picture? Relaxing and laying his hands behind his head, he watched with a smile how the demon was enjoying the meal. The peasant reported that, having coped with the unclean and her associates, he intends to return. The hints were sounded. Tomorrow after lunch will come with Alice, not forgetting to grab a bag with gold on his shoulders. With these words, he moved to the distance. She tells them that the demon will go with them. The demon asks why he puts himself on such a danger. He exclaimed loudly, "Are you really worried about me?" The demon, stunned and confused, shouted in response, "It can't be." It was difficult for him to believe that everything went so far. With a smile on his mouth, assured, that's what he thinks. He never has to worry about the little things. However, the desire to verify in the state of the king does not leave him for a moment. The demon assures that for Alice the only condition is its safety, and then it will allow her to stay with them. The peasant in response is warm that it is noble. Alice will certainly be happy. Saying goodbye, she promises to meet her tomorrow, and he quickly disappears with his prey. The Monacan's head does not fit the absurdity of the peasant status with a level of 999. It sounds incredible, and it is unlikely that it is unlikely to move in the near future. Only the fact that he still breathes. At the same time, it becomes obvious. At the same time, to fight and try to get to understand or coexist peacefully with people will not work. Marking under his nose, the demon states, "And this fool, the usual Peel, will oversee him." Sleeping under the spread of the tree, he voiced the hope. If there is at least a tiny chance, and peace will become a reality. Eyes flashed into an unspeakable longing, and suddenly inside the languages clicked. This is not what is worth dreaming of. Praying about Lady Alice's safety. Returning to the hotel, Kagami is losing in the bar and yawning widely. Opposite, with a light smile on the mouth, is Alice. Looking at the girl, he wondered what she cheered up, while she thought about what a bush to choose. The girl sincerely thanks for a frank conversation with Mino. The protagonist, not hiding the surprise from the herd, only silently chews food, listening carefully to her words. Smiling with a shade of despair, the peasant notes that he acts prudently and always considers everything in advance. In response, the woman agrees and adds that he knows it well. The girl is delighted and amazed in her eyes. It is unusual to know that you have made an attack, but to meet you, true joy for her. Noticing the appearance of the hero team, Kagami thinks, although he masks himself under an ordinary person, it can be a danger. At the same time, talking to others is also a need that you do not run away. From the surprise on the face of the farmer is a light trail. Where did Takaco-san? The girl explains, she went to check her shop. Hearing this, the farmer only sighs, as otherwise, completely in her style. Now you probably have to postpone reflections and decide everything later. Many people have accumulated around, and a powerful demonic energy is coming from Mino. Under such conditions, cooperation of horses and demons is impossible. This plan is doomed to failure. Alice's alarming notes that the road will last too long. Kagami only shrugs. What you do, other options simply do not exist. The peasant assures that there is a transport that dare to cooperate with demons. Alice, in delight, eagerly asks whether this is true and suggests to take this opportunity. A man casts a look at her, full of hesitation and indecision. The look slides to the cart that stands alone. Inside the centaurs, not hiding curiosity, discuss who these strangers are. Street chantra, or just travelers? They look too closely, but do not even try to hide the superiority. Their nature is too proud, called the monsters of the centaur tribe, and does not think to recognize the existence of people. In addition, the peasant advises her to look closely at how they behave in response. Grandpa in glasses ruthlessly slammed centaurs with a whip. Such a blow causes a real admiration for centaurs, to suffer for them a real pleasure. The hero is surprised that these people are so fond of pain that it is already bordered with disgust. They humbly obey the most severe orders, even allow themselves to scour. It does not in any way attract such use of force. She, holding his side, agrees. Even her eyes would rot from such a spectacle. The unexpected discovery is stunning Alice. She did not have no idea that such monsters exist in general. With curiosity and smile, he turns to Kagami-san, asking if he is aware of such things. The peasant, in response to a light smile, notes that he had to visit in many places before reaching the 999 level. With interest, the little demon wondered why the peasant managed to carry out what was not possible even the hero, and how he managed to reach the level of 999. Smiling, the guy confessed that he had to make an effort. The girl only carelessly waved her hands and assured that the secrets did not bother her at all, because she just wanted to satisfy her curiosity. A touching look, like a puppy, Alice silently awaits answers. Kagami only smiles slightly and reassures, "It is not necessary to look like that. Everyone would be interested in this question." What before the level of 999 was reached? With a smile, he assures that he has already reached the level of 999 in the art of thinking. The girl closely follows him. The eyes are full of impatient expectation. A sparkling fire broke out in the eyes of the hero when he proudly reported. He began to put up money for the sake of a peaceful life and even raised his level. She did not expect such a response. A vowel shouted from her breast. The peasant, noticing the surprise on her face, replies that money is of great importance. She, as if waking up from her thoughts, agrees, but the interlocutor does not stop. It is clear that there is no money everywhere in the world. Turning to Alice, she reminds that without money, you can hire nor a guard or a roof over your head. Everything in this world needs to be paid. The explanation teaches the essence. Such trophies reach only after the victory over a powerful monster. She is interested in whether this discovery allowed him to reach the current level. The girl is wondering whether it threatens his own life. Kagami confesses that he hoped that having gained money, overcoming difficulties would be easier. But suddenly one day at the guild store, there is something unusual in the eye of adventurers. Silently hints at the mysterious object, the man informs. It is possible to find out what is inside, only after purchase, and it costs this intrigue 10,000 gold. The amount heard is stunned by the girl. She was ashamed of surprise, forbids him to spend money on buying, and is interested in how much he has. Hearing the answer, 5,000, he grabs the guy for a jacket, and with an exclamation point that you can buy a castle for such an amount, the peasant with a smile replies. There is no point in buying these things, because the dream itself is more important. No price opens the true content of things. He perceives it as a test that he deliberately agreed. The girl in despair shouts, calling him not to make this purchase. With foam on the lips, he continues to fantasize. Perhaps a thing in front of them is the secrets of the whole world. The prohibitions of deterring it are snapped from control, and attempts to influence are in vain. The little demon remains to think, whether he really believes in what is said, or just plays with her mind, avoiding any simple explanations. With anxiety that flies in his eyes, she is closely following him. All this is not exposed to any explanation. Catching the excitement in the look, the man answers with cold frankness. Everything has spinned around the money from the beginning. A little girl, barely audible, shyly supports his words. Surrounding the nape of the head, the peasant turns to Alice, they say. Money is a real mystery that is difficult to grasp. She extends her coin and is interested in, why do money that falls out of monsters have such value for people? The fright covers Alice, and she is interested in the reason for this question, supplementing, was it different? Suddenly, Takaco occurs in front of the heroes. He explains that she was looking for them all over the city. Kagami, having joyfully met the girl, easily touches her shoulder and proposes to postpone the conversation for later, because now they should rush to meet with Mino. Seeing in the girl's face, the warrior wondered if they had time to communicate. A gentle smile decorated her face, and a shy look said that he would not hurry. Hugging the woman with a warm hand, they followed the peasant. What a sweet tenderness was! This thought warmed the woman from the inside. With the spark of hope in her eyes, Alice imagined that he was still ahead. Looking after him, the question was in his thoughts. How many more will their life together will last? In the outskirts of the city, the main characters finally reach Mino. Demon and girl gladly recognize each other. She runs head to him, and he, sinking his head, bows his head, without holding back the relief and joy that everything is fine with her. Feeling sincerely repentance, a man admits, it is painful to realize that the lady had to overcome such a long way, although his duty was to defend her. Even worse is what he attacked the city in which she was. Lowering her head, she asks not to worry about it. The commander gladly notes that the peasant told the pure truth. The smile appears on his face, and, when he is significantly revived, he replies that now everything has come into place. Suddenly turning to the main character, Mono says that you need to thank the desperate brave who defended Ellis. But he does not have time to agree, as there is someone's figure behind his back. After jumping and sharply turning to the woman, she exclaims with surprise, "What is it?" The girl, with a sincere smile, assures that such is not terrible, and without hesitation rushes into the arms of the commander. Her courage is angry. She confesses that she even perceives demons without fear. Concerned with such frankness, the commander bows, speaks his name, and apologizes for the inconvenience. The woman, feeling the sudden shame, turns her eyes and gently reassures that there is no reason to worry. Having boldly declared his courage, Monk calls himself a real gentleman. However, a woman suddenly interrupts him, reminding that he considers herself a man, although in fact, she is a woman. Stunned with this remark, Mono translates the views on the characters, looking for confirmation. They only confirm the nods. She is really a woman. A sinister smile appears on the face of a warrior. He calls his name and, without hiding confidence, declares the joy of acquaintance, reaching out his hand to the demon. In response, the demon also pulls out his hand, sincerely saying another apology. Decompositioning the outskirts, the farmer explains. Because it comes from the Mino of demonic energy, you should take care of keeping it away from unnecessary views. If we move from here, the secretiveness and prudence will become our main allies. The demon, catching an unusual glow around the girl, turns sharply to her direction. The look slides on the gentle line of her nape. Claire is unmistakably captured. These thoughts have long been embarrassed by his mind, but neither the trace of demonic force from the girl is not felt. Having handed her hand on the hair, she calmly adds, "It is because of this that no sensations arise." In general, the demon demonstrates its horns, wrapped in fabric and tied with ribbon. The delight is overflowing. It cannot restrain the exclamation. It is incredible. After hearing the conversation, he noted that such creatures are extremely rare. He added that only one managed to create, and so he was enthusiastically asked, or maybe people really did not despise the demons. However, he did not have time to finish the phrase as something behind Kagami attracted his attention. A bright sphere of energy is rapidly caught from the thicket, flying close to the main character. Behind her, an unfamiliar figure walks from the shadow. The voice of Rex came from the forest thicket. He exclaimed with delight that he finally demonstrated his true essence. His gaze immediately fell on Kagam. Easy confusion wraps all present. Tobacco holds the girl with her hand, obsessively protecting her. Only the peasant, grunting under his nose, expresses dissatisfaction with the hero non-source, who suddenly appeared. A team of heroes suddenly grabbed from behind the trees. The magician exclaimed what she was waiting for it, and the surprised Kujon confirmed her assumption. He also did not leave the feeling of approaches. Tina immediately realized everything that happened around was only a skillful trap. The crowd of boys was surrounded, and the hero exclaimed something that herds over the field. Kagami, with an impenetrable face, is only surprised. Why do these strangers appear one by one endlessly? Rex is saying with confidence in the voice that the path of the protagonist is inevitable here. The peasant, throwing his hands behind his head and stretching the words, is questioned. Why were they surrounded? In order not to give them any chance to escape, the sage answers focused and seriously. At the same moment, the protagonist rapidly approaches the elder, sharply harassing his hand. She extends a handful of shelter, forcing the girl to be surprised to hold on to it. Such strangers are beaten out of the panther. In response, cold statements sound. This time your result is 0 points. He expresses doubt about the sense of battle with an enemy that cannot be overcome. Meanwhile, behind him, Rex is rapidly approaching the peasant, mocking the sword for the attack. The clever peasant immediately jumps out around the hero, armed with the question, "Is your tactic of the environment really meaningful?" However, he immediately adds that such desperate as he does not work. They face the forehead. Landing on his feet, the peasant finally sighs and recognizes that it is probably time to surrender. Rex, stunned by this unexpected frankness, is called, saying, "If the hero is retreating," flying up with one jump, he directs the stirring attack directly on the peasant, ending the phrase, "Who will become against the villain?" The young man at this moment understands himself, reckless and awkward. However, the courage is not lacking, so it dares to meet the hero's blow and stand up for. Having extended his hand to Rex, the peasant thinks for a moment, and then he dares to speak. Squeezing the sword's arms firmly, he assures that the death of the hero would be a real misery. At the same time, the peasant sharply repels Rex, removing him from himself. The hero is outraged by the peasant with a monster. In response, he only shrugs and replies that he is not against being a monster, so that he is only left alone and returned to the true purpose, the destruction of the king of demons. Tina's vigilant look noticed that the servants of the demonic king were quite close. Picking up her opinion, Palna notes with anxiety that there were many casualties because of yesterday's attack. The girl states in a decisive voice, "The guilty of this attack will not avoid a fair punishment. There will be no forgiveness." The peasant sincerely believes in the honesty of motivation, without denying that Mino really rammed on the streets of the city. The magician asks if he believes that it is worth apologizing for this act. Turning to the commander, it wraps his lips and explodes with a cry, asking why everything happened that the memories of the bitter words about how the demons were constantly despised and humiliated. Alice sneaks her head, when suddenly a gentle hand so tick her hair gently, trying to comfort the girl. The hero, with a decisive look, made a step forward and firmly declared the enemy. They are only unable to apologize. Demons that encroach on human lives do not justify. They are essentially the embodiment of evil. He adds more. Everyone who helps them is as much as they are. Kagami, stunned by these accusations, stops the next blow of the hero with his own hands. The explosion of anger flashes on the peasant's face, a sword in his hand, a look full of insult. To whom it thought to make such a decision, if he himself turns out to be a non-thin? Rex is in a confusion. What is about it? In response, Kagami points out that his final sister also looks quite insidious. Lowering his gaze, the hero wondered, embraced with confusion. Meanwhile, the peasant did not stop. He added that he may consider himself aware of demons. Turning to Alice, he calls her the daughter of the king of demons. The fright and surprise are sparkling in the young man's eyes when he returns to a girl's cry. Before him stands the daughter of the king of demons. The hero states, "Every time fate was erected again, no one noticed another. Maybe the reason for this was that no real evil has met?" The awareness unexpectedly illuminated Rex. The farmer says that the monsters emerge from the horns of the demons, which is why people are threatened. However, if you do not take into account this danger, demons do not differ from ordinary people. Due to the trunk of the tree, Fuel is wary, without trusting a moment of rest. The peasant exclaims that he will not allow his demons to die, and at the same moment breaks the sword of the hero in half. The heroic team, passionate about events, rushes to Rex, stunned by what they saw. The carrier does not restrain the excitement and exclaims, "That's how it is. Whoever is among the attackers to the city, they are undoubtedly criminals." The voltage between Mino and Kagami is exacerbated. Both are disturbed by these words. Sweat drops appear on the lobby of Kagami when he takes his head with a decisive hand and gently leans to him, admitting his guilt. Tina, not expecting such sincerity, fades with surprise. The peasant is persistently intercepting Mono, explaining that he only obeyed orders. Referring to the words of Alice, he adds that the ruler of the demon now is exhausted by the illness. Surprise appeared in the sage's look, because the words of the interlocutor remained a mystery to him. He wondered what exactly was meant by a strange state of health. The stranger confessed that the meeting with the king took place before. The whole team of heroes, stunned by an unexpected turn of events, is in confusion. The protagonist firmly states that he did not feel the desire to destroy humanity, so he considers this attack not by the will of the king. The beliefs push him personally to go to the king himself. The rage of lightning flashes in the eyes of the hero. The cry, full of anger, breaks out of his chest. He declares to the peasant that all this is some kind of senseless ridicule, and categorically refuses to believe any word. All his nature trembled from unreasonable anxiety. Obsessive questions about the future meeting with the king and the reasons for this audience were not rest. Sighing disappointing, the young man confessed that he was tired of his own lies, and wondered what the right should decide so. These words found a response in the heart of Kuru, who silently joined his thoughts. Confidently and without the shadow of hesitation, the Huchans make it clear that demons are enemies. Despair comes in the look of the peasant. It reminds everyone sharply, the army of the king of demons has never attacked people. Doubts envelop the hero as soon as the peasant's words penetrate into his mind. The awareness came unexpectedly. This has not happened yet. Even when people have destroyed all the demons they could find, the king never appeared to take revenge on them. Missing all the thoughts through the mind, he is tormented by the question, if at least the crumb of truth in his words, if the monarch is not really the same as it seems, then for what this war is going on? He asks himself with a bitter frankness. Suddenly the palm exclaims, "King Demon is a real enemy." Rex turns sharply to his ally. The magician already prepares a combat spell and shouts with a cry, "Everyone needs immediately." Magic balls rapidly fly into the air. Confidence sounds in every word when she reminds everyone. Time to take himself. Hardly manages to bounce, avoiding dangers. With confidence, the magician is reminiscent of yesterday's attack, claiming his truthfulness and hinting that the peasant was fascinated. The impression of confusion is reflected in the expression of the face when it grasps for itself, widely opening the mouth. But in response, the caveat sounds. She does not intend to believe him unconditionally. Surrounding the back of the back, she says that you do not do anything here, and if everyone decided, it is time to say goodbye. With a frantic smile and glitter in his eyes, waves his hands, addressing his farewell gesture to the characters. The peasant quickly grabs a mono, and the woman throws Alice on her shoulders, and both, loudly saying goodbye to the heroes, rush. The team is stunned in place. The recruitment shouts that this is the end. Tina points out that the boys are running away and emphasizes that he has deceived them. The peasant, with a smile on his face, sounds after, "If they talked, they would have already understood everything." They shout loudly about a short meeting, smiles, and without stopping. The thought did not rest. Did they ever make sure? For people, coexistence with demons meant to regret with scars that the monsters left them during the escape. The peasant, addressing the girl, speaks with the sad truth about the difficult path of being. Her head lends down. The shadow of sadness lies on the face. However, at least this time their words do not remain unheard this time. The peasant looked around. He did not expect such an answer. A light smile glowed on his face when he nodded in return, though he acknowledged there was no other way. Step carelessly, with a satisfied expression of the face. There is a confidence in the thought. Until the girl retreats, she will remain near her. Catching changes in the expression of the guy, the mana looks at him with confusion and misunderstanding. With a demonic smile, he reports that the cart is already ready. The peasant, stunned, is not refrained from the question when the cherry was prepared. On the way to the heroes, there is a cart with the same centaur. One of them responds with contempt, calling their origin the dump of mankind, from which it is best to stay as far as possible. Animated herd, the protagonist squeezes his fists and responds to the demon as a fierce scoundrel. With a smile to the ears of Mino, confesses that he had squeezed him from some traveling merchant. He assures that he did not resort to violence, so there was no trouble. The warrior and excitement explains. It was this act that brought the heroes to their trail. With the great pleasure of Kagami, he threw a demon in a carriage, mockingly calling that fool. Grabbing the whip, the woman stops him in the air and then decisively lowers on the center. Her voice, full of order, makes the creatures move forward. The warrior laughs with pleasure and the boys in the cart with the fossilized faces die in silence. Mino, trembling, apologizes. The carriage is rushing forward, lifting the dust, into the tact of the bell laughter Takaco. The views of the whole team look at the carriage that is moving on the road. Tina notices that they have escaped. The sage reassures friends. Their paths lead to the same place, so a new meeting is just a matter of time. The spooky creatures of Rex, full of hatred, become his enemies, which need to be destroyed. None of the demons seeking to ruin humanity will avoid retribution, he voices firmly. However, at the heart, the idea of those demons in whose eyes was buried sadness and a sincere desire for peace. The slightly clenched lips of the hero are alarming, and behind the worried voice of Kujan, who carefully addresses him. With a serious face, a full face reminds everyone that time to move on and take care of replenishment. Rex appeals to her, and noticing how she was reacted unmoved. Crossing her hands on the chest, the magician demonstrates unwavering confidence. A decisive answer is read in the brilliance, there is no doubt. The team looks at the girl confusedly, without shaking her answers. Once in the city of Samaria, located near the castle of the owner of the demons, the heroes fade away from the impression. The energetic and enthusiastic Alice exclaims that the wall around is so giant that it is simply striking. Her restlessness with restrained Valman becomes even more noticeable when she turns to a local peasant. Kagami points out that Samaria is located near the king of the demons, and therefore the laws here are stricter than somewhere. However, if her heart seeks to move further, he is ready to support this decision. The peasant is surprised to turn to the warrior, trying to find out why she rides in the centaur, but just smiles and replies that these creatures are a real miracle. The centaur himself intervenes here in the conversation, boldly interrupts Kagami, and orders not to turn to such too familiar. The young man reminds that everything is clear to everyone, and the purpose of their stay in the city is exclusively trade. During our journey, the horn of the demon, which we won, became a trophy prey. Now, to hide the Minosaur, you need to mask it among things in the cart. If the plan with the corner works and the test is passed, everything will happen, the guy said confidently. Turning to the woman, she asks her to go down. A little dissatisfied with the twisted, but reluctantly agrees. The tests for the main characters are a test and for their trust in each other. The warrior is interested in why a simple peasant dared to challenge fate and trade, because it requires great courage. The young man smiles in response, confessing, "I am infinitely glad that I was able to hire such reliable defenders for his journey." After completing the check, the man allows you to go on. The boys express their gratitude, and he warns, "There are many people here. Everything is through the parade, so they are lucky enough to go without delay." The peasant looks restlessly and seizes hard about that parade. Meanwhile, a real festive festival broke out on the city streets, a parade in full swing. Alice is fascinating with a spectacular extravaganza, her eyes shine with grip, and the girl exclaims, "This city is just incredible." Nearby, a gloomy peasant whose mood contrasts sharply with the general enthusiasm. Their companion with anxiety asks for the cause of its depression. The peasant confesses that it feels slightly bad. Kagami says that a few days ago this place was attacked, but the fierce battle ended with the victory of Samaria. A punitive detachment will be gathered tomorrow. The warrior notes that the attack happened in the same way as it happened in Valman. Telling further, the hero noted that such from the owner of the demons had not yet seen. He noted, "The most successful protection in the first battle will leave all a bright trace in memory. So this day is a real holiday for everyone." He adds that the monster who wanders around the castle of the ruler are incredibly powerful. The group is waiting for death. At best, half will return alive. The very fact that the Demon Lord army is the first to attack this city, it leads to alarming thoughts. In the look of the girl, the frustration is cut. Because if nothing changes, this endless chain of revenge will last without end. Kraja, with a bitter irony in his voice, predicts, the path to peaceful coexistence most likely doomed to destruction. The upset girl watching everything that is happening. With anxiety in the eyes of Takaco notes, stop punitive detachments will now become a real test. And when the army of demons strikes a new blow, it will be almost impossible to defend Samaria. In response, the village resident, barely saying the words, points the way to the royal castle, where the monsters of horribly high level are born. According to him, it is likely that by the time of the real attack in this place, there will be a huge horde of the monster. If the demons really wanted this, The opponents would be on the verge of destruction from the first minutes of the battle. Samaria, according to his considerations, would also not be able to withstand such pressure. The warrior nods as a sign of consent. Suddenly, the peasant crashes into a conversation, enthusiastically announcing that he had just been sleeping. Breaking out of place, he proclaims a loud cry. Instead of going to a punitive detachment, their real mission, to meet with a demonic king, to convince him to cooperate, and then to escape with all the people of demons. The boys were heard from herd, unable to believe in the terrible news. The warrior looks carefully, recognizing, emotions are clear, but the idea is too risky. If the demonic king really designed to erase humanity from the face of the earth, what will be the next course? The warrior moves tirelessly. If everything happens so, does anyone think he will leave it unattended? The peasant with unwavering confidence declares his willingness to fight. The girl frowned, going to say something, but he cut off her half a word. He assured that by united in a common union of people and demons, it would be possible to achieve true coexistence. The stunned main characters opened their eyes wide, in a confusion of what he heard and trying to realize a new opinion. All happy, the peasant smiles and throws a confident look at them. The call to gather as many people and demons as possible, ready to put an end to the war. But one should not hope that such passionate associates can be found simply. You just have to look. Everyone plunged into their reflections. With anxiety in his voice, the warrior notes that even when this issue was raised earlier, the coexistence of two sides in peace seemed unattainable. However, Alice is not restrained. With passion exclaims that this goal has become a reality. The girl with passion exclaims that she joins the ranks of the united forces. The peasant notes that if she saves people again, it will mean he will go against her own father. The girl firmly states that even if the father really decides to declare war to mankind, she will not back down and speak to him in spite. In the eyes, confidence burns when he states that the dream of a harmonious coexistence between our races should not fade. Her eyes shine with tears when the sudden retreat becomes noticeable. The peasant is approaching, gently holding her hand on her hair. "So let's try together," he says, gently stroking the girl. He gladly agrees. "Yes. But what about Mino?" The gaze turns to a demon who trembles with fear. He is confident of his demonic majesty, and throwing everything is not able to betray Alice. In despair, he exclaims, "I can't stay on Ellie's side." These words are stunning all present. Seeing this photo, Takaco finally smiles lightly. Recognizing her recklessness, a girl with a slight laugh is interested in whether she will allow her to join this cheerful society. A warm smile appears from the answer to the face of her interlocutor. Waging his hand up, Boyko turns to the peasant with the words, "If so, we will now be friends." In response, everyone around raises their hands, supporting this proposal. With a smile on his face, a bearded centaur assures that let anyone who would not say, he will still not retreat and move with them. The boys, who are quickly interested, agree and offer to go to the castle of the owner of the demons. Once in the hotel room, the young man is on the bed and feels that everything is fine. But the desire to get out of it does not leave him. The awareness of this causes him to be dissatisfied. Nearby, the woman strictly orders, "Sit normally." When they are on the bed, everyone discusses the events that have happened. The warrior reports that after a recent attack, the main gates remain closed until the sunset. The guards at the gate behave extremely harshly. The girl sighs, realizing that to get unnoticed than it seemed at first. Her satellite, the peasant, warns, "Do not attract extra attention." According to him, as soon as the gates open, you should immediately get out of here. Alice completely shares this opinion. She notes that a group of guests will be considerable and the road will take a lot of time, so they will have time to come earlier than others. A smile appears on the face of a peasant. It seems that his thoughts have not been secrets for her for a long time. In the silence of the rooms, stretched on the bed, two are admired. Watching this scene, the woman does not hold back smiles and notes for herself. She hoped to see the passionate, excited boys, and instead, she appeared in front of her calm, concentrated faces that seriously consider the situation. The strong peasant hands lie on the shoulders, and the woman is inadvertently thinking. Watching this scene, it is difficult to believe that peace between people and demons once seemed to seem an unfulfilled dream. The girl settled on the back of the peasant, as if he were going on a long journey. Meanwhile, the woman claps her hands, trying to attract attention, and loudly demands that they immediately stop her skiing here. Suggesting not spending time on aimless walks, she's a smile with a smile. Maybe just enjoy a parade together? Her interlocutor, having discouraged, quietly points out that it is probably not a very right moment. In addition, according to the girl herself, feels sympathy for Mino. She conveys his assurance. There are no reasons for excitement. Seriously contacting Kadami-san, he suggested stroll with the city with this child to make her company. On a busy street, where the cheerful noise was heard, the girl asks what this parade is, because people are incredibly amazing here. The city rages a festive exaltation, captures the atmosphere. The young guy gently holds her on her head, calling for a little calm, and suggests to find something delicious to eat. The girl approaches the clown, enthusiastically notes how charming she is, and extends a bright ball. The child exclaims happily from happiness. Residents of the area treat it one by one. Someone gets a piece of bread from Aunt baking, someone extends a fragrant barbecue. Warmed with joy, the girl runs to the peasant, carrying a bunch of delicacies, and shouting loudly. Again, so much good was given to her by people. The peasant with a smile notes that in Walman is also a good luck with gifts. Such generosity seems to be her true talent. With a glitter in the eyes and a drop of saliva on the mouth, the girl extends the package, inviting Kagami-san to divide the flavors together. He looks at her in surprise without hiding her astonishment. With warmth in her voice, she sincerely points out that he always cares for her. So she asks to taste the dish to gain strength. He is surprised when he hears these words. A light smile touches her mouth, and her hand involuntarily smooths her hair. Surprising the sincerity she has stored since his childhood, he is gently called. It is difficult not to notice such honesty, even in the baby. Powerfully squeezing his muscles, the guy assures the girl, even if excitement does not rest, there is no point in worrying. She has such a unique skill. It is intrigued, she asks about this ability, and he begins to explain. The name of this skill is auto-regeneration, the ability that instantly heals small wounds without any effort. She is striking how he always looks flawless, and in this she sees the true feature of pure. He agrees with a smile. Considering Kagami-san, the girl is genuinely admired by his abilities and confesses. She also wants to benefit everyone around. After scratching the back, the young man replies that she has already proven her value, and confesses that before her emergence of the thought of coexistence seemed to him almost doomed to failure. The girl lifts her eyes in surprise and asks whether she heard correctly. The embarrassment burns the boy, and trying to hide confusion, he suddenly notices behind her a restaurant. He says loudly that he is encouraged to taste spaghetti and addresses her whether she will not be against it. Going to the restaurant, the girl is wondering what he wanted to say so much earlier. The young man only innocently shrugs his shoulders, as if he remembers nothing. Awareness comes with lightning. The characters stand behind his back. The pawn, a little surprised, turns to Rex, wondering how he manages to eat so slowly. In response, a weighted phrase is heard. Good manners at the table above all. The views of Rex and the Kagami stuck in each other, filled with tension and unconcealed rivalry. Convented with anger, Rex jumps to the table, splashing the food directly into the magician, and hotly exclaims to the peasant. Meanwhile, on the island of Atros, where the castle of the owner of the demons rises, dark forces awaken. Monsters open their eyes, sizzling and erupting from their licals. A random meeting does not go unnoticed. With indignation on the face, the main character covers Alice. Rex, having a sharply grabbing from his place, is loudly exclaiming that he was looking forward to a new meeting with the peasant. The cook barely appears unexpectedly behind Rex, puts his hand on his shoulder and warns the guests strictly, they say. In the restaurant, follow the tone. Meanwhile, the peasant, grabbing the girl by the hand, hurries. The hero directs his gaze after them and, barely holding back irritation, proclaims that he had a question. After casting his eyes, he stifles how he runs through his despair, accompanying it with shouts. Tina immediately captures the anger of the fury, again shaded without bringing the matter to the end. All at the table are instantly picked up and rushed. After bowing his knees, the hero is bitterly aware that they have lost him. He asks a palm tree in a confused way what to do now, which Rex thinks thoughtfully. Now they know at least one thing. He is in this city. In a decisive tone, Tina proposes to inform the residents of the city and join forces in search of these mysterious persons. The young man insists at the stop, because it is not known what the reaction of this guy will be. When asked by Tina whether his idea is that he can harm those who find him, the young man only calmly refutes these fears. The sage assures that there will be no trouble, Because during the last fight with this enemy, none of them suffered. The environment is immersed in deep surprise and looks at each other in a confusion. Kods assures that it is unlikely that it can be considered a bad person. Girls with disbelief in the voice are interested in the guy, and she tells without unnecessary pauses. It reminds that he appeared with the intention of getting to understand, and when they rushed without any attempt to listen to, neither searched nor his ideals, and did not use strength to conquer their will, pointing that, in fact, he just escaped. The hero replies, "The habit of despising others always accompanies you, but thoughtlessly causing pain to others is unacceptable." The impressions remain quite disturbing. Something is wrong here. After drizzling, the young man is okay to do everything so that he is not driven into the trap. The magician, hesitation, casts a look after and asks, "Then just catch up or choose another way?" Did we get involved in friendship with demons? Rex assures that he has only one question for him. Kuro guesses that he is interested in why he protects the demons and decides to talk about it next time during their meeting. Rex's reassurance sounds confident. Their goal remains unchanged. The extermination of demons continues. The boys, barely getting to the square, are vividly discussing what happened. The amazed Kagami confesses, as a miracle, he did not expect that they would be able to get here so quickly. The girl picks up, they say, such promptness also surprised her. Kagami jokes, they seem to be pushing their destinies specifically all the time. Suddenly, anxious cries are heard in silence. He confidently states that they are really fun. The curiosity girl is looking for a comfortable place to see what is happening, and suddenly lifts her eyes, surprised to open her eyes. The peasant puts a girl on her shoulders with a light movement, wondering whether the world became more visible from such a height. Laughing, jokes about her strong nerves and a non-dreaming thirst for a holiday that is just ahead. A brief apology with her mouth is greeted by a light smile. This adventure can be turned into a new experience. Suddenly, the look slides to the side, where the sign of the freezing kiosk is fluttering, and there is a surprise on the face. With delight and glitter in the eyes, the girl causes cool ice cream. Laughing, Alice enthusiastically notes how impressive people are, able to invent such extraordinary deliciousness that they want to treat everyone. The boy, holding ice cream in his mouth, stops stunningly, hearing the unexpected words of the girl. Suddenly somewhere nearby sounded, "Hey, more fastest!" The noisy crowd is rushing forward, shouting that everything begins. The girl, in surprise looking forward, tries to understand what is being discussed. The sharp cry of the girl breaks the silence. In front of her, a real monster. The crowd is instantly alert. The warriors squeeze their weapons. Everyone is ready to rush forward and destroy the threat. Surprised by raising his eyebrows, he asks why everyone is full of delight. Because he does not understand what the essence of the event is. The peasant explains with a smile. It is a festive action, during which brave warriors demonstrate their skill, sending powerless monsters into oblivion. In the crowd, a fuss rises, a cloud of dust rises, and the heroes look confused, trying to understand what is happening around. A spooky horned giant grows before the crowd. Observers of this spectacular scene have noticed. This time they release the enemy much more dangerous than before. The clumsy monster, falling on the ground and dispersing the crowd around himself, waves his hands crazy. The crowd with screams of horror is scattered in different directions, because it became clear. It is not a theatrical performance. Covering Alice, Kagami strictly orders people not to approach closer. It is already a lightning in your head that it will take some time to play your strength. One of the present suddenly falls on the ground, and the monster is relentlessly approaching him. Suddenly, a cry of the celestial shield cuts through the noise. The wise priestess appears between the monster and the man, erecting a shield with his staff. Looking at the man, he calls for fleeing as soon as possible, because magical protection will barely restrain the attacking power of the enemy. A mighty blow monster brings a shield to piles. The sudden impulse pushes the girl just to her husband. The surprise affects his face. He asks if she feels fear. Protecting him with her own body, she whispers hotly, "Let him forget and run away." But he hears a stubborn voice. He is not going to escape. Having clenched her teeth, the girl with determination states, "A noble duty is to protect people, and she will not put her own life above others." Before her grows a monster, grows low and already puts a paw for a blow. She was dead with horror. The girl only helplessly watches how the beast encroaches on her. Suddenly, Kadami appears on the path of Monyamovsk, decisively taking his attack on himself. Seeing him in front of her, the girl asks about the cause of his appearance. Squeezing all his power in his fist, he rushes forward and causes a devastating blow to the monster. The peasant, gathering all his power, causes a powerful blow to the head. At full speed, it is cut into the wall of the building. The girl, kneeling, watches with his powerless attempts with contempt. Coins fly out of the monster in different directions. With a gentle smile, she reports that this time the princess got as many 100 points. The girl looks at him. Meanwhile, heroes emerge behind. Their alarming voices look back to the girl. Tina's voice pierces the air. This is 999. With an annoyed sigh, the protagonist throws that he probably has a fate. Rex suits, hugs him, and asks with surprise how it was possible to overcome it. In fact, the monster turned out to be quite powerful, but thanks to the accumulated blow, the victory still got it. The hero is surprised that the usual reception is enough to overcome the enemy. Sighing, he confesses. Most likely only this simple technique comes out. Rex confesses that he has a bunch of topics for talking to the peasant. Palna's gaze is full of surprise and confusion. The protagonist is wondering if he really wants to discuss it. Without a shadow, he states that it is quite acceptable for him, but at first he wants to make sure that there is still some monster nearby. Ruhr's chicken looks around, not understanding what such warrants are here. He quickly runs to his rescuer, grasps his hands, and thanks with gratitude for the salvation. The sleepy young man confesses that only thanks to her everything succeeded. Her courage gave him precious time. That is why it was possible to focus enough, and one powerful blow to defeat the monster. Her face blossoms with genuine joy. With tangible joy, Polan assures that even this is not a demon, he will still save him. In response, he hears, in front of them, someone who does not belong to either side. Meanwhile, behind the boys, a security guard suddenly appears and exclaims them. A shanging, guards insists. Immediately it is necessary to run away. The surprise broke out in Kagami's eyes. The man explains that he does not joke, and repeats, "Escape the only way out." "Is there a threat of new monsters?" asks the girl. However, the guard, full of fear, shakes his head, and the peasant is tense. The loud cry of the warrior cuts the air. The whole invasion of the monster from the island of Alstorova is coming, and their number reaches about 10,000. The awareness that slowly covers Kagami, like an icy wave, makes her numb from shock. The guard completes his speech with a gloomy sentence. The city is doomed. Despair and shock appear in the eyes of the heroes. It seems to them that the last hope has just gone away. On the knees of the front, the warrior reports that the city is rapidly approaching the horde, and assures that it is undeniable truth. About 10,000 monsters are already in this direction, carefully observes the observer. Returning to Rex, the protagonist emphasizes that it is time to immediately bring the city residents to a safe place. First of all, he plans to find his comrades. Kagami notes that the decisive support of Coco will be useful to them. The hero, erupting with excitement in the look, has time to speak only one word. But the peasant, putting his hands on the shoulders of Alice, interrupts, and without unnecessary explanations, announces that he leaves the girl in their care. The team, such an unexpected news is stunning to the heart. The young man's voice suddenly breaks into a cry. He calls the demons swept enemies and demands explanation. What if these monsters want to destroy it one day? Next makes you think seriously. If such a threat would really have, I would not even ask. The question sounds whether the topic is for the conversation, and Rex nods. Swan quickly interferes, wondering that his opinion about her possible death is not disturbed, because it will be important. With despair in his eyes, she asks them to take care of her safety. With her hand carefully holding her by the shoulder, he is interested in them, and the team, meanwhile, solidifies. He jumped out of the team like a shadow in dusk. Tina, looking carefully at him, immediately felt despair in his every movement. The magician slowly spoke to the girl that the guy finally gave up. However, in response, Tina sighed with sadness. In her heart, this thought did not find a response. In her eyes, hope flashes when she confesses. Kega-misana believed in it, and that is why she is ready to believe him as well. Her thoughts are worried about the assumption, what will happen when this invasion of the monster still gets here? The confusion squeezes the heart, and tears swell in the eyes. The girl lowers her head, not knowing what to do next. The concern of the princess gently wraps her from behind, assuring that it is not necessary to overload the small head with trouble. and gives the word to fulfill the promise with sincere remorse. Having speaking barely audible, she assures that he actually does not pose any threat. Kujon, whose eyes have flashed a sparkling fire, catches this moment as a shame on the girl's face. The magician is called, emphasizing that it is not at all, and states that he goes further. The sage returns to Alice with a proposal: to take care of the safe evacuation of all present. At this time, the little girl notices the ray of light. On the wreck square fearlessly straightens the monsters, erasing them from the face of the earth one by one. The frightened girls, seeing a wave of monsters, which rapidly moving to the city, begging for immediate evacuation. Panic exclamations were impregnated with air. They urge everyone to flee. It is at this point that the stone, breaking away from the wall, flies straight towards the demons. Seeing this, the hero comes to her help, covering himself, and quietly warns to be careful. Inside, the woman is surprised. She did not expect such support. And concern, the sage has wondered if nothing wrong has happened, and the girl thanks for his care. But suddenly someone's rude words interrupt their conversation without letting finish the phrase. Together with Takago Mano, he rapidly rushes to the heroes, flashing the rage and racing the hero, ordered to stay away from the LS. The warrior, cautiously picking up the demon, is interested in his well-being. A girl with a joyful exclamation rushes to them. Rex, jumping suddenly, pays attention to this scene. "Look, who came to us?" The scream of the hero is heard to the woman. He warns that a chunky peasant is released on them. Alice grabs him by the sleeve and with irony emphasizes, "Not a man, but a woman." The hero's conviction in the reverse only annoying the companion. With a clamp she emphasizes again, "It is a woman." At this time, such a barely restrained anger. A surprised woman asks again, hesitation, whether he really is. Takaco is not delighted with such boldness and briefly replies that he was such an unusual conclusion. Mino's voice breaks into a cry. He requires to release Azam immediately, rushing forward. Rex calmly points out that the peasant ordered him to be kept behind her. Mino is angry with indignation. The woman asks in surprise what he dreams of. At this point, Rex, engulfed in capture, extends his hand forward. Having comprehended the essence of the events, the woman declares that he will also take the search for Kagami, because only one road leads to the hotel, and she does not rule out that the guy could not accidentally turn there. The Demeza listens closely to her words, in her eyes, genuine anxiety. Looking around quickly, the hero asks where this man is. Suddenly, a warrior runs out of the crowd and rushes to him without hiding. He reports about a young guy who alone fights with the navigating monsters near the western gate, where everyone has already escaped, except for him. His knees are lowered to the ground. He confesses that he is left unattended. The girl froze, holding her breath, listening carefully to the story full of anxiety. With anxiety in his voice explains, "If you do not intervene, death will not be avoided, and then you will have to beseech for salvation." Amazed by this revelation, all team members die in surprise. Alice finally understands that she stands in front of Kagami-san. Thoughts are heard in their heads. While hatred of demons that have devastated their native villages remain in the hearts, the dream of peaceful coexistence turns into a ghostly imagination. Tears shine in the eyes of Guy when it comes to it. He decided to become a defender for all without hoping for help. The heart shrinks from anxiety, and in a moment the girl breaks from the place and starts on the side. Suddenly, Takaco notices it and exclaims her name, trying to stop. Without stopping, the girl rushes forward, considering that even the most successful does not overcome all on his own. This is an unbearable burden. Suddenly, the warrior picks her on her shoulders, promising that they will move faster. Full of delight, she exclaims, turning to a woman, tensely turning the likely options in the head. The girl understands that those who have just been discussed as soon as they are referring to the protagonist. The urgency of the situation is only intensified. Even with the skill of healing, one to resist so many enemies is almost impossible. The speed here is a matter of survival. Seriously falling, the woman noted. Even when it comes to Kagami, to take such a good thing, pure water is nonsense. Such an act will dare to be a fool. Snowstorm, and Rex catching up with partners. Ironic is throwing. Does this type look for death? The girls are surprised to look, and the demons with a barely noticeable smile is wondering if he really joins this adventure. In response, the guy confesses that such words do not give him rest. He is most concerned not by the act itself, but by the reason that forced to act on its own, without any support. From him, one can understand. First of all, it is a matter of reluctance that someone will suffer because of this situation. No matter how to people or demons, is it not equivalent to the invitation of death? Takaco assures that it is indifferent to how risky, if there is at least a crumb of hope, he will not retreat. The hero notes, it is important to distinguish between recklessness and true courage. And yet, for Kagami, when it comes to the most expensive, there is no doubt. Completing, he adds that there is no fear for his own life in it. With a touch of anxiety in the voice of Rex assures, ready for everything. They are constantly rushing forward, and the woman is just throwing. It is not ready. The Mino, which was ahead, stops suddenly. Rex, not understanding why he slowed down, lifts his gaze and looks ahead. Before their eyes, a real field is spread, covered with bodies of fallen monsters. Surprise overflows the hero. How is it possible? How does the common man have such an incredible power? Tears shine on the face of Alice when the girl emotionally turns to the peasant. The peasant is constantly straightening with the monsters, skillfully grabs the snake and begins to squeeze it with iron hands. With a fierce rage, E breaks the monster with his bare hands, scattering his piece. Rex's eyes were widely revealed. For a moment the tongue escaped from his mouth, and with anxiety and disbelief he asked if he really was dealing with a person. He notes an indiscriminate look that this peasant, 999, is reminiscent of a real demon. Watching Kagami ruthlessly crush the monster, the young man tirelessly deal with the monsters, and the team watches him with a surprise, bordering with stunning. Rex, in surprise, is enthusiastically asked how it is possible, and is surprised that it makes the guy go so far. With sadness in her voice, she utters the name Kagami-chan, and it makes the boys turn her. The girl reveals to him the cruel truth. As a child he witnessed a bloody tragedy, when the ugly monsters mercilessly took his father's life directly in his eyes. Her words are swollen. Sadness and bitter disappointment did not allow themselves to forgive their own weakness. The world, in which the impotence pursues the peasants, creatures, and demons, he cursed. Even his own powerlessness caused him disgusting. After that, the desire to strengthen because of the destruction of the monster filled his thoughts. But the girl tells how he dealt with the monsters, throwing them with stones from a distance. But this way was underdeveloped against the 4th-level monsters. Whatever the number of enemies he would deal with, the desired scores did not grow stubbornly. Her words were heard. Despite the unchanged level, everything that the courage was enough to flee and destroy the monsters from afar. As a result, the weakness was still holding it in captivity. Continuing his opinion, the girl notes, that is why he stopped fighting from afar, and risking everyone, went out to a desperate duel just before the enemies. According to her, even if the peasant uprising meant suicide, he still sought it. He was encouraged to make sure that he would have to betray his father's memory by giving up revenge and living on. It was interesting to find out if it remained the same powerless weakness. The question of the meaning of life was made from her mouth. Is it worth exist in this world? A very young peasant stretched on the ground. His gaze slides in the surrounding horror. Analyzing the situation, there is a feeling that these goblins are extremely strong. But perhaps the point is not the monsters. Just peasants are defenseless and too weak to resist. With surprise on the face, she lifts her gaze, revealing the window of her own status, lying on the bed. Her words claim that he noticed his own eyes, how his skill rose. Finally, the unchanging level, which has been lasting on the Mark IV for so long, has risen to 5. This detail does not slip away from her attention. It was at that moment that the truth revealed. If you overcome the enemy in extremely difficult circumstances, even at the same level, the reward in the form of experience increases according to the break in force between opponents. He explains that the weaker equipment and combat skills compared to the enemy, the more experience you will gain in the fight. Such experience is sharp as a blade, and is only at risk of life. The only advantage of the peasants is exactly the woman. She notes that this is the most vulnerable place for them. In response to the question of the young Kagami, whether it is interesting to watch the peasant dies when he was gaining strength, a calm consent came. There was nothing unusual about this. With despair in his voice and tears in his eyes, the young man shouts that he will not stop before anything, even if he has to sacrifice his own life for the sake of the force received. All the monsters and demons, from which it all began, will certainly destroy. Her story continues. After him, without sparing her life, he rushed into disadvantageous battles. The loss of his father lit up in him the fiery of hatred. The woman answered it. The girl tells how in those days he traveled the distant edges, and returning home, saw only the ruins and devastation that covered the city. According to her, he witnessed the fall of the peasant, and their settlement was devastated by robbers. At that moment, in a pile of breathless bodies, his view grabbed the image of his mother. According to the girl, the village probably ruthlessly erased robbers from the face of the earth. Alice denies. This could not happen. Poor people. Takaco shared with deep sadness. His mother was killed at the hands of people, and his father was mercilessly killed by the monster. Mino, at once illuminated, says, "That's why everything is." Behind, like a shadow, stands Rex, catching closely every word. He assures me mentally that his relatives are the same behavior. The woman adds that he has chosen neutrality. Familiarity with her father became crucial for him. These words she speaks to Alice, gently holding her palm through her hair. The surprise affects the girl's face when she again raises the question of meeting her father. In response, the woman advises to wait for explanations directly from him. At that moment, a loud sound is heard behind the heroes. Suddenly, behind the heroes are girls. Kujan, barely holding back panic, exclaims that it is impossible to give this boy to suffocate. This cannot be allowed. A woman near her strongly supports her opinion. As it is from, Alice assures that he will make every effort, and in his thoughts only takes her. The peasant stubbornly resists demons, being at the epicenter of the battle. His thoughts are filled with bitterness. If these monsters did not appear, there would be no need to fight the unclean. Falling from the claws of the monster, he thinks, if it were not for these monsters, people would live in harmony, and then my mom and dad would be alive. Who invented all these cruel rules? This question does not give him rest. Absorbed by the monsters to the remnant, it does not seem, even if the whole world was relentlessly punished for all his guilt. A few more monsters emerge in the distance. One of them burns a strange glow in the mouth, which immediately falls into the eye. The demon releases a powerful flash of energy that illuminates everything around, directing it simply to the main character. The hero's eyes are burning fury while he watches over this spectacle. Surrounded by insurance, Kagami carefully studies every movement of a new opponent, waiting for a hard blow. Illumination is rapidly coming. Time to master this skill is catastrophically lacking. It thinks that the situation is far from perfect, but at least managed to reduce the number of enemies a little. With a new hope, the spirit of Sumerian adventurers sprouts. The city will get a chance to revive and will not decline. And in its walls, there will be a sprout of opportunity for peaceful coexistence. A modest smile illuminates the face, and the idea that everything looks not so bad warms the soul. Suddenly the sky flashes a bright glow. Stunned, the guy looks up and frantically shouts from surprise. The pillar of magical energy collapses on the monster, destroying everything in its path. A restrained sage with a staff in his hand appears to the main character and warns. Anxiety will appear in his heart if life breaks away suddenly at a moment when he tries to protect everyone around. A surprised princess is interested in his face. At this time, behind the heroes, a stranger is confidently approaching, who with force exclaims the words of heavenly anger. In an aggressive impulse, a wave of a devastating blow is collapsed on the enemy. Rex, having expelled the breasts, states his heroic loudly and categorically rejects even the idea of escape, saying that he would never quit the battlefield to redeem a simple peasant. The stunned peasant with a deaf exclamation falls on the ground, confusedly reproaches the hero and the magician. They say that they all appeared here only to die. All this is accompanied by an inaudible issue to them. Meanwhile, behind him, a figure of a warrior was approaching. A woman, full of determination, rushes to the monster, jumping and hitting. The boy jumps away, and a cry is heard from the crowd. "Takaco chat!" The powerful blow of the warrior cuts the monster, forcing him to get rid of pain. Gently landing on the ground, the woman faces a direct look of Kagami, which immediately asks for the cause of her unexpected appearance. With a fire in her voice, she confidently replies, of course she came to release her friend. Could she act differently? With confidence that borders with desperation, the peasant stated that these signatures mean nothing, because only his life stands on the verge. Only he is doomed. But suddenly, an unexpected voice came from behind, ready to split this burden with him. Magical attacks are flashing in the hands of Monona and Willow, and with a call states that a senseless death is not for him. Noticing the unexpected guest, breaks on his feet and shouts, "Are you really here too?" Suddenly behind the peasant appears Sicken, and seeing it all in the wounds, asks for permission to heal. Then he emerges fuel, clearly warning, today he must tell everything in detail, without silence. The impression of the peasant only intensifies, does not believe the eyes. And she is here? Everyone, as a team, is confidently answered. They came to save him, and they will reflect the offensive of the monster together. He heard and seen the protagonist. He did not suspect such courage and cohesion of comrades. Words of intention to push the monsters fly from his mouth with a new force, ironically emphasizing, "Do you seek death?" The sage's view is full of neglect. Closing out loud, the hero assures, none of them will perish, and he will not allow himself to death. Friends are surrounded by a tight circle, like a reliable shield. Everyone is ready to protect a friend. The feeling of loneliness immediately disappears, near those who can rely on. Meanwhile, Ellis, hiding behind stones, watches closely at this scene. In the eyes, determination flashes when the look rests on the wall. The interested peasant asked where the girl went. Mana answered calmly, she went in search of a safe shelter. The sage noted that he himself should also take care of the hiding place, but the warrior who stood behind his back suggested that it may not be necessary. The guy exhaled lightly, with a smile on his face, raises his hand up and confidently assures, everything is clear to him. It will be to flee, unless if things go very bad. And no one was going to a suicide mission. The new monster attracts the attention of the boys. Substituting, one of them squeezes his fists and states that time to end this time and forever. Tina strongly stands, assuring that he will support him in the battle. The peasant is confidently walking to the monster, loudly proclaiming that he will not pass his position as a step. Kamaniok's cumbersome flies towards the main character. It is a monster throwing a boulder, trying to crush the brave man. It is overthrown to the ground with a powerful blow. The hero burns in his chest pain. Tina runs up rapidly. The look is full of anxiety. Is everything okay? Swing a sigh of relief. Death was too close. He takes everything with a cheerful irony. He has a risk, because he knows that Tina will always come to the rescue and heal any wounds. Smiling, the girl greeted with him and cautiously warned, if her priest was now removed, the whole team is at risk of being in a difficult position. She urged not to make hasty decisions. It confesses that he has never fought side by side with others. Looking at the princess, he acknowledges that he had no right to depreciate it so, calling the assessment of 0, and sincerely asks for forgiveness. He enthusiastically urges the boys to act together. The girls just smile about themselves. That's what they just discussed. Sighing, he acknowledges that these winged monsters are really annoying, but a gesture calls a sorcerer and sage. Drushes attracts girls to herself, firmly wrapping to the breast. The annoyance flashes instantly. The punishment is outraged loudly by his behavior on the princess, while Palmer reproaches others for unnecessary persistence. Not paying attention to their murmurs, the guy leans closer and interested. Could they create several magical spells for him? Girls fade away from surprise, and the magician removes the mysterious smile and, without having to finish the phrase, rushes rapidly. Together with the magicians, he picks up an invisible force into the air, and without having time to be surrounded, they all break into a desperate cry. As you ask others if they are able to strike in the air, the princess, clutching girls, begins to create their own attack. The spells of girls take off in the air, rapidly striking the monster. With delight, the peasant proclaims that the sorcerers really impress with their incredibility. Carefully losing them to the ground, he tells a stunning victory with a radiant smile. Suddenly, the chicken, full of indignation, turns to him, reproaching. Does he even understand what he is doing with the princess? His face is surprised, and there is no hint of understanding in the eyes. Sitting, the man notes that he considered them real partners. Triple? The surprised girl is timidly echoed. The princess casts a little confusedly and says, if so, she probably has to forgive him. Takaco, along with Rex, rush on monsters. Clouding loudly that the defeat does not threaten them, she brazenly hints, the slack leaves the partner, and she is taken for the most dangerous opponents. The hero, indignant in her words, is not behind, insisting that he can handle at least the same number of enemies. One by one, Takaco destroys the monster, every monster without leaving any chance of salvation. The amazed young man hardly states that he will definitely become stronger. Behind him, the Mano with a sarcastic remark emphasizes, it would be a real trouble if such a hero really gained strength. The boys finally stopped, exhausted to the edge. Kagami, who was behind, looks carefully at his comrades and thinks about anxiety. The case is bad. Everyone has no strength. The look slides up. The monster is still a lot of power. Thinking, he understands that there is still power to move. We must retreat. Calculating loudly, calls for this opportunity to take advantage. Everyone begins to run back, but he does not have time to end the speech as a woman strictly breaks his words. A sharp look forces to silence. Briefly and decisively orders not to voice such thoughts. It confidently states, "Is it not obvious that the forces for battle have not yet been exhausted?" They refuse to flee without intending to leave someone to his or her own. The sage quickly recognizes the hidden design. Meanwhile, the peasant wanders with his thoughts. Thoughts swarmingly swarm. If it goes on, everyone is killed. Suddenly, someone's exclamation was heard from the darkness, forcing him to be alert. Alice's vowels are suddenly heard. It emerges in front of everyone, overwhelmed by the certainty that everything will happen as best as possible. Its appearance illuminates the look. Here it is. Insight. The surprise flashes in his look, and between them the unexpected question is flying. What happened? Lighting loudly. Kagami-san. Zrение, Alice, не скрываясь, реагуя на выклик. She runs up. In response, he receives a few words from a guy who, having sniffed the conversation, turns his eye to the crowd that came with the girl. Smiling calmly and sincerely, the girl confidently assures him that everything will work. The shout is loudly that they are in front of them from Samaria adventurers. The girl stands proudly and motionless, and behind her shoulders, a cohesive detachment of brave warriors. With a smile on her mouth, the girl happily announces, "Now it is time to save Kagami-san." Sweat drops roll from his forehead. The words get stuck in the throat. The warriors are determined. Their view knows no fear. They voice the decisive intention to protect Samaria, rushing into battle against the monsters. In the fierce battle, brave adventurers challenge to terrifying monsters. The picture that appeared before Kagami struck him so much that he was dissatisfied in his voice. What here the hell is happening? The energetic and casual Alice immediately explained. She invited everyone, preventing a detachment of adventurers from Samaria, about the urgent need for help in battle. At first, leaning her head, the girl quietly confesses that none dare to oppose this invasion of monsters. However, as soon as the fierce confrontation unfolded before the eyes, the long, muted courage woke up again in the hearts of people. This was not left out of her attention. The peasant, leaning closer to her, looks carefully in the face. A grateful smile appears on her mouth. She sincerely thanks for all his efforts. Having scratched the nape of a clear embarrassment, the guy looks at the girl. The sage is watching closely at all, imaging a peasant who resists 10,000 monsters on his own. The princess realizes that such a feat is able to inspire thousands of adventurers and light flames in their hearts. Smiling, he remembers the paintings with the epic poems that she admired in the library of the castle. Behind her back, Rex also slides on the figure of the peasant, catching something truly exciting in it. Turning his eyesight, he waves with his hands and exclaims, "What is why it is important to bring the matter to the very end." The perseverance in the eyes of the hero flashes. It is time for him to put in full. Aware of the danger around, he quickly appeals to the girl to stay away. With a slight smile and barely noticeable regret, sighing, "Sorry, this time I wanted to be useful." The easy touch of his hand for her hair makes her eyes open, and embarrassment flashes instantly on her face. With a sincere glitter in her eyes, she turns to her. And the most amazing, this girl demon listens to every word carefully, barely holding back tears. Having taken off, she lowers her head, and a guy, full of sincere desire to help, was able to convince everyone around. A light smile touched his mouth when he thanked her. In response, a quiet sounded. "Yeah," she said. The battle continues. The adventures do not end. On stone speeches, determined, Kagami confidently states, "Okay." Grabbing rapidly, he shouts loudly, "Let's give all the effort and win!" Rex is happy to reply that these words just had to be pronounced. However, when you have a breath, it remains only to record your observations. In the head, an obsessive thought is spinning. Can these guys ever become my enemies? The peasant strongly goes towards the monster. He flies straight into the maelstrom, scattering opponents on all sides. Stunned adventurers, not understanding what is happening, whisper together. Where does he have so much force? Didn't he beat for a few minutes in a row? Meanwhile, the newcomer, having been near the giant monster, is dying on the spot. With a cold expression on his face, she grabs his leg firmly, confidently declaring her determination, and now squeezes her even more as if clinging to the last hope. With a loud cry about the flight, he captures the monster and pulls him to himself. Promoting the prey with the scoring, it cracks other monsters around it. Watching this spectacle, the fighters on his faces froze. One of them does not restrain the disgust. It's outside of humanity. Even it is difficult to say who is a real monster here. Another, in response with a sigh of adds, "At least this monster is beating on our side." And in his voice there is a relief. After ending with the monster, Kadami confidently addresses the warriors. "We will win, forward without stops." Warmed with inspired words, desperates confidently lift their weapons. In the eyes of the peasant, joy sparkles when, full of determination, he rushes to a new attack on the insurance. The head of the head rushes into the very thicket of the monster, filled with a fierce determination. Flying into the crowd, immediately accelerates people in different directions. The cry is torn forward without stopping for a moment, and crashes into the crowd. Behind him, other adventure seekers understand that such a delight is not worth looking for all over the world. The fatigue presses on Rex. He has to stop. It is at this moment that Tina comes closer, noticing his condition. It stretches the potion. "Take it." However, Rex refuses, barely smiling. "It is not worth it. I drank so many infusions that they no longer work." The sage notes that it is worth making a break, but his words are broken down with a decisive answer. The hero confidently states that a real brave never gives up, because the bravery must be stored until the very end. A rolled cry reminds. Retreat is not a manifestation of weakness, but a manifestation of true courage. The tired body deserves a break, and everyone has the right to choose this path. There is no point in exhausting yourself in such a bit by the last breath. Turning to her, the look slides in search of a hint. What to do with a peasant? Tina's eyes give out indecision, and the arm extends forward, as if he were looking for a way out, as if he were offering a well of hope. Her words sounded quietly. Seren is hardly worried about something in this world. Now he is resting. Stunned by this attitude, Rex detained her view without hiding surprise. Thanks to the unique skill he obtained, he is able to restore the strength during rest, even without using any medicines. The hero with interest asks about this ability, noting that he is the owner of the skill that affects even the cells of the body. Tina thinks aloud. Maybe all his strength lies in the boundless faith in those nearby. Awareness fulfills the hero. Complete trust in comrades warms the heart, and the thought of rest comes without the slightest hesitation. Is truly unable to compete with him. With a smile, the servant acknowledges that the level 999 really impressed her, and suddenly she was interrupted. The thing is not in level. The hero is most striking in his own ability to act instantly without hesitation or attachment to any decision. The supreme sage nods approvingly, agreeing with this thought. Watching them, the witch notices. Everyone decided to relax a little, and indeed, they worked well. Suddenly behind her back appear a demon with a warrior. Both also admit that the break will not hurt them now. Having stretched them a bottle of potions, she suggests drinking if it has not lost its strength. The look slides to Amano, which exhausted. According to Burning, what a simple death would be at this moment, and his eyes blink a cruel dislike. Having extended his hand to his horns, the girl suddenly hears a warning. In the place of the stranger, the warrior would not risk so much. It is covered by unexpected fear, and it stops instantly. A woman's interested look lingers on Kagami, and with a touch of curiosity on her mouth she asks whether he really wants to hear his explanation after everything that has happened. The smile sparkles on the face of the magician, and moving away from the heroes, he assures that he will wait for it. She notes with a mysterious look, time is already close. Relying on the strength of the spirit, the peasant tirelessly reflects the monster, confidently feeling, his efforts are not in vain, the finish is not far off. A loud cry announces, "There is a little left." And it is at this moment that the warriors feel that the ground suddenly shudders under their feet. In a moment, when the soil shudders from the earthquake, it rotates, quickly inspecting the surrounding environment. Adventurers are tried in confusion. It is difficult for them to understand what is happening. Before the surprised crowd, a giant black monster appears, not like any of those they had to see before. Everyone who has affected this sight is confused with anxiety and surprise. Only one man from the common people dares to whisper through the clenched lips that nothing good from behavior is not worth waiting. The thoughts that reality was not at all as he imagined do not give him rest. The views of everyone are chained to the top. A new monster appears from the mountain. The wise mentor asks in surprise that it was a monster, because she has never met such in the royal chronicles or in her own experience. Her questions remain unanswered. Even Monkun does not know what creatures now have. For the first time, Sessi Demon faces something like, nothing of his famous hymn reminds this strange power. A warrior, puzzled even more, cannot be answered even from the servant of the master of the demons. The mystery remains unsolved for all. In the design, he notes for himself, neither the power of this person nor his dimensions, not aside. Meanwhile, the woman rushes to the peasant and convinces the peasant. All this causes only frustration, but it is impossible to hesitate. It is necessary to retreat immediately. The untold face of Kagami replies that the monster was a giant. Breeding. The hero is immersed in preparation, despite the fact that the woman asks in surprise why he does it instead of retreating. But in his eyes the determination shines. He does not intend to retreat. Rapidly breaks on his feet and rushes to meet the monster with a cry, a desperate shout of Tako. Fool! Splits the air, and he is already confidently and vigorously flying from the ground without looking at anyone. The air splits a stone that the hero grabs simply on the fly and thrifies just into the monster. The monster raises his hand and causes a powerful blow, forcing the enemy to fly back into the crowd. The peasant was difficult on the ground. The surrounding crowd is watching it with anxiety and shouting desperately. He cannot even defeat the enemy. The bitter sadness solidifies in their views. The fate of Samaria is solved. Only doom remains. Takaco covers disappointment. Even all his efforts have not moved the monster a step. Suddenly, the silence cuts someone's desperate cry. Has rushing to the peasant, Alice extends him and asks him to stay. Seeing the girl, the guy warns, "It is dangerous here." In his words, she, barely holding back tears, assures that such things are not scared, unlike him. Squat nearby, the girl stops. In despair, with unspeakable hope in the eyes, he assures him. He will not flee, because they plunge together in this adventure. The uncertain smile appears on his face. The hand involuntarily reaches the head. Without a note of reproach in his voice, the guy assures that there is no point in overcoming himself, because fear in her eyes speaks for himself. The princess strongly squeezed a bottle of potion into his mouth, leaving him no choice, and began to carefully pour out the liquid. Blunging, barely shrugged, asked. He warns that she overtakes the stick, which is why she trembles with fear and anxiety. This girl is called back. The awkward apology breaks from his mouth, and suddenly the unexpected cry comes from the side. Someone was alive, which is extremely rare. Going from a height, the man in the cloak disconnectedly states, "Everything goes on the schedule." He explains the reason for the protracted battle. He seemed to him that the hero was able to ignite the same inner fire that everyone was waiting for. He is interested in Kagam, whether everything is as it should, and there is a moon in silence. He solemnly announces that Lord Esteller came to us. He remembers how he heard of the disappearance of Mono, but the truth is completely different. He turns out to be a servant of Lady Alice, just like he himself, entrusted with the owner of the demons to the very end. The peasant asks the commander with interest whether he is familiar with this demonic creature. In response, the commander tells that long before the king's service, this demon stood next to him as the right hand, being the second in power after the ruler himself. Mono turns to him, magnifying the owner of Stellar Urgot. Meanwhile, the inattentive girl shouts his name below. It is concerned. Mono wondered his wounds. But the guy smiled and assured that all was well. Drunk the potion. So far it did not happen to try it, so the result was pleasantly surprised. The Lord's voice sounds with the question. Did he leave the thoughts to continue the battle? In response, he states that he wants to deal with his head first. However, if he has an opportunity to intervene, he promised to take steps against him. Hearing the question of the Lord, the demon is suddenly aware of something and, instantly understanding the essence of the situation, replies without objections. Let him do everything as he desires. Having said that this is what he does, the hero breaks from the earth, and with a new determination rushes to the attack on the monster. Mono is a silent contemplation of Lord, emphasizing that this man is by no means an ordinary man. Although he was destined to be a peasant, his strength had already reached 999. Without any surprise, the Lord notes, The achievement of 999 levels is an unprecedented thing. But did he not remain a simple peasant? It does not only rest one thing, why these people so desperately support such as he. The peasants, in his opinion, do not deserve any praise at all. Kuru moderately specifies that it remains only a simple peasant. Decons, in surprise erecting eyebrows, is interested. Does she not know that the peasants have a surprisingly low characteristics? He declares proudly, even having reached 999 levels, the peasant is so inferior to other classes that he should not be mentioned. Inquired whether she is still familiar with his possible skills, except for self-healing, he emphasizes the miracle that at least one such ability was possible for him. He admits that not the only peasant wants to reach the highest level, due to their unique specialty such as he can grow much faster than others. Despite the fact that he was the first to rise to such an incredible level, all the skills gained were as useless as in others who received them. A smile appears on the Lord's face. He tells further, arguing that these abilities allow you to throw objects only by the passage of fingers. The girl looks confusedly. In her head there is a suspicion. Does she have a deal with a demon? At this point, such a compression from the tension. Where does Lord come from so much? Estelar notes that even if you ignore the difference in skill, their abilities are so impressive that peasant could never withstand them. Suddenly Mano lifts his head and calls everyone to look forward. A frantic cry announces the return of the peasant. He watches how he is powerless to the ground. The ruler notes, after reaching the level of 999, there will be no further development. All his special skills were drawn into the natural boundary of the common man. Hearing this, Kagami exclaims with passion, "Does he really think so?" Landing on his feet, casts a wild look in his direction, and confidently points out that this time, he really managed to reduce the injuries. The Lord's view stops that even with modest health and mana reserves compared to magicians, the peasant's endurance seems incredible, reflecting whether all the special skill which is at his disposal is guilty of all. This stubborn respect deserves respect, but the reason is only in this ability. Gives the advice to leave the idea while there is still a chance to save life, because the demon is already calling. The surprise comes on the face of Kagami when he asks, "Did the idea of destroying everyone around?" In response, the owner cuts off with cold determination. His only goal is to destroy Salmaria. If someone is interfering, he will be torn into pieces. Emphasizing this, the owner once again emphasizes, he is only interested in the destruction of Samaria. Saying it, he calmly drunk his potion. With regard to the destruction of this pathetic town, the offender states coldly that the life of his inhabitants is worthless, casting his gaze towards the heroes. The Alice does not stand these cruel words. Her voice cuts the silence for the first time. Eyes full of horror and despair fill the cry that breaks out of her mouth. The saying about mercy is heard between the walls. He begs to stop, because his father would never want it. Squeezing, asks for permission to talk to him at least once again. With an appeal to the Lord, her eyes are filled with pleasure, and in response, he receives only a negligent look. He is so clear. Both she and the demon do not seek this conversation at all. The voice of the demon cut tense silence in front of the heroes. I wonder if someone now turned to the owner of the demons, would he give the same answer? Mon and Alice was frozen, covered with fear. The demon, as if not believing in your own words, whispered, "It cannot be." It notes that the task is not easy. It will be necessary to gradually add the substance to step-by-step weaken this huge force that the king of demon possesses. Finally managed to conquer his will thanks to his own abilities, Jens said with triumph. With anger on his face, the man's face is stuck with images to the ruler, and he, putting his hand to the heart, calmly replies, "The demonic lord never sought this war." The fire broke out in his gaze. This is his battle, and no one else can lead to anyone. The views of the heroes instantly attracts an incredible discovery. In the viscera, the monster hides the king of demon. With spark in his eyes, Estelar is delighted. The Lord Demon did not seek this war. From the bottom of Alice, it is called, "Why?" Having this picture before his eyes, the peasant was just wondering what the warrior was interested in black armor. It turned out to be Mao. He tells of a mission, weapons of mass destruction, which is subject to only the owner of the demons. It was created in ancient times for the sole purpose, to erase humanity from the face of the earth. The peasant is wondering that it should be destroyed. He is not going to miss this eye. Suddenly the Lord is astonished, and the young man without hesitation leads his story. He states with confidence that this is in no way connected with the will of the demon lord himself, but forces him to control this creature. The lord calmly agrees. Everything is. Having made her intention to save not only Lord Demon, but also Sal Maria's intentions, Pagami emphasizes, Alice's father is his best friend. In addition to the words, adds a slight humorous slap on the girl's head. The owner warns that if Alasami's actions can still be explained, then all demons as opponents will have to be perceived. However, with advice is not afraid. It is better to leave these things because the ordinary peasant is not able to do. Hopelessness covers the thoughts. At least as a desperate peasant did not compete. Efforts only ignite anger in it. Breaking out of the grip, he rushes forward and, without holding back his voice, states, he is not going to obey. Lord is only scornfully murmur about the stubbornness of this worthless worm. Every attack on the monster immediately causes his answer. A mighty blow with a hand. It was struck by the hero. Its silhouette crashes into a solid surface of stones, leaving a clear imprint. The voice of Kagami-san, filled with anxiety, cut the space in front of him. The demons rushed forward, and the guy calmly raised his hand, promoting the potion. Watching the tireless energy of the hero, the lord is surprised. Why does this peasant still stand still? Girls, watching the wounds of the main characters, cannot restrain their tears, their hearts full of anxiety. Chosen almost instantly with new force, he rushes to the monster, shouting a fighting cry. Rex is silently watching this scene, surprised to notice that the opponent seems more enormous than before. It is unbreakable and tireless. The buzz again and again collapses a flurry of blows to the monster, not giving him a moment of rest. The fists of the peasant with frantic stubbornness again and again fall into the same place on the body of the monster. The blows will pour without rest. The lord, surprised, watches this sight. Rex, full of delight, exclaims the question whether it has been done. A powerful blow rejects the main character again, and the task suddenly moves away from him even more. With anxiety in his eyes, Alice monitors how he falls rapidly. Once on the ground, Estella casts his gaze into the sky and praises his breath. There is a figure of a peasant, ordinary, concentrated and worried. Friends rush to Kagami, raise it. Lord, looking carefully, is interested in what happened, and Kagami, tired after the battle, barely uttered, he did everything he could. Has healed with joy. Alice grabs him by the hand and exclaims that he does not worry like that, talking to the peasant. Tina, along with the carrier, stand on his side. It is concerned about it. As it goes on, it will just lose yourself. He also notices that the potions have become impoverished and to help them expect. The sage adds that healing is possible as long as there is at least a little man in the stock. Smoke suddenly begins to rise from the monster. It involves the hero's gaze. In confusion, turns to a demon sea, which calmly reminds, the promise to save her father remains unchanged. Polima turns to him with surprise, wondering where he has such a power and a tireless thirst for battle. Turning to her, the young man notes, in it, a hidden gift of restorative magic. The question is heard from her mouth. Why for him demons are not enemies? Why he so desperately rushes into battle? The amazing silence envelops everyone around. Views are full of misunderstanding. If it does not explain everything now, treatment will end immediately, it warns. In response, the guy firmly assures that he will definitely tell everything. The memoirs of ancient times mention the moment when his father took away his ruthless monster. The surprise covered him. Are the villagers so defenseless? The pain of this powerless reality seemed unbearable. The stubborn search for the path to power, all his attention was focused on one thing: to gain a greater level of skill. With increasing income and relief of life, an unexpected insight swept his mind. The most successful way was the extermination of monsters. Since then, there have been doubts in the soul. Suddenly illuminated, the hero asks the question, why are the monsters left behind coins that can be paid among people? Hearing these words, the audience froze in the anticipation of continuation. What is the class? Why is there so striking differences between them? That's right, the status window floats before the eyes, and it seems that all its function is only to demonstrate its current indicators. Thanks and exclamations of admiration. Every victory over a monster, whose level exceeds your own, brings invaluable experience. And every 100 of such levels, a new skill is opened. In the view of Rex, anxiety is read when he finally explains what he implies. Suddenly the confession. The mother was taken not by some mythical monster or demonic force, but ordinary people. His words are heard with a bitter sentence. If they were real monsters, there would be no rescue. But the world is full of darkness. There are the same good among demons as among people there are insidious scoundrels. However, this is not enough. Hatred of demons will not go out. People will continue to carry their enmity. He shares the idea. In this world, only hunting for terrible monsters brings people wealth and strengthens their position. Otherwise, the destruction of monsters and demons has become the only key to survival, forcing them to hide your face and move carefully to save life. Suddenness notes. Without asking unnecessary questions, people just accept everything as is. They are blindly stepping on the path, doomed to stay in their roles. The surprised hero solidifies in place until they turn to him with an unexpected question. The peasant notes that every time he talks about his heroic, he tries more to convince himself than others. Blossoming with anger, he shouts that he wants to choose his fate. Lasting a shirt in his fist, he says loudly, "Everyone has the right to decide who to be." However, the strict laws of this world interfere with the choice. Picking up from the ground, the hero led. After reaching level 999, he was a desperate anxiety. The status window no longer showed how much experience was required for the next increase. In response, it sounded, "No matter how much it was burning in the heart to become stronger, it is impossible to achieve this." The judgment about those who made such decisions, as if burning it from the inside. Let anyone be. It is better for them not to deal with him. The fervent desire to become even stronger has raised his spirit, and with this determination, he appears to the master. The look of the Esteller is surprised. She is not abstained and is interested, which makes him fight further, even if the boundaries are long clear. The achievement of 999 levels and mastery of a new skill appeared to the peasant with a little thing. But it was this trifle that threw the chips to the hearth of his doubts, which had already burned in the depths of his soul. This skill demonstrates its true essence. It challenges God himself. Its carrier is able to develop constantly. No obstacle is able to stop this progress. All the experience gained turns into force that breaks any boundaries, allowing you to surpass ordinary human potential. Horror and disgust are mixed in the Lord's view when he learns of this status, and the young man confidently adds that this right is to challenge. The thunder of voice takes off into the heights. If there is a God in this world, he should be sent far away and prove that everyone deserves freedom to live the way he is in heart. The others do not hide their surprise. The surprise caught everyone by surprise. The soothing voice of Lord is solemnly heard. With such a skill of victory await ahead, if he only dares to go into battle. An empty look runs on the face, as if the thought is, maybe these battles have indeed left experience on the mission. Kagami, shaking his hands on his knees, assures that everything is under control, and casts a stubborn look towards the monster. In general, everyone is confused with a look at the peasant, not understanding what is happening. Only his step forces the earth to shudder, scattering the stones on all sides. The heroes have to cover themselves to protect themselves from debris. The demon, confused and puzzled, simply watches the events. Meanwhile, Rex makes its intentions loudly without hiding its next steps. The new moon with compressed fists exclaims that using this ability is a bad idea. However, circumstances make him risk. For a moment his strength doubles, the demon exclaims, and the peasant emphasizes in response with the fury. Yes, after using this reception, a sip of life remains. The body is deprived to move. That is why this skill remains the last chance when all roads are cut off. Closing the call loudly, rushing forward, leaving the fragments of stones. It's time to find out which of them is a true strongman. As the monster approaches, the throw is strongly determined and confident. Flying off the ground, boldly rushes forward and causes a powerful blow to the monster. Fastly ascending over the monster, the protagonist strikes a devastating blow directly into his head, the strongest in the whole battle. With the fierce fury, sending all himself against the monster, he shouted that he has broken all the restrictions of 999 and broke the laws of this world. He confidently states that only he will set the boundaries. A mighty blow that exceeds all imaginary frames breaks the monster's body into piles. Once in the midst of the ruins, he says with a slight smile, "Hey, hey!" The silhouette of the demons is among the blockages. The protagonist solemnly states that he finally found his enemy. The powerless body of the Dark Lord gravitates in the arms of Kagami, and the alarmed Alice, covered by his father's anxiety, rushes to him. Waking up, the man opens his eyes and immediately meets the look of the daughter. Sincere joy covers him from the fact that consciousness has finally returned. Pimomi confesses that he is unable to move at least. That is why he admits he does not like this skill. The Lord watches closely at the guy, without breaking the silence. The stranger confesses that he is obliged from now on, and the guy smiles and replies, "All this is for the sake of him and the best girlfriend of Alice." Surprise takes over a man when recognition is flying out of his mouth. The best girlfriend. Immediately adds, "This peasant is really a weirdo." Alice does not hide surprise and looks at him carefully. Suspiciously, the enemy poses the hero a direct question, whether he wants to destroy him, but does not have time to agree on how the fuel interferes suddenly. Awareness of the complete exhaustion does not leave the girl, but the fervent desire to lose the ruler does not fade in her heart. Menno blocks her path, decisively stating that he has a breath. He will not allow the death of his majesty. Suddenly, becoming confidently, Alice blocks the path and stands up for her father. Lord sincerely thanks the boy for constant support. With curiosity, the man turns to the Estellari, trying to find out his further plans. The mysterious smile was on the face. The temptation to use the power of the owner of the demons again seemed to be surprisingly attracted, and something still restrained from the inadvertent step. The gaze slid to Kagami with a joking question. Does he not want to lift this creator of the world together into the air? The man states that there are 2 ways to achieve this goal. Kagami does not hide her astonishment. It claims that the first way is to reduce the waters of the waters on your own. Friends are in a confusion, unable to understand what this guy is doing. Judging by the reasons of Kagami, during the attack on the village, the path for escape remained open. Probably, the man intentionally restrained his strength to direct the fire of chaos and hatred towards the Lord of Demons. The young man strongly refuses to do something, which Estellar only sighs and notes. That's where the main problem lies. Interested, Kagami is interested. Where does he know all? The young man explains. If he donated his demons only for this advice, then he would also obey the laws of this cruel world. Hearing this, the man explodes with anger. Kagami asked, "What is the second advice?" The city is talking about some mysterious and extremely expensive thing for sale. The guy listens carefully, but he cannot understand what is being discussed. The surprise broke out in the eyes of a man when he realized that the young man asked about the product for 10,000 gold, and from somewhere he owned this information. The slight disturbance of the hand of Estellar, and the owner of the demons gradually dissolves in the air, and Alice has anxiety for his father's fate. Kagami in reproach asks if he should remain faithful to his master's wife. The man replies calmly, "Such is his fate." The man gives the boy all year long, leaving the Lord in his power. Meanwhile, the master warns that if the young man does not cope with the task, the demonic ruler will be sent on the offensive on humanity. The man is wondering who will be the victim of their meeting next time. The realization that it is necessary to collect 10,000 gold in a year rapidly swept by Kagami. The worried girls were immediately interested. What is waiting for them now? Looking out over his shoulder, the guy with a joking smile states that the casino should be opened first. Friends are amazed at the time without expecting such a trick from the Kagami. Returning to the boys, Kagami states that it is time to go to the case. He explains that for the sake of saving the Lord Demons, it is necessary to collect 10,000 gold coins. However, careful preparation is needed to achieve this goal, as a grand casino is almost ready to open its doors. Snady Kagami confesses that the staff have not yet been recruited, and only 2 weeks have left before the opening. The news is stunning the guys. No one realized that there was so little time left. Takaco strictly reproaches the boy, accusing his indifference and lightness. He shakes his head negatively and assures that the city is pointing to wealthy people who carelessly have fun from dawn to sunset. With confidence in the voice of Kagami assures that the money is about to flow, and only the staff will have to hire. But the girl reproaches him again. Even now she has to make a lot of efforts to keep the small establishment afloat. Tactically surprised, how will he manage to teach people in such a short term? How to resolve questions with salaries and security? What is the plan to cope with this? Tina confesses that they are also guilty of the fact that all the troubles were dumped on the Kagam. It is not limited to awareness of the need for a large amount of gold. The question arises as many treasures. The guy reports that there are about 5,000 gold left. Comrades do not hide their surprise. Rex exclaims that it is just a crazy amount, and is interested in whether you really need to make so much. The question was what he has been doing for the last 2 months. In response, the guy confesses that he spent all this time locked in the dungeon to make money. Tina is just surprised, as such employment could make him forget about hiring workers. With words of confidence, Kagami reports that this time, he managed to create a fabric capable of hiding magical energy. Carefully bandaging Mino's horns with a special bandage, the master assures that now, you only need to hide their heads under the hat. You can quietly appear among people without fear. Mino confesses that he spent the last 2 months in tents, far from Alice, but now he can finally stay with her and be a loyal assistant to her. Takaco notes that even with such a devoted help of one person, is not enough to control a huge casino. Koror emphasizes, now, as never before, it is necessary to make every effort. Tina adds immediately, without involving a large number of people they cannot do. But here, suddenly Rex confidently states that his heroic charisma will be sufficient for success. Awareness of the difficult situation does not prevent Alice from pleasing. Before her eyes, people in the demon work for the first time. So he rings to his father and share with him this incredible news. Alice's memories emerge in her mind. Esteller has put them on the annual ultimatum. During this time, Kagami must reveal all the secrets of this world, otherwise his father's power will turn against people again with a terrible force. Awareness comes. To open these secrets, you will need a special artifact, and to buy it, it is necessary to collect a considerable amount, 10,000 gold. Comrades are quietly talking at the table, when suddenly in the silence the steps of Flunt are echoed. It invisibly leaves the room. Helona notes that she once joined this team only to win the Lord Demons, but in the current circumstances, her participation has lost any meaning here. Turning to Kagami, she warns, it will be obligatory, and their conversation has not yet been completed. The young man wondered with interest about the further plans of his comrades. Tina frankly confessed. She wanted to work out. In her opinion, it will be best to stay with Rex and Karur, so the final choice of the girl entrusted them. The girl confesses that all childhood passed beyond the walls of the palace. It is only through Kagami that she discovered the truth. True knowledge appears when you see everything with your own eyes. Having decided to stay with them, the girl appeals to Kagami to allow her to join the case. The young man gladly accepts her help. Rex claims that he is more indifferent to the power of the demonic ruler. He confesses that he has not yet felt his own life, and now she thanks Kagami for all that he has done. In the end, it was because of him that it became clear that real life is not only a hero's way. So, if you manage to support something, it will be happy to reach for help. Kagami is wondering with amazing how common man is able to help the hero. In response, Rex is openly admitted. He realized that the title and origin have no weight. From now on, he considers the honor to turn to him. Master, it has been 2 months since it has begun, and all this time their cooperation has not stopped. The thoughts that once have to act with the hero, Alice's imagination did not fall. However, this hope was presented to them by Kagami, a real hero who became their source of faith. Rex expresses his desire to work together with Kagami, promising to help him in any business. Such a proposal confuses the boy, but unexpectedly their conversation is interrupted by girls. Kururu notes that there is little time. It is necessary to move as soon as possible to where people gather to hire workers. Rex quit the idea to go to the market area. Confidently deciding, Kagami speaks the names of all friends in turn, preparing to take the task. The news of a hike to the city square for the purpose of hiring workers immediately causes the boys a genuine joy. But Takaco instantly captures that something is much more complicated behind it. In the lively area of the Kagami market, it will not understand, which is why not a new person has appeared for this job, although so much time has come. Surprisingly, an attractive guy and a charming princess actively joined the recruitment, but around a single interested soul. A bunch of bright brochures, stacks of advertising posters, but no effect. Even the energy of attractive colleagues seems to be unable to break the indifference of the environment. Immersed in his thoughts in the humor market, Kudami wanders without any hope, and suddenly she stops sharply. She does not notice how she faces a man who was in front. Excited, the girl sincerely apologizes, confessing that she was walking without watching the road. Before her stands a tall man with a thick mustache, whose formidable appearance makes Alice die from fear. Turning to Alice, the man does not restrain her with charm, comparing the girl with the angel. Watching this scene, Kagami calls Alice anxiety. The guy takes the girl to the side, and the man, with a sincere apology, seems to be... His name is David Ford. Having introduced himself a modest servant of the royal family, the guest reports that he appeared here to protect Lady Kurur. The distrust of him lights up in the eyes of a spark of suspicion. Thoughts immediately begin to spin. drawing a secret plan. Suddenly, a loud scream is heard throughout the quarter. This man, they say, was pinched here to lure young girls. David covers fear. It is worse for him. The whole crowd rotates in the town sharply to look at it. Anger is scratching a man because he realizes that all this is a solid lie. The word does not have time to say how the guard grabs him by the hand and leads away. Suddenly a cry breaks from the mouth of Ellis. She demands to release this man because he is not guilty of anything. Gammy and David's views are instantly embarrassed in a girl, full of surprise. The girl with faith turns to her husband, reproaching the guy for his unworthy act. What Kagami nods, supporting her reproaches. In gratitude, David sincerely thanks the girl for the rescue, surprised her of her remarkable courage, especially given her young age. In response, the girl gives him a warm smile. Kagami asks what he tried to do. He does not leave the idea of the words of a stranger about the intention of picking up the carrier. This detail seems suspicious, so there is no doubt by Kagami there is some other idea. Frankly admits, it lies a matter that concerns each of those present. The views of Chickens and Rex are equally alert to a stranger. Both are asked out loud for what purpose he appeared here. The continuous stream of compliments from David is pouring a girl, and Kagami is surprised to think aloud that he is truly weird. However, Rex only points out with a smile. In this all David, he is always like that. With a light smile on the mouth, Rex welcomes David and offers to find a more cozy place to talk than just stand here. The man agrees without hesitation. The for a second time is interested in the second time that David has brought to this place. The man immediately recognizes his inaccuracy and begs for rudeness. According to the man, there was a message. Instead of traveling to destroy the bishop demons, they decided to temporarily settle in this city. He frankly admits, he arrived here in order to find out everything. Rex, without hiding anxiety, asks whether the guest's intentions are indeed related to picking up the Kururu. David assures that he does not have such intentions, because for Rex it is a matter of paramount importance. The girl says that they not only train, but also raise funds for buying quality equipment. Because this is how Kagami managed to reach 999 levels. No matter what, the Chickens insist, its goal remained unchanged. She asks David to convey this news to her father. David voiced that they had received a message. One of the peasants cheated on the boys, and this rumor quickly flew, along with information about where they are. Farewell flashes in the eyes of Kagami, and he sharply asks, what exactly does the interlocutor mean? He confesses that he appeared here for the princess, but the true cause of his arrival is quite different. David notes that when the words of the princess answer the truth, all questions should be automatically fell off. The man expresses his wishes to personally verify in their words, so he asks to give the opportunity to watch them throughout the month. In response, the guy notes that it is extremely difficult to live under constant supervision. David thinks that it is quite logical to assume it is only necessary to desire. The demonic bishop would fall without any difficulty. The annoyance breaks out of the Kagami, and it sharply warns. It is not necessary to treat the vulnerability of the common people so lightly. The guy is grateful. Everything was only through the support of his comrades. The other asks whether he understood at once that the true opponent was not the ruler himself, but only his servant, because if they had to fight with the real ruler, there was no time to victory. Instead of investing in a new ammunition, friends decide to support it themselves. Rex and Karurur offer financial assistance in exchange for training. David accepts these conditions, claiming that he understood everything. David expresses his willingness to help at least something, because despite the role of a regular observer, he is primarily considered a humble servant of Lady Karura. Takaco visited how to find out how things were moving, and was pleasantly amazed by a crowd of wishing to join. She is interested in what kind of witchcraft used. Seeing David, the girl addresses her satellites, who is a stranger that stranger is. Friends, impressed, asked how this man managed to accomplish. In response, he smiled slightly and explained that he simply arranged information on the sheets of paper in the correct sequence. The surprise is reflected on the Rex face when everything suddenly falls into place. David at this point offers his help in the casino arrangement. Suddenly, the boys notice Kako and reported to her that David was able to collect the right number of employees. In the passion of a man who is able to work skillfully, the girl reacts briskly and immediately seems to express her hope for good cooperation. Tina jokingly pushes Kagami to go hunting for the monsters, because from now on near them, a skillful David who is ready to support the team. The warning came from Rex. If you dare to insult them, I am traveling to hunt. In response, Kagami strongly refused such a proposal. The guy notes that harmony is dominated between David and the girl. They are fine. Rex picks up the conversation, remembering that David devoted himself to serving the kingdom before the birth of a chicken. He wondered with interest that he was disturbing his interlocutor. The observation month seems to him quite unexpected. Rex asks if this has some attitude to the fact that they have quit their own mission. The interlocutor does not deny, instead warns to be careful. The king was brought to the stunning news. Karut became the culprit, which was hard to believe. Helona assures that peasants and demons seek to live in harmony. In response, Sen notes suspicion. It seems to him that they have moved away from the path that he identified for them. The king is amazed at how the common man managed to break the will of Kurus, which by nature should despise the demons. But in response, he hears an explanation. This was made possible by his special training. The question of whether it became different through the peasant, he tests. The king is interested in her most secret hopes. The mention of it sounds strange for the girl. She herself hesitates with the answer. Then the ruler clarifies. Why, in fact, she wants. The girl confesses that she dreams of a world where there will be no place for demons. The woman goes. But the look of the king immediately captures the shadow of the great burden that she carries on her shoulders. In memory, the image of that peasant and his comrades pops up, and anger flashes in the soul. I am sure that demons need to be destroyed until the last. 9-year-old Pauline crosses the threshold of the royal library. In her understanding, magic is born at the intersection of deep knowledge and the restless imagination. Only this is the chance to master it. But until she learns to keep this power under control, no spell will obey her. In order to deepen his knowledge, the mentor advised her not to dwell on what he read and tirelessly discover new books. Every day, bookshelves, she works in the library. One day, a curious guy in glasses, noticing fatigue in her eyes, addresses the unexpected question. Why is she not like a book? With interest on the face, the girl asks who he is. The young man with a fragile smile replies that he was not out of his own will. Turning her book, the guy nods noticeably toward the gift. He assures that if she does not like the book at all, it is worth paying attention to this. After all, the secrets of magic can be mastered not only in the library. Educational materials also happen beyond. Leaving her feelings away, the girl says she does not want to upset anyone, so he decides to return the book. The guy calmly replies, "There is neither mom nor dad, only me." The Fuel takes the book to the hands and delves into reading. The girl thinks, a guy who is enthusiastically plunged into books through his glasses, an incredible smile, a special, imperceptibly charming. In memory, he pops out how skillfully he possessed magic and how exceeded others with his knowledge. Sometimes the thirst for new discoveries pushed him to rush into a variety of research areas, as soon as something broke out of interest in his mind. The young man was distinguished by their own ideas about how everything should happen, and a fierce desire to bring these dreams to life. It was in this perseverance that his main advantage and greatest vulnerability hid. The surprise covers Pauline. The proposal to conclude an agreement with the demons seems incredible to her. According to the boy, the world would be even brighter if people and demons managed to understand. The girl notes, if it is so much to know more about the demons, then are there other ways to do it? In response, it will take a long time to truly understand, but even then there will be things that will remain a mystery to each other. Awareness of how the thirst for knowledge finally mastered it, the girl suddenly causes. Since then, his gaze has increasingly turned to a bizarre secret that demons are hidden. There is a confidence. Having the opportunity to communicate and share knowledge with these creatures, you will be able to curb and the appearance of monsters. The girl skillfully convinces that the danger has not yet passed. Despite all her attempts to stop him, he had already stepped on that forbidden trail, starting communicating with the demons. Demons immediately notice their presence. The guy tries to tie a conversation, but the creatures are not tuned to a friendly conversation. It becomes obvious. There will be no easy path here. Nevertheless, the young man visited the demons persistently, leaving the weapon every time. Frankly, and without fear, he found a common language with them, gradually constructing a real relationship with each other. Gradually, a strict demonic hat gave way to a warmer attitude. The girl noticed how in the hearts of demons sympathy for the boy wakes up. Finally, the moment has come to act. The guy confesses that it is thanks to them that he has mastered a lot of new ones, and now he wants to answer the same thing, to open the human world for them. He has the idea of introducing his amazing friends to the village of ordinary people. It promises, no trouble is stumbled, protection is guaranteed. The devil's leader nods to consent, and the boy, overflowing with joy, immediately takes off to the burner, hugs her firmly, and shining with happiness reports, he was able to. The joy filled her heart when demons were confident in him. For the exchange, it was chosen by her hometown. Here the hostility to the demons was not so acute, so the chances of success were much higher. Demons set on the path that was previously impassable for them. Pavlina notices her girlfriend cheerfully waving her hand, greeting her from the distant. Behind the guy, the demon stabbed, clearly thinking something evil, but the young man did not even know the danger that was stamped behind his back. The demon pierced it with magic, and the body was powerless to the ground. The demon threw the team to grab people, and his associates immediately rushed forward. Demons rushed to hurt people, and the girl could not understand how everything came to such a disaster. When one of the soldiers strictly ordered her to get away, the girl's gaze inseparably sought support in the look of the mentor. The soldier grunts the girl and takes away from the boiled battle. Her head does not fit what these people hoped for. The event should be forgotten and safe to live a normal life. But fate threw a palm tree with two brave chosen opposed to the demons and their lord. The chance to take revenge, which has been passed for so long, will now not slip out of her hands. It will not allow anyone to select it, even despite the absence of a mentor. Squeezing a casino booklet in the palm of hand, the girl is immersed in a whirlpool of memories, where every mention comes to life before her inner look. He assures that he will make the peasant return her thing. In the training cave, Kurur, together with Rex, hone their skills, persistently grinding each movement. Kagami notes, why Rex at all use the magic of body reinforcement if you have to repeat the same thing? The whole point is to defeat the enemy, which is significantly outweighed. The man is convinced that by crossing the swords in a disadvantage, he will gain not only habitual experience, but also invaluable battle skills against a stronger enemy. Yes, he gets used to overcome difficulties, fighting in adverse circumstances. Full of determination after the words of the mentor, the young man focuses, strains every muscle and rapidly rushes to a new attack on the enemy. The blow is directed directly into the monster, but not hesitation for a moment, again rushes to the attack. A powerful blow leaves on the body of Rex of Guardianship, and Kagami strictly warns, the enemy exceeds him in force, so it is worth not rushing thoughtlessly into the attack. Patient caution and accurate indentation will continue to be more beneficial. Meanwhile, the Rupert Chickens gently attaches a hand to the boiled skin of the guy, starting healing. Kagami points out that the boy still has a lot of strength, and this is great, because so he will be able to gradually become more powerful. But David suddenly appears, and his gaze is directed simply at the rust. In thought, the guess flashes. The words of the Kagami hint that in contractions there is always a danger, and without testing pain, the road to force remains closed. Kurur, who intrigued, clarifies, the Kagami is only a common people, and therefore it is significantly inferior to her in power. According to the boy, it is not necessary to draw a girl in something dangerous or painful only because of her gender. However, Rex denies that his own suffering and trials have a completely different meaning. The illumination comes to Kagami. The guy added significantly. Although the pain does not deviate, it is no doubt for a moment. The duty of the hero requires determination, despite suffering. But would Kururu be resistant to such a test? The girl notes that she rose only 3 levels. On this, Kagami slightly mockingly advises her not to take hasty steps. The young man suddenly states that she has a tricky plan to help her raise the level. Hearing this, the girl reminds, for success it is necessary to reach as much as 200 levels. Kagami, struck by such a figure, does not hide his surprise. The curiosity makes her ask why he looked away, as suddenly the attention of both attracts the voice of Rex, who asks for help. The girl rushes to apologize and rushes to rescue. David notes that the boy still has to know the intricacies of women's feelings, and to reveal where his strength came from. In response, the guy just smiles mysteriously, promising to tell this story later, because at first he began to fight exclusively for the sake of the money that remained after the victory over the monsters. Kogan is interested in a call if David seems that the common man can only become strong for the sake of money. On this David only shrugged, ironically answering, "Why do I think at all?" According to him, it is difficult to meet a peasant who wants to increase her level. They are usually attracted only by the possibility of earnings. Hearing this, Alice is wondering whether the victory over the monster is able to bring a good reward. David only confirms her guess. The young man, smiling, is interested in the girl, whether she will find information about places where you can come across rare monsters. Almost immediately, he apologizes, confessing that he does not know such secret locations. In memory, a moment comes from when playing at the library came across a book, which was about a mighty monster. It does not think, if it is a creature to win, what considerable amount could be received for it. Kagami is interested in how the preparation is advanced, reminding that the discovery is already the day after tomorrow. In response, David assures that such a mistake is simply impossible. Using a free minute, he appeared unexpectedly. Because he has a job, Kagami recognizes her gratitude, because he can fully rely on him in working matters. At first there was no confidence, but now, thanks to his efforts, the opening will take place on time. David confesses that he was amazed by the abilities of Takaco thanks to her own efforts. She copes with any work and enjoys respect among others. Her independence inspires, and he, without holding back admiration, calls her a real man among men. In response, Kagami reminds David that such a woman is. David's face is surprised. He does not understand why he is considered a woman. What he hears in response: "It would only be enough to listen, and you would have long been doomed." At the same moment, a sense of touching in his memoirs, an acute surprise pierces his heart. Smiling lightly, Kagami confesses, "Just charming it." Such a frank flirting is amazing the boy. It's hard to believe that the girl could really fall in love with David. Alice is immediately interested in what happened, and in response to Kagami throws with skepticism. He is unlikely to be lucky to find his wife in the near future. The girl assures that it is not necessary to worry, because she is nearby. The young man jokingly agrees, but only if in 10 years he remains alone. The news of a future wedding with Alice in 10 years is stunning Quora, filling his heart with fear. In response, the guy explains that such words were heard only so that David did not suspect the true essence of Alice, her demonic origin. The girl strongly states she will not allow marriage with such a difference at age. Alice, with a calm smile, replies that it does not bother it. Relief covers Rex, because it is finally behind. He confesses to himself, his teacher really has extraordinary power. Having raised her eyes, Alice apologizes for her own powerlessness about medicinal magic, but heard calm words of gratitude in response. All this time she helped to heal with potions. However, the alarming thought does not let the girl release. At critical moments she is not capable of protecting for someone. This helplessness compresses the heart with bitter sadness. With interest, Kagami is asked about the experience gained, and the interlocutor, without spending time, gets the tablet and begins to view the data. The experience that appeared after the test is really impressive. According to Kagami, the cause of such a breakthrough was a constant threat to life, an extremely significant factor for growth. Rex became clear why the guy gained such a high level. Kagami explained that the whole thing was in his skill in recovery. The guy himself added that without the help of Kurur, you should not engage in clashes with powerful opponents. The reasoning about where he had the ability to self-heal did not give rest to the boy. He tells that he gained this skill at 100th level. The interlocutor is amazed. This happens extremely rarely, because to master the unique abilities is lucky except for a common people. Rex reports that Kagami mentioned his 3 extraordinary abilities: the ability to heal independently, to overcome the boundaries of his own body, and the ability to exceed the established growth framework. The young man is wondering if he has any other abilities. In response, he hears, "You do not want to disclose such things in front of everyone around." However, Rex insists. He really needs this information. Looking thoughtfully, Kudami asks if there is a desire to hear about all the skills he has managed. The look of Kagami slides on the faces of friends. It will not be possible to evade the answer. He then translates his eyes to the monster and suddenly dares to act. Face down, he descends to the ground and announces, his time has come. Heroes are surprised to watch the guy unexpectedly grabs a pebble and throws it with a scope. The stone hit the monster, and he instantly dissolves in the air, leaving the scattering of coins. Kagami claims that he just demonstrated 5 of his unique skills. The team is lost in guesses without understanding anything, so he repeats his techniques with a smile. Having embraced the determination, he grabs the stone again and throws it straight into the monster. Rex, still without understanding the situation, takes his tablet in his hands, hoping to find the answer. In his skilled hands, Kagami unfolds in front of the boys a whole arsenal of his skills. Alice, slightly surprised, quit the question. Did he have mastered the technician for his finger? The guy addresses Kagami with the question of what that means. The man decides to show everything clearly by dividing the demonstration for everyone. It tells about the skills of Super Pale, the ability that is activated by a blink and instantly increases the finger in size. Full of curiosity, Rex asks how much the strength of the finger has increased. In response, the guy explains that the power of one finger is now equal to the power of two. Taking the initiative, Kagami tells in detail about his other abilities and their influence. The young man notes that it is the feeling that the one who tirelessly acquires new abilities up to 900 levels. In simple words, you can deal with the mucus by simply thundering with a stone. Understanding all the essence, Alice heard from Rex that his clicking is much more accurate than a regular throw by a stone. But immediately she is interested. What about 700 levels, because everything is quite different here than with the rest of the fingers. The young man begins to explain in detail, and Alice, interested in leaning forward, immediately asks what he lies with the restriction, to use only charged attacks. Rex notes that over time, this skill is becoming less useful, and with the growth of levels limits the number of skills and will be closed that are available for use. Particularly striking the teacher. It is enough for him to just throw a stone to spread the monster into pieces. Kagami points out that it is better not to have any skills than to be with the skills whose appointment is unclear or not used. Having thought of his words, Alice suddenly shudders. A maiden voice calling Kagami is heard. Tako assures that she searched all the nooksters in search of him. Her face flashes anger, and without holding back emotions, she strongly moves towards Kagami. Alice is persistently interested in what happened. Turning to David, she looks into his eyes focused, insisting, "Listen to me carefully." The girl confessed to him that she completely forgot to order goods for a casino. The man, listening to her story about the events, immediately realized they lacked everything they need. Awareness that you will have to deal with the aristocracy and treat famous guests with cheap wine is a difficult luxury, instantly mastering the Kagami. Takaco sincerely admits that it was her mistake. Friends with a slight smile soothe it. You should not worry about such little things. Kagami noted that even if they did not have time for the grand opening, the goods can always be ordered later. David proposed to visit the city where products for the capital were made and return to one of the carts with wine supplies. Kagami agrees with her husband. The capital really sells the best alcohol. The main thing is that they provide the necessary volumes of supply, then there will be no claim to the cities. The interlocutor is interested in where such confidence comes from. David responds to this. He had already had the opportunity to check everything carefully. The awareness hit Kagami as if thunder. This man was never a regular worker. But why still stay here except to watch Kururu closely? Suddenly Alice runs to Kagami, with genuine joy in his voice. How good is that David is among them. Kagami agrees in silence. I am convinced that everything that remains is to watch and wait for the development of events. The grand opening of the casino meets the guests with a bright procession of girls in luxurious dresses, which welcome everyone to get everyone inside. Suddenly, Alice is stunning, and the clumsy outfit makes her awkward even more. Kagami assures that this choice suits her perfectly, and no soul intends to cause her hurt. Doubts do not leave the guy. Will everything be planned, even with the support of David and careful preparation? With some miracle, they still manage to open their own casino. Numerous guests cause a genuine surprise to Alice and Kagami. Suddenly the girl notices Mino. Hearing her voice, the guy rotates tiredly. A noticeable exhaustion is read on his face. Stunned by her today, the man does not refrain from a passionate view. On his sincere compliment, the girl only responds with a smile with the words of gratitude. Having frozen from surprise, LSC turns to Kagami with excitement, trying to find out what happened. Seeing Takako's room, the guy did not resist the temptation to look inside, but as soon as he looked, immediately closed the door. The boys note how hard the Rex works. Alice is interested in where the carrier has gone. The young man tosses a replica. They say, to serve visitors cannot. It is questioned why they are all so casual, staring and happy with the menu. And he adds, the stupid was postponed for later, but they will return to them later. Kagami points out that they are now ordinary visitors. Alice quickly chooses chocolate parta, and the guy, looking at the menu, chooses something to taste. Going out of the dining room and happy, the boys hear the question from the girl. Where is Tina now? The boys paid attention to the girl, and Alice is genuinely amazed that they even managed to build a chapel. The young man is surprised. If you have already built a whole chapel, why did not anyone care about teaching people of God? Even the confessor was put. But as Tina's sweeping, Confession is a priest's business. Kagami is convinced that she is able to inspire others not to give up even after defeat and loss. The girl is in doubt if there is no one who is better suited to it. The man with sincerity replies that she is the perfect choice. The young man, noticing her ability to listen carefully, decides to test this ability in her own experience. At the table where Kagami and Tina are located, the guy begins to teach the girl the subtleties of a careful hearing of visitors. Going to the living room, the boys notice that all friends have already come together. Kurur and Takako's views are instantly attracted to Alice, fascinated by the girl's beauty in an elegant dress. She looks great this evening. The girl hugs a girlfriend, and it is at this moment that David encourages them and asks to continue, although he does not dare to interrupt their warm meeting. Girls with Passion shows outfits they would like to see on Alice. At that time, David notices that the carrier had never been admired by such jewelry. The girl disagrees, and David notes, during these unexpected meetings, she and Kagami have changed significantly. Alice is amazed that someone could think so, because now she can speak frankly, and she can really look carefully in her eyes. The girl confesses that Kurur has a special place in her life, though there are secrets that she cannot speak of. Kuru is confessed. Each of her words responds in her chest with a happy trepidation. The girl confesses that it may have been a change in it. If she thought that this child should be destroyed, now the doubts have taken the mountain, and the hand does not rise to murder. It turned out that Kagami was ready to fight to the last to protect both people and demons. Now the girl is sure that everyone should decide for themselves. Doubts are squeezed into her soul. Did she choose the right path? According to David, the former chickens in such a situation would not hide anxiety on the face. Instead, she would stubbornly adhere to her beliefs. David's beliefs. People are able to change in any direction under the influence of those who are encountered in their life path. Takaco confesses that acquaintance with David has turned her world, to which the man apologizes and hurriedly goes, citing the urgent need to take the planned supplies. The girls suddenly rush to Alice with a persistent request to try on the dress, and at that moment, her look falls on the glove that David forgot. With unexpected determination, the girl rushes to the side, shouting that he must give him these things. As soon as it comes out, anxiety grows in her soul. What if David is lost and she won't see him? Suddenly, the look stops on the figure of a man in front. The steps become puddled, and she rapidly rushes to him. Suddenly, under the girl there is a stone. She is trapped and falls directly on David. In this case, the tape, which usually hides its horns, flies down. Finally, the tape falls, and David's view opens its demonic horns. The girl covers a true horror. One thought that everything will turn upside down makes her heart fight crazy. With her hands squeezing, Alice thought in confusion of how to proceed. In these words, David with delight states that she has an extremely beautiful ribbon. She asks if Mr. Kagami gave her this decoration. It extends her the ribbon, noting that it is she that she covers her horns, and therefore should keep her properly. The girl is lost in guesses, so David offers her help. The silk ribbon stretched softly around her neck, and the voice was fascinated. Now everything looked just amazing. Incomparable charm. Now she competed with Lady Kurur. The young man dreams of a man, and he, catching her gaze, explains at ease. Things have not yet been completed, so she has to go back to the room, and she better go to Kagami. Meanwhile, Alice's girlfriend extends his gloves. David takes them and thanks them sincerely for his help. Self-doubt appears in the girl's eyes. She cannot understand how to do next. Having collected the booze thoughts, the girl finally thanks her husband in response. In the recreation room, there is an indirect murmur of Mayo. Takaco sighs, agrees with his excitement, but emphasizes, it is still unknown right now whether their suspicions have grounds. Alice looks through the open door, asking what happened. The embarrassed man confesses. He was scared when Mrs. Alice suddenly disappeared without warning anyone. She answered it calmly. She just decided to return David gloves. The guy sharply grabs the girl by the hand, assuring that they need to run away from here. The girl stubbornly claims that she will not leave Kagami in trouble. Takaco tries to calm the Mino, but he throws Alice's table in the gravity of emotions. The young man is concerned about Kagami. If all that is said, the situation is extremely alarming. After all, it is only necessary to reveal the persons of Mano and Alice, and the danger is overwhelmed not only here, but also anywhere, wherever they go. The patience of the girl broke up. She cannot stand, and, as a break, requires explanations. Kagami, without hiding, reported that Mino found that David was actually a spy that works for the kingdom. He claims that he watched David went to the warehouse and handed over an envelope casino to the employee. Inside the envelope was a report designed for royal eyes. No suspicious actions were found among the RU, Racks and their company. With these words, the document was in the hands of the addressee. The inconvenience of the guy is reminiscent of the company. Kagami points out that the alertness about his espionage for the chickens would not have arisen if they were allowed to remain an observer. The guy thinks whether he did not really follow Alice. The girl confesses to her. David treats her too kindly. The guy notes that the kingdom is not suspected, but suspicions of them are already spread among people. Kagami points out that if someone begins to suspect the true essence of Manu and Alice, problems will not be avoided. Alice explains that David only oversees Kurura. The girl confessed that David had just noticed her horns, but a single word that she was a demon did not sound from his mouth. It seemed that he had long solved this secret and consciously kept silent. The frightened Mino insists, "It's time to run away while still possible." Kagami, meanwhile, addresses the man asking, "Did he hear that no suspicious actions have been noticed here?" In the midst of the dispute, guys cannot agree. Mino, however, confidently points out that the next report will be behaved as always, and even then declare, "Alice is a demon." Kagami notes that David takes all the blame. Menli is surprised to be interested in why he decided to go to such sacrifices, because hardly anyone would lie so frankly. Feeling the relentless stubbornness of the interlocutor, Kagami looks at Alice, looking carefully at her face. The guy confidently states that if he is watching them, then they will not take his eyes. If David reports the demons, he assures that the question will be resolved, while they rely on David and believe him. Mino notices that the girl smiles gently and supports his words. Finally, Mino also agrees, and Takaco notes that he would like him to watch him. It has passed since then, and David has not yet revealed the kingdom of her true essence. He also reported any suspicious events. However, as soon as one secret lost its sharpness, another problem appeared on the horizon. Noticing the overall picture, Kagami realized, the profits received do not even approach the required level. Awareness of Kagami, strict reality. There is almost no profit. The rag of girls comes to the ears. Tourists play very carefully. The rates are minimal, because most guests came here only for the sake of pompous opening of the casino. However, the young man is well aware. It is a real casino, and in this world it is impossible to predict. Today profit, and tomorrow nothing. The girls joke that he should be rejoicing at least because their business has not yet gone bankrupt. Kagami proposes to distribute happy tickets, but this will only cause even more losses. David also thought that everything would turn into this way, but the reality was caught by surprise and without proper training. Other options for rescue are not visible. It remains only to organize a separate room for nobles. Kook bitterly feels that he does nothing to achieve his own goals. This thought painfully cut the boy's consciousness, because even the princess considers the same. The girl confesses that the thoughts of her always worry her mind, so she asks not to equate her to others. The young man in response begins to justify himself, sincerely confessing to her. Hearing these words, the girl is embarrassed and apologizes for her excessive emotionality. David reassures her, they say, there will be no difficulty if you equip a separate room for important guests. The guy notes, until they create it, not the fact that something will change at all. He adds, he will have to go for brain hunting to compensate for the lack. It thinks what can make more profit. Takaco jokingly offers to turn to Mino. Let him create a flock of hellish crows, and then earn on their destruction. The answer of Kagami was a confession. A similar idea already arose in his thoughts. But a clash with Soviet monsters is extremely difficult. You will never guess exactly where the next demon of the hellish depths will appear. The young man explains that the places of appearance of the monster arise due to the clots of demonic magic, which inhales in life. However, even in the midst of the formation of such a cell in the dungeon, there may be no new monster. Silence and expectation dominates all day. Kagami explained that you will have to find a place where rare monsters appear. Make her absorb the magical power of Mino and Alice, and then patiently wait for the next monster. As soon as it is over, you will have to go in search of a new such place again. The guy notes that it is too hard. At the same moment, Alice invents the resourceful move. The curiosity in the voice is broken. Did he ever hear about a dark dragon? Alice wondered with interest. What amount can you get by winning it? The man thoughtfully replied that it is quite possible to count on a similar reward. The young man is wondering if they know where he can find it. The girl with a smile notes, If she had a map, she would easily indicate him a place. The young man turns to Mano, hoping to hear more details. Grasping the guy by the hand, he quickly takes him to the side under the guise of what you need to go to the toilet. In a close lane behind the bar, Mano confesses he is familiar with him, but probably to say whether he is there does not take it. Pagani is surprised to be interested in whether he had not met this man before. In response, he confesses that Pagani learned from only one record found in the palace, and then he adds, even the demons are not known about him. According to him, you can see it near the royal capital. Kagami points out that he does not know anything about the dungeons in these parts. Mino is wondering why they want to meet this creature. In response, Kagami explains, Elia knows where to look for her, so he is about to go into battle with her. The guy advises to refrain from such attempts, because they lack the necessary knowledge about this person. Kagami tries to assure that he is aware of everything, but the man sharply breaks him in half a word. He announces the assumption. The power of the dark dragon can only be compared to the power of the owner of the demons. At the same time, he is convinced that his death will turn into the futility of all attempts. Mino in response expresses his sincere gratitude for the desperate desire to save the Lord. Recognizing that the death of this guy will cause a lot of hassle, Kagami thinks, seeking harmony between people and demons. Is it not necessary to try all possible ways to earn money? Kagami states that if you do not assemble these 10,000 coins, it will not be possible to free the owner of the demons, and the bloody war will break again. The young man with hope in his voice asks if there is indeed no way out. The young man notes that they need to find a way to earn the amount they need. However, this is just one of the trials. Except for money, seriously pressures. To all, the legendary creature also fascinates his imagination. Mino states that in this case he joins it. He is surprised to ask if they are really going to go with him. There is an assumption that they are probably not only monitored by David people. The guy confesses that he has no idea where the creature has disappeared, so to go alone. It is quite safe. Suspicion will not cause anything. Mino insists. It is not necessary to go without Alice. Its presence is mandatory. Kagami points out that earnings are not enough, so he decides to distribute responsibilities. It further reports that the construction of the new VIP hall is now in the David responsibility zone. Comrades are interested in what tasks he will choose for himself. The young man states that he descends into the dungeon to make money. Other guys immediately offer him a company, but Kagami strictly insists that they remain here. He claims that this creature will be incredibly strong, so he only gather with mid. Alice's outrageous tries to reassure the explanation. She leaves her here on a casino guard. Having collected a large bag, Tina carefully asks Kagami whether everything is needed for the hike. The concern for the boy does not give her rest. Instead, he only shrugs, assuring that they are in vain dramatizing the situation. In a month, everything will be settled, and he will return. The boys gathered together to say goodbye. Turning to David, Kagami instructs him to take care of the casino, as he is on his departure. Those is convinced that leadership always carries the burden of important decisions, and such a fate falls to anyone who is on this path. Kagami feels that the crucial moment has come. Alice appeals to the guy with a request. Until he wants him, she wants her to do one thing for him. It answers it with a warm smile. Everything he wants, that she can keep herself and stay healthy. The young man confesses that she thanks her present place to her. If it happens with a disaster, leave the desire to fight. David wondered with interest whether something else to get together. But the guy in response reminded that he had already addressed this issue to Coco the day before, so he suggested talking directly with him. Turning to her husband, Kadam asks to take care of Alice. David agrees and assures that she will thank this direct request. The young man thinks and recognizes himself that he often relies on his friends. With the shoulders heavy, Higami and Mino are confidently heading to the exit. Friends are silently watching them, drawing their eyes on the road. Alice does not think why she cannot be useful for Kagami. In response, David assures that her presence fills everyone with power. He compares Alice with the golden beam of the sun, which gives the surrounding warmth and inspiration. David assures that they are all ready to support Kagami, but he confesses that they can help not only it. According to him, there are such things that Kagami has not even thought of continuing, and it is by this act that you can support him in the way. David notes that her honey is a real weapon. He emphasizes, the main task is to learn how to use this force to the full. But the girl hesitates, because she never realized what she was talking about. According to the man, her simple presence next to Kagami is already noticeable support, because not only the actions are important, but also the fact of being at the right moment. Thoughts on how to become useful. Worry Alice. She is looking for a way to express herself. The girl confesses that he has to make a lot of effort to expand her capabilities. This words David assures that he will always support her. Touching such an answer, she sincerely thanks him. Alice jumps to the chicken and turns to her. The girl declares in a decisive tone that she wants to master magic. This recognition is a true surprise to all guys. In the Kuru lesson, he mysteriously addressed the students. What is magic? She emphasizes that many books are needed to accumulate valuable knowledge. The girl appeals to Alice to carefully learn and strive for new heights. Alice willingly agree. Thanks to the efforts of David and Takaco Casino, again opened its doors and developed steadily, the girl notes. But she does not leave the question. Why is Rex here? The guy in response notes that he wants to master magic at least a little, because he's still focused only on body training. The girl with irony adds, to be born a hero, to have a huge supply of magical energy, and to stay unable to use it, is a futile business. The guy confesses that he has mastered only one technique capable of changing magic. She turns to the girl with interest, asking what the concept of introducing magic. Kurur says that magic is a power that consumes and uses magical energy. Having this flow, through hard practice, it is possible to master the art of witchcraft. The girl shares with Alice news. Kagami's ability to magic blocked because of the skills he persistently honed. A shadow of sadness appears on her face. 10 days have passed, and doubts are only stronger. Perhaps she does not have a true talent. David notes that to master magic is not easy, so Alice advises to continue his studies. The girl agrees with this and decides to learn further. David insists. First, you should focus on only one type of magic that you like. After mastering it perfectly, it will be easy to expand your capabilities and add new spells to the arsenal. When you delve into your reflection, the girl hears the question of her husband. What magic she wants to master. Alice confesses that he seeks to master therapeutic magic, because then he will be able to save the wounded and help those who need. Hearing such a sincere motivation, the man with delight notes, it is an extremely worthy choice. Having made herself that it is time to return to business, David is attacked by others, urging to accelerate the meeting. A joyful smile illuminates Alice's face, and she gets into work with passion. Guests of the hall with enthusiasm are watching the friendly Alice, and the staff, asking her mood, receives a confident answer. Everything is wonderful. Awareness comes to the girl. The benevolence of staff and the warm attitude of visitors is just an illusion that is not being aware of its true essence. Help always comes as long as the mystery of her personality remains closed to everyone around. Short alarm squeezes the breast. What if the truth about its demonic essence becomes known to these people? At this point, David approaches her, the eyes glowing with relief. A smile plays on the face. He finally found it. He assures that everything goes according to the plan, although there are still no things. Separately notes huge support from Chickens and Rex. The noisy visitors are put into order, and the wounded carefully treats the Kerm. David, remembering their dubious glory, says that it is on the advice of Takaco on the heroes from now on masks. Alice notes that they will need a little help with all things. Having voiced his willingness to join, he receives a grateful answer and offer to work immediately. The girl hesitates, going to ask her husband questions. The girl is wondering why he hides it, but the guy only asks in surprise. Feeling insincerity, the interlocutor asks him not to be surprised. Alice covers anxiety. After all, she herself is the enemy that needs to be dealt with at any cost. David is aware that in her words, it seems meaning. However, the girl has already become too close to him, so that he could limit all her feelings in one definite definition. He assures that if you are worried about you, there will always be a way to help or support you. Knowing how much Kurur appreciates this friendship, the man emphasizes, after all he saw without hesitation, this girl is truly wonderful and worthy of the most sincere respect. David notes that in her benevolence and sincerity, she exceeds many. In his opinion, the true essence is not so important. The main thing is that it remains itself. A sincere smile is blossomed on Alice's face, and she thanks David. The confession does not make himself wait. He is also really important to her. David, having heard these words, feels a wave of joy. The forest of sacred trees spread in front of Kagami until he stepped it with quiet paths. Suddenly, the guy with a harsh face notes. It is unfortunate that only now he understood. Mina is worried about Kagami, wondering what happened. The loud cry breaks from the boy's mouth, and he, without restraining, falls to the ground, declaring this path incredibly boring. Kagami confesses that joint trips seem extremely boring. The interlocutor agrees. It also annoys him. Kagami himself adds that between them exchanged only the most necessary words. Conversations are reduced to minimal understanding. Remembering 4 words that have been in recent days, the guy insists. The topic they can be discussed must be found. In a light smile, Alice Kagami notices true joy. Unlike her, he is disappointed in Mino, which he immediately apologizes. With a touch of irony, the guy notes that nothing else was worth waiting. The main thing now is that they have almost got to the place, which is marked on the map. According to the records and ancient books from the library of the owner of the demons, he says that it is in these forest huts that they need to hide the person they need. When thinking aloud, Kagami assumes that the entrance may be quite tiny, but the guy strongly denies this opportunity. The man assures that even in the most secret corners of the sacred forest, only extremely weak monsters live. Kagami adds that he was already in these places, and he never happened to him. Mino confidently stated that the label on the map cannot indicate a false place. His satellite expressed the proposal. It is better to return to the city before the dusk. The boys are chaotic in search of the entrance, but in vain. There is no trace. One of them asks, "Maybe it's not for today." Kagami summarizes, "It looks like not our day today. And given the time spent, it is better to turn back." The guy notes that if they go right now, only deep night will get to the city, so it is better to stay here for the night. Kagami proposes to organize the guard in turn, because it is noticeably exhausted. Instead of the usual themes of Kagami, he insists that the guy immediately invent something more interesting to talk. He, thinking, asks, "Is this place really hidden somewhere in the depths of the forest?" Hearing the question, the guy states with confidence, "So it is." Mino shares that he once got acquainted with this book, and now he came to His Majesty to make sure whether the truth is written there. The owner replies that he knows. In those parts there is a powerful creature. Kagami is interested in, what was it possible to feel then? The young man notes that Estila also realized that someone's presence was felt here. In the very heart of the forest, he said, you can find a surprisingly normal entrance. Kagami assumes that entry may not exist at all. After all, if a dark dragon is a real legend, why is nothing known to people? The ancient manuscripts do not specify how the cave was first able to open. The guy states that the data in the book is too fragmentary. A single word about entrance only mentions the forest, and that's everything. Mino asks, if there is no entrance, where is they known where the dragon is? The guy in response notes that the demon, Lord, together with Astulara, pointed to him. Somewhere it should be sought here. The guy guesses, you can get here only if you fulfill certain conditions. Mino asks, if even the entrance is not visible, maybe the dungeon against the eyes is hidden somewhere underground. There is a determination in Kagami. It takes digging right now. The puzzled guy warns, does he really want to start excavations in the heart of the holy forest? Kagami expresses the idea of digging alone, using only his own hands. Suddenly the young man quickly begins to rake the ground, lifting clouds of dust around. Menno admits that to perform such a bear, the task is not easy, and apparently exceeds its possibilities. A few minutes later, the man reproaches himself. It would be better to use magic immediately and blow up everything. Suddenly, the guy draws attention to Kagami, urging him to look at it. They notice with their own eyes. The earth gradually recovers from wounds. Mino notes that the space itself whispers to them that you should not move further. The guy confesses that he has not heard anything like this. Kagami thinks that all this looks illogical, but sometimes the road is really hiding in the dark. Awareness comes suddenly. Its behavior completely destroys any desire to act. Mino, thinking thoughtfully in the distance, thinks if he will not be as bitter in every place where they decide to dig. Kagami is amazed. Earlier, he could easily dig much larger pits for the destruction of monsters. To which Mino notes, such a wonder is observed only in this area. The guys are aware that something unusual lies here. Mino notes that it will not work to get to it, so these tricks are just primitive protection against unknown guests. The boys immediately guess. There should be another way somewhere. Having gone into work, Kagami digs every moment and faster. Mino first only shrugs his shoulders. I am sure that all these efforts are in vain, and suddenly his gaze stops at something unusual. The young man suddenly realized the recovery is gone. Kagami with irony notes that there will be no end, but the Mino does not give up. Fragmentary, step by step, he assures, they will still be able to reach the goal. Kagami voices an unexpected desire to take the risk and get into a mad adventure. Mino asks what he thought. With a smile on the face, the guy adds, "If suddenly everything goes to the scrape, you will have to count on his support." The guy yells something, and when there is less time for a decisive day, he suddenly releases all his power, and the earth seeks a powerful explosion. Grabbing for Kagami, the guy notes, "You bend the stick." However, Kagami eagerly agrees, while not hiding the suspicion. All this looks too suspicious. Suddenly the earth stops under the feet, and both heads fly down into the void. The boys cautiously touch the earth, and their views ran around. Kagami notes that the failure through which they were destined to fall disappeared without a trace. Mino adds, "The dungeon was hidden in the heart of the sacred forest, and this is a sign that the dark dragon is not so far away. It is somewhere nearby, chatting." The awareness comes suddenly. It is not possible to get out in the same way, so it remains only to look for another entrance. Kagami exclaims, "Who could imagine that in the middle of this place there could be a dungeon?" Suddenly, Kagami is exhausted and descends to the ground, stating that he needs a rest. Gradually mastering the healing sorcery, Alice is confidently moving forward, and David gladly notes her success. In just 5 days, 3 varieties of magic were captured at once. Rurus is confidently predicted that with such a speed of teaching, the great power of the sorcerer will certainly grow. Confessing in her own achievements, Alice emphasizes, "Tina was helped to master everything so rapidly, for which she is sincerely grateful to her." Tina assures that if Alice wants to know more, let her turn straight to her. Kuro notes that their training was postponed due to the lack of Kagami, so together to master magic would be really useful now. Alice admits to relief that he finally feels necessary for others. In love with your own fantasies, Rex is experimenting without stopping, combining magic with combat skills. Alice looks around, wondering where this dreamer has disappeared today, and David is just smiling. Rex has her own business. Tina notes that Rex is anxious and proposes to switch attention to the help of the wounded. David immediately expresses his willingness to join, though he confesses that he does not have the magic of discipline. The guys came to the park first and foremost to have a snack. David, feeling the owner of this place, assured friends they are allowed to order everything he wants. When considering their decisions, the girls confess that dinner at bedtime was not in favor of them. David, taking care of their well-being, advised to take care of health. In response, they decided not to risk and order a salad. David sadly points out that when everyone goes to their way, loneliness will come. Alice is curious about where he goes. The man reports that he will soon be forced to return to the king. He asks the girls not to miss, because if they really want it, fate will surely reduce them again. The chicken confesses that it will be sad when David leaves. The man agrees. In recent times, every moment with them has become a real gift for him. Tina is fond of David's perfect work, and now she is confused by the question of who will handle it at the same level. She is sure that Kagami will definitely not leave it without comments. Looking at Alice, David assures that it is worth a free minute. He will definitely visit them. A girl with a smile supports this idea. The stage suddenly appears on the stage, saying that all the surroundings were running in their search. Friends immediately fall asleep with questions, trying to find out what happened. The new moon grabs the girl by the hand and almost whispers order. They should be fleeing immediately from this place. Suddenly, the palm tree materialized before them, urging to make a break. The girls looked around, stunned by an unexpected appearance. David is wondering why she appeared. The girl replies mysteriously, "If you put false reports, they will not suspect anything." Asking everything, the man suddenly notices. Alice, covered with sincere joy, rapidly rushes to Palna, barely seeing her. David's voice breaks into a cry, ordering Alice to stay away from her, as suddenly a woman drops a bandage that hit her horns. The bandage was scattered into pieces, and all the guests froze. Her horns opened before their eyes. Fear squeezed the girl's heart when the guests whisper and panic, began to blame the servants of the demon involvement. Suddenly, soldiers are bursting into the casino, ordering everyone to stay on the ground. The Duke returns to David, and with a sinister smile assures that right now, he will be able to get out of this mess dry from the water. The awareness of the presence of the king's right hand strikes the man. He could not believe the words of the witch, but it seems like she was right. The Duke confirms that Puna's report is true, as well as the news of his lies. The man asks whether he is aware of the seriousness of the crime. Kururu wondered what happened. David confessed to this, under the pretext of executing the order, to see the actions of their detachment. He came here, although it was only a fiction. According to him, Pelma visited the king with alarming news. Kuru and Rex had an alliance with demons. However, the monarch did not accept it for faith, and sent it to personally understand the situation. The Duke, referring to the report received, notes, "I did not have to meet anyone who could be a demon." The David is wondering why the Duke came personally if he did not believe the words in the report. The man recalls that he was considered the position of the observer, and it was he who agreed to this decision. David is interested in what reason he appeared in person. The man notes, anyone else on the site of a Paul, he would have shook doubt and he would not believe a single word. However, this girl has been familiar with many years, so he has entrusted her words without hesitation. The Duke notes that David has chosen to check her words, but the discrepancy in the reports raised his suspicion. The surprise slammed the man. He did not think that he would have to twist the facts in the report. The girl was convinced that there were no traces of the military in this world. The Duke is interested in the interlocutor's thoughts. If such an act was really a good reason, what role can this explanation be played to soften the punishment? David is wondering that the Duke is about to do with Rex, Ryu, and Ellis. In response, the Duke notes that the fate of Rex and the Churaru will decide the king. The man announces, as soon as the second demon is caught, everyone will have an execution. The guys are astounding such a sentence. They do not hide surprise. The inquisitive Rex turns to the girl, wondering why she made such a choice if she also listened to the teacher's story. Demons and people he resembles in fact no different. The secret is for him. Why she couldn't wait until the dream of 10,000 coins came together. With a skeptical smile, Polines notes that it is unlikely that anyone will believe that after the tar of the offender, a return to ordinary life is possible. She advises the boy not to waste his strength in vain and just give up. The girl confesses that she has never dreamed of it. Tina insists, while they were around, nothing happened. However, the witch just smiles, considering Tina too trusting. The girl states that peaceful coexistence with demons is impossible, because they will come after them sooner or later. She asks, even if Alice is really good, can she guilty for all other demons? Determined, the woman promises to finally put a point in this story. Kurur notes that they have nothing left to do here. The Duke ordered them. The girl is surprised to address David, wondering why he did not agree to fulfill the will of her father. In response, the man notes, all this is thanks to her, because only she was able to smile as once. Suddenly, with a roar, a wall breaks. Takaco flies into the room and immediately knocks down the feet of soldiers. Decisively casting her gaze, David orders her to take care of Alice, and he himself rushes into battle with the soldiers. The man sharply pushes Alice directly to Takaco, who cleverly has time to pick up the girl in her arms. The witch confesses. Everything else flew out of the head. It was only necessary to notice the alarm on the face of Rex. Immediately decided that something serious had happened. The order strictly came from Takaco's mouth. Davis, Alice, and Tina must run away, because it is now impossible to save Rex and Carrie. David drives them to flee, but Alice is interested in his fate. In response, he confidently says that now the main thing is that they are faster and not worried about themselves. He can win a little time. Takaco assures that he can help him, but suddenly realizes the body becomes a lead. David explains, it is the ability of the Duke. The call of the man's words is called for immediate escape. At the same time, the Duke has exhausted patience, and states that it is not possible to please himself with futile attempts. It is necessary to put weapons and meet enemies with peace. David directs Tina, Takaco, and Alice to go in search of Kagami and Mino as soon as possible. Takaco leads the boys with him, leaving behind everyone else. David, turning to the soldiers, declares a firm voice. He will not allow anyone to pass by him. Suddenly, a moan breaks out of the mouth. The concerned Menno is interested in what happened. The young man reassures her, explaining, only a sudden muscle spasm, which fortunately has subsided. Suddenly the monster appears again, and Kagami immediately deal with her. At the request for help, the guy replies that it is worth maintaining the strength for the most critical moment, because if you had to fight, it would take much time. Among the surrounding monsters, there are many whose level is not inferior to it. The young man notes that they earned 284 gold coins for this trip. Kagami notes with relief. Fortunately, the terrifying monsters did not dare to attack until he was without his mind. a strange atmosphere prevails around. And the guy looks around, because such a place seems absolutely unusual. The desire to complete the case rather allows them to sleep or eat. It seems even the course of time has lost its value for them. Mino, in anticipation of relief, confesses that you want to decide everything immediately and go back, continuously descending the stairs and straightening with the monsters. The boys suddenly notice another ladder that emerges in front. The guys approach the arena, but the ladder is not visible anywhere. Mino jokingly suggests jumping, but Kagami warns. Even the bottom of this abyss is not seen. The young man decides to throw a coin, and Mino unexpectedly announces that it is time to return. Kagami is angry. As so, they came here and did not even meet a dark dragon. The guy rushes forward, but his friend warns. It can be dangerous. However, Kagami does not pay attention to the warning. He decisively throws the backpack into the very thick of events. Going down, the man insists that the Mino stays for him here, but in response he hears the stubborn, he will not be allowed to go there alone. Suddenly, during the descent, under the feet of the boys, the earth fails, and they are plunged into a thick black substance. Diving into the water, Kagami confidently exclaims that jumping is absolutely safe. The mine immediately guessed. This place was hiding everything in depth, without giving any chance to see what is there below. The young man returns to Kagami and is interested in where such a strange grimace is on his face. The huge dragon appears in front of the boys. A powerful voice exposes him with a fair impression. These desperates have made a lot of effort to get to his den. The dark dragon welcomes them for the perseverance they tried to get to his den. The boys cannot hide surprise. They did not expect such a meeting at all. The boys realized the dark dragon hinted that it was worth wearing a journey with an unknown way, even if it was not visible. True courage is to trust your own courage when only darkness and unknown. He claims that his parents dared to jump into this abyss, gathering the remains of courage. However, Kagami immediately parts. Without knives, they would not be able to find themselves here. The dragon could not believe his own ears. The gaze slid on the numerous things that the boys got, secretly surprised, as you can go down in such circumstances at all. Kagami advises to post this issue so far and doubt, is he really a monster? The dragon without hesitation confirms it and adds that their path has led to one of the special, unique points of this world. There is an explanation. Singularity is a creature that opens all the secrets of this world. It monitors the order of phenomena, watches the work of the world system and protects its balance. The question of Kagami is unexpected. Is he really a god of this world? The dragon rejects such an opinion, with calm dignity explains. In fact, no more than one of the many singularities that live in this world. He argued that his essence is different from the divine. Kagami finally realized, these creatures are really real. The dragon asks the guy with interest why he is not afraid of him. Kagami confidently replies. He realized that the fear of the enemy was in vain if he does not think as a real smart opponent, and therefore it was time to end with him. Hearing this, the dragon warns the dragon. His power exceeds even the power of the owner of the demons. The indignation is opened in Menno when the dragon throws a direct question about the purpose of the demon. The guy is only surprised. What exactly meant the opponent, claiming that his strength exceeds the power of the demon himself? In a confusion of his eyes, the guy is wondering why he does not feel any magical energy. The dragon calmly points out, creating such a rank is simply not able to capture its presence. With a slight smile, it adds that the magic aura has been accompanied for many years, but only those who really have enough power can recognize it. The menu is genuinely surprised how the owner of the demons and the Estaler have been able to feel the presence of this creature. Kagami is also interested in what is meant by the system of this world. In response, the dragon explains that there is a system that constantly empowers as it, with a new power, and takes it back. The dragon noted in surprise that this time they came to him without any weapons. This happened for the first time. However, today he decided to close his eyes and make an exception. The monster recognizes that true force has already been proven undoubtedly. It welcomes the heroes in the dungeon, where the entrance is allowed only to those who have overcome the master of the demons. Kagami has wondered if he knows about the item that costs 10,000 gold coins. The dragon in response states that this thing serves as a reminder. The power itself does not guarantee the achievements if you forget about cunning and charm. Inquired, he clarifies whether it was possible to get a cherished thing. The young man replies that he has not done so yet. Kagami instantly reaches two key conclusions. A dark dragon is designed to revive strong soldiers, and the entrance gate itself opens only if a special artifact or victory over Lord Demonon is obtained. The miner is surprised. Have they not yet lost their demonic majesty? But suddenly Kagami interrupts him, hinting at his rules. The guy proudly tells how he deprived the world of a demon hem. The dragon is surprised to wonder why the demon travels with a man, assuming that he was useful for him during the battles. Kagami replies, "They say he just washed his brains." Hearing this, the dragon is genuinely surprised, because he has never heard of such before. Kagami tells how he was able to wash his brains, but even after all the manipulations, the demon remained a devoted owner. The demon notes that it is the only creature he managed to find in this place. But about 3 months ago, it should finally disappear. Heard makes the guy be surprised to solidify. Instead of a direct gratitude for the help, the dragon mysteriously states that his path has brought here not only from gratitude. The real reason was the expectation of the appearance of really powerful personalities. In response to the question of Kagami about the meaning of this visit, there is a foregoing of important events in the conversation, to which they were called above personal affairs. The dragon solemnly announces, once it appeared here, ready to fulfill one desire. However, in order to get this, you need to choose only one of the two offered opportunities. The monster with a mysterious smile states, first of all, his desire will come true, and then the way will open to the next stage. He adds that only those who will be able to move on to it have the right to find out. Kagami, meanwhile, is probably a part of the incomprehensible system of this world. He notes, if a person fades the thirst for struggle, even the most terrible battles seem to be a waste of power. And here the choice. However, with the fulfillment of the desire, all the memories of the path to victory will disappear mercilessly. The unexpected demand made, people, when they return to the surface, will have incredible power, but at the same time will completely lose memories of how they gained this power. The opponent asks, why go so far? The dragon replies that the whole goal is to educate truly strong. Kagami thinks how many brave men actually got to this place. It is great that even without memories there is a chance. Returning here for them may not be impossible. Such laws are in force in this world, explains the dragon. Kagami. Chi. Questions are in general a more decent way to show true strength. If you need to collect as much as 10,000 gold. He looks out in the air. The dragon, as if testing him, insists again. Isn't there a different way? But in response, Kagami only confirms, other options are not provided. The dragon solemnly proclaims, now that the owner of the demons is not, the mention of the battle will disappear without a trace from the memory of anyone who was not dedicated to the event. The dragon said solemnly, after these events, the world will be restarted. She noticed Kagami. Never mentioned in the chronicles that someone would overcome the owner of the demons. The monster agrees, noting that many demonic rulers have already fallen from the sword of other heroes. Mino, not hiding the excitement, asks, what happened to the Lord, next to whom he spent so much time? The dragon solemnly says, a new demon will soon emerge from the ashes, take its place, and continue this eternal cycle. Kagami is interested in whether the erasure of memories will be a kind of restart of all events. The dragon notes that the power of the demonic lord is a whole era, too powerful and insurmountable. Until this ruler is overthrown, a new ruler is unlikely to appear in the near future. With anxiety in the voice of Mino asks about the fate of his daughter. The dragon replies, their life will be created again. Without having faith his own suspicions, the guy asks if his memories changed. In response, the dragon solemnly states that all demons will be Rai, created under the authority of his laws. In surprise, having narrowed the gaze, Kagami turns to the dragon with a direct question. Did this world order create God himself? The guy is interested in monsters, because it is because of them that demons turned this world into a place where peace is unattainable. The dragon explains that the monsters are designed to harden people and nurture true strong personalities among them. Kagami insists on her question, why do these creatures need at all? The dragon mysteriously hints that the true answer will only open the next stage of the test. Awareness of lightning pervades Kagami. Every victory over the monster brings him money, and the more powerful the enemy, the more rapidly grows his own strength. The young man thinks that 30 years have passed since the previous ruler was killed, and Estella herself probably lost the gift of language from the survivor. The dragon looks at the question, which the answer was chosen by the brave. There is almost no time to retreat. To which Kagami stubbornly reports, none of the proposed ways will be his choice. His words are determined by determination. Demons will not allow to erase from the face of the world. The dragon responds with an unexpected surprise. Kagami points out that demons are no different from ordinary people. In our way, there were those who sought cooperation with people, and some even became his mentor. He confesses, in his life there was a demon, which was more honest and caring than many people. The dragon with interest asks what it means. Kagami states with the call that this way will rise from the face of the earth with fire. Growing interested, the dragon wants to learn about my intentions. Smiling boldly, the guy assures that if he wins him, the restart will never happen. The guy quickly takes off to the dragon and causes him a powerful blow to the muzzle. Surprised by the frantic speed and incredible power of the hero, the dragon is enthusiastically honored. This warrior exceeds everyone who dare to go into battle with him. The strength of the newly arrived significantly exceeds the possibility of predecessors. The dragon expresses gratitude for the consent to move to the next stage. However, for Kagami this question causes some difficulties. The dragon coldly points out that he has nothing left to obey the established laws. In response, the guy states, it is only necessary to deal with him, and these rules will disappear once and for all. The air is filled with tension. The dragon recognizes that he cannot defeat the opponent. However, Mino insists that he refuses the duel, convincing not to enter into an unequal battle. Suddenly, the high, powerful blow of the dragon collapses directly on the guy. Amazed by the huge amount of magical energy it possesses, Mano cannot hide astonishment. The dragon smiles with self-confidence and assures that his forces have almost no limits. The awareness comes suddenly. They turned out to be too naive, hoping that the experience of Kagami would be enough to win. But who can withstand the creature created by the will of God himself? In the memory of the boy, it was completely illogical. And suddenly everyone noticed. Kagami suddenly straightened, firmly standing on his feet. The dragon swept the surprise. The guy was incredibly withstanding a blow, from which even the mighty beast disappeared. The passion to battle and the darkness reigned. He had to admit that he was a truly unusual rival. Suddenly, Kagami firmly replies, stating that he did not lose consciousness. The young words find out that he was helped by a little friend. Hearing this, the dragon notes with distrust. There is no protection from such an attack. He confidently states that he first struck the beam, calling the explosion, and then involved the other hand to deal with the next. According to him, the main thing is to learn how to take strokes correctly. With the easy confidence of Kagami invites the dragon to continue what causes the monster to be an unexpected question. Does he feel fear? The dragon boldly points out that it was only a scanty part of his true power. And yet he is faced with a brave man who wants to challenge. The young man confesses that his life is most frightened by his pity. The dragon, listening carefully, notes that it is extremely interesting in front of him. The dragon challenges him. Let him show how he genuinely believes in his own words. Let him demonstrate whether the courage and strength will go to the road leading to the dreamy future. The fiery dragon applies an even more powerful stroke, frantically attacking. Mina with anxiety monitors a friend. The heart shrinks from fear. Will it stand so much a devastating attack? The persistent guy appeals to Kagami to answer. Suddenly he finds himself near her, as if he came out of the air. Mino and Dragon, very surprised, have no idea how he managed to move so quickly. The surprised monster does not refrain from the question of how the victim managed to evade, because the attack lasted on all sides. In response, the young man noted that he had not fallen into his eyes. Wherever he was moving, the blows were invariably directed to the same place. It is easy to guess. Such spells are most effective against opponents. Tired real estate. Smoke served him with the perfect shelter, allowing him to escape from the attacks unnoticed. The dragon confidently states that it is able to determine the location of the enemy by the power of his magical energy. The guy only shrugs his shoulders, they say. His magic supply is too scanty to find it so simple. The dragon notes that the attack covered it on all sides. Even through the powerful scales, it was impossible not to feel the explosions of magical rays. One and only hit would be enough for him to disappear from this world without a trace. Kagami confesses that many strokes have come to him. But thanks to his agility of his hand, all these attempts he managed to outwit. The dragon asks what it is. Kagami smiles mysteriously and invites him to answer the same blow. The dragon strikes, but the force returns to it, like a boomerang, and injures it. The dragon does not find an explanation of what happened, because at the beginning of the battle of this force, the enemy did not have. It seems to him that she woke up extraordinary power simply in the midst of their confrontation. The dragon confidently states that this skill is an indisputable testimony to its power, because having received it at the most urgent moment, he must have risen to a new level. Kagami is convinced that his level remained unchanged. However, the dragon insists on its own, says it is a mistake, and the level should happen. The guy demonstrates his own level 999, which causes true surprise to the dragon. Surprise covers the dragon. It does not stop where the simple peasant came from such power. The monster with indignation assures that it is impossible, because even having reached 999th levels, it still remains a regular peasant. The dragon is lost in guessing what he has earned such power, and why new abilities are constantly understanding. The young man just sighs, confirming that his level does not grow more. Kagami replies that he overcame his boundaries for the sake of power, seeking to master a new skill. Gratefully, because the ability to gain only every 100 levels appears. I am convinced that the accumulated experience is enough to rise to the 1100 level. The dragon proudly notes that to reach the level of 1100, I had to strengthen its strength, but this path lasted a long time. In response, the guy notes with a smile, at 999, he overcame for a long time, and after that battle with the monster gained so much experience that he immediately discovered a new skill. The majestic dragon turns away, but the guy is not going to give up. He confidently proclaims that their battle is far from completing. The dragon insists, ahead is the next stage, and now there is nowhere, even if you have to pay the highest price. The young man is suspicious whether he still intends to use the restart. The monster notes that when it moves to a new level, there will be a need to educate even stronger soldiers. This idea encourages Kagami. The fight has not yet ended. It is worth preparing for the next stage of the battle. The dragon wondered with interest, why did it go so far? Not he cheated on a demonic creature for his own benefit, manipulating her mind. Suddenly, a demon's voice came from the shadow. Every word of his word turned. His words that everything was a continuous lies were heard like a sentence. Before their eyes there is a terrible picture. The guise covers true fear. The room suddenly has a demon, accusing Kagami of lies. Mino strictly reproaches him for such words. The dragon asks with interest what brought an Esteller to these lands, to which the man only answers a mysterious smile. He was fascinated by the events on stage. The man decided to stay until the finals. It was embarrassed for his rudeness. He added that he first saw a dark dragon so confused. The dragon is suspicious of whether the stranger appeared here just to make fun of him. But he confidently denies and assures that this place has led to a very specific goal. But the fun with which he watches the events should not surprise, because the situation is really quite fun. Kagami is interested in what he did with the owner of the demons. He answers it. Everything was right. No problems are left. Esteller, with a note of anxiety, asks whether he was at risk of causing the anger of heaven, because the transition to a new level will not reduce the distance between them. Kagami is indifferent that others think about him. For him, these demons, which are now near, the most expensive in the world, they cannot be replaced. The man is wondering whether he will continue to take care of them, even understanding their purpose in the world. Kagami only smiles. After all, he belongs to the demons. Mino, not hesitation for a moment, with passion replies that as a faithful servant of demonic majesty, he is ready to give even a worthless life for the sake of protecting Kagami. The guy promises that all the casino will reach him. The dragon in interest asks how he met them, which he meant when he said that he was taking care of the demonic owner, and also asks to explain why the statement about Kagami's lies. Estelars notes that this man has never managed to overcome the owner of the demons. The dragon lifts his eyebrows in surprise and asks what is meant. The man calmly explains. Since no guest appeared around, he decided that right now, the best moment. Estella confesses that 3 months ago he ordered the Messiah to act. Frankly says that he sought to give people fear. The man claims that he has defeated him. The dragon is amazed at how a simple peasant managed to overcome the Messiah himself. The winner smiles mysteriously in response, calling himself a true hidden treasure. Estella notes that he has something incomprehensible. Having such power, he did not destroy the bishop of demons, but instead rushed to save him. It was because of this that Estella decided to change the rules of the game. The question of Kagami raised sharply. Did the Gamma really become only luring for him? The stranger in the shadows only smiles. Let him go for more than a year. He would still use the demon hem-heated man in his plan. Hardly holding back the anxiety, Kagami demands, "Who are you?" Estella recognizes that it is a creature similar to a dark dragon designed to maintain the order of the worlds. However, the gift of a dark dragon is unattainable. Each time after restart, he returns to life in a new place, as a satellite of the demons, whose appointment is to maintain the balance of the world of demons. He thinks, will he not become a real tragedy if everything remains as it was before, and the world is not changing any changes? The surprised dragon wondered if the man really managed to collect 10,000 gold coins in such a short time. It was answered. Everything was different, because Kagami appeared here, digging an underground passage. The incredible herd raises doubts in the dragon. It requires repeating what has been said. Estella, still puzzled, confesses that he was also amazed, but the guy was really dug faster than the soil had time to recover. The dragon, with an unconcealed surprise, adds that even a warrior of 500 levels, this attempt would be impossible, because it was God who created this test. The man boldly states that he is able to challenge even the 999th level. However, for a short time. The dragon, struck by such a development, emphasizes that even the owner did not predict such a fracture. Turning to a man, he asks him not to fulfill any requirements set by the owner to move to the next stage. The man assures that this is enough to fulfill all the necessary conditions. Instead, the dragon notes that no matter how striking the power of this man may be, the established rules will not be able to get around. The pastelier turns to the dragon, reminding that he has not seen true strength. His power is enough, because still no one has managed to give them hope. Good luck is as if it is on the guard of this man, and devoted comrades are able to change the course of events at a decisive moment. Their strength is so incredible that even his faith shakes in some places. Is he not? Is the person they have been searched for so long? The unwillingness to continue the path is raging in the eyes of Kagami. He hurries to return it to the surface until it is too late. The man is wondering whether the transition to the next level will approach the dreamy goal. The guy replies, even if you step on a new stage, it's just a temporary solution. After all, with the fall of the owner of the demons, everything will end again. So he sees no sense in such a step. The Ashers confesses that he fails to take a single step forward, so the dreamy goal will always remain unattainable for him. However, the interlocutor insists, to move to the next level is his desire. But without the opportunity to turn off the restart function in such conditions, you should carefully prepare. Asks to be allowed to return to the surface by that time. The man wondered what he would do. The young man replied that as soon as everything was prepared, he would certainly return, in his remuneration of 10,000 gold. He sounded a decisive voice of Kagami. He demands that he return to the demons. The guy notes, if he has time, he will return to his battles. Instead, the man emphasizes that the king of demons requires the strength, and therefore to give it to be a much greater danger. The dragon laughed, offering to allow him to act at his discretion. After all, when the right moment comes, he will also make efforts to return the king of demons, so now you can safely give him. With weight in the heart of Estella agrees and returns the owner of the demons. Kagami expresses his sincere gratitude for his trust. The man in response confesses that he has high hopes for him, and look forward to unexpected actions. With these words, it allows the Kagami to pick up the Lord's demons and act as the heart suggests. It returns to the surface with the satellites and proclaims, Kagami has a gift that is able to turn it into a rescuer all over the world. A man is located near the fire, and the nap firmly holds him in arms. Along with him, watching, sits by Kagami, as if waiting for an important moment. Suddenly the man wakes up, opens his eyes, and moans quietly. The young man, having escaped from captivity of his own reflections, asks stunning whether he had already come to mind. Sleeping his eyes, the man is interested in how long his sleep has passed. Kagami, looking at him, calmly replies that he had fallen almost half a day. The man's hand unconsciously extends to the headband. Confusion is mixed with anxiety. Where did his witchcraft disappear? Nearby, the guy tilts his head, confessing that he had to ask for permission. He explains. He hid the horns under the fabric to mask his own magic. With a smile on the mouth of Kagami confesses. A few spare artifacts on a rainy day always had with him. However, he could not think that he would have to use them all to completely curb his own magical power. Turning his eyes, the man admits. Again he had to reach for help. A guy is interested in a guy with a smile. Is there a shrewd moving moment with his own student? Maybe it was worth a little sincerely betrayed? The man told the boy that he chose this name himself. Kagami is only a casual neck of the nape, smiling, and in the meantime, a boy with horns and firewood in his hands emerged behind him. The unexpected appearance of demonic majesty breaks out of his mouth as a surprise. The surprised man casts his gaze on Mino and asks whether he really forced him to worry. However, in response, he hears only, "It is good that he finally has been supported." The guy is interested in caring whether the pain or whether there is fatigue. Meanwhile, Mino timidly asks for permission to prepare something for a snack. Mino is persistently questioned with what foods you should work in the kitchen. Concerning his teacher's condition, he catches only a soothing request to relax. But at this moment it becomes clear. The owner did not lose its restless energy. Meno sincerely begs the Lord to forgive him. But Kagami only smiles skeptical. These impulses are too obvious. The whole soul, like his palm, especially when he is lost in anxiety. In response, the guy notes, during the first meeting in the Walnus, everyone in his place would not be a joke when something from the sky broke just to them. In the nonsense, he screams, expressing his astonishment. None of the blows seem to cause the enemy to the enemy. On this, Kagami, with a smile, he notes that if we consider his own memories, everything was far from painless. Even the outfit was burned. Mina is Perry. They say it would be better to make it clear that you are really hurt. Lord cannot stand. Loud laughter breaks out of his mouth, erupting unexpectedly and frightening the guys who did not expect such a reaction behind his back. With a smile, the man notes that the ability of Kagami to attract people has not disappeared. He is a truly amazing man. On these words, Kagami only awakens the nape of smiling. The young man casts his gaze on a man and notes, everything is not quite as it seems. From the time of their last meeting, it has indeed become different, but nothing extraordinary between them has happened. His gaze slides once after men, and the words are confident. No matter who you were born, a man or a dragon. The main thing is that understanding is possible, and they are quite capable of living in harmony, just as it works out now. In response, the Lord only kept silence. Kagami, without stopping, added, for a long time he considered such behavior a common phenomenon in this world, and later realized such a belief is a continuous nonsense. Returning to the man, he says hopefully in his voice, this is why he needs support, just as in the glorious times of the past. As it is from raising, the man lowers his head and confesses, there was no help. Only a challenge that made the opponent stronger. With a smile, the guy notes, it turns out that for the first time you helped me, really. The man looked at him carefully and spoke unmoved that he did not see the reason to give up. On the side, Mio is watching the Lord and Kagami with a handshake. The man turns to the boy, encouraging to share his plan. Suddenly a few more guys emerge from the thickets, and when they see men in front of them, they are stunned. They did not wait for such a turn. Suddenly the girl falls on the Kagami, and immediately he faded away with Mino, involuntarily reading his mouths from surprise. The girl's familiar features became clear to the boy at a moment when she, suddenly surprised, looked forward. The face of her father immediately recognized. But the rest of the men who came out of the forest from what was seen were paid from fear. Only that man remained calm and looked at everyone as if nothing extraordinary had happened. The respectable ruler addresses the girl with the words that their paths have not intersected. Asked if everything is well, she notices. Alice squeezes his lips and evades. Starry rushing to his father, the girl hugs him with crying eyes, putting all her strength and sincerity in this impulse. Having handed his hand on her daughter's hair, the man enthusiastically notes how quickly she grew up. Kagami observes this stage, filled with quiet warmth and tenderness. Covered with anxiety, the girl graciously asks what is going around. Her gaze rushes from one to the other. Why suddenly a demon driver appeared? With their mouths, almost no words have come down. How new questions are emerging. How do you collect those desired 10,000 gold? The guy immediately denies, they say. In such a short time, they would not collect that amount. The girl in response is surprised to throw the question, and where did the master of the demons come from? After that, with a slight cunning in her voice, she is wondering, it turns out that we are no longer needed. The young man looks closely at the girl in the eye, reminding that the money still needs to be raised. Quite shaking his head. Why did they hear, and what happened to the casino? In response, the guys only look away, avoiding answers. The sudden decision of a man is violated by silence. He shares the news. The royal army appeared here specifically through them. He also adds that everyone had to hear the terrible truth. Alice was exposed like a demon. Without stopping, he says that people noticed her horns and immediately rushed to the side. Taking fear, they hoped to hide her aura among the sacred trees of the forest. Mino, amazed at Herd, exclaims with surprise, "How could it happen?" In response, the man assures that he was not he. David hid them, even after he learned that Alice was a demon. Then he continues, emphasizing, only thanks to David they managed to bypass the danger. Mino finally comes to what happened. Kagami, without holding back curiosity, addresses the man asking where they know all of them. In response, it is confronted with silence. No word breaks from the stranger's mouth. Suddenly, as soon as he spoke that there was a fault of the palm tree, the Kagami rubbed his head, interested in asking for the fate of Karurus and Rex. The man informs the boy that they were captured by the kingdom troops. He confesses that at those minutes they have barely had the strength to escape. The young man assures, given their situation in society, no mockery should be expected. But contrary to these words, the anxiety about them does not leave his thoughts. The suspicion arises in the Kagama. Most likely both were locked in the walls of the castle. The guy acknowledges, attempts to save now are in vain after it became known that they are traveling with a demon. Suddenly Kagami breaks sharply from the place and heads in an unknown direction. The worried man exclaims him after asking where he thought of going. The stranger stops and reports that his path lies in the capital, not hiding the surprise about their confusion. He invites you to join the trip, but such an unexpected invitation causes the boys only horror in the eyes. Suddenly, the girl notices how their conversation gained a completely unexpected direction and is indignant. Does the interlocutor at all aware that this time they are opposed not by a monster, but quite ordinary man? Even if you go to the capital, they will be called merchants who contacted the demons. Meanwhile, Kagami, staring at the tablet, notices something that it is amazing. According to him, it became clear that the symbol of the offender suddenly appeared in the status window. Under the influence of these words, the girl looks at her own sign, and with horror realizes that she was also marked with the same icon. A man is interested in a guy who intends, and how he is going to cope with business in the capital. In addition, he asks if he realizes the young man that his opponent is now not a monster. These words of Kagami only respond to a smile, noting that his rivals in San Maria were real monsters, and now their challenge was royal power. The young man is determined. He will continue to act without retreating from his own purposes. Squeezing his fist, a man sadly recognizes the truth. The enemy is too dangerous this time. But he does not have time to arrange how the guy is cut sharply, advising not to complicate. The surprise is reflected in the face of a man when he looks at the boy. Turning, Kagami looks closely at the man and asks, "Is he indifferent to the rescue of chickens and Rex?" The boys were silent in him. Kagami sounded quietly, as if he understood everything. Once upon a time such thoughts from time to time came to his mind, but he is convinced that it is not possible to make hands and proclaim, "It is impossible." Not a way out. Even when it comes to the kingdom or the principles of the world, in vain smiles and patience are only doomed to leave everything as it was, without any changes. The guy confesses that only misunderstanding pushed him to these actions. Kagami acknowledges that he always considered any attempts in vain and immediately dropped his hands, but later realized in fact, he just fled from everything. The young man raises his hand and states, that is why his life credo sounds like this. If there is no 100%, he will not retreat, because he does not run away from the fight. Friends supported his opinion. Hearing this, the guy immediately exclaims the order to go to the capital and rescue chickens and Rex. Without hesitation, comrades are approvingly nod and hurry after him. On the road on the outskirts of the capital, boys are slowly forward. Suddenly they are old with a huge backpack, who wishes good afternoon. The boys are greeted in response without any surprise, and Masha waves his hand. They are not surprised. It is strange that a grandfather with a heavy backpack behaves as if nothing unusual. In response, Kagami with doubt states that hardly anyone from their entire team would suspect that this weak grandfather is in fact the king of demons. The man denies, they say. Even if this is true, the brand of criminals still remains with each of them in status. However, in his opinion, the rumors did not fly too far. He turns to Kagami, interested in further actions. It does not hide surprise by learning that the dark dragon really exists, and the infinite struggle of people for the destruction of the waters of the Rabbit of Dimins is only one of the components of this world. The desperate cry of the man forced his brain to explode from the excessive shocking news. In response, Kagami only smiles, looks at the girl, and calls for her not to dive into gloomy thoughts. With a slight smile on his face, he gently holds his hand on the girl's head, assuring that, although he is a simple green guy, he will definitely handle this business. Her smile in response to his words. Meanwhile, Lord turns to the girl and relieves that she is genuinely happy with such a peasant. With a smile on the face, Alice agrees with her husband and confesses that she is happy to acquaint with Kagami. Her heart is gratitude. Even when he learned the truth about her, he still rushed to defense in a difficult moment. The voice is heard warmth and joy when he confesses how close and expensive he has become for her. Looking at Kagami, the Lord enthusiastically notes that the young man became a worthy man. In response, he jokingly suggests that it may be a merit of his peasant origin. The smiles of both men flashed a touching agility. In appearance, the young man was no different from an ordinary person, so he could not think that all this time he was his opponent. But the loud and unexpected icon was suddenly embedded with the Lord, and the girl almost wore horror seeing it. The concern of Kagami declares whether everything is fine with him, but the guy suspects that therapeutic magic does not work because of a curse. He thinks aloud. If the necessary object was at his hands, he may have found a solution. Lord, with a serious look, replies that he still has enough strength to continue the fight. In response, the young man assures that he is not going to force him to fight anything. He just asks to listen. A nasty man asks for the second time, carefully and with a shade of cold in his voice, what they really want. In response, Kagami expresses his wishes for the owner of the demons to initiate a peace agreement. These words force the man thoughtfully and silently learned by Kagami with his eyes. Meanwhile, the stands behind the behind were extremely amazed at the herd. The girl, who is confused, asks how he thought in general such nonsense. The young man insists. Even if this seems absurd, it is still worth trying. After all, nothing will change until you take the first step. It reminds the girl what she was unloved and closed at the beginning. The angry girl exclaims, "Did they not agree on the kingdom?" She warns that if they try to impose such a decision, they will have to be responsible for each of their acts before the court. Instead, the young man notes, even if it was about demons, the consequences would be the same. That is why he convinces all important issues should solve influential persons together. In a confident tone, Kagami promises, if everything goes smoothly, Kurur and Reksha will be released. However, the girl, trying to hide anxiety, doubts. Can everything be so easy? The man casts a careful look at the guy and warns, if someone who does not want to listen in the way and decide to ignite the war. Kagami sincerely admits that if negotiations are collapsed, they will have nothing left to go to weapons. However, he does not want to attract the chaos of the king himself at all. In case of failure, the guy is okay to fight on his own. However, a man with the exhausted sigh states that such a choice carries only dangers. The man is wondered if the guy really believes that the force can be solved any problem. He replies, even if you cannot bow to peace, let the kingdom know all this happens to the will of the demon king. Kagami recognizes that such an intention is risky, however. If you need to convey this message, the meeting with the monarch will become inevitable, no matter how difficult it is. With eyes full of tears, the girl looks at the angry guy. Unexpectedly comes closer and sharply grabs him for a jacket. The guy solidifies from surprise. The gaze flies up. Alice dares and voices his feelings, openly confessing to the boy in love. He heard is surprising. The unexpectedness of the words is genuine surprise. Suddenly, exhausted, David emerges from the horn and in the voice bitterly reports that, unfortunately, there is almost no chance on a truce. The boys are stunned. They did not hope to meet this man here. The boys rush to David, immediately notice his condition, and hurry to treat the wounded. The miracle of this moment does not pass the attention of Kagami. Having heard about the ability to heal, he is surprised to turn to Alice. Does she really have the magic of treatment? The girl turns and with a smile confesses that she dreamed of being useful for him. This causes David laughter. He notes that she puts the whole soul in study. Looking at the guy, David adds that, judging by everything, and he tries no less. The answer of Kagami sounded without hesitation. Everything lies on the surface. The stranger looks at David, is interested in the causes of his appearance, and then he asks what happened after the escape. In despair, he acknowledged, neither Mr. Rex nor Miss Karur was able to save, so he was forced to flee. He adds that he would not want someone to find him in such a helpless state when he could not move properly. Hearing this, the interlocutor reassures. The main thing is that you are whole. The rest does not matter. David explains that he probably has now become unnecessary for them. In his opinion, the real goal was to expose Lady Alice and return Lord Rexa and Lady Karura to the castle. At this point, Kagami is interested in the reasons why David believes that there is almost no chance of negotiating a truce. In response, David confesses that the reason is the king, obsessed with an obsessive idea to destroy the demons, as if this is the meaning of his life. For this purpose, for the sake of destroying the demons and their ruler, the king is able to sacrifice absolutely everyone. The hostility of Kagami will certainly become fuel for the sole purpose, because it embodies humanity. David states that this hatred is unnatural, because the demons with his owner have mastered all his nature. The question is just flying from the boy's mouth, as David instantly interrupts, throwing a brief explanation. The whole thing is Mrs. Kurup. Kagami immediately breaks the conversation and surprises his views on the interlocutor. A surprised girl asks what it should mean. The young man thinks for a moment and confesses, the Churus of the Ruhr is the daughter of the king himself. Kagami points out that as a wise, she probably has to come together with the owner of the demons or some other dark power on the battlefield. The first meetings are mentioned when she was tirelessly questioned, or Alice is not a demon. The girl confirms. Compared to the past, the chickens of RU really changed, became much softer. After agreeing with the interlocutor, David notes that the king even forced his daughter to stand in battle, and it was he who instilled in her hatred of demons. Raising, the man sharply states, an attempt to get to the capital and to agree on the truce is doomed to failure. Hand strong as a steel chain, David grabs the guy for his wrist. The fire in the voice is flashed. When it comes to Lady Kururu, he is ready to do everything to save her. And in order not to lose a moment, you need to hurry immediately. Otherwise, the smile of Lady Kururu may go out forever. In these words, the guy looks the man in the eye. Again, the question from Kagami. Why the smile disappeared from her face forever? In response, David shared his memory. It was at the time when he began to serve her. She was surprisingly a cheerful child. She carefully cared for others and worried about their worries. According to David, her kindness was boundless. Even the gentle luck of Ellis was not inferior. The man swore. For the sake of this smile is ready for everything to protect her. However, the king had other plans. He was greedy to raise the girl with a real wise. He sought to make her strong enough to win the king of demons. Although the girl was not ready at all, she was already forced to enter the battles with creatures that much exceeded her. He further tells how the idea of depriving someone of life, let even a helpless monster, Lady Karur perceived with horror. The ice fear for her own life was shuddering her body, not giving his step to step forward. Tears poured out of her eyes for many days. Unbearable suffering was not released for a moment. The plea to stop the fighting remained unanswered. The king remained deaf until her requests. According to the man, this horror lasted until something was important. One day, a smile faded on her face. David remembers how she began to say that her fate, and without hesitation, participated in every battle that fate forced. The man states that her spirit has broken, but the interlocutor denies that during their first meeting, he did not feel any shadows of despair in her heart. The girl agrees with him, but does not hide. The intention to destroy the king of demons remains her main purpose. On the face of David frozen the ice indifference. In the depths of the point of view, trembled, barely catching sadness. It was the king, he said quietly, was the driver of all these events. Seeing the broken spirit of the girl, the ruler wondered, if she fails to adapt to society, the bad glory will lie on the shadow and on the royal family. In order to avoid shame, he made sure that her heart will completely lose the ability to feel pain. Kagami wondered whether Kurur was intention to destroy the demons of demons from the very beginning. David denied, emphasizing that she always felt disgusting for fights. The guy, not fully understood, again addresses the question of the man, and in response hears from David. The king has the gift of washing brains. Confessing how he was able to ward the souls reveals it was this gift that helped heal the broken will of Lady Kurur. And at the same time, the goal was to destroy the owner of demons. According to him, he did not only with that girl. Many of the most powerful adventurers have suffered such trials. The guys cannot believe what they have heard and ask whether they understand properly. David says that when he visited the master he was struck. Mrs. Kurur smiled again. The man only shrugged, convincing, it is absolutely natural. According to David, he became aware that a full girl was able to escape from the king's shackles and was given the freedom to make her own choice. This is what pushed him to become an observer. He began to fake reports, choosing a side of will. At that moment, David noticed that Lady Kurur is increasingly affected by those who surround her. He sincerely confessed that even if he had to oppose the king himself, he would still stand up to protect the place that became the most expensive for Kurur. Such determination was a lot of surprise to Kagami. Even on his face, a glare flashed. David rushes to the boy's feet, begging him. If so lasts, Lady Kurur will turn not just into weapons to fight demons. Horror froze in her glance, pleading broke from her mouth. Soon the girl does not even mention how it is to smile sincerely as it used to. In despair, Alice hastened to beg the boy, stop him until there was a chance. However, Kagami responded with cold confidence. The decision was already made. The guy squats next to David, assuring that no request is required. He will provide his help in any case. After all, they are friends. Watching this scene, a man follows the guy with perseverance. Pushing the chair back, the Kagami rushes and confidently goes to the exit. In his voice, there is a constancy. The world system will no longer control the fate as he pleases. It must be destroyed. Otherwise, such tragedies will be repeated again and again. Classmates froze in amazement, watching it disappear behind the door. The sudden appearance of the void at the place where he has just been causes a man's bitter irony. He escapes again. The girl is also covered by indignation on Kagami, which, despite no one, once again flies forward, like a hunger. In response, Alice shouts loudly that everyone will follow him. Finally, the path leads the main characters to the capital of the Kingdom of Hexeldor. The majestic architecture of the city captures the breath. Every building impresses the imagination with numerous details and sophistication of forms. Looking surprised at these miracles, travelers do not hide the admiration of what they have seen. Water was not aware of the water. It was difficult for him to imagine that life would take him to such places. The girl sweeping an interesting detail. The residents of the town did not even think of panic. On the contrary, the man noted that everyone on the face read peace and everyday life. The excitement sparkles in the girl's voice when she hopes that she hopes. Their secret will remain undisclosed. The man in response assures that together they will be unsurpassed. The man insists. In all circumstances, it is necessary to find a Kagami. Otherwise he will make nonsense. The boys are embarrassed. They do not know where to start the search, and worries whether the Kagami has slipped into the walls of the castle. The girl asks if he could do it. In response, the man notes that there is nothing impossible for him. Alice feels anxiety and anxiety. The man notes, even jump from surf walls, knights would still be able to bypass. They talk about the opportunity to hide their presence with the help of charms, but unfortunately the guy does not have magic. The girl thinks, what would he decide in such a situation? The owner believes that it is worth staying in the castle. Suddenly the peasant still thinks to come there. David supports this opinion, noting that this is the most likely development of events. The man warns, whatever they do, every minute of time remains less. The intervention in the will of Lady Kurur is too much delayed. The girls also answer this view that reads annoyance and dissatisfaction. Having realized the complexity of the situation, the man understands that he will have to look for answers on his own. The look rises to the sky, and the image of Kagami is clearly expressed in thought. Behind the castle, the boys froze near the black stroke, looked carefully around. The amazing piece suggested a suspicion. No movement, no unnecessary sound. In their opinion, she has confidence. It is unlikely that Kagami will appear in this place. The owner is wondered if they will not be able to save the Kurur. The man is surprised to confess that he did not expect the owner of the demons to risk life for the sake of man. In response, she reminds that among these people there are those who at one time reached out to him. The owner notes, now that the peasant is not nearby, the fate of the girl is only in their hands. However, The future is wrapped in the fog of the unknown. At best, the whole company will have to go through strict trials and learn to live with the brand of criminals. Water with cold confidence states that relationships between demons and people will never change. Everything will remain as it was. The man insists that the attempt to release the punishment will only deepen chaos and bring even more trouble. Suddenly, the loud cry of Alice sharply interrupts a tense conversation. All the attention is drawn to the Kagami, which is purposefully moving to the door. Guys cannot believe that he really goes directly to the entrance to the castle where the guards are chatted. Guardians exclaim, "What type of this type here forgot, and is at all aware of where he got?" Their voices are terminated at the entrance to the castle, which is ruled by the ruler of Hekel's Seldoria, and they ask incurious whether he knows who he stands. Surprise covers the guards because of the silence of the guy, and they jokingly ask whether he did not take a shame. One of the guards, aiming the spear, strictly orders to get away. The smile blooms on the face of Kagami. He confidently knocks out the spears of enemies, radiating a quiet challenge to them. Suddenly, the guards with horror notice that their spears are already in the hands of a stranger. Lightning rage runs on the faces, extend their hands trying to turn the weapon. However, the guy without unnecessary hesitation rushes the spears back. The sudden exclamation of Kagami about the abduction of Rex and Karura unwarped the silence when he crashed his head into the gate of the castle, knocking them from the loops and turning into debris. A girl with a sly smile assures that the guy does not even know what will happen next. A loud shouting is heard behind the closed door. The security guard requires a stranger. Guard understands. Before him, a stranger. He is calling for help. Other guards will quickly understand. Kagami decided to storm the castle on his own. It is not clear whether he does not appreciate his own life. Then Kagami looks at them and asks again, do they really think that his life is worthless for him? The young man assures that everything has confused everything. His life is of great value, so right now it should be missed. Suddenly, Kagami erupts and rushes forward. The young man rushes to the thicket, lifting true chaos. One of the guards loudly orders to grasp the abuse, but instead hears in response, with such an opponent they cannot cope, because his power is simply incredible. Suddenly, as if from the air, friends appear in front of him. The guards, when they see the giant, ask whether it is indeed his accomplice. Kagami does not hide surprise. The face is illuminated, and he, with a mocking shine in his eyes, informs his comrades that they are late. The man grabs the guy and, drawing a short blow, strictly warns, more thoughtlessly not to rush forward. The girl, lost in despair, exclaims how he could act so hastily without even thinking about the consequences. On the floor, exhausted, Kagami barely reduces the words. After such a return, no one would dare. The girl, while fighting tears, denies. They still have David, who knows every corner in the palace perfectly. Thanks to it, it is quite possible to penetrate here. Carting up, the guy exclaims whether they are still in the time. In his opinion, the shortest way is just through the main entrance. Menno reproaches to Kagami, wondering what he did all this time. Restrained, with a barely noticeable thoughtfulness, the guy replies, he was preparing. Unexpectedly, the guards behind the Kagami, they came up and shouted, ordered to grasp the guy immediately. As soon as the guards gathered to attack, as Kagami instantly breaks on his feet and one brilliant blow stuns the opponents. Menno's surprise is not hidden. It seems that their presence here was absolutely superfluous. These words of Kagami rotate and reproach. Do not say that way. He tried to act carefully without causing unnecessary pain, but quickly realized that to keep his strength in the framework, much more difficult than it seemed. The demonic bishop again turns to the boy, claiming that everyone around his death, and he just pretends to be a fool. These words cause genuine confusion in Kagama. The guy looks at the man in surprise. The young man notes, did they not appear here to offer a truce agreement? If he really destroyed someone in this place, wouldn't you use it immediately to refuse in the negotiations? Kagami states that although it has come to change these senseless rules, it does not give the right to take life. The guy with confidence on the face emphasizes that such a path contradicts the idea of achieving mutual understanding. The reassured, the owner of the demons closes his eyes and promises to stay away from deadly actions. Jumping the cloak to the ground, he turns to the peasant with advice to monitor his every movement. But the tension did not have time to save, as a new squad of the guards suddenly appeared. The ruler revealed to all the true essence of his power, and taking off his veil of power, said, "Here, Let us demonstrate how to do it for real. Bishop states that in order to break the hostile desire for battle, without taking their lives, it is necessary to clearly demonstrate how striking the abyss separates their power from his strength. Sparks suddenly flashed around the man. The guards immediately froze in the horror in front of the demon and its unprecedented force. They finally illuminated them. They were not a regular monster at all. A close look has grabbed a familiar sight. People and demons act together. There is no doubt. These are traitors that rumors have long been spreading. Heard the curses tears out in Kagami. The Lord replies to this. To waste strengths on other people's chats. Unnecessary. Because whatever we do, we are already enemies for them. The royal castle now appeared by those who brought together people and demons. Such rumors can be extremely appropriate. The supreme ruler confidently states that they will finally have a chance to break the damn laws that have condemned the demons to oblivion. Kagami notes. It would be nice if they managed to get those who have been able to worry, but it would not work away until they are interfered with. A man with a smile waves his hand and promises to try. Suddenly the guards climbed into the air and rapidly fell down. An order came. Boys, forward. The call sounded from the mouth of a man who as hurriedly checks. Did anyone die? The Lord shakes his head. Suddenly, a new detachment of guards emerges in front of the boy. They are determined to give life for the kingdom. In the air, a devastating blow of Kudami shines. The guards instantly close in a dense ring, pressing their backs to each other, preparing for the next clash. Suddenly, even more guards emerged on the horizon who rushed to the attack. What opened the eyes of the boys is quite embarrassed. Squeezing two guards in his hands, Kagami with an angry expression on his face acknowledges that he tried to restrain himself. At this time, all the guys rush against the guards. Meanwhile, Lord, remaining unmoved, notes that his soldiers are ready to attack, despite his own life. Agree, Kagami notes, from the royal guards and would not expect less. Having met with an angry guards, she realizes that this moment is not for a joke. Kagami screams to the guards, asking if they do not want to say goodbye to their lives. Meanwhile, the girl quickly heals her comrades. The young man is aware of that this endless crowd of guards is a futile affair. Kagami is interested in how many more times they will be able to use this spell, but the Supreme Owner warns it cannot continue endlessly because it is extremely difficult to manage the force. Suddenly, David turns to Kagami loudly, shows the roof and asks whether he is able to get there in any way. The guy with unconcealed excitement thinks about whether he can get to his destination. However, suddenly exclaims about the transition to the Plan B. Voladar is immediately interested in the essence of the new plan, so Kagami replies without delay. Go there and intercept the rest. The Lord has time to say that everything is clear to him, as Kagami grabs him lightly and rejects him sharply there, as soon as the language went. The girl covers the fright. She breaks out with a cry. What does he create? Suddenly, predatory movement, and catch Alice into a hug, proclaiming that now her turn. Swinging, throws the girl high in the air. It is covered by fear. Alice firmly squeezes his dress with her hands and breaks on a shrill cry, which is even more frightened by the boys. The girl's gaze slides after her flying friend. Fear covers her, and a warning breaks on her lips. So it is impossible. In response, Kagami rotates sharply, absorbing a creepy look. From the horror, the girl pale even more. The young man throws the girl up, which she is in despair. I am sure that he will die. But suddenly it is gently picked up by the strong hands of the owners of the demons. With cautious movements, the man lowers Tina to the ground. The girl, holding back fear and showing unexpected maturity, confesses that she was sure. This is the end for her. At this point, Alice looks at her with anxiety and care. The girl is frightened. She asks her girlfriend if everything is fine, and in the meantime, Lord has already grabbed Mino and David. He did not have time to take a breath as the suspicious look catches another figure. An ally. Is this the last one? The question is. The ally is in vain tries to escape, but he rejects it simply to the wall. However, Lord remains relentless. He does not give him a chance to escape. The man collapses on the ground, while the bishop calmly contemplates himself. Suddenly, Kagami ran into the room, hurrying to apologize and explain that he did not restrain himself. His hand slipped. The man laughs nervously, unable to believe in heard, and asks in surprise whether it was only an accident. The idea of accidentalness has also flashed into Tina as well. It also hesitates. and the Mino with a slight irony notes, "Maybe this is the answer to the fact that you once threw him into a Walman." Straight into the sky. The castles echo the steps of guys who rapidly rush the corridors. The motion-driven, Kagami looks back to David and quit the question whether he is confident in the chosen direction. In response, David nods strongly, confirming that the path is chosen correctly. According to David, if the king managed to break the will of Lady Karur and Lord Rex, it is pointless to flutter all over the castle. The smartest to move straight to the king himself. Suddenly their movement subsides near the majestic arch leading into a long corridor. David draws the attention of the satellites. The king's rooms are hidden just behind the trading hall. The unexpected roar of iron and difficult steps break out of the boys. Fear covers their hearts when the moon is rolled behind the moon. David notes that if everything solves the case, they have no idea when it is time to retreat. The guards are rapidly approaching. One of them, having brought the sword for a blow, exclaims that as long as life burns in his chest, there will be no passage to enemies. A moment before the collision, Takaco haps one of the guards and throws him away. Courageously lifting his fist, he assures that he will hold them, giving others the opportunity to break through. David, without thinking, joins her, stating that he will also be helped. Squeezing his lips to the blood, Kagami urges not to give up, not to allow the enemy to break them. Suddenly, breaking up the tense silence, David shouts to the man. According to him, it is necessary to be alert if Mr. Militaria hid behind this door. Suddenly the stranger turns and asks who he is. David confesses that he is involved in the admiration of Ms. Kururu and Lord Rex. In proud of his position, he emphasizes the weight of his own influence in these walls, because it belongs to the nobility. The stranger further reveals an interesting detail. Mr. Militaria is able to reduce the characteristics of the enemy, although the forces of magic do not affect it. However, he does not have details. In response, the new moon only silently translates the narrator. A smile of confidence shines on the boy's face when he assures, near him, loyal friends who always take care of him, and even the Bishop of Demon himself. There is no doubt, everything will cost the best. The holy voice of Kagami exclaims that everything is clear, and the boys are strongly torn from the place forward. David, turning around, only silently watches the comrades who rush after him. Hotly pleading the boys to protect himself, the man asks to save Miss Kurur and Mr. Rex, and he remains to restrain the guards. The boys approach the door, and it is the Kagami who dare to take the handle. Barely touched, he gently but confidently pushes it, and the door is subjected to slowly opening the passage. An unexpected surprise covers the guy. He did not expect to meet the fuel behind this door. A girl in a hat with a light smile notes, "Isn't it too late for parties?" The girl confidently declares her readiness for this meeting, and the boys are surprised to watch the events. A sinister smile appears on the face of Kagami, and she throws a phrase as if she expressed it, waiting for their appearance. Surprising the boy's insight, the girl looks at him and admits, in his assumption, there is the fate of the truth. Paula notes that it seems that His Majesty shows special interest in you, because he has come so rapidly. Alice casts a frightened look at her. The girl's close look immediately grabs a new detail. The question breaks from her mouth. Is she no longer going to hide her horns? In the end, the patience bursts, and it exclaims that it is time to stop hiding its true essence. The surprise swept a lady in a hat after the bold words of the girl. Suddenly the king turns to the audience and states, "Demons have joined people to get into the throne hall." Without the shadow, he confesses, he sees the first time in life. An unknown anxiety is mixed with anger in his voice when he wants to find out about the fate of the guard of the palace. Have they all fallen under someone else's hand? Swinging, Kagami focuses on his fingers in a magical sign and confidently states that no one has killed anyone here. Suddenly, a careful view of the property stops on Rex. Its appearance immediately attracts the attention of other guys who begin to sound to Rex named. The guy remained unmoved, with a cold look, ignoring the audience around. The awareness of the situation made Kagami grow away from fear. Mino strongly voiced the suspicions. This was what warned David. Brainwashing. The king urges everyone to calm down. Smiling, he assures that there is no zombing, just a slight hypnosis to conquer the victim's will. He also does not forget to mention, according to him, he acts only on one person at the same time. Not having time to come to mind, Kagami asked in the excited voice about the location of the carrier. In response, his interlocutor, with an icy anger in his gaze, briefly said, She is in that tower. The man states that she is currently a test to accept his baptism. The guy puzzled Herd is asking what he means. The king notes that, despite the generous gift of talent, she lacks inner strength to reveal him in full. The man confesses that after he once washed her brains, he was convinced that he would then pass quietly and according to plan. Before the eyes, a simple road to the destruction of the king of demons was already emerging. Suddenly, unnecessary and absolutely inappropriate thoughts began to appear in her head, which did not concern the main goal. Such a turn of events did not think. The news made by the king struck so much that he could not believe his hearing. It became a real shock for him, because the situation seemed deeply sad and shameful. The indignation flashes in the Kagam, and he asks aloud why it is needed at all. According to him, there is no confidence, there can be no difference. She will leave the thoughts of the murder of the king of demons or not. In response, the king clenches his teeth and drills his eyes. After announcing his plan, the man explains that in order to avoid new doubts in her heart, he will have to resort to the brainwashing, penetrating into the most secret corners of her consciousness. Young Men covers the fear of what he heard. The king confidently states that as soon as his ability is awakened, no sacrifice will be able to resist. After all, if no one hurts from the outside, the brainwashing will continue until it is completed. That is why he brought the girl in a dungeon. Inseparable confidence, a man proclaims. Nothing is able to stop this process. But suddenly, like a lightning, Kagami breaks on her feet and rushes to the window. In her look, a decisive intention to reach the tower at any cost is read. Suddenly, the invisible obstacle stops at halfway. It encounters an invisible wall and flies back. Concealed, the guy does not understand what has happened, and tries to repeat his steps, but bounces again, without overcoming the mysterious barrier. The embarrassed Kagami lies on the floor trying to shake what happened. The king, while keeping calm, reassures, "You should not worry." He explains in detail that this barrier curtain reflects any attacks. It is instantly guessed. It is a unique property to protect against external danger. Covering in rage, the guy states that no force will break him. At that moment, Alice instantly rushes to him, gently treats the wounds, despite the swirl of emotions that raging around. Mino touches the barrier, and the waves of magic spread from its surface. The owner triumphs that this barrier became their new prison. Alice is stunned. It's hard to believe everything. In an unspoken anxiety, Alice calls for to go from here as soon as possible, because otherwise the chicken will be in a terrible danger. Meanwhile, Kagami goes to the barrier and calls a girl in his name loudly, shouting that they have come to save her, so it's time to wake up. The man explains that there is no point in trying. This barrier does not miss any sound, so her ears will not even hear the echo of his voice. Returning to the king, he reassures the guy. They say, "You should not worry." The king appeals to talk, saying, "Didn't you come here because of the desire to discuss something with me?" These words struck by Kagami and his companions. The surprise did not leave them. No one could understand where the monarch has such information. The guy asks again whether it is worth sharing these words. The king nods. He is ready to listen to his every opinion, so he calls for a story. Friends watch this scene, holding their breath and barely holding back the surprise. Having declared the desire to conclude a true treaty between people and demons, Kagami faces the icy look of the king, who only barely smiles noticeably in response. The question of Kagami came. Can't you put an end to these endless clashes? In fact, there is only one thing: the ability to create monsters. To prove it, they all appear here today. A slight smile slides on the face of a man. In his look reads hidden cunning. Without hiding the plan, he assures that there is no doubt of the interlocutor. Their peaceful coexistence is quite possible. The king insists that this remains impossible. The words of the ruler cause a real rage in Kagam. It is interested in not so much the origin of confidence as the essence. The reason lies not only in the creation of monster demons. The young man cautiously expresses his opinion. If the trouble is monsters, can people and demons join efforts by looking for common ways to solve the problem? The king smiles, recognizing the continuation of such a story really promises to be exciting. The question was surprisingly simple. With whom to conclude this contract? With a demon or with a person? The king silently examined the audience, and then asked whose representative was at this table. Without any hesitation, Kagami announces, "They are faced with the owner of the demons." The man frightened his face without believing heard. and for the second time he asks who the stranger is. The young man confidently reports that the demonic king agreed to a truce with people. From now on, it depends only on the monarch of people. Only his decision can change the course of history and give the world a new way. However, in response, the man throws a glance at the young man, devoid of emotions. Kudami explains that the victory over the Lord Demons only launches everything first. All the heroes will be reboot, so the memories of the battle with the Father of Darkness will disappear forever. A new Lord Demons will be replaced by the Fallen, and the endless war will continue again. Field, together with the king, could not believe heard. Surprise was frozen on their faces. Kagami shared all his knowledge of the mysterious system of this world, told about the essence of a stellar and the dark dragon, opening the curtain over the hidden forces that really control reality. The king exploded with hysterical laughter, closing his face with his hand. What happened caused the boy's true horror. But the monarch states with conviction, "This is the most important thing." The man explains that to complete the restart, the strongest heroes have already been sent against the Lord Demons. He heard so struck and worried the heroes that they could not hide their surprise. The king suggests that the guy learned about it from Estella and the Dark Dragon. She asks with interest whether something like this happened to him. In the conversation, he emphasizes, demons and monsters exist to protect balance in this world. The monarch insists that their existence has the sole purpose of choosing the most worthy representatives of this world. Squeezing jaws, Kagami cannot believe his ears. At the same moment, the owner rapidly rises from the throne, and in his hand there is an unexpected arms. The man breaks the conversation, categorically declaring that the words are already enough. Suddenly it is embarrassed, it is covered by anxiety, and the man, noticing it, looks sharply and asks what happened. Paul has wondered if he was aware of it from the beginning. The man replies that he should guess, however. He adds that even the awareness of the truth changes nothing. The man convinces that when everyone is restarted, the demonic bishop will be born again. He assures that in the end, demons are not able to become our allies. Their nature will always put us in opposite camps. The girl, although with noticeable indecision, agrees with his words. The heroes are approached by the king, announcing, "It is the moment to come together with the owner of the demons." Surprisingly, he suddenly finds himself behind the demon's back. The lord did not have time to blink as the royal blow was already nearby. The monarch himself will quit the question. Why so much surprise? Isn't it clear that the king himself stands in front of him? The king complains about the dangerous force, the one he is ready to imprison somewhere far away from everyone. Meanwhile, the owner of the demon disappears, dissolving in the cloud of magic smoke. Alice in despair exclaims, covered by his father's anxiety. With a view full of confidence, the man states that the ruler of the demons is doomed to die, but his recent time has not come. He then ruthlessly addresses other heroes. They say, "Such demons here are superfluous." In a moment, the king translates a close look at Kagami and states that his strength is only a reckoning. He imposes the desire to conquer the guy by suggesting to break his will, which instantly causes a storm of indignation. Sudden jump. The guy rushed to the king instantly, saying firmly and unpaved, "They are not someone's tools in this war." The guy raised his hand, getting ready to strike, but at the same moment the king suddenly moved, instantly leaving the enemy behind. The realization that these children are not a soulless weapon broke out in the mind of the monarch. However, it was alarmed that they can refuse to serve him, especially as valuable as this guy. With a whip, the king strikes him on his face. From the strength of this movement, Kagami flies back, and he is difficult to squeeze on the floor. An alarm for a friend does not leave Mino, while Kagami, heated, lies on the floor. The Palais addresses him with a hard question. Does he realize that he is not fighting monsters right now? She confidently warns, events will never follow his scenario. Suddenly, such words are Kagami. At the same time, the feeling of heaviness covered the whole body. Recognizing, the guy noted that in addition to physical strength, he finds no attractive trait behind him. The opponent assures that his ability has almost completely depleted the power of the body. The guy is angry without holding back anger against his opponent. Mino notices that before her are the military who mentioned David. Without determining the determination, Kagami stated that he would first deal with him. It was at this moment that a man suddenly emerged in the stranger. Rex rushed to help, covering it at the most responsible moment. The sudden appearance of the king behind the opponent's back was suddenly caught. he did not have time to get rid of as a royal blow had already collapsed on him. A powerful ray of holy white lightning, released by a man, immediately flies in a Kagama. The horror of the guy covers. The situation is not in his favor. Suddenly, a shadow emerges from the shadow. An instant movement, he grabs a friend and pulls away, rescuing Kagami from a serious injury. Then, the guy confesses. To hide such a crazy attack. A real meanness. Both boys do not find their place of excitement because of what is happening. The girl approached the boy and carefully began to treat his wound. She noted that the man watched her until they were far, but did not expect that he would fully master her skills. The girl's vigilant look immediately noticed how dangerous the boy's wound is. Kagami acknowledges that the guy also made considerable effort. The man is satisfied with how he skillfully uses it in his game. However, the girl warns him to stay in place. Her plan is not completed yet. An unexpectedly powerful blow to the back knocks her down. Someone strongly beats her on the nape of his neck. The king appeared in person. Threatedly states that the battle will never end with him, and one powerful blow to the enemy again. The king assures that there is no reason to worry. He did not destroy this thing, because its value is really high. In response, Kagami burns with indignation because of what is happening, and sharply orders Mino to ensure it. He replies to this, which understands what should be done, but the body seemed to be led. This sense of power is something completely abnormal. The king just smiles and notes that it will be interesting to see how much it will continue. The face of Kagami squeezed grimace. He heard clearly not to his liking. Suddenly, Mino noticed how the guy began to rush behind the bosom, as if looking for something important there. Opening the bag, Kagami gets several balls, and with a smile notes that prudentness is never superfluous. Mino looks at the subjects with interest and is interested in their purpose. The guy explains. He put them just in case. To go to the danger of danger with empty hands was not going. Without a moment, the king is rapidly approaching the guy. He beats him well, and says sharply that he sincerely hoped to turn all this in his own benefit. Kagami skillfully intercepts the king, cleverly using the balls as a shield. This is only further inflamed by the opponent's interest, and the king attacks the guy in response. But at the frame, Rex appears in the frame, rapidly approaching and preparing to strike. Suddenly, an ally of Kagami appears on the stage, sharply grabs the attacker, preventing it from hitting the boy. However, the fuel with a decisive wave of the hand launches a magical attack, and the characters find themselves under the blow of her charm. The boys were steadily withstanding. The king appeals to them, a voice full of irony. Is it not time to surrender? Maybe it is worth giving up that demonic freak. Then look, and the chance to give us a repelled rise at times. In response, a decisive assurance of Kagami is heard. He is never going to retreat. The king with calm confidence states that he has known everything for a long time. Suddenly, without hesitation, he is rapidly approaching Alice, lifting his sword. Horror covers Kagami from what he saw. The king proposes to finish the case for him. Alice fades with horror, not able to move. However, the guy covered with fear rushes to the side, trying to save the girl. Instantly focusing on the defense of Alice, Kagami covers her with his body, and the next blow involves it. Both fly away for a few meters, not even catching up. Waking up, the girl finds a dunny companion. Horror mastering her, confusion has become thoughts. There is no idea in the head. He steps forward, reaches out his hand and grabs Kagami by his shoulder, shouting his name with the hope that he will finally be conscious. Alice's eyes are filled with tears and the heart shrinks from despair. She glances to a friend in his wake-up. Faith in his death seems impossible to her. The cheeky accusation that the guy is too stupid to defend the demon breaks out of the mouth of a man. The indignation is burning Mino. Anger is directed towards the king himself. In response, the man assured that he did not intend to do harm to the boy, and he had no idea that he would be in defense of the demon at the cost of his own safety. Conveniently resting on the throne, the man coldly answers the question of Mino, waiting for them further. From under the forehead, he says that he is unlikely to leave guests alive. It adds that among them are those whose hatred of demons reaches incredible strength. The question of the possible difficulties of Swan is confidently answered by using the magic. There are no problems. Then it is unnoticed closer to Kagami and a confused Alice, who, without holding back tears, begs the boy to get up. Having pulled her hand forward, the woman spells the spell, forcing Mino to exclaim, and in surprise to ask that she thought. In response, a cold promise is heard. First, she will destroy Alice, and then it. The king allows the girl to do at her own discretion. The man at this time directs a magical attack towards Mino. The palm tree urges the girl to move away from the body immediately. But Alice remains unwavering and does not even think to move. Declaring that even death will not make her move away from Kagami, Alice stands firmly on her. She emphasizes that he rushed into the battle for her, so he will not leave his party under any circumstances. After these words, the woman's face flashes fury. The girl notes that she showed great courage. It is with determination that if you stay, there is no choice. Swan throws a splash of magic in her direction, and the guy watches everything with horror, chained to the place. Make sure that the girl was not harmful, the woman insists. Everything, as it seems, was a real demon. Her view, focused on the small one, hides the sinister plan. The woman wondered how much the strength was hidden in the girl, and then waved magic and attacked again. In response, the girl does not hesitate to protect Kagami with her own body. She is convinced that it is just a demon who is not able to truly appreciate a person. Paul's confidence is not growing. In his opinion, soon Alice will be pleased. Instead, the girl with irony notes, "Why is it still alive, if he really is so hard to destroy her?" The indignation flashes in the soul of a woman, and without understanding the reasons, she is genuinely surprised. Why do such extremes? She is too confident in her. Demons are pleased, treacherously betraying people, because for her, they are real horrors that you should not expect anything good. The rage of the Pondiga unfolds even harder, and he yells at the girl, demanding to get up immediately and move away from the body. She desires that she behaved like a real demon, but a girl with a bitter, unwavering replies, "It's in vain. She will not leave him." Alice assures that she will always remain nearby, because her heart belongs to Kagami. Suddenly, anxiety is covered by an image of one boy in memory. Smoking her lip, Paula quietly says that she is just a demonstration. Her words are full of pain. The girl, in her opinion, is only a broken, destroyed, demonic creature. Without hesitation, Paula attacks the girl with charms. At that moment, a woman approaches her on the other hand and asks how much she is about to endure it. Before her stands the exhausted girl with tears in her eyes, who desperately tries to heal the wounds of his girlfriend. Struck by what they see, the woman barely holds back tears that approach her eyes obsessively. Suddenly, the realization comes. All this time, even in such a state, she sought to heal and support Kagami. Having realized her actions, fuel falls into a place, overflowing with a bitter understanding that in reality the girl is only a demon. The confession of his own recklessness was quietly, almost broke in the air. The sweating look fuel watches how Alice constantly makes every effort, trying to save the guy. In memory, the request of Kagami, "Protect Alice." The girl raises her head, gives her friend a tired smile and exhausted, sinks on the guy's shoulder. With despair in the voice, the woman acknowledges that she did not fulfill the boy's request. Eyes shine with tears, sincere repentance, she begs to ask. The girl confesses that she is extremely ashamed and painful because of it. The king turns to a man with the idea of creating a world in which people and demons would coexist. He remembers the one who has already sought to embody this high idea, but the army quickly and ruthlessly put an end to his endeavors, without even letting the chance to convey his words. Looking in the eye of the king, the man sincerely apologizes for his boldness. He confesses that he sincerely believed that his presence may interfere with his own desires. A man approaches the Burns and, full of confidence, reports that her son has a great potential. The girl is surprising, she asks, not understanding what it is. It is said that the son of this man sought to establish an alliance with demons. People sincerely worshipped him, wishing to keep good neighborliness even with dark forces. But the glory and numerous followers who united around this figure attracted anger. Demons used his ambitions against him, completely destroying his trust and leaving the people of the people only fear of their even more mysterious power. The girl is stunned, unable to understand what he heard. The king acknowledges, "This man is truly devoid of heart." The same, motionlessly looking at the ruler, calmly replies, "Everything was done for the sake of the king himself." The man says that there were many gifted and useful people among his supporters. Turning them into despondent demons, he turned them into indispensable tools for serving the royal power. The man insists, the very presence of a fullness is an indisputable proof of the value of the pawn that they received during those dramatic events. His words are frozen in the air, and a woman, stunned and frightened, listens, not believing his own ears. The girl notes in surprise. The true threat to him was not the demons, but the teachers themselves. She tries to find out what he did, that it has caused such a change in facial expression. The man tells how he visited one of the settlements of the demons that he had previously established strong connections and destroyed one of them there. In his opinion, everyone was convinced that he belonged to the supporters of his own son. Lowering his head, he admits, everything happened as it should happen. According to the man, only the act committed by him destroyed everything that they built together for so long. Instead, the girl is convinced that it cannot be true. In the memory of Palner, the image of a boy who defended the demons, convincing them that no one would harm them and begged to believe him. The woman asks whether people became traitors. In the eyes of the girl, tears appear, lips tremble. How can you betray your own baby? The man only sighs, they say, which is why he emphasizes everything he has served only for the benefit of the king. The man appeals to the girl, asking why, in her opinion, such pathetic creation as he has the opportunity to know the whole truth about the structure of this world. However, he emphasizes that the most important thing for him is the oath of loyalty he gave to his king. A man of confession is heard loudly and passionately. For him, the king is a whole universe. The ability to feel the desire and pain of majesty adds courage, so without thinking, it is ready to erase any threatening creature from the face, even if it is his own child. With unconcealed hysteria, the man states, "The greatness of his majesty is undeniable." He convinces that their pathetic people do not even stand with the monarch. The woman asks for it in surprise for what reason he tells her all. In response, he notes that to understand whether Her Majesty must wash her brains, it is worth considering how much new she has mastered. The above knocks the girl out of the track. This answer causes her genuine surprise. Probably the girl no longer wants to destroy the owner of the demons, suggests a man, and insists. Such intention can turn into serious problems. In response, her face flashes with anger, and with her hands swinging, she orders a spell. A sudden blow, and a flame flares around it, tearing everything in smoke. In the middle of the chaos, the look slides to the husband, and she saw as a genuine surprise. In the middle of the smoke clubs, in the middle of the dead silence, Kudami stood motionless, while the man looked at the boy with surprise, not believing that he was still alive. The look, full of surprise, slides on the interlocutor. After all, what prompted to intervene and stop an inevitable blow? Kagame's response is thoughtful. This girl should not burden herself with guilt for someone's lost life. Wrinkling his forehead, the man is interested. If the guy heard the whole conversation, why did he delay with the actions? As if she were rolled in his arms and legs, the guy confesses. He was not able to move, felt the cold breath of death quite nearby. A little more, and even the lightest explosion would turn it into ashes. The girl is assigned to the floor, listening carefully to his every word. In the arms of Kagami, the powerless, lies Alice, tired of fatigue and exhaustion. The young man looks at her with bitterness, because it was she who saved his life, the cost of her own pain and terrible wounds. The guy thanks the girl for the endurance, carefully lifts her in her arms and returns to the burner again. She asks her this time to take care of protection. In the girl's face, a decisive fire, a sharp look, and unwavering. The question whether the guy realizes that it was through her that the girl was in such a state, he got in the air. The guy recognizes without any hesitation. Her act was both cruel and difficult. Pauline's voice splits the air. She challenges the boy, boldly urging her to hit her, because are they not enemies? Kugami looks carefully at her without looking. The girl confesses. As much as she hated demons, he should despise her. But the guy in response only straightens his back and firmly wraps Alice to the breast. The new moon admits that she's been wearing this anxiety in her heart for a long time, because she has constantly broken her head over how to do the best. The woman gently presses the girl to herself. Her eyes are filled with tears, and she silently agrees with him. Kagagami is wondering if it came to her. What was her mistake? Smiling, he adds, now he hopes it will become clear that Alice is not an enemy to be destroyed. The guy moving away from the girls warns her. From this moment, such actions remain in the past. Now only works are important. Let them prove that the lesson has made. The past does not matter, it adds, only who it will be from today. It is only important to him that she will decide to do next. Polna picks up Alice into her hands and hugs her so fervently that he puts the whole soul and heart in this gesture. The guy just smiles at this moving picture. Sighing with relief, the man crosses his hands and states that this story is really inspiring. Rejoices from the fact that the guy is still among the living. After all the efforts that was made to save him, the man hardly asked not to waste his life more. In doing so, he turns to the young man, urging to listen to his words and take the role of a pawn in his game. The rapid step of Kagami's douche approaches her husband and orders him to silence with rage. The unexpected offensive is so frightened by the interlocutor that he shudders from fright. Surprisingly, he asks what he did. Kagami explains, "You have just overcome the limit." In the memory of the man, the words of burning poured. She warned him about the presence of a side skill. However, compared to what was called his favorite art, this ability seemed nothing worth. The man assures that he has a unique ability to reduce the features of any opponent she faces. However, this trick was futile when it came to Kagami. He saw him terrified to the depths of his soul. Embarrassment covers him. The words about the suppression of his own power are involuntarily erupted. The horror has frozen in his gaze. The events around him remain incomprehensible. The young man acknowledges that he has lost his former agility. But even though the man is not fully understood where such a power came from, logical arguments suggest that having overcome the border should only double the power. The boy's smile gets wider. He only answers an ambiguous look. By activating divine power, Kagami triggers a continuous increase in his power. At the request of the guy about the awareness of this ability, Kagami only crumbled. Did he really think he had reached such a level, relying only on the break of the boundaries? The idea that her own skill turned against herself and caused harm later turns to a man into an important experience. The guy notes, the more difficult the test is, the more valuable experience, even if the rival is a person. Kagami emphasizes that he almost died, and it was this face that allowed him to cross his own boundaries again. In the words of a man about the impossibility of a guy with cold determination denies that he is not forgiven. The child asks if the man realizes how unbearable the loss of a loved one is for those who are left. Kagame is interested in whether he understands the pain that causes his actions to others. The words are so acute that the man solidifies the fear in the soul. The unknown of the next step scares him and more. Kagami is aware of the pain that his deliberate lie destroyed Planice's entire life. Anxiety is concealed in the eyes of the interlocutor. A look is full of fear. The guy states that the girl began to despise the demons, and the world declared a real hunt against them, even sending all the most promising representatives to another level. He insists, in fact, everything is different. He adds that Kurur and Rex have been washed. The man begins to justify himself in front of the interlocutor, but he did not have time to finish how Kagame was raging with a cry, ordered to silence, and swaying, hit, blaming. For one and only purpose, they filled the world with so much pain and suffering. Kagami's powerful blow to the enemy, no doubt, came last time. The audience watched the development of events, holding their breath. With frantic stubbornness, the young man exclaims that he will never be able to accept it, and in a gust of rage strikes his fist. The guy stopped literally a few centimeters from the face of the man, without struck. The fright swept that from his head to heels. It seemed to him that the last moment of his life had come. Watching the events, the king wondered if the militaria had been killed. Kagami, turning around, calmly replied that this had not happened. By reaching out with an indictment, the guy declares a frightened man that the reason for his current state is nothing but a distorted system of this world. Kagami, with a smile, notes that he had heard him well. The sword flashed in the hands of the king. He prepared for a new duel. Angrily, the boy demands to release the Kurur, and in response he hears an ironic remark. Again, see, he wanted to negotiate. With a confident look, the man refuses and, without hesitation, approaches the boy, starting a fight. In response, he strongly acts as Kagami, stating that he will win the enemy and save the girl. A cunning smile appears on the face of a man. He points out, "Do you really believe that the barrier or the suggestion will disappear?" The king calmly replies, "This self-confident clown was wrong, considering his success is a real victory, because even his defeat will change nothing. There is no force that could stop him." The king states, whatever he does, he will not change the reality. But Kagami ignores these words. Confidently causes a powerful blow. Sticking, the guy calmly goes away. throwing a phrase that even the usual stellar is capable of the same. A self-confident man states, "It is impossible to overcome him," though he was not destined to win himself. The king appeals to Kagami to retreat, they say, so he lacks the strength to change this world. The guy only replies to these words. Kagami approaches the barrier and boldly touches his palm. The king asks about the guy's intentions with interest. The young brave announces that he will break this barrier and gets out of captivity. The man notes that this protective obstacle reflects any blow, so most likely the body of the attacker itself will destroy earlier than the barrier. However, he only turns and confidently replies, "Until you try, you will not know." In his opinion, it is a silent contract, because it is through such tests that a true nature is formed. With a slight smile, the king acknowledges that such words sound ridiculous, because he cannot challenge the world. However, it adds that everything will only change when a real character appears on the horizon. The king solemnly promises to remain true to his duty until true salvation appears to the world. Kagami categorically states that he will put the land. By that time, the king will be forced to send again and again the strongest warriors, and since they are not able to give him dreamy salvation, the search will continue without end. The young man firmly states, if so, he will put this land. In response, the king was only silent in his own thoughts. Putting his hand on the heart, Kagami with firm confidence states, "We'll save everyone. Salvation will come to everyone." The king exclaims to these words in response, so that he does not derogate him with such promises. The desire for salvation covers much more than the guy imagines, so the king deny him pride. A young connoisseur who boldly states that he solves all the secrets of this world only evokes the wrath of the ruler. He reminds sharply, to save this world is much more difficult than it seems small. Kagami insists again. The truth will only be learned by trying. In addition, he does not seek to force the interlocutor to compare people and demons. Instead, the guy put forward his offer to the king. The man does not quench and insists. Such an agreement should contain a true difference at the start. The king confidently emphasizes that the boy should first prove his own value. Kagami tells that he still had his desire to increase his level, to make money constantly, and to allow the test to cover his own path. The guy declares with determination that from now on all his power will only spend on fighting side by side with him without pouring any drop of power. From now on, for the sake of salvation. The king fades, stunned by such unexpected devotion. The man asks if he is worth it. Kagami confidently looks at the king. The man in response confesses that he does not understand him, and cannot understand why he should go so far in the fight against the world. The young man, in turn, notes once and himself, as they say, lowered his hands until he found true friends. Kagami shares that, despite their demonic essence, they have sincerely tried to get together with people. The awareness of who these creatures really were did not allow him to turn away. The care of them remained as strong, because he no longer saw the difference between demons and people. With confidence in Kagami's voice, he declares his love for them, as well as the willingness to protect even this senseless thing, which is called the world system. I am sure she should disappear from his road. Sudden motion swings and strikes, but faces only an obstacle. The blow, reflected in the barrier, instantly directs all force in the palm of the opponent. The king insists that he stops immediately, because the completion of the carrier is not far off, and any such act is able to destroy the perfect world that he has built so carefully. With confidence in the voice, Kagami exclaims that he will certainly save her, and with all his strength again rests his palm into the barrier. The blow goes back to the guy's hand. The king looks confusedly, not realizing why he is fine to go so far. In response, Kagami only smiles widely. After learning that there is a way to destroy the world system, the guy began to fly with joy, as if he were in the seventh heaven. Finally, seeing his goal at all, he says that his time has come to knock all the rage of a damned god who created this world. In his words, the king is only sadly looking at him. Kagami squeezes the barrier again, and, recognizing it to himself, recalls how he later realized all his knowledge of the world system was only a slight crumb. In fact, everything he has achieved is just following the whims of the universe itself. According to him, he tried to gradually change the system, made adjustments step by step, but over time he realized this was not enough. Sodomi states that when you realize your mistake, it is important to put up with it, otherwise the road is forever closed. Sticking on the barrier, he adds that his heart breaks the bitter disappointment in this world. The most serious test on the way to the goal, he finds his own doubts. A determined blow to Kagami directs all force against the barrier, and the first crack appears on its surface. The king does not hide his surprise from what he saw. Kagami confidently states that he does not intend to flee. The guy states that he has passed all this path only to prove. The king is mistaken, and with him the whole system of the world and the dominant idea of common sense. Choosing a moment when it is impossible to delay, the Kagami draws a devastating stroke on the barrier, turning it into thousands of debris. No enemy will escape his anger. All will be wrapped in a wave of destruction. The confused king looks at the young man in surprise, not dating how it can be. He notes that the guy is still behind a step, because there is a protective barrier around the tower where the girl is held. In its present form, even dreaming of destroying this obstacle. Thinking about this, Kagami notices how Mino is rapidly approaching. Sudden turn, and a surprised friend stands in front of him. A spark lights up in the look. A new plan is born. The loud cry forced the Mino to hit the last forces. In the name of Mino, the voice of Kudami suddenly comes. In his address, there is a hidden request. Mino looks at a friend in surprise, trying to understand the reason for such unexpected attention. Kagami asks the guy to hit him with all possible power that is still in him. The young man questioned what will happen if he does so. The boy's voice is strongly heard. Mino, rely on your friends. From these words, Mino lowers his head, thinking. Suddenly determination, and all the power of abilities breaks out. In his hands there is a huge ball from which sparks fly and a powerful wind rise. Squeezing a fist of determination, it strikes a friend simply. Having reached out, Kagami accepts magic. Using antipathic will, it gives the selected area the ability to repel any magical attacks for a while. Corrupting out loud, Kagami states that even in a very exhausted state, important things are still in front of him. At that moment, the guy takes a blow from a friend. The guy realizes that many peasant skills seem unnecessary, but he can notice, even in vain skills, if combined reasonably, can become a real treasure. Using the Superpal's skill, Kagami significantly enhances the strength of his blisters, and by activating the Hyperpal, gives him even more power. Having tensed all his experience to the limit, the guy feels the power of each clicking his fingers is growing more and more. It out loud that now no peasant will no longer be underestimated for his skills. The powerful flow erupts from the castle and rushes rapidly in the direction of the tower. The tower cracks and crumbles into pieces. The stunned Kagami notices something unusual. The boy's gaze fell on the chicken. Kagami's lightning rushed to the girl, determined not to allow her to escape. A loud calling with the girl's name is heard for the entire space. On the spacious stone island of Kura, he fades when she calls her name that exclaims somewhere in the valley. Third-party voices came. In his ears he said echo, and having frozen for a moment, rotated, thirsty, looking for the eyes of the one who uttered them. Suddenly, the voice of Kagami. He walks out of nowhere, grabs the girl firmly by the hand, and together they fly down without restraining the fall. The brave man firmly grabs her at the waist without intention to let go. The girl, noticing her rescuer, immediately recognizes an old friend. The satellite admits, her work is truly impressive. The barely audible whisper of Kororo-ru confessed that his voice recognized well. With tears that shine in the corners of the eyes, she tells how she heard his words. I came to steal these two. He heard so struck the boy that he did not resist. He exclaims, Why you cry because I saved you? There are no reasons for sadness. The girl replies that these are tears of happiness. It is impossible to understand why he decided on such a careless act. He is interested in excitement. What happens if he does not? A wide smile shines on the face of Kagami. Did he not promise that he would never allow himself to lose any of her dear friends? The guy's words are forced to get lost and blush with surprise. Exhausted, with a shadow of fatigue in the eyes, Kagami recognizes that there is something important, which is necessary to share with it. The tired face of a man becomes a tricky smile. He reports that the effect of his removal of restrictions has ended, so now everything remains on her shoulders. The girl, without quenching his curiosity, again asks what he meant. Suddenly, Kagami was exhausted and both broke down. The girl, frozen in surprise, with a fright. Without spending time, the carrier himself takes everything in his own hands. The boy is strongly enough. The surprise of the king has no limits. For him this task seems impossible. However, the stranger denies calmly. They say all this is quite real. Men's remark, this peasant stunned the king himself. Recognizing the false system, he agrees that resistance is in vain. The king is inclined to think, he could not meet him strictly, and the stranger only confirms, so it is not necessary to meet. I am sure of its own exceptional value, assures that it is impossible to deny it. Wouldn't it be interesting to allow him to try himself until he fails? In the memory of the monarch, the words of Kagami emerge that the true power of his union is the ability to give everything for the sake of a common goal. The king acknowledges that the proposal of this young man was quite profitable. The street mazes of the city are slowly stepped by both people and demonic creatures. The majestic ruler, having settled on the throne, gives his consent to the conclusion of a non-aggression pact between people and demons. The man warns, if someone does not like it, they will first decide that after so many years, the enmity has come time to leave the past behind and move forward together. The man announces that this will become his message to the people on behalf of the new ruler of this country. Kagami is wondering if it is too a radical change. The king voices the answer to the man who has just said, emphasizing, this is only a temporary arrangement. The man insists, in confrontation with the system of the world, he manages to gain some advantages, because everything determines only his will. A smile appears on the boy's face, hearing the king's speech. Kagami thinks that, despite numerous differences in views, the parties still decided to sign an agreement when a truce was proclaimed. At the same time, they agreed the strict rules of coexistence. People and demons who have not recently hidden hostility are gradually retreating from their hatred, and now half a year has passed, as both sides take a kind of steps towards each other, gradually learning to take neighbors despite all the differences. Demonic influence is generated by the Stragvisk, which is now engaged in jointly two sides. Demons stand up for human cities, and soon introduce a system that will facilitate the cooperation of the kingdoms and strengthen the unity between them. After sounding to Kagami, Tina notes that hatred between the two parties will simply not disappear, because the causes of the enmity remain unresolved. The young man only closes his eyelids, plunges into his own reflections. The inevitability. So says Kagami. But for the sake of the dreamy future, you should not stop and fight further. He casts a shrewd look and is interested in the girl. Is it not much better to live? Tina is concentrated with the boy, thoughtfully analyzing his words. The young man assures that this world is only artificial illusion. The girl agrees and wonders if she is ready for the next step. At first, Kagami scares, plunging into her own anxious thoughts. But the girl suddenly interrupts him, insisting that he turns to the owner. The young man notes that this behavior is extremely impolite. Kagami replies that there is a long separation ahead, but Tina immediately reminds, there are many things, so it is better not to forget about common responsibilities. In the thoughts of Kagami, he acknowledges that they seem to handle it without him. Reflecting on the past, he recalls that during the signing of the agreement, he made two important promises to the king. The first promise was the obligation to collect 10,000 gold during the year and to appear in the Dragon Den. In his thoughts, the guy notes, if he had previously found himself in this place, he could go unnoticed. But during the collection of money suddenly felt, the world around became much calmer. This observation brings him relief and even joy. Meanwhile, the man is worried about another question. Was it not so that the last year was also in the mind of the king? The guy explains the girl. As for the second promise, he will only be able to delay the transition to a new stage for 5 years. It became an ultimatum to keep it up. In these moments, if King Estridge does not reach the Dark Dragon, the help that he hopes, the world will be on the verge of reboot, and the bloody war will break with new force. The girl notes that everything happened much earlier than expected. He asked if he had time to collect 10,000 gold coins. The young man, looking at her in surprise, forgets about the answer for a moment. Through joint efforts, as Kagami notes, it became obvious that people and demons really have a lot more in common than it seems at first glance. Interesting fact. Since the casino began to receive visitors to the demons, the flow of guests has grown rapidly. Demons, having a great physical power, brought with them a lot of gold, gained in clashes with monsters. Since they had nowhere to spend these riches, now they carelessly dispose of whole piles of gold coins. As a room for special guests appeared, the Rex chickens were finally able to open their real names, and at the same time, attracted the attention of a large number of noble guests. Kagami, passionate about the generosity of the king, did not hide his astonishment. Suddenly, a suspicious rush came from behind the boys, looked around. The Lord of the Demons stepped into the room, carefully examined the audience. The gaze stopped at a boy who was an unexpected question. Is it true that Kagami is going today? Friends immediately turned to him without hiding in the eyes. The young man surprises that he had to meet the owner before his departure. He nods in response. He said, Alice told him. But he did not have time to complete the phrase as his daughter's voice came from behind. The boys rejoiced in the unexpected appearance of the bishop. Menno, crowded with delight, rushed to greet the guest of honor. The guy notes that the man has overcome such a long way for the sake of this meeting. The teacher with a smile notes the relentless energy of the guy. Suddenly, the girl approaches them and, in surprise looking, she is interested in who exactly came to visit them. The girl is surprised. The unexpected guest visited her home. However, the man just smiles slightly, hinting, in fact, she is a real rarity here. Hearing this, the girl suddenly confesses that she has already changed her mind, recognizes, forgiving all those guilt is not easy. With determination in voice, the girl assured that she would make every effort to earn forgiveness. The owner of the Mino gave the burning, which stood in front of them, full of warmth and tenderness. Suddenly Kagami rakes his fist on the table, rapidly raised, and is about to say something. Such unexpected sharpness makes Tinu shudder from fright. The confession breaks from the mouth of Kagami. The palm tree has turned into a real sorceress in the form of a girl wing. Watching the girl, Tina notes, now she feels free in a casino. In response, and only with a smile, nods. He confesses that it is truly exciting. Tina shares her thoughts. Now, having such a coordinated support, to cope with small clashes between people and demons, has become much easier. The doors open, and David comes to the room. The views immediately rest on the demon that the water after a coup. David, without hiding relief, notes that it is extremely pleased to find them at this moment. According to him, letters come from satisfied guests. Most are directed to Alice, and some to Kurur and home. Asked about the letters, such a sudden hears from David a deprived confession. None of them was addressed to him. Hugging a man so quietly pronounces how sorry it is. Kagami with delight notes what a wonderful lord of demons if his daughter loves him. The words heard make the man think. With the raising of the head in the eyes of the bishop, pride for the daughter flashes, and the children immediately notice his genuine joy. Suddenly Chickens and Rex rush to them, glad that they had time to appear at the right moment. Turning, Kagami immediately notices familiar faces. The boys came to him with reproach, they say, could warn that he had returned. Rex announces the teacher an unexpected decision. He is about to leave fencing and refine as a bartender. The questionable question of a man, whether he is confident in his choice, Rex only shrugs. Who knows, may have to return to the sword. Jumping a young man is full of admiration. Proudly he proclaims the dream of becoming a bartender. He looks at him in surprise to Kagami. Kagami states with surprise, the boys changed beyond recognition, because the last meeting stubbornly kept their opinion. Having become discouraged, the girl is wondering if he really bought this thing. A barely noticeable piece of paper that stretched out Kagami caused genuine surprise to the boys. She saw them widely open their eyes. Suddenly, Takaco grabs the guy by the hand and solemnly states that in his palm is a mysterious object, the cost of which reaches 10,000 gold coins. Tina with her shoulder shrugs with her straightness and notes that it is a normal ticket. Kagami drives out the boys and states that this artifact will help him get to the Dark Dragon. The girl is wondered if all this is all about it. The man is noticeably nervous and in a hurry, asking her not to touch this topic. Recognizes, to collect those 10,000 gold coins, a lot of efforts had to be made. It is the idea that causes the boy to be real immediately, even to nausea. This is a pad with a cunning smile that it is not better to just tear a piece of ticket. The man turns to the boys, informing that he is forced to go. The boys are surprised to ask if it's time to say goodbye. Kagami with a smile assures, he will do everything possible to get his business quickly and as soon as possible. The ruler acknowledges that the guy really retains complete calm, as it was supposed. Meanwhile, Alice approaches his friend, quietly begging him not to delay his return. Kurur's question about whether he returns remains in the air. The guy just smiles in response and, without saying words, turns away from them. Leaving friends, Kagami gives them a wide smile. Determined by breaking the ticket, he notices how a white sign emerges in front of him. The man presses on him, and a bright light suddenly flashes around. In a moment, the guy disappears without a trace. Alice notices that his cherished dream has finally come true. It has been 3 years, and there is still no news about Kagami's return. The war is still ongoing, and in the hearts of many there is a doubt. Have they chosen the right path? However, there is no way back. Too many lives have been given to the sake of salvation of the world and performing a promise once. But despite all efforts, the one who is able to change the course of events has not yet appeared. Alice's inquisitive look stops on friends. She is wondering if she returned to Kagami today. In response, David sincerely apologizes, explaining that he should wait a little more, but he assures he will return very soon. According to Tina, Kagami belongs to those people who disappear without a trace, and then suddenly they return one day, as if nothing happened. So it is only patient to wait patiently for its appearance. Confidence burns in the soul of Rex. The guy will definitely return because he entrusted them to protect this place. Takaco notes, when there is no Kagami, everything flies. Palna appeals to Alice not to ask the boy every day, confessing that he is very worried about him. She notes that constant reminders do not bring relief, but only worry even more. Alice's confession is poured into frank words of how anxiety enthusiast her thoughts every day, and the absence of Kagami only adds anxiety and uncertainty. The girl is suitable for Mino. Watching her anxiety, the young man carefully reminds, Kagami gave the word to return, and they only have to trust the promise. Sighing, Alice reluctantly agrees with him. Mino tries to understand in confusion how the absence of Kagami could be so much removed, confessing that he had not even thought about it before. Rex grabs his backpack. The surprised looks are pouring in the manor. Everyone wants to know what happened. The guy answered calmly. He goes. Recognizing that he does not want to spend his entire life here, he confesses to his true intentions. The chicken is also frank. It returns to the castle, as it became unbearably painful. A few days have passed, and Tina also reports her departure. She insists her life path has not yet been completed, because an unfinished forgiveness awaits. Tina strongly states that he has to master the magic of purification, because she dreams of becoming a real priestess. David notes that Ms. Takaco has not seen for a long time. The man notices that she is not even in the store. Awareness covers Alice, all because of the disappearance of Kagami. Tears in the eyes, in despair, asks himself why he is still not nearby. She recognizes himself. Separation becomes unbearable, and thoughts about him do not rest, though she does not try not to wait or mention. The girl, falling to the ground, sobs loudly, confessing that her dream remains unattainable. Mino convinces the girl with confidence. Kagami and the rest will inevitably return. Palna gently hugs her, filling her heart with a new hope. It passes 3 years, and it is boldly walking in their own way. Alice leads an independent life. In the morning, she wakes up, delicious breakfast, and already smiling with boys who live nearby. The girl proudly states that she is grown up now, and cooperation prevails between people and demons. Returning to Miko, Polena enthusiastically tells that this monument is a real Walmer's decoration. Once upon a time, the legendary Holy Saber resting here, but with her mention suddenly everyone noticed the shrine disappeared. The girl continued the story, noting, the peasant sold this thing to the street merchant without even taking her. The man was interested in the mutilated stand. The woman noticed on this, and this is also a matter for the hands of the most famous peasant. Palna proposes to make a half-hour break. If you want to examine the cave, it is advisable to contact the conductor. Fatigue wraps the girl, and irritation breaks in the voice when David reproaches for his despair. In her opinion, with the advent of demons, hunting for monsters has become much easier, and therefore the dungeons now seem much safer. Suddenly, because of her back, a huge monster emerges, preparing for the attack. Instead, an angry woman in response seeks not to escape, but to ignite magical power. She coped with the monster in a moment. The enemy was destroyed by one blow. The awareness came right away. Now the monsters can be won with a light hand. The girl admits with delight that she has become much stronger. Her level has already reached 43. Landing against the cold wall, Elia persistently knocks out the stone from the wall. Suddenly, one of the debris breaks away. A proud expression appears on the girl's face, because she succeeded. But Pavlina, having fallen strictly, is strictly interested. What just fell? A sudden meeting with a woman scares the girl because she did not expect such an appearance. The palm tree, on the contrary, confesses, this moment has anticipated. She immediately asks what the girl thought now. He confesses that she got out during a break. She also likes her work, calls her wonderful. The girl is surprised to be interested in what the Paul is doing here. The woman replies to this that she temporarily manages the excursion today. Paul adds that even despite the increased level of safety, this place remains dangerous. Hearing the woman's question about how she would do in the event of an attack, The girl only smiles cunningly and carefully answers, "It is not necessary to worry, because in fact, she is a demon." Grasping a piece of paper, Alice proudly notes that she has a great lot of combat skills, because her level has already reached 118. Paula recognizes that the level of demons is in line with their age, but the overgrowth of this girl's strength is openly scaring her. During the grueling workouts, the woman sincerely confesses, "The girl was once sweet and obedient." Alice only smiles at that. She is in vain. Alice proudly declares her full adulthood, but the woman only smiles and reminds that she is only 16. In response to these words, the girl instantly flashes outrage, but the interlocutor does not stop. He notes that it seems, and will continue to make everyone worry about her. Like, if you are going to flee, it is worth at least to warn someone about it. Sorry. Alice apologizes to the palm tree, but she asks if the girl will show her find. Without hesitation, Alice gets a stone and demonstrates it. In her own language, the woman calls this item a reproduced stone of origin, although she adds that he is not yet capable of causing the mold. Her gaze slides on the bandage on her head. She is surprised to realize that the tape is made of the same material. The girl notes, "It is only necessary to wear something from this material, as demons immediately lose their magical abilities." She emphasizes that she must find as much such a substance as possible, otherwise the monsters do not stop. In response, the woman just suggests buying the right one. They say, "So much easier." However, the girl spreads her hands. The price of this material is too high, and she cannot afford such a luxury. Alice assures that with his support, she will create such jewelry from the horns of a demon that everyone will dream of wearing them. Fuel is hesitant. Is it not too much like an empty dream? The girl agrees with her girlfriend. The woman notes that the girl's act really deserves admiration. But suddenly the air pierces a loud grunt. It is in Alice's belly, loudly reminded of height. Pauline's memory emerges when David asked him to pass lunch. From the mention of food, the girl blossoms in a joyful smile. The question of Alice about her lunch raises a smile, and answers that he will eat when he feels hungry. In response, the girl with a smile extends her fork with her appetizing food. Paulna assures that he does not feel hunger. A girl with a smile acknowledges. Finally, she realized that lunch was appointed to her. Women enthusiastically notice how more insightful the girl became. The palm tree gratifies with Alice, and the girl with a smile assures that the rest will leave herself. This answer is surprised by a woman, and a slight surprise is on her face. Alice wondered if everything was fine with others. In response, the woman reassured her. Everyone feels good, also training carefully and not going to give up. Interested in Rex, the girl turns to the ponder, and in response hears, "He is closed in another crazy business." The moment of farewell emerges in memory. Its harsh, gloomy look still does not rest. Noticing the mood of the girl falls, the woman gently encourages, "Do not sad, because in the end everything will happen well. Certainly, he will certainly return soon." Smiling fun, the girl willingly agrees, and the woman meanwhile reminds that the break is over and calls for help with the excursion on the way back. With enthusiasm and joy, the girl accepts this proposal. Pavelna orders to hold on to the group until they come back. The woman encourages Alice with a smile. Suddenly, 3 gigantic monsters jump out of the bushes behind the girl. Grabbing a creature, the girls quickly recognize the 4th-level goblin. The frightened noise swept among the people behind. Panic covered the audience at the sight of a monster. However, Alice confidently urged everyone to keep calm, assuring that the staff would take care of their safety. Suddenly, a huge sword appeared with a frantic whistle that crashed into a monster. The fuel was surprised. A strange confusion was raging around. A powerful lightning flash pierced monsters. The girl immediately realized it was the magic of thunder. Among those who stood behind, fear just increased. Panic grew every second. Suddenly, there was a laughter from above, and the young man jumped on the ground as if descending from the clouds. With a wide smile on his face, Rex is welcome to Palmer, emphasizing that a long time has passed since their last meeting. Honey states that now, when he is nearby, you can finally relax. Women in response, only Doc. She looks back, not believing that these words became her first replica after so many months of separation. Suddenly, Alice is picked up and rushed to the boy into a hug filled with genuine joy from meeting Rex. However, in his eyes the confusion flashed. He does not recognize her and asks who she is. Paul hastily explains, "This is Alice." The surprise covers a man when he notices how much Alice has diminished. In response, the girl is indignant. She just grown up. At the Takaco club, the atmosphere is filled with tension when the guy points out, above the dishes he washes, a disgusting smell is blown. The man is only lowering his shoulders. With irony adds that these plates would be much cleaner if the gentleman himself was sailed to them. In the memory of Mino, the image of the Euro aspirer, which won the trust of one during the attack of the Tullman, and subsequently joined her club. Meanwhile, the guy burns to him rage. Suddenly, Alice catches. He has rushed to her with a confession of a terrible act. The girl in amazement thinks how this place has not yet flew into piles. Rex notes that some things remain unchanged. Man is stunned by the return of this man, and he, in response, with a smile, notes that he feels in a great shape. Returning unexpectedly, Field confesses that it should give a lot of explanations. Menno, meanwhile, is questioned by Rex, where he disappeared for such a long time. In response, he explains that he sought to gain great power, despite the peaceful life that everyone is now enjoying. This confession does not strike Alice. It is difficult to believe that such a thirst for power has emerged even in the world without wars. A friendly guy throws his hand at the Mino's shoulder and incites with a smile. Once you are silent, maybe it's time to wash the toilets. The boy's face flashes fury. He sharply beats a man. Alice fades with fear, but he hears a voice suddenly behind her back. Suddenly noticing Tina, she is wondering when she had time to return. Tired of smiling, the girl notes that she had no idea. Mino found such an unusual admiration. Mino, trembling, grabs the sword and in a hurry. Lady Tina is mistaken. She is completely misunderstood. Suddenly he notices how much Alice grew. He exclaims that until recently the girl was still tiny. But Alice denied, they say, she has never been so small. Having realized that such a pace will remain the least, Tina hears the girlfriend's assurance. This is not true. Carefully watching, Paul noticed how Tina found herself next to Rex at the same moment, and this encourages him to think about a certain idea. The curiosity takes the mountain, and she asks whether there was any preliminary agreement between them. Suddenly, the door dissolves. David comes into the room rapidly. In a decisive voice, he states that he will explain everything now. The girl looks at him in surprise. He claims that Mr. Rex and Miss Tina's appearance of the same day is not a coincidence. Both received from him in advance clear instructions to return this day. David tells me about an agreement that Kagami concluded with the king of this country. He asks her to remember the conditions under which this world can exist without new restarts. The girl uncertainly recalls that it seems that it was about saving the world. David supports her opinion. A serious look, no shadow of doubt, is a simple condition: to save the world in 5 years. Thinking of the future, Alice understands that if the conditions for salvation are not fulfilled, the world is expected to restart, and the confrontation between the demon and humanity will break again with the former fury. Reflections on the true essence of salvation are not rest. Is it just enough to sit and wait for the return of Kagami? Is it enough if everything happens so slowly? According to David, since then an agreement concluded by the king, one of the rulers of this world, has passed 3.5 years. The man is concerned about confessing. He is worried that now is time to voice his own offer. He notes that, until Mr. Kagami appeared, they have come time to take the initiative. Men turn their views on David in surprise. Alice notes that they only have to keep a promise and boldly take a step towards the next stage. David notes that if you do not get hung up on the destruction of the Lord Demons, there will be a chance to climb a new level. The concentrated David pulls out 2 tickets out of his pocket and, without hiding the determination, states that there is no other way. The hero does not hide the surprise and is interested in where 2 tickets came from. What is the amazing to be astonished? Does not everyone cost as much as 10,000 gold? David replies that 3 years of hard work have passed. He managed to raise money for only 2 tickets. The man notes, Mr. Kagami was able to collect 5,000 gold coins on his own in half a year. According to David, the casino profits are gradually increasing, and because of the lack of time, the owners are forced to take up tasks and hunting monsters. Comrades say that is why the hero instructed Rex and the shadows to raise money in his favor. In his hands squeezing tickets, the hero looks closely at David. The man noted that the case is not only in this. He said, the king reported, for the next level is much more power. So both were tasked with enhancing their skills. Rex with enthusiasm demonstrates their levels, as many as 214. The company scene is so much that everyone gets away from surprise. He admits that he did not know how many tickets he could get, so he chose the Rex strategy to raise his level first, because he saw the greatest potential among all. Girls, watching this development, do not hide astonishment. The man adds that if you can get another ticket, Tina asks to make every effort to work out. The master navigator of the medical business is always for the weight of gold, he is convinced. The Palais is wondering why they only heard this important information now. The woman's question, why he is interested in Tina, not Kurur, raises a calm answer. Did not want to put any danger. Field finally realized the whole essence. Miss Kurura is known for her excessive inflammation. And it was because of this determination that there were fears. Left alone in training, it could really lose life. The illumination came suddenly. All attention is focused only on it, from which her actions became too careless. Tina proudly reports that she has now become much stronger. Bright demonstrates its new level, as many as 136. Friends fade away from surprise, not hiding as a surprise. They did not expect such a high figure. The girl shares the memories of how sometimes they had to fight with monsters, having nothing but her own hands, just as she once did Kagami. In response, Full is sincerely admired by her courage and intricate. The girl demonstrates the shadows of her level. 146. The surprise on the girl's face. How did you achieve that force? A woman with a smile replies, just repeated your actions. Palna adds, if the selected are sent the strongest, who, but not her, should this ticket get? The woman assures that she also has the magic of healing, so no problems will arise. Instead, the shadows are anxiety, a little more, and it will be easily replaced. She insists that the team must inevitably have an experienced healer. Suddenly, a blush blossoms on Tina's cheeks. She confesses that she also seeks to find Kagami. The woman heard causes a real surprise. I do not think about what nonsense is about. A smart smile appears on the Pauline face. She seems to have a girlfriend on her ears in the boy. However, the insidious joke immediately stops Tina's sharp voice. She categorically refutes this opinion. Asked why she so wants to get there, Tina is mysteriously evading the answer. Meanwhile, the girl is stolen to Alice, who is already going to grab a ticket. Driving a ticket, the girl suggests that she may really go, because she has both combat and medical magic. The Palais strictly forbids the girl to move on, explaining, Kagami ordered not to lower her eyes. Suddenly, Rex appears and strongly states, will accompany the deal with her. David explains that that is why he shared his secret only with Rex and Tina. At the same time, he recognizes, Field stands above Tina. The man adds, at stake is the future of the whole world, so no one has a mistake in choosing the right. David is finally concluding long reflections. It's time to choose proxies for important purpose. The ticket goes to the hands of Mr. Mino, and his owner proudly notes that he was the second after Mr. Rex, and has already met with a dark dragon. The young man states that if this world leaves during the restart, all the monsters and demonic creatures are born again, and only people will remain from all humanity. The restless stress is reflected in the view of Alice directed at a girlfriend. Mino, agreeing, carefully reaches the ticket, but hesitates, confessing that he is not sure whether this is really the right choice. The doors are sharply spread. A man appears on the doorstep, who persistently demands to give him a ticket. The boys were surprised to notice the ghost of Mrs. Kurur. The real shock for the heroes was the appearance of the girl. Field was sincerely admitted that everyone was sure that she should now be in the castle. The explanation could take an eternity, but the surprise emerges instantly. Kururu slipped on a wet mop and roared on the floor with a roar. The stunned boys turned their gaze in confusion and suddenly recognized their hostess Kururu in the unbearable. At first, because of the incendiary morale, everything seemed incomprehensible. But now, there was no doubt. It was really a chicken. She did not expect it to be recognized as this. The fuel, full of icy indifference in the look, sharply asks for the cause of its appearance. With interest in voice, a woman offers, maybe you will explain what's going on here? The girl in response only casts a guilty look. For a moment, Rex emerges in front of her, covering with danger. The man confesses that he left this city, leaving a farewell message for her. David's question sounds hesitantly, trying to find out what was meant. Barry confesses that the teaching times were a real hell for him, and he did not rest any moment. The awareness struck him. The mentor lived in such a mode, without succumbing to fatigue or doubt. It becomes clear, the gap between the student and the teacher is much larger than it seemed before. Rex's confession is that fear was fully encouraged, sincerely sounded. However, Fuel notes, He tells as if Kagami is no longer alive. In these words, the guy does not restrain the indignation. It cuts sharply, that even thinking about it is not going. The man noted that without him, he would have to go into battle on his own, so he expressed his desire to fight with everyone, and hoped that they would go to this case with one team. Lowering his head, Rex recognizes that you will not call him a hero. He is an ordinary coward. Inside David there is an understanding. A real character is already waking up in it, though the experience is still clearly missing. Meanwhile, the man is aware that he put a very heavy burden on the young man's shoulders. These words of Kurur with a smile replies that she has long been engaged in secret workouts alone. And in order not to fall on Rex, the girl quotes his letter. I decided to prepare to find a teacher, so I go on the road. Cook claims that it was his message and he did not ask any help. David asks the girl why she left everything in secret. With a cunning smile, Kurur admits, if she had not been insured, he would definitely hurt her. So she convinced all the servants to inform that she seemed to be closed in her room. The girl's act is quite amazing, David. Smiling, the girl confesses. A message from Rex is just a convenient drive. In fact, from the very beginning she sought to follow the Kagami. However, having a meager level, she could not afford such a step. Her friends catch every word carefully without interrupting stories. Kururu confessed that this is why she returned to the castle. The desire to see her father was stronger than everything else. David and Burning heard, because such a surprise literally knocked out the soil from under their feet. The girl states, her father is one of the rulers of this world, so she suggested that he was known for details about those who went to the next level, as well as about the levels of the sages. Kurur proudly reports his 172nd level. The boys were amazed. No one could think that the girl would reach such power. Pona is interested in how they managed to surpass her. In response, the girl shares her secret. Everything is simple. She repeated the path that Kagami once walked. According to the heroine, a real hell opens. Despite all the ideas, it was much more scary than you could imagine. But through this test, it made it equal to the sages of past times. Lowering his gaze, David confesses that he was enough. He constantly sent a message to the casino, not even imagining himself what he was involved. The girl apologizes to David, sincerely confessing, if she hinted at her intentions, he would certainly rush to stop them. Kuroro had no doubt. In his eyes, she still remained a defenseless girl. With a smile on her face, a man extends her a ticket and asks to take care of Mr. Kagami. The girl is already going to thank David, but suddenly, the loud sounded, "Stand!" Someone interrupts their conversation. The door suddenly grown up in the door. He did not even hope to meet her here. The resort is asking for forgiveness, because this ticket belongs to it. The girl answers a frightened and terrified horror. Mino is interested in Ms. Takaco, where she was gone all this time. She is indignant to her, they say. She is even ready to snap the Kurur ticket just to chase Mr. Kagami. It instantly covers surprise, and she asks if they notice something. Sudden confession of such a thirst for Kigam is stunning the girls. In their eyes there is a true horror, because it is difficult to believe in just heard. The confession breaks from her mouth. Kagami is her love. She does not take any step forward without his support. The thoughts that without the Kagam, the distance between her and David will only grow, do not rest. The man is nervously in response to this perspective. Meanwhile, such a reminder that she was aware of training and tickets. This is what prompted her to go to her own classes. The confession breaks out of it. All this is an attempt to return love, and a girl's psychotherapist understands how powerful the opponent is in front of them. Takaco asks directions. Do difficulty because of this? Because it is the strongest to move forward? Level 245. Stunned guys cannot recover from shock when they see such a huge figure. She does not fit in her head that she has obeyed such a high level. Tina is interested in how possible, because she has only the art of battle without weapons, so the method of Sadami should not act on it. Takaco confesses that all this time she hatched herself with shackles and did not shoot them even during exhausting workouts. The girl is surprised to realize that some miracle remained alive. Meanwhile, Paul notes that it would be worth having at least one magician, because the team of Kagami, Rex, and Takaco looks too unbalanced. The guys recognize that Rex should be left in the team. Rex reacts with indignation. They say, everyone has long decided to get rid of it. Tina points out that they have enough combat force, so it is better to join her, because as a healer will be more useful. These words Alice and Kurur are categorically disagreed. Suddenly, a dispute is flashing among the boys. Everyone breaks out that he should go. At this point, he thinks and hears his proposal. The proposal sounds: it is possible to go on a journey only if the path runs through the sacred forest. The characters are slowly walking in the forest. Tina turns to me with a slight reproach, wondering how much he is going to walk with such a gloomy look. After all, if he did not want to go, nothing prevented you from staying. The guy turns sharply and clarifies what she says. If not he, who will protect Mrs. Alice? Without saying the words, Tina simply points his finger on Takaco. Fuel is alertly interested that he actually causes such resistance. It does not leave the idea. It may be a special reason. Mino confesses that the Dark Dragon adheres to the established orders. But 3 years ago, as soon as the power of Kagami was recognized, he managed to persuade this law to allow the transition to the next stage, although this was contrary to the rules. It admits further, once has violated the rules, now it is unlikely to risk missing such a large group to the next level, especially given the presence of Alice. Mino firmly states, the reset of the world is not a way out, because it is important for him to see how Kagami returns whole and unharmed. Considering that it is because of this that they should go together, he emphasizes, everything will be decided only when it is possible to convince the Dark Dragon. David calmly takes the initiative on himself. He promises to convince the dragon personally, assuring that he will provide for all the way to the next stage. Alice holds his eyes on her husband and is wondering whether he joins the journey. Recognition cuts through a sharp blade. David honestly says that he did not move forward at all, and Kagami left him supervision for the casino. The palais asks whether he will handle it alone. The man nods and asks the girl to look after Alice. The woman agrees and the company moves on. The boys stop near a large circle. Mino reports that they got their destinations. Despite Menno's caveat, Rex insists on digging here. Without listening to the interlocutor, he suggests they left him because he has everything. Without spending a minute, he gets enthusiastically. While the boys were enjoying the holiday, the Rex wedged the shovel hard. Suddenly, something has drawn his attention in the soil. Without a second, calls for comrades to approach and look that he had dug. As they look into the abyss, the girls fade with surprise. Just in the eyes, the earth begins to recover, returning to itself. Mino is convinced that all this can only indicate one thing. To get to the Dark Dragon, you should act immediately and solve this problem. It becomes clear that the planet is recovering at incredible speed. So rapidly that even Kagami himself is not able to break the earth without much admission. Rex, affected, cannot tread why he didn't have the same. Comrades note that it had to be said from the beginning. Rex is interested in how Kagami managed to dig a move there. Instead, Mino puts a funny version. They say, he could dig a naked, like a mole. The other already considers it full of nonsense, but it does not seem. If even seems meaningless, to try it is still worth it, otherwise nothing will work. With his hands, he begins to rake the earth. The boys froze away, silently watching this strange sight. Suddenly the guy stops and announces what seems. Tina in surprise. How can you lose determination so quickly? Looking at the pit, Full is just amazed at how little he managed to do. Confessing to his own helplessness, Rex notes with sadness. Without even removing the restrictions, their characteristics, and not close to the level of Kagami. Tina throws the question of Takaco. What about her abilities? Because the level and speed have always been her chip. Takaco is just getting rid of this, lowering his eyes and quietly answering. No chances. Too difficult. Even Kagami had to apply a breakthrough of the limit to achieve something. Speaking, she notes that if you do not rush, they may still be able to do something. And dig a hole so that everyone is fitting seems to be an extremely difficult thing. In response, Rex gets a ticket and says with a smile that he was waiting for such an answer. Suddenly David stops him and proposes not to rush. If one is not to the strength, then they may be able to overcome all the difficulties. 3 years of persistent training have given these despair many powerful skills and swore. Now it is time to use these abilities to the full, and it is then that the dreamy goal will become achievable. Kururu warns that its most powerful magic covers a huge area, so everyone will have to be alert so that they do not hit. Meanwhile, Tina is in doubt. Even if they manage to open the passage, would he be closed before they have time to go through? Takaco is confident in the case. He proposes to rely on her because she is going to act with fists to protect the environment from destruction. Helona assures that in the event of danger, you can always use a high level of Rexus. After these words, the man pulls the corner of his lips. He heard clearly removed him from balance. Doubt sounds in his voice. Is everything really so easy? Takaco, meanwhile, has already been prepared for immediate action. Suddenly, gathering all power, the girl persistently suggests not to give up and try a chance. Her determination and strength impress comrades to the depths of her heart. Tina's excitement only increases when she directly asks Takaco about the true essence of this skill. However, only a condescending smile hears in response. Her passion is useless because Takaco avoids a direct answer. And Rex joins the conversation, confessing that he has not yet shown all his capabilities. The girls instantly capture the atmosphere and, smiling, admit that they also fought not on the verge of their capabilities. At this point, David states with certainty, now they have a real chance to get closer to the strength of Kagami. Gathering all the courage, the boys strongly rushed to the ring, acting together. Suddenly before them, the dragon escaped. Proudly turning to the guests, the giant guard stated that they were worthy of hobbies, because they had overcome all the trials and got his den. Quickly catching the figures of the boys, he notices their hatched, exhausted appearance. It seems that this battle left them. As you ask what happened to Rex, the dragon pays attention. It was this guy who got the most. However, Rex only notes with a smile that it is nice on his part, but he would have to tell him a lot. Takaco releases a powerful explosive blow, and then activates the ability to endurance. At her desire, the legs seem to grow into the ground, depriving the enemies of the chance to move it from the place. Rex, without hesitation, rushed forward, covering the boys with his own body. This desperate courage turned to him serious injuries. Returning the course of the battle, Rex activated the effective revenge skill, capable of turning the strokes obtained into heat for their own attacks. From the part of Takaco not only stood the destructive explosion, but also turned the damage caused to his weapon against the enemy. She did not leave her thought. Their skills are amazingly harmonizing, reaching perfect interaction. The dragon notes that despite the exhaustion, the very fact of their presence here is explained by the considerable number of the group. Familiar faces that come into the eye are distinguished between the arrivals. The dragon guesses that all these people are friends of the peasant, because they came here unusual, not the way. The crazy look of Mino confirms the guess, and Tina, full of curiosity, asks the dragon where he knows. The dragon solemnly points out that one of the agreement with all the peasants was a must-have for entry. However, in the 3 years that have passed since the peasant disappeared, to get tickets for everyone would become an unrealistic task. It shares the news. The demon, who met 3 years ago, also appeared here. The girl noticed how incredibly calmly the dragon behaves. The worm of anxiety told her that the creature would be about to explode. However, to their surprise, the dragon only whispered peacefully that it is too late to discuss something. Even despite the illegal penetration here, this act, on the contrary, proves their dignity. Finally, the dragon solemnly said, he recognizes them. Looking at the Mino, he confesses that not only those who blindly follow the rules are true. This lesson has taught his life. The guy only sighs quietly. The dragon confesses that everything was foreseen in advance and was certain that they would appear here. Friends are stunned, and Felna immediately wondered what she was standing for these words. The dragon confessed that he did not know the exact date and did not predict their appearance. Alice suddenly guessed who this creature was talking about. The dragon claims that it was a common peasant. The girl impatiently specifies whether it was really Kagami. The dragon announced that anyone who can get to him will receive the right to make a desire. This opportunity also used the peasant as well. The intrigued girl is wondering what he wanted. The dragon says that the guy asked to move them to the next level as soon as the whole team arrives. The creature explains that if his return has undergone, it can mean only one thing. It has been drawn into a deadly battle. The inevitability of assistance from comrades has never raised doubts, so he was absolutely sure that friends would certainly rush. Hearing the words of the dragon about the danger that chats in front, the boys thought. The powerful creator acknowledged that he does not seek to force them to go at this risk with him. In memory, Alice emerges the image of a girlfriend, and the dragon unexpectedly reports that he has a message to them. The creature unfolds the wings and proclaims the message, "Hurry, save me." The boys are stunning their views on the dragon, not believing their own ears. The dragon is openly admitted that he himself does not know whether this peasant is alive. because only those who took a step to the next level are able to understand the truth hidden there. The herd causes anxiety and true fear. Without hiding anxiety, Paul recognizes that the next stage is a real test where the danger will be chatted at every step. But the cheerful smile of Alice sounded confidently. All the difficulties will remain behind. Everything will pass well. The girl confidently states, Kagami is alive. Smiling, Paula approves her words and easily strokes her head, supporting this faith. Nearby, the dragon monitors everything with a focused, shrewd look. The unmoved dragon proposes to end the ceremonies and go to business. With a deep awareness of the importance of the moment, she asks whether they decide to take a step forward to the next test, or maybe they will prefer the return to the surface in order to dive into a peaceful everyday life again. Allows them to weigh all the pros and cons, emphasizing that the final choice depends only on them. Notes that this exception is made at the request of the peasant himself. The dragon announces it allows them to go to the next stage without even fulfilling their desire. The creature strictly warns, you want to move on, take a step forward. The guy, without hesitation, moves forward with others, but the dragon does not make any impression. He was not even surprised. He wondered if he would be able to guess why David did not want to accompany them. The man in response assured that he would not be useful in the case, because he chose to help Kagami in his own ways. The dragon in the idea was that this man was really extraordinary, although quite interesting personalities gathered here. The creation promises to return David to the surface without touching his memories, and he sincerely thanks the dragon for his care. The dragon calls on the boys to prepare for battle. Field warns. On their way will meet opponents who once became a serious obstacle, even for Kagami himself. She advises not to delay, to cope with the threat, and get back as soon as possible. However, the dragon warns, everything is much more complicated than it seems. The girl, passionate about doubt, hardly asks what dangers he can expect. The dragon throws a short instruction. Solve this mystery yourself. Mighty wings lift the storm. The crazy gust of wind wraps everyone around. The creature assures what rests on them. Opening her eyes, Alice notices. There is only a mine. The surprised girl asks where everyone else disappeared. The dragon explains that those who chose to stay have already returned to the surface, and the most bolding moved on to the next stage. As it should be hoped, Mino retains calm. He is wondering which demons are not able to move to the next level. The dragon replies, at first everything was right, but this time, a disclosure from the rule. The creation confesses, he has something to tell this company. Suddenly Alice is in a completely unfamiliar place and even in someone else's outfit. The cold of fear runs through the body. The girl looks around, looking for her things. Dressing and going out, the girl realizes that a new stage has come. Carefully looking for others, she opens the door for herself. And even before the hand touched the handles, the door itself opened. Alarming in her head, she didn't get off the road. A moment, and is already ahead of someone's outline. Just as Mino runs to Alice, a genuine joy shines on her face. Meeting with her causes a passionate admiration in it, because after their farewell, there is anxiety. However, without having to agree, that Alice gently interrupts and notes that he is too worried. A moment, and the girl notices, the horns of Mino have disappeared. Anxiety is moved into the heart. Anxious thoughts about where they go cover it. Hardly noticing the changes, the guy in a hurry to feel his head in search of horns. For Mino, it all looks like a real mystery. Involuntarily, the thought, did Alice have disappeared her horns? The girl sincerely believes, the horns have really disappeared. Meanwhile, the young man with excitement notices how a shadow of sadness appears in Alice's look. Suddenly, a cry is a scream from the mouth of Alice. She confesses that it was her work. The guy is in a confusion, whether she really hated her horns. The manufacturer notes that if the Shitoma now marries Kagami, no one will say against. Mino with relief translates his breath. Watching the Mino without horns, Alice notes that he now looks like a real aristocrat. The guy jokingly says that he will take it as a compliment. The young man enthusiastically states that Alice is now like a true goddess. This is really the most important. The girl strongly adds, whatever it is, then you should move forward. The girl approaches the window and reports that the connection with others has broken. She is worried where they disappeared. The young man is interested in her opinion on this situation. Alice is surprised that this place is filled with wonders that she had not yet seen. The girl confesses that despite the first sees this city, she wakes up a strange feeling of acquaintance, as if this image is already living somewhere in memory. The guy says, "She looks into the outside world with unusual care." Alice's look turns to me. Ahead of her, wrapped in a cloak, a man with a mysterious smile is passionate about saying, "Isn't that amazing?" A man with long black hair and a white robe reported that they are in Japan. Alice looked in surprise, looked in his direction. Having voiced his thoughts, he noted that the confusion of the girl gave. This place was not familiar with. However, it was here that the ancient Hexador, a city that once was her home, once blossomed. The tired look of the girl slid on her husband, and the quiet question broke from her mouth. "Who are you?" Calmly, without any emotions, the man called his name. Sidjo Cruz. There was no doubt in his voice. He should become someone like his father. The indignant cry escaped from her mouth. "Her father has only one." In response, the scornful sounded, "They say anyone who comes here will state the same." In her gaze, distrust broke out. He suggested that in her head there were probably dozens of unspoken questions. But before giving her a word, he asked for permission to speak first. Having spread her hands wide with a radiant smile, warmly greeted her here, on the planet Earth. His words were quite impressed by the girl. She was surprised if it was really the pure land they live on. The answer was calm. There is no fundamental difference. At the same time, it can be argued that it is a completely different world. Having expressed, they say, if it can be argued, the Iconis is a real kingdom of dreams, while the land should be called reality. These words were so mysterious that the girl could not understand their essence. According to him, it was a great way to put everything on the shelves. Interested in asking where Mina was, she assumed that he may be hiding him somewhere. In response, the man explained that Mina looked too excited. He had to send him to the main hall in advance. With a slight smile on his lips, he confessed that he had long dreamed of spilling over with a demon. But just added, for the first time he meets the creatures from the other in these places. He flashed his finger in the air and was satisfied that he was satisfying him now. He promised to tell everyone at once what happened. They barely flew from the mouth of these words, as their figures began to disappear, dissolving in the air. It took a while, and the girl suddenly appeared near the rest. Because of this, Sasha did not want to repeat the story at all, in the opinion of the idea that it would be a real darkness. As soon as they saw Alice, the faces of all enlightened the joy. Everyone was genuinely happy with her return. However, there was anxiety. "Everything is fine with her." The girl confessed that she was surprised, but everything is fine with her. The gaze slid on the faces of people, and she thought, what happened to them? It was struck that the audience no longer had horns. The relief was enveloped by Paul P. Because Alice remained nearby, she said excitedly. Once Amino came, so something was wrong with Alice. She suggested that she may have met with a stranger they had not seen before, and asked if he had done something suspicious with the girl. At an unexpected moment, Saigyo appeared and, holding back irritation, replied that such words were painful to hear, because he was not a soulless atrocity at all to treat people cruelly. The attendees, when they heard it, only threw sharp, full of discontent. The look, aimed at the newcomers, radiated sincere gratitude. Greeting the guests just in the arena of the next test, he remembered how much time had passed from the last visit of the heroes to these lands. He invited brave travelers to take advantage of the best hospitality that he is capable of. Smiling, the man assured that they did not threaten them. He would not harm them. Moreover, he even promised help. But it was this word that made the girls shudder. The warrior asked him to answer only one question. Earth. These words have already clarified a lot for her, but she sought to find out more precisely where they were. What distinguished this place from the native world in which they used to exist? Simulating his eyes, Seo thought. The pure world is probably a completely different dimension created after the greatest tragedy has played on Earth, so that none of the troubles would be repeated in it. Under the feet is a city with many buildings, an illusory world created as a lighthouse for hope for humanity. The attendees could not understand what the stranger meant. He noted that there is a certain order to be followed, which is why he must explain everything in detail. To begin with, we will turn this place into one where no living soul wants to return. Alice asked him in surprise. The look out the window drew a picture of a habitual life, as if everything around was going on a herd. However, his answer was a cold contrast. This is only possible here. In fact, they were far underground. If they appeared, The company would be present here would be instantly doomed to death. His words were stunned by everyone who was around. In the heart of Tokyo, which is the capital of Japan, is an evacuation shelter. If you explain in simple words for the inhabitants of the earth, this place is easiest to compare with the royal capital. Having scattered his hands, he reported that only safety prevails here. However, you will still find a shelter in the evacuation shelters of America and Russia. Kurur, amazed to the depths of his soul, caught his every word, as if checking the names of the countries. The alarm slowly engulfed the audience, and they wondered if Mary was concerned about an adventure. After answering, she noted that the lands of this world reflect the fate of each of them. The girl noted that more than 196 kingdoms were raging in Clearaland. But with the invasion of demons and the monster on this earth, there were only 3. The 3 kingdoms knew by the names of Hexador, Gridonia, and Fortinia. According to ancient chronicles, each of them also had an ancient name: America, Russia, and Japan. These 3 countries were in response to Sate, as it is wise and insightful to man. The level of her knowledge testified to the great diligence in learning. The realization that they were really sent back in time suddenly covered the girl with horror. The young man assured that this was not the past. However, the states of Japan, America, and Russia have ceased to exist. Humanity has become amazed, having no idea what changes have been beaten by a familiar world. The guy asked how others treat the existence of monsters and what they do when they face them. The girl replied without hesitation, "Monsters are enemies, so if it succeeds, they destroy them." When asked how to act when it does not work, the eyes of the whole company were filled with tension. After hiding in the hiding place, she warned, "Something like this happens. Immediately run away." The sight only confirmed her words. If you try to explain simply, this is how the state of affairs on Earth now looks. If you do not take into account the local residents, all those who live here can be imagined as if pupae people in their world. And is it important to which peasant caste were they taken to? The warrior saw perfectly. Nevertheless, each of them was rightly worn by the title of hero. For centuries ago, they emerged from nothingness and plunged into a merciless war against humanity. No existing technology could stop them. In vain, humanity threw everything into battle, both modern weapons and innumerable army. No force was able to restrain them. Humanity has no chance of winning. With a sarcastic smile, the narrator noted that even the creation of humanoid robots did not change the course of events. The hopelessness only intensified. Alice's imagination immediately painted in the head of the same mechanical interlocutor, which was discussed. Noticing how he said confidently, as if he saw everything in his own eyes, Paul noted that there were certain records in the institution. He could not be present personally at those events in any way. Be that as it may, they suddenly invaded the world, and humanity is in a hopeless position. The new generation of superhumans, powerful mutants, managed to lead the fight against an unknown threat. The burro wondered who these mysterious creatures were. In response, she heard the assumption that it was probably evolutionary people. The impressive force that has exceeded human many times distinguished these creatures among others. In addition, they had unique abilities that resembled true art and echoed with their skills. In simple words, these people were experienced mentors. The girl realized, in this world, such as they were not perceived as ordinary. The intention of the narrator was interrupted by the knight, who, confused, could not squeeze who strangers consider themselves towards them, and why they turn to them as senior comrades. The words heated. His words demanded an explanation. What is the connection between the twin countries, and what exactly did he mean under the false world? He wanted a direct answer with a passion bordered with fury. A carefree smile shone on Saiho's face. His consent sounded quietly and confidently. Lightweight arms, and there were shadows of strange mechanical structures nearby, as if born of air. Stunned, everyone watched the floor disappear under their feet. No one even suggested that it could be magic. Everyone was worried only, what really happens? Suddenly, Tina's attention attracted a mysterious glow that came out of the darkness. The stranger appears unexpectedly in the middle of the dazzling glow. With the surprise of the face of the audience, no one could believe their eyes. Sishao said that there is a person inside each capsule. All these people are the inhabitants of the kingdom, who for a moment plunged into a deep dream here. They have a building like a huge building. Its surface was covered with numerous capsules. The guy explained, "It is a Yaskon, one of the beacons. rays of hope for all humanity. Seeing impressed them to the depths of the soul. Without hiding surprise, they asked if these people were in the residence of Yasmnasam. Siku said that Pure Land is an artificial world, created with the hope that humanity will be able to return to the planet's surface again. In addition, it plays the role of a kind of incubator, where people grow up to a new, more developed generation. The surprise flashed in the eyes of Alice. She did not catch the meaning of his words. The young man just smiled mysteriously and explained. He meant the same as they were. As he argued, this world is no longer suitable for people's lives. The mysterious enemies that appeared unexpectedly and defeated humanity are to blame. Not able to repel a threat, people were forced to seek salvation in dungeons. Limited space is able to accommodate only a certain number of people. So humanity has invented an artificial world where everyone, at least in their thoughts, can spend life out of reality. Despite everything, humanity stubbornly lasts for the usual way of life. Even in the most difficult times, the spark of hope does not fade in human hearts. Looking at the crowd who turned to him, Sidzo slightly smiled noticeably. All this was made possible by the dedication of brothers. Those who have hardened in the battles and, having gone through the test, reached a superhuman level. Once upon a time in these valves they saw salvation. For their appearance, humanity restored the Pure Land where the peace and harmony of consciousness prevailed. People built a mechanism that can artificially accelerate the evolution of everyone. From his point of view, he had different power. He carefully wrapped his eyes and said that they were born from all this that they were born. The warrior, Takaco, repeatedly repeated the words of a wonderful apparatus that allows people to live alone, and about a mysterious mechanism that makes people evolve. The awareness of this suddenly shed light on the nature of the monsters and demons that roam this world. In response, Skishou stated that these virtual enemies were created specifically to force people to evolve into superhumans. The conditions that are needed for the appearance of real superhumanities are incredibly harsh. For example, science is able to effortlessly give a person an incredible force. But when the willpower is lacking to control this powerful body, recklessness becomes a way of self-destruction. Lessel, the powerful willpower, is able to help everyone build a strong body with their own efforts. All this looked quite familiar to them, so no one tried to protest. The victory over monsters and demons brought significant changes for the better in everyday life. The main character was confirmed by the Sisho team. Returning to him with lightning in her eyes, she quit. Even if they are part of a fictional world, does it mean that you need to say goodbye to life? Could you not be saved when death was already breathing in the back during the battle? In response, there was a belief that these trials and pain were an integral part of body hardening and strengthening of willpower. To keep track of the fate of 10 million people at the same time and every time, to save everyone at the most critical moment, would be simply unrealistic. It is unknown why, but the reason for the impossibility of it has never realized. Sizer replied, "If a sincere desire came, everything would probably succeed. However, this world is unlikely to withstand more than 10 million people. In order to give birth to a new life, we have to sacrifice the past." Outraged, the girl threw him. "Does he really perceive her for those who do not understand such things?" He replied with an indiscriminate look that he had no idea who she thinks now, and that's what she brought the girl to despair. But in clearance lived quietly. No dangers were threatened here. How can you call a natural death when someone dies, trying to do something dangerous? These words as if they were breaking the girl from the inside. Suddenly, the warrior made a request. "Is it allowed to ask a question?" Having frozen in indecision, Joe said, "And if someone perished there, is it impossible to turn it back into this world?" "Why should I worry about it? Did they not explain that one of two conditions should be fulfilled in this world? To overcome the owner of the demons, or to get 10,000 gold? The choice of people for this mission should be extremely considered. Since they have spent their entire lives in capsules, they now need to take special trials to have the right to live on Earth. For example, time in their world is 3 times faster than on our planet. It is extremely important that such events harmoniously coincide with the realities of earthly life. In addition, the number of people they are able to take care of is strictly limited. That is why real characters with outstanding abilities are so needed now. They are looking forward to. But you should not worry. As soon as the moment of their return to the world comes, it is the duty to follow their bodies and protect them again. Even if that's the case, their return can create a lot of hassle. And if you want to return, You will have to work exactly as they helped them. Kurur again said the words about the relentless run of time. The unexpected statement stunned Alice. The girl wondered in surprise at the boy if he was right about time. She asked in her eyes whether this means that only 1 year has passed in this place. The sight was confused without catching her question. She wanted to make sure that Kagami had already turned 24, because she had 21 herself. Only 3 years the differences were divided. She's been 16. The wedding between people with a 7-year age difference is a common thing. The incomprehensibility of the source of joy left Psycho indifferent. He had no idea why everyone was so happy. The warrior was careful about whether something could be done or assisted in this situation. He acknowledged that their power exceeds the possibilities of ordinary inhabitants of this world. However, he emphasized that preference should have the incredible tools he mentioned, because they are quite capable of balanced by physical strength. I wondered if it was known to the guy that the use of magic was impossible for them. In response, the opinion came. In the presence of magical energy, even ordinary people are able to capture magic. But this does not guarantee that their skills will be useful on the battlefield. Extraordinary abilities that the previous superiors have a special type. They cannot be reproduced by neither the most powerful weapons nor the most sophisticated charms. It is about their skills. In addition, physical power and magical power have long exceeded the limits of superhuman opportunities. They are able to master not one, but several skills. Lem could not understand in any way. If these abilities are so powerful, why do you have to wait for the whole 100 levels between their receipt? Skycha confirmed his assumption, noting, simply increasing physical strength in this world is not enough to master the true skill. In fact, all skills are genes inherited from the listed persons. They receive these abilities through injection when they are introduced into their own body. That is why an ordinary person will not withstand such an intervention and, most likely, will die. It is for this reason that the test of spirit and body is needed to withstand the test. The skills that each of them possess is undoubtedly striking. At that moment, the warrior activated the eruption skills. At the same time, she wondered whether their development depends on the achievement of the next 100 levels. Undoubtedly, an ordinary person could be left without a hand, dared to take advantage of such a thing. Shijail responded to this, confessing that he was looking forward to their new feats. In response, the girl wondered the feats of the guy who surpassed him in his skill. At the same moment, Alice, waking up from her thoughts, realized that she still did not know where Kagami was. Its name sounded from the mouth of Sisho, confidently and clearly, as if it were etched in memory forever. He was called Bloody Hope. The capsule in which he found himself left the traces of his blood forever. It is his survival that seems real miracle. He was looking forward to this moment with incredible. 10,000 gold coins are protected for this trip, and here he got here. In order to make the simple peasant incapable of evolution, he was able to get this place. He was not heard about it. To the answer where the guy disappeared, all the collected were looking forward. Sisho sighed and suggested that there may be something special in this young man. He expected a lot from him. Having said this, silent, plunging into his own thoughts, the impatient listeners quickly gave him a word, hoping to hear a continuation of the story. But instead of answering, he was asked to forget about it and to appeal to those who went through him through battles. They called several people to excursion the territory and get acquainted with the circumstances. Interested could turn to them for details. Ponder asked about his plans, but in response, he heard only that the case was waiting. The conversation ended. The disappearance of the guy made the girl missing the wonder. He was not aware of the real power of Kagami. While so hesitated to whom to ask on the answer, there were anxious questions in her head. She wanted to find out what happened to the young man. Whatever the truth, he could hardly imagine something like that. What rivals could resist him? The views were transferred to Tina. Sorry, she shared the history of orphan life. It was brought up by the church. These feelings were familiar to her. In the end, everyone wanted one to create an environment free from a square. The unspeakable horror swept the soul. Is it really not in God? Once nearby, others stopped and began to look closely at her. The light touch of the palm of the girl's head accompanied the gentle words. Such a spectacle, such as her tears, is a true rarity. To this, the girl answered with a bitter smile. Does it indicate that their world is a solid fake? Everything around is a solid delusion. However, she further denied. Despite everything, it is not necessary to call everything lies. She added to her words that there was evidence. She hugged the upset girl so firmly that she felt the warmth of worry, and gave her a sincere smile. She confessed that she may not have the right to talk about it, but every minute spent together was real. Didn't the links with the Kagami brought all of them here? Unbreakable memories could not be a fiction. The hero confidently confirmed her words. The meeting between them became a turning point. Without it, they would hardly overcome all the trials, if it were not for a fateful meeting with the teacher. Humiliating awareness encompassed. Pride would lead him to death at the hands of the owner of demons. But surprisingly, all past events gave him a chance to survive. Each step was true. There was no falsehood. Everyone without exception cheered the girl, smiled warmly, and asked not to be upset in vain. Initially, the tears rolled her cheeks, but gathering his freedom in his fist, she lightly gave herself a slap and took herself. Going forward, the girl agreed. All were real brothers. But suddenly the air fled the sharp sound, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. In the distance, the light was overwhelmed. Unknown girls suddenly ran into the room, shouting loudly, "Here we are, we are!" As soon as they stepped inside, the question immediately came from, not those new heroes who appeared in this world. The answer was wary of silence. All the heads took the side, full of distrust of the newcomers. The guests who gathered were surprised and hidden their delight. Never seen so many people here at the same time. The second suggested that all of them were just a bizarre fiction. An interesting detail soon opened. A real character is hidden among them. At first, it seemed that the blue-haired stranger possessed magic. But the truth was unexpected. A wise veil stood in front of her. No one just could believe their eyes. The hero and Holidays appeared together. Strangers were a master of martial arts, a priest and a magician. A real team that seemed to be created for battles. It is amazing that such a coherent, militant society came right now. The girl in the glasses noted that the second girl was the happiest. Then she introduced herself, Sakagami Yuki. She was appointed their leader, so she advised to turn to her simply, Yuki. She introduced the second girl as Mary. But graciously, she shook her hand, noting that the council of acquaintance, and immediately offered to continue the conversation, walking together. Interested, Yuki wondered in Menoanis to what class he belongs. In response, a modest confession came. They are magicians, although they are still far from real masters. With this confession, all the puzzles in Yuki's head formed, and from now on, it was clear. Asking in the resort whether her name coincided with the name of the country, Mary did not resist and asked if she did not rule the state. The girl laughed and noticed, the ruler is definitely not. But it is likely that this role could be occupied by her father. A genuine surprise was surprised on her face. Nothing is surprising if the king of the kingdom became a person from another world. To make sure that she was in a hurry, carefully asking if it was true. In exchange for clarification of what is happening on Earth and in another world, the king gained power over the people. Since then, the land has been closely monitored for his actions. The slightest mistake, and he was expected to destroy. The girl thought about her father. The burden of responsibility lay on his shoulders as becoming more difficult. This is what prompted the police to take decisive steps. Having realized the importance of the moment, she decided to act using every opportunity. After that, silence reigned. Mary carefully reminded that, despite all his father's flaws, it was necessary to remember that he was completely related, deprived of act. For a daughter to see it probably was a painful test. Noting that only hard work will be able to release him faster, she firmly took up the case. Such words were quite surprised by Kurur. He did not expect to see so much determination in her eyes. The reason for his close look remained a mystery to her. The girl in response noted that mercy is her feature. Mary has said that it is unlikely that it can be called usual. At this point, Yuki reported that they were already on the spot. Finally, they were outside, where the gaze immediately fell into a number of structures, tuned by chaotically intertwined pipes. Yuki said that before them, underground shelter, the last shelter of mankind. It was called NOAA. From now on, this place has become their home. Alice noted that everything looks amazingly familiar as it was supposed. In response, Palmer noted that despite the hope of getting into the alien world, this was surprisingly similar to them. Yuki also noted that everything would have changed dramatically if they could use electricity more often. And because of its cost, we have to save. She wondered if there was a similar situation in this world. According to her, even electricity is expensive. Because of this, they do not use it at every step. The ancient mechanisms of past civilization, connected to the network, absorb it to the last drop. The hero was interested in what kind of machines the interlocutor refers to. After showing the train, the girl noted, this similar to the one she told about. Having waved her hand towards the lantern, she added that he would have enough light to illuminate the whole city. Most devices created by the technologies of previous civilization devour a large amount of electricity, which is why their operation is significantly limited. In addition, electricity bills reach unheard of heights. In the head of the hero, the assumption died. Perhaps the legend of the world created by the likeness of the earth has some soil. The warrior at the time tried to clarify. Does this mean that outside the safe walls really chatting the real danger? Where did the merchant come from these shops, and whether to really buy food in the subway remained a mystery. Yuki just sighed. As we should expect, it is almost impossible to find something here, so it is not necessary to call these people real merchants. Despite the sharp lack of food and resources, they seek to distribute them among everyone. It was possible to establish the production of goods from existing raw materials, or to sell minerals and materials without processing. In general, their lifestyle is more reminiscent of traders. Such people are a real find. Everything she gets rid of gets to those who really need it. This indicates how human they live. In their hearts, the hope of getting out again. Alice, note. Some here wears a torn clothing. There was a direct question about whether there is a difference between the poor and the rich. Yuki replied that there were people who sew their clothes themselves, but at the same time try to take care of others. Those who have completely lost hope and seemed circumstances usually dress that. The baby is almost not taken care of her own appearance, especially when adults have lost their faith in a long time. Alice noted that they got better clothes than those who were nearby. Mary immediately assured that there is no reason to feel guilty about it. Much dangerous trials were expected ahead, so you should safely hold your head proudly raised. With a smile, the hero noted that if you think, they never talked about it. The curiosity in it was waiting for a future conversation. Yuki noted that their duties would change depending on the appointment of a certain platoon, but they will generally have to join the recovery detachment. In fact, this means to beat the enemy. In fact, the difference with that world is small. Only the enemy will now be completely different. The hero expressed his desire to learn more about the recovery unit. He was interested in what different platoons differ. The girl assured that she would share all the details as soon as they get the resistance staff. Palma noted that Yuki was brilliantly aware of the Pure Land and thought, did all the dugouts are so insightful? The girl replied that the local is not entirely. She was born in these parts. Her confession impressed all those present. However, she urged not to wonder. She did not win the demon. She is at the 117th level and belongs to the trading guild. Tina wondered whether the local and Mary. The unpleasant tone of the interlocutor touched her, causing the image. The tactless answer was tough. Let him not consider her for a small child. Although it looks younger, it is 14. Born on this earth, a simple girl from the people, known to everyone as a peasant. However, Yuki prohibits humiliation with such words, because there are no equal among the shooters, except that units can compete in a precision. A verdict came. She was destined to remain only an assistant, deprived of its weapons, and loses all power. It is enough for the enemy to approach as there is no hope. The indignation broke out instantly, strictly ordered to stop these touches. The warrior delved into thinking whether those hands would be able to pull the bow of the bow. Yuki just laughed, shaking her head in a fun and explaining, her weapons are not a bow at all. She kept a rare relic in her hands, which inherited since ancient civilization. A charming gun charged with magic shells is able to change the course of any duel. Marie is famous for her impeccable accuracy. At the same moment, the girl strongly snatched the weapon from the holster. Having shot straight between the warrior and the hero, the craftsman attracted all the views. She was immediately reminded that she would be careful, because the wall had just suffered from her actions. Smiling, she only noted that nothing would convince so convincingly as a clear example. Yuki, watching this pranks, remained dissatisfied. The impression of her reception, which has just been demonstrated by us, may not seem too strong, but usually this girl exterminates a monster from an incredible distance, using a powerful magical weapon of long range. It is incredibly difficult to do such a trick to the strength not everyone. The speed of the impact struck the palm to the depths of the soul. The warrior confessed that even his skill is not enough to evade such a shot. The girl shared that she may have tried something to oppose magic if she was used. Mary was delighted with delight. She is the fact that she manages to find ways to counteract. She also added that those who come from the earth, like her, are fighting, relying on weapons. The vulnerable awareness suddenly broke out in the palm tree. Even in such circumstances, there are enemies that far exceed their strength. They assured her. It is only necessary to go into battle with them, and the answers to all the questions will come by themselves. The restless curiosity did not leave Takaco. What forces the earthlings so eagerly to strive for battle? After all, for them such a fight is a real game with fire. Mary explained that she was tormented by conscience from the very observation of the Battle of Klarlanders. To transfer your position is not a way out, because it was unacceptable to lose such a valuable artifact. There are not many Yasun sites, so all her efforts are aimed at supporting them until they are able to return home. The Day by Day boldly stated that the revival of this land is a common desire for all. Such words have brought her a approving review and well-deserved recognition. Yuki reassured everyone and assured that their organization can guarantee not only survival, but also a safe return. Mary supported her opinion, emphasizing, "Sometimes you just need to trust your friends to feel safe." The hero wondered whether it was the same organization to which they were heading. In response, he was confirmed. Yes, he was not mistaken. Before them is a focus of resistance created by ordinary people. There are many such as they gathered here. Warm joy illuminated the thoughts of Alice. If so, and Kagami will be near. The news was surprising for girls, because this guy remained a mystery to them. Everything they knew was Kagami, a peasant who appeared here only a year ago. Subsequently, they were interested in whether they were in mind that unsuccessful hero and whether they were familiar with him. The newcomers did not understand what happened to this guy. Yuki assured that it was a peasant who had recently died. Everyone was frozen, stunned by the unexpected news. The incredible words were stunned by Alice, fulfilling her with doubt and surprise. Mary at once was an unexpected thought. She hurriedly apologized, confusing him with one of his friends. Still, oddly enough, it's true. This peasant left this world more than half a year ago. The insidious silence squeezed in the air. Words for such news were simply not. She stated with perseverance in her voice that he was really unbreakable. Mary, not in the faith, grunted that the ordinary man did not get such stability. The holidays, however, denied the doubt and persistently demanded to explain what really happened. Mary confessed that she sincerely believed in him and had high hopes. For her, this peasant was special, because for the first time, someone came from those lands. In her mouth it sounded, of all, he was worse. The extraordinary force for the common man only gave him confidence, however. Even when handed out the equipment, he always refused, assuring that he would handle it without him. But having met true complexity, he categorically ignored the orders, as if he did not pay attention to another's experience. Her words were full of pain. His greatest sin is the destroyed opportunity to end with enemies once and for all. The girls could not tread what the act left in the souls. Mary noted that he may have not really listened to the plan. When everything unfolded in the best way, with a characteristic expression on the face, he was trapped not enemies, but his own, and immediately found himself in a completely different world. Many enemies managed to slip intact. This is what hurt the most. In her words, the warrior strongly denied, this could not happen. What the trick was conceived remained a mystery, but I could hardly disappear without a trace. In ancient times, a weapon created by a mysterious civilization was used, capable of lifting extremely powerful explosions. If he were lucky to survive, the wreckage would be absorbed by the body and left out of the rubble. Takaco stated that she could not believe it. After all, with the same force he showed there, it was difficult to imagine that he would just disappear without a trace. She was supported by others. The same doubts were heard from their mouths. Tina, having stopped and pointing her finger on the leaders, quit them an unexpected question. Did they know that there is a guy who conquered 999? The girl's words were hung in the air, and the conductors were struck. She said the same words again, confirming. They did not hear. It was impossible to give life. It was impossible for him. In these words, Mary only exhaled. A loud laughter came back. This development seemed to be incredible to them. In their opinion, they either all wrong or completely misinterpreted the situation. They were well aware of how much effort the peasant needed to climb at least higher. That's the reason for his interference in all cases, but this is over. Half a year has passed, and it is still gone. Whether he was really strong, it does not matter anymore, because now this figure has remained in the past. Wouldn't they need to take care of their own survival, because no guarantees to stay alive existed? They had their support, complete and unconditional, until they neglect orders. With a gloomy look and visible annoyance, she warned, "He does not advise disappointment." Having apologized for her laughter, she quickly disappeared from the room. Takaco just waved her hand. "There is nothing more to discuss here. It is better to go. It is in vain to break your head over it." It has passed for a while, and here they were at headquarters of resistance. A variety of people fussed near the building. The lively atmosphere prevailed around. Everything turned around that attracted the most attention. The emergence of new ones immediately became a magnet for others. All the views were chained to them. The attendees did not spend time and began to pour a whole avalanche of questions on the girls. Yuki proudly noted that she's been living here for 7 years, so she recognizes every face. Mary added that Yuki is an example of a noble and good man. She answered with a smile that the reason is simple. Her skill in repairs does not know equal, so everyone relied on help. In any case, to survive, the only way out is to act with me. By solving everything, it is easy to lose the most valuable one: life itself. The selfish action of an individual often causes the death of many. This is the reality of their world. That is why the girl does not accept for her who acts as he pleases. Selfishness of other people's actions cost the ally Yuki the most expensive: his life. It was realized that the reason for this behavior about Kagami lies deeper. Yuki's ally was a man with whom she maintained a friendly relationship. One of the avant-garde representatives disappeared without permission, and all who left, among them her close friend, went to eternity. Holidays regretted sorry, but the girl in response bitterly noted, "She happened to her much more scary." Marie lost her relatives precisely because of such people. Logistics experts who work directly on Earth, remaining without protection, become powerless. It is only necessary to ignore the order, and they instantly find themselves on the verge of life and death, and their place of deployment flies. This is the example that Mary mentioned. The girl asked not to touch this topic. They were waiting for someone important. She called everyone with a gesture, and in a moment the company went to where they were invited. When the tent remained in the tent, the girl reported, she brought exactly the people she needed. The answers, however, did not sound. Going inside, she shouted to her husband, "If you need help, you should at least answer the appeal." The man turned, took the blame, and explained briefly. He worked on the repair of equipment and did not hear it at all. It was only now that it came to him that he was in front of him, the same new heroes he relied on. Mary quickly warned him not to put her in an uncomfortable position, asking her to present it. Recognizing, he immediately apologized and finally called himself the Balmonk of Moharos. He now fulfilled the duties of the commander of resistance, and for him is a great honor to get acquainted with everyone. Mary emphasized that despite her respectable age, he remains the commander, and therefore should be treated with worthy respect. The old man strictly noted that she was the first to show disdain. Paying attention to how attractive the guests look, Valman expressed his impression, and Mary, with a barely noticeable smile, reminded that the real cause of their appearance remained behind the scenes. But the most interesting thing is that all of them are united by a long-standing acquaintance with the same hero, which every time causes only disappointment. At first, he assured that he understood everything, and the next moment hit her. The act stunned the girl to the heart. His voice sounded threatening when he added, he warned that she would not bold so talking about that guy. Even in a joke, such words cannot be spoken of a fighter who conquered his native land. She constantly had to behave politely. Even when the people around it were not worth it, she answered with a smile that she probably remembered everything better if he began to offend her. According to him, as expected, the man was missing. At first it was a surprise for him, but he later thought. Interested in the details, he asked if she knew something more, because he has not yet been found. The confirmation of this fact has never been received. He last had to see him more than half a year ago. It is hopeful that he is still alive. A quietly apologious voice came, confessing in his own weakness. Suddenly, an unexpected surprise froze in his wide-open eyes. Returning to the interlocutors, he noticed that he still did not know their names. After listing their unique skills, He noted how incredible team they are. I would not be too wrong if he assumed that these star guests came here only for the sake of a peasant. In response, Takaco assured that their goal was to reunite with that guy. But this mission was not only important for her. In all circumstances, she strongly promised to save this world. The man heard of their joint struggle was suddenly caught. When asked if there is a problem with this, the man only shrugged. No. Just hears something like that for the first time. Each of the arriving groups agrees to cooperate with resistance exclusively for the sake of their own survival. This approach deprives them of unnecessary concern for conviction, but the real reasons remain unclear to him. The girl replied that it was a good reason. At the same time, she was interested in what he meant when he suggested limiting himself to joining resistance. In response, it was, "Surviving here means to inevitably become part of the resistance, because the existence beyond its borders is almost incredible. It has been 6 months, and the peasant never returned. So people disappeared without a trace. Despite the fact that all sorts of monsters happen in the Yasunov too, life outside the city walls does not look impossible. Marriage should be stronger than any idea, even stronger than you can imagine. Is this connection capable of existing at all?" Mino looked with interest in the unknown outside the usual, asking himself what strengths actually keeping this world in their hands. Although no one was going to save this world, the question remains, what exactly should be done next? Suddenly, a man was arrived and frightened. He announced that the tribe of Fangs of the abandoned city is preparing for a large relocation to the old district of Sibui. According to the report, they were attacked in another period, but they managed to escape. They are skilled in the art of hiding, but the escape is not worse. The newcomers were lost in guessing what was discussed. The man hurried to reassure them, promising that the explanations would wait for their time. Personal experience, in his opinion, will rather open his eyes to everything that is happening. There was no minute left for reflection. Work was waiting ahead. Weapons could be found in the tent opposite, so it is worth getting there. Once on the street, he immediately ordered everyone to go. All rescue and search groups should begin preparation. On the central part of the platform, the monks of Bama were silently leveled. The whole collected community humbled, catching every word that came from it. Military instruction began in a clear and confident voice. Talking about the tribe that once hid from the enemies, he said that now they will have to fight, being in a losing position. Repeated attacks by the enemy had already occurred earlier, but every time the tribe corresponded to a devastating blow. However, now these creatures have moved into migration. This opens the opportunity to ambush them near the river. Having created the appropriate circumstances, you will be able to deal with everyone immediately. The idea is to install the trap and simultaneously impress all the opponents. Their main advantage will be magical artifacts. However, it is important to ensure that there is no extra loss. In addition, another team of heroes joined them today. The newcomers were faced with all, and each of them was introduced separately. The news of the journal of the hero and the sage caused a true admiration among people. Such an event was considered an incomparable honor. Faith in the hearts. A joyful noise was risen around. The raised hands confidently testified victory nearby. The newcomers also plunged into a sense of enormous responsibility that lay on their shoulders. Orders came from all sides. It was necessary to check the serviceability of the camouflage equipment and make sure that the stock of cartridges would be enough for everything that could happen. The aliens thought they were in the minority, even if you assume that the part had left and the rest went forward. They probably had a little combat force at first, so it is not surprising that they are perceived almost as legendary heroes. The ball was ordered, not to allow the heroes to fight on their own. They are one family, so they have to defend each other with all devotion. Mary reported that all the preparations were over. The man appealed to the aliens asking for support. Recognizing that the newcomers had not yet had time in this world, he promised help so that everyone could return whole and unharmed. Meanwhile, Takaco struck not so much the promise of support, but the curiosity of the enemy to face. Valman said that the enemy belongs to the same species, but it was their mind that became the feature that raised them over the opponents. Alice wondered whether the same tribes were mentioned earlier. The man confirmed her words, emphasizing that these creatures are endowed not only by reason, but also by exceptional abilities and physical abilities that significantly exceeding human. In addition, they always keep together, acting cohesively. Tina wondered if they were really like their demons. However, she heard that there was nothing in common between them. Earthly people are also able to cope with demons, and those, moreover, almost never attack someone intentionally. Rather, these people were chasing the demons. The idea of this did not even think until he found himself in these parts. The local wondered whether he came from Clearland, which he answered is an ancient story. The brothers who went into the path died, only he survived. His story stunned everyone, because it became obvious. The enemy is more dangerous than any demon. Adding to the already said, the interlocutor emphasized that a meeting with the Fang of Beasts awaited ahead, which, although they were deprived of magical gifts, had a truly incredible physical force. In addition, wonderful vision and exceptionally sharp sense of smell make them real hunters. All you have to do is get closer, and immediately express themselves with uncontrollable steps and altered breathing. Easy prey in the intricate terrain is not a problem for them. They instantly disappear from sight, so that they then attack. Aggressive luck is another dangerous feature that does not allow you to relax, even for a moment. Mary assured everyone not to be afraid, because each of them had their own unique talents. In addition to agility, the team was also marked by a great power. However, the hero noted that in reality, speed plays a significant role. If the task is to harm, there are ways to do it without relying only on a rough power. Because these creatures are called smart, are they able to use weapons? Mary replied that they had no knowledge to create complex devices. The most perfect ones that they are capable of are knives and meadows. Devoid of magic, they are especially vulnerable to attacks. Now they intended to arrange an unexpected attack where there are almost no places for the hiding place. It will not be easy to overcome them. A loud cry of a man announced that it was time to move forward. Half of the personnel has already taken the position to protect the perimeter. The gesture and perseverance of Valman ordered the movement immediately. Tina could not understand what he meant. In response, an explanation came from being out. They were still in a deep dungeon. All you have to do is watch not to lose their brothers from sight. The elevator picked them up and carried them up. The warrior noted, "Everything awaiting ahead is a solid unknown. Every step of the step can be dangerous, so you need to be alert and fight for your own life." Alice wondered what she was thinking about Kagami. The girl thought for a moment and confessed. She wants to believe that everything was fine with him. At this point, it is important to focus on yourself. Sadly smiling, the interlocutor only nodded. She understood everything. By hugging the girls, Pelma called them not to be sad. If she believed that he was alive, she first had to take care of her own safety. What is the point in search of if they do not wait for the moment he is found? The mention of the girl about her own right instantly cheered up with all smiles on their faces. At this point, it became clear that they were already set to act. Sure, the decisive views of the girls were turned to him. The elevator slowly rose to the surface where the ray of light was already visible. The man reassured everyone, assured that arrival was very close. On the same moment, the focused seriousness appeared on the faces of the soldiers. Just among the ruins of an abandoned city, where green sprouts broke through the cracks in the asphalt, the elevator platform, the last technical island among chaos and oblivion, stood. The craft walls of the building were overgrown with wild trees and lush grass. The seeing caused a real shock. The ball monk immediately ordered everyone to stay in place. Inside the elevator, everything was skillfully disguised, so it is absolutely not visible from the outside. But as soon as they leave the shelter, they will be visible without any protection. The curiosity did not leave them. Are they going to stay here for a long time? A clear answer of the man was instantly, no, it is not even said. Those who rise first have already disappeared. Apparently, it is especially worth keeping your ears sharp. The fuel asked how to proceed because it was not clear to them yet. The decision had to be entrusted with orders. The first initiative was behind him. He promised to appear earlier. As soon as he appears in his eyes, there will be some reaction. He finally stepped beyond the protective barrier. The meticulous look slid all the surrounding space in an attempt to catch something. The idea of the void engulfed consciousness. There was absolutely nothing around. The mystery of the disappearance of modern nozzle remained unsolved. To understand where it went, it seemed impossible. Suddenly, a screen emerged from the side, which immediately embarrassed the newcomers. None of them realized that they were a dangerous creature, or something else before them. Stressed, they immediately grabbed the weapon, preparing to repel a possible attack. Just before them, a huge, amazing creature with limbs, miraculously reminiscent of human, grew up. On the faces of strangers, horror and unspeakable surprise. The soldiers assured that the enemy was not visible at this time. The commander immediately ordered to keep calm. The avant-garde was ordered to create a ring around the support detachment and carefully cover the rear. Such a froze in anticipation of the commander's order. He strictly ordered to remain alert. Others are chatting around. In absolute silence, they do not betray themselves with any rust. It is only necessary to lose vigilance, and these invisible figures will sneak completely imperceptibly. The most dangerous creatures in the world. For foreigners, it was a mystery to act completely silently, never to make themselves any sound. They were explained. Every sound absorbs smoke. In the event of an attack, even the most desperate screams and pleas for help will remain invisible to someone else's ear. No sound will escape beyond the fog. Suddenly, from the haze that he was cluttered behind the warrior, a monster emerged. In her eyes, a true horrific anxiety flashed when she looked at him sharply. The commander, agitated, reached out to her, hoping to protect. Without loss, Takaco faded at a monster with a straight blow. The commander ordered her not to stop, and she did not betray her determination, moving forward. The surprise of the commander was obvious. The rapist reaction of the warrior struck him to the depths of his soul. The realization that their presence could not be identified has heralded much more serious problems than they thought at first glance. Only on the vision relying, they could respond lightly, almost instantly. He managed to just surpass them at speed. The vulnerability of their position became obvious to her. This is surprisingly, it has brought her relief. The commander warned strictly, it is forbidden to break. It became obvious that the monster's movements were characterized by chaotic, so it was extremely difficult to predict his actions. So far, minimal ingenuity was spent on hunting. Only primitive traps helped track the enemy. The commander suddenly came. The creatures have changed again. Once primitive and predictable, now they showed a completely different level of ingenuity. It seems that this time the hostile creatures noticed them, and, judging by the behavior, patiently chatted until he dared to appear outside. Every day creatures change, once they even learn to make sounds. However, their pace of development is much inferior to the rate of evolution. Less developed creatures are forced to find resistance only in the transparent depths of the earth. Suddenly, the silence cut an unknown noise, and attention was immediately switched to the source of sound. It was at this moment that the next monster emerged from the darkness and rushed to the warriors. The views were crossed. Everyone immediately recognized the beast that could not be extracted before. The predator managed to grab a man, but suddenly a powerful blow to the head made the monster weaken the grip. The soldier, released from the enemy's paws, flew away and made his relief that he had remained unharmed. Palmer shrugged, not understanding why he was left unharmed. The impression was fulfilled by the boy's eyes when it became clear that she became a lifeguard. The girl proudly stated that she won him. In fact, her whole trick was to use his body and mana for release against him. Stunned, the guy could not believe in what he saw, because he could not spell. But the girl just smiled and explained that it was a feature of her abilities. The shadow of the witch stretched out of the shadow, which, using a stranger as a conductor, borrowed him Manu and woke up witchcraft. The crowd was delighted with a miracle, but in the souls, there was still an unspeakable question. Who became a rescuer? Tina's trembling hand stretched forward. It was she. Her special talent, the ability to instantly activate strength and reduce loss of loss. She assured that she was able to protect them as long as she had enough strength. But this protection would not last long. In high tones, she reminded him of his own limits. They whisperedly whispered, "What they are extraordinary. The lesson should be learned. Thoughtless attacks are no longer passing." By the same time, the delay threatens that Tina soon exhausts her strength. When her abilities are extinguished, the situation will become critical. Therefore, it is necessary to make every effort and destroy the monsters before. Stopping, the stranger exposed the sword forward and stated that his presence should make it easier for them to hunt. He came to become a prey for them. However, shouts came from the crowd. "A real monster sneaks behind." The huge paw of the monster firmly clenched the commander's shoulder. Alice's soothing voice sounded between everyone. "Don't worry." Just at that moment, the Walman firmly grabbed the monster. With one movement he threw the sword into the air, and then with a swing of two hands directed his huge blade. Everything I said was just acknowledge their unhappy destiny. One powerful swing, and the monster, along with everyone around, flew into pieces. The foreigners froze from shock without believing their eyes. Mary only said quietly that this man was the commander on the front line. After all, there is a 273rd level. Looking back on his subordinates, the commander firmly said that they would just evaluate the situation. They would immediately move on. A few bravers were strongly moving forward, accelerating and destroying the monsters that tried to block their path. Ruins and chaos prevailed around. The commander, falling into place, noted the need for a short break, emphasizing the importance of maintaining vigilance. After that, Takaco's conversation began with regard to their further role. Valman stressed that the task should be completed. For the sake of all whose blood was shed earlier, fulfill the duty, the least they could do. In general, everything went great. The result even exceeded his hope. The warrior emphasized that real gratitude should be shadowed. The commander noted that it was worth giving her thanks to her. It was thanks to her actions that the number of victims managed to reduce almost zero. The warrior wondered if there were still hostile races. The man replied that she had no right to yield even to these opponents. The fights rely on all 5 feelings and skillfully use cunning, trying to avoid unnecessary fighting where it is only possible. The warrior noted that they should give up, and the victory will be a real mystery. If they appear on the battlefield again and again, the forces will run out quickly. The scoreball confidently stated that the surrender would mean to him. The passion has not gone out. The forces for the battle remained. Once there was no protection to the surface, so it was not easy and dangerous to hide. The ancient generations have made a lot of efforts to get to the safe peaks. Their movement forward is slow, but inevitable. The current dreams may not have been done right now, and one day they will definitely become a reality. The warrior realized that such a course of events did not like it. In a year, Ma will be able to restore work, and this thought did not give it rest. The commander, as if reading her inner resistance, interrupted his reflections with insightful remarks. Recognizing the causes of their pessimism, the protagonist agreed. A carefree mistake could be a deadly threat. And who knows, suddenly this time the AC will appear in the arena, leading a baby. The participants did not immediately realize who is talking about. Valman explained, "This is only a nickname." The stranger kept away, avoided another's company. The glory of his extraordinary power spread among all, so they called him Ace. Usually they do not shine their chances, but now hope has in their hands. They keep for her as if for salvation. In the thoughts of the warrior, the question was, what feelings caused this strange place in Kagama when he first cast his gaze on him? Despair did not reach him, and he did not intend to give up. The commander reported that they were going on soon. Meanwhile, Takaco asked if Tina would have a power to get back on his feet. Her words sounded confidently. She couldn't. No one hoped that in such a short period of time the exhaustion would take the mountain over it. The hero only reassured, "Everything is under control. There are no reasons for anxiety." This meeting became a real test for them, as they first encountered such opponents. However, the next time they will be prepared much better for battle, ready to demonstrate everything that is capable, even if left without the owner. Simples with joy picked up this idea, approvingly shouting. They decided to lift the shadow on your hands and take on. Mino picked up the girl in his arms, saying that he would carry her. From now on, she was a dear girlfriend for him. In addition, everyone around now showed great force, which is why it was what he had to fulfill this role. But only the girl was angry, deciding that they are treated as if it were ordinary luggage. They apologized to her address. The characters were interested in me, which prompted him to do. In response, a surprised comment came, "Is it really so strange?" The hero confessed that he did not even attempt to change the position during the battle. Did he trust his comrades so much? In the air, a strained silence hung. This strange pause was suddenly cut by a spooky cry. Without losing vigilance, you drive the commander, emphasizing, "You need to hurry. Otherwise great trouble will not be avoided if you lose each other." Awareness comes sharp. It is useless to wait for a response from the hero. The Bal monk noted that among the children of the beast with fangs, many who have long crossed the threshold of youth. In his opinion, large-scale resettlement will take a long time. News report that if you need to cross a large number of people across the river, it is the only place where it can be done. Alice remembered that they had a family, but now did not allow herself to think about it. Deciding that before arriving it is necessary to place the traps and pass them on, everyone quickly disconnected their affairs. Alice was puzzled for their actions without understanding their intentions. Subsequently, the truth opened. Powder was laid under the bridge. When the monster tries to cross the crossing, everything will explode, and the flock will be in cold river water. In the river, they will stretch a special grid that paralyzes everyone who gets into her tenet for a moment. All you have to do is fall into the water, and there will be no chance of moving. They rushed on the offensive. Kuro knew well. Representatives of this race are famous for the incredibly sharp sense of smell. Inadvertently, the thought flashed, and will they not recognize the trap? Friends confirmed her guess, but this time promised that everything would be different. The special device allows them to go unnoticed, and the river reliably dims any noise or odors. Another apparatus will warn the approach of monsters, providing them with a valuable advantage. The sudden call made her stop. Inspired by dissatisfaction, Mary warned, "It is better not to frighten the girl." In the end, they decided to postpone the explanation for later and just in case check the weapon. Lifting the gun, Yuki took her into her hands. Later, Mary wondered in the chicken why he had such a facial expression. But in response, she asked if she felt fear. The manner of the chicken appeal again touched her, causing irritation. The girl assured that it is not necessary to be afraid. It is dangerous if you stand behind his back. But in front of her so much thought at a time when the world finally returns to its place. In anticipation, it will not remain. It is better to fight and change something. It will destroy everything in the way before the enemies have time to get closer, and fear will finally master her soul. Undoubtedly, everyone awaits the inevitable death from her hand. It was at this moment that the burning reported that the traps were already arranged. In addition, she noted that the work advanced faster than it seemed at the beginning. Everyone acted confidently, which testified to the remarkable experience. Even the Mino, for the first time, having joined the case, brought the benefit that it didn't happen before. Alice with a smile noticed that now she has to wait only and can finally be restful. Looking around, the girl realized work really resorted to glory. Carefully watching the monitors, they closely tracked any events around. From the mouth of Yuki there was a saying that they were here. Foreigners have noted that these creatures are almost indistinguishable from ordinary people. Alice quit the idea of trying to talk to them. Paul, together with me, appealed that everything was perceived differently for foreigners. The commander strictly ordered the explosive to act at his signal. The switch was already ready. After the question, whether everyone is ready, a brief and decisive order came. To undermine. A powerful explosion split the bridge into hundreds of debris that fluttered. The enemy soldiers, without holding on, fell into the river one by one. The commander, noticing that the enemy tight paralysis, without delayed, ordered the attack. All those present took up the case. Various abilities were raised in the air, hardened swords were shot, and combat weapons were stuck. The enemy poured blows from all sides. The commander has strictly ordered not to leave any opportunity for counterattack. It was at that moment that something strange and incomprehensible happened in the river. When the splashes of the water settled, the destroyed electrical network appeared before the surprised views. Valman announced the appearance of the boy. He arose on the very top. The exclamations at the commander were heard one by one. "Wait! It seems to finally understand something important." From above, like two shadows, the guy with the child watched them carefully. There was no movement between them. They stood side by side, stopping in full real estate. On the steep rock in the middle of the river waves, figures froze. Everyone was frozen, as if fascinated, without making a look. The appearance of a stranger immediately gave his true face. Everyone immediately recognized the arrival. Alice was stunned by an unexpected guest. Her eyes were widely revealed. Suddenly, the man grabbed a huge stone and was about to throw it forward. Suddenly, he threw the object directly towards the attackers. They were stunned by the lightness that he succeeded with. The appearance of the guy enhanced the alarming feeling, because no one was waiting for him something good. Angrily exclaiming, the commander warned, "Do not leave any chance for escape," announced a strategy of lightning blows and maneuvering using fiery magic. Without hesitation, he ordered an attack. The shots flew past without touching the hole. The sparks cracked. He jumped out of the flame with one jump and immediately rushed into the counter, skillfully evading the enemies around. Under the magic magicians, the guy had no chance to escape. The commander, understanding the hopelessness of his position, quit the order. to release all the accumulated power. None of their attempts did not bring success. All the attacks were confident and ruthless. The mystery of his unprecedented force remained a mystery to them. When did he change so much? Alice suggested a close look at him that she began to guess something. The commander strongly commanded to continue the offensive. The enemy is tight, so he must be destroyed by all available means. Breaking out of the grip without hesitation, and for a moment, the hero jumped sideways. It was at this point that Mary was already targeting. I am sure that he would not be able to evade him. Suddenly, the arrow broke into the attack and released a farewell bite. In flight, the enemy understood the danger. The danger was too close. However, this time, the agility did not let down. The ball was only whimpering when the guy was skillfully pushing her leg and just in the air. The girl, stunned by such skill, even forgot about the attack. The landing was a little away, but the opponents did not stop and rushed forward with new lungs. With a frantic speed, he approached them, forcing enemies to fly in different directions. One by one, fall under his blows. The crazy movement seemed chaotic. Even the hero did not restrain the remark that he was just funny. To demolish the husky, Mary thought about a new attack on the approaching enemy. But he was almost instantly nearby. Directly behind the girl's back, his silhouette has already stopped. By this point, all the opponents were fallen, and their weapons were lying on both sides. The defenseless girl lay, devoid of strength. It was at this moment that her abuser disappeared without a trace. The unexpected salvation stunned her. She did not believe that she would remain alive. It seems that his goal was to destroy the weapon, but Mary so tightly squeezed her that he did not even dare to touch her. Her thought came with particular confidence. Clumsiness of movements, a buzzing manner of fighting, and weird technique gave him out with his head. Everything went into place. Most likely, it was Kagami. The victory seemed unattainable that the hero would not commit. The defeat was inevitable. Only the master who himself was defeated was able to make him doubt his defeat. Pavlin expressed doubt, but there was no final confidence in her words. It was at this moment that Alice rushed to run and approached him. Nearby, holding his breath, the girl said his name excitedly. In response, she received only a silent, calm look. Subsequently, incomprehensible sounds began to break from his mouth. The foreigners only looked confusedly, unable to understand what was happening. At that moment, the guy jumped cleverly and rushed. Everyone around remained in full surprise, without giving it just happened. Embarrassed, they only exchanged confused views. It was then that the commander exclaimed the order. Immediately retreat. The hero noticed how the tribe is gradually getting caught after the events. Balmonk noted that now that the majority has lost its weapon, there can be no language about the frontal attack. It remains only to retreat. No one realized that there was little time. Mino, holding Tina firmly by her hand, had to take care of her safety urgently, while the rest was in search of shelter. The commander expressed their gratitude to them, and Yuki ordered to go to the defense of Mary. He himself focused fully on preparing for a hostile attack. The girl supported this plan. Wishing him health, she spilled over to the case. The commander reported that it was time to stop and leave that place. However, Palna noted that the goal was almost achieved, and at the same moment a devastating blow to it. However, her blow did not give the desired effect. They said that this situation requires a truly strong spell. The girl immediately denied that to run and spell at the same time, for her an unbearable task. Grabbing her in his hands, the warrior strongly said that he would now run instead, and ordered her to focus. The surprise for a moment stunned the girl, but as soon as she saw the enemies that she was approaching rapidly, she quickly took her hands. Suddenly, between the attackers and these two, again had the figure of Isa. However, this time his strikes were directed against the warriors of the tribe. The detachment immediately realized the moment came to retreat, and the path opened. The girl wondered whether it happened earlier. The commander replied, "Yes, it happened. It came from the air, clearing the way in the same way to destroy them." The mysterious stranger receives pleasure from this and eagerly awaits a new attack of opponents. The girl noted that fortunately no one died, and it can already be considered success. However, in response, some still gave their lives, trying to save valuable weapons from death. In addition, no benefit will work out. He threw over his shoulder. The views of foreigners darkened with disappointment. Without a minute, everyone was in a hurry to hide in the shelter. Sometimes in her head thought, if it was indeed a Kagami, then the mystery of his intentions in this world remained unsolved for her. Some time has passed, and the group returned to the headquarters. The warrior reported that they were lucky to get back, although everyone was well shabby during the fighting. Fatigue prevailed. The faces of people were given incredible exhaustion. Mary praised them for a beautifully done work. Having installed 3 tents in advance, she took care of comfort, dividing the settlement for men and women. They will be aware of themselves later, so far. The warrior reported that the gathering was appointed in the tent of that guy. Kuri confidently claimed that they were faced with Kagami. There is no doubt about the audience, because only he is capable of such a senseless pranks. The conversation quickly switched to his weird sense of humor, which each of them had something to mention. While Alice refused to call his actions meaningless, Palmer had a different opinion. The echo of those actions will be in their memory. The saint noted, if it really was, what then led him to such a place? It was not necessary to forget about the girl from the tribe of the animals who were near him. The hero still warned me that I would not worry over. He added to that, it is a teacher. After all, as when it was possible to combine demons with people, does he not try to find the way to reconcile with this tribe now? She supported their opinion with a smile, assuming that he probably had a good reason to keep his real name secret. Mino seemed that his relationship with the tribal was far from perfect, but this did not make a big problem for him. The capture of their own purpose prompted carefully to think about each next step. The warrior noted that if the guy turns out to those whom everyone is talking about, it would be nice to meet personally and exchange important information. I wonder if it still remains on the surface. Pondla did not feel that he would want to join their company. In the event of such a decision, it would be much more effective to transmit a secret signal. They will not be able to move freely underground. The possibilities are too limited. The desired will not work. Alice thought that perhaps the guy did not seek to meet them at all, although the witch assured he would certainly appear again. Seeing the expression on her face, the young man was clearly worried. Aster's head was the question of whether she has become too caring since their last meeting. Her behavior was no longer reminiscent of the former lightness. If it goes on, everyone will decide that she is a real mother of Alice, and then she has no dream about her marriage. At this point, Yuki ran quickly to the tent, calling everyone loudly to work. She was surprised why everyone gathered here. In her hands, the girl kept a bag of products. The warrior noted how unexpectedly and returned, reflecting whether they did not happen. Yuki advised to treat this with complete confidence and peace. She also added anxiety to her words. She is disturbed by the idea that effort will not be approved. For this moment, only they remained among the elders. At this point, Mary came to the tent, carrying a pot with food. With a smile on her face, she offered to cook dinner together. Among the crowd on the street, the warrior immediately noticed, these people are treated differently than the residents of the city. Yuki noted that due to the excessive number of inhabitants, the city is incapable of giving shelter to everyone. All are forced to comply with the conditions. Together use joint stocks, food, and equipment. The saint wondered if there were enough food for all residents. The girl answered with a smile that it is clear, because the resistance cares about food stocks. Of course, they cook here not only for themselves, everyone is provided with food. Kurur wondered if all the necessary ingredients were enough. Mary has reassured with a smile. A storage was already found for the rest of the products, so a full meal will be prepared. Despite all the efforts, stocks were still missing. So they decided to make food on their own, so that at least it is always at hand. The words of the shrine immediately became clear to her. It seemed to her that light was only a temporary shelter, but the local life was pleased with stability and comfort. Alice wondered where all these ingredients came from. Mary explained with a smile that she was picking them up on a small piece of field, which she carefully looked after. The desire to feed children broke out in her eyes. Her words were summoned around friendly smiles. Yuki jokingly noted that only the baby herself. Such a comparison was only angered the girl. Having caught the audience with a careful look, the warrior noted that the inhabitants of this world are surprisingly strong and durable. Subsequently, they got into the business. They prepared dishes for the local people. Calling the children to get in a row, Mary came across a kid between the baby. Everyone seems to be enough, but the words "probably enough" are left with a mystery to children. The saliva flowed from the corners of their mouths from impatience, and without delving into the value of the spoken, the children demanded, "Detect honestly." The light madness was attributed to them what the girl immediately asked to silence. The warrior assured everyone, "The baby loves her," immediately fell into the eye that only the elderly were accompanied. Because of this, Such a charming woman remained away, as if hidden in the shade. The girls found full solidarity. Having taken away the treat, the baby rushed rapidly, thankful thanks to her for generosity. In response, the request did not call her sister. Paulina said with a smile that she is more like an older sister here by age and appearance. The interest in how the guy reacts to her appearance made Alice worry. However, she had already noticed that he had time to see Alice, and they even spilled over a few words. Yuki asked what she just said, but in response, the girl only innocently shrugged, claiming that she did not say anything. It was at this moment that the holidays sighed with deep longing, and Tina, full of anxiety, wondered what had happened. Kurua replied that everything was fine. After all, they just met. And indeed, if you think, you do nothing here. Saying it, she sighed again. Tina noticed how much it became more and more interesting with each conversation. No matter what, many kids live here, she shared. Especially hopes to see how these children grow up. If they have become part of the community, they will take care of them. They will help if they suddenly remain, and there is no loved one nearby. Growing up, most of them will seek to join resistance, full of worries about the fate of the outside world. Tina often seemed like being here is a real test, and all her efforts remain in vain. Paula strictly asked to speed up, they say. The client is already waiting. With a smile, the girl assured that she accelerates the pace, but suddenly all her attention switched to Alice. In the middle of the crowd, a man in a black cloak was distinguished. It is concentrated and determined. She rushed to the stranger, ignoring the voices of those who sounded by name. In a rapid voice, the warrior ordered the shadows to follow them. She promised to understand all circumstances, and then tell how everything really was. But the girl wondered, isn't it better for Marie to explain everything to cause her anger? The warrior repeated the request, and Tina finally agreed. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, Marie boiled from anger. During the observation of the stone wall, Ellie commented on what she saw. She probably managed to get to the cell of the dungeon, but the direction of his movement remained a mystery to her. Suddenly, the look stopped. He appeared near the tent. Sidelav, a few steps forward, felt a quiet conversation. One of the audience literally devoured him. A request was made almost with despair. There is no food left yet? The loss of this place will undoubtedly be a painful blow to one of them. In a moment, the girl understands. There are 3 in the room. The unexpected voice came to his father, warning, someone wanders near the tent. Suddenly the arm stretched out of the darkness, grabbed Alice and pulled it inside. Hugging the girl firmly and pressing his palm into her mouth, the guy was pleading in a whisper, do not panic. Meanwhile, from behind the back, a long baby sounded. Dad! He assured that others were about to join, and it was at this moment that the tent was filled with the rest. Mino broke into a cry, ordering him to immediately pick up his hands from the girl. However, in no way could agree with who was the person who unexpectedly hugged Kagami. The staggering has frozen on the faces of each present. Looking closer, the interlocutors wondered if he was really. The young man just smiled awkwardly and pulled the hood even deeper. The impressions were overwhelmed. Everything seemed incredible. The owner recalled that a lot of time had passed since the last meeting and suggested that you go faster because it would be too risky now. Calmly, a stranger slowly lost his drink. Holidays, holding back curiosity, intended to ask a few questions, but at first asked what they had just done. With a smile, the young man explained that, apparently, he was about to dine when a suspicious girl jumped on him. A look full of tension slid towards Mina, and the next question frozen in the air. Is Alice called this girl? Friends approached him in surprise, because it was really it. Everyone was convinced that her face had long gone out of his memory. Note that this issue could not relate to her because of a small height. The man portrayed a small ball in his hands, thus presenting a girl. The general silence engulfed the audience. All were extremely surprised, because it was far from small. It seemed to him that it was too much. However, she confesses without hesitation. Her eyes will certainly be a reflection of her. Powerful movement grabbing her shoulders, he asked stunningly if she was. Her answer sounded calmly. A long time has passed since their paths crossed the last time. Mino has distrustfully noted that it is quite in his spirit. So many questions raged into his thoughts. But the fear that consciousness would not withstand this flurry jumped and did not let a word. The saint noted that they were really interested in his agreement with the tribe and the reasons for departure, and other details of the past. Then she suddenly smiled and suggested that the boy hug her. He briefly refused, confessing that he had no such desire. Her statement was entrusted with delight. Alice is his favorite. Turning to Tina, she specified whether she was wrong. In the meantime, the girl was timidly not to touch her. I did not want to hug now. Any closeness was inappropriate. Suddenly, a girl from the tribe blocked the boy's way, clamping him together with her, and warned sharply, "I do not even dare to approach. After all, Dad belongs only to her." Anger overwhelmed the Kurur, outraged by the fact that she was left and even brought the baby on the ground, despite the fact that she believed to the end. The excited girl was tried to reassure, asking for herself. Tina shared that it had happened to Alice. Kagami invariably was in the arms, like a girl who was always protected. Somewhere, they whispered about their own, and when the patience broke, he shouted to them, ordered to silence. Surprisingly, only a year has passed since fate has brought him here. How did it happen that in such a short time he had such an adult baby? At that moment, the girl was in his arms, and the heart filled the gentle pride. Subsequently, his request came to try his horns. The answer was the question. What is more important? He or she was assigned to the case, because resistance considered him a hero who did not live up to expectations. He added to his words that it is not so shameless to stay with the one who causes so much trouble. The guy decided to openly explain to them what is the matter. As soon as they were here, they were attracted to the ranks of resistance without delay. Everyone knows the purpose of this organization is to save the world, but this salvation was full of bitter irony. It needs to destroy all inhuman forms of life on Earth. One way to solve the problem was faced with the only possible way. The rapid liberation of the lands left no choice. Moreover, the beast tribe was quite different from people, and there was no desire to resort to rigid methods inside. Yet, it is incredibly difficult to reach peace. Unlike demons, the fences do not have a single lord capable of uniting everyone around. It is almost impossible to persuade people angry for people. The situation came into a dead end. During one of the operations, it was possible to lure the enemy into a trap replaced by explosives, but the number of opponents was unusual. Strenuously waiting, he suspected that he was only a bait behind him, behind which the main power of the enemy was hidden. Several creatures from their tribe without hesitation fell into a carefully placed trap. The overwhelming part of the crowd was the elderly. There was a strange artificiality in this scene, as if all together they played some performance in order to mislead them. But suddenly, a lone child appeared in the darkness. He proposed to go outside and explore the terrain. The girl was numb, as if she could not understand the situation. The thought of a trap of life flashed in his head, as his heart was already rushing into battle, rescuing it from captivity. In the end, the whole operation turned into a real failure. A little girl named Pitt, she barely turned 7. At that moment, Tina immediately remembered Mary's words about him. She confessed that she hated his soul herself. The long-awaited return to the resistance of Orlitzia Elia did not notice. The question was only escaped from her mouth. Maybe the guy also wants to reconcile the tribe of animals with people. But in response, there was a short, clear denial. The apology was made if he did not justify their hopes a little. However, this time the campaign did not pursue the goal of establishing relationships. Mino immediately stressed. As ACU, he was well aware of their arrival to the ground. It was not a surprise. The surprise caused another. Why did he still not get in touch? In response, it sounded, their path was always the way of resistance. It was urgently required to stop everyone to prevent self-destruction. The meaning of intentions remained a mystery to Mino. He tried to tell where it all started, but he was interrupted. The girl broke into the room, setting on all weapons, and sharply ordered not to make any movement. The young man was motionlessly closing his entrance. Suddenly, the girl appeared again on the threshold, targeting the gun even more confident, and warned loudly, "Do not risk if you do not want problems. You are on the fly." The girl said she would allow him to escape. The guy is convinced that he could not destroy him. In addition, clashes are constantly flashing between them. And even today everything has come to the conflict. Yuki sniffed their quarrel sharply. He was able to make sure whether he was in front of him the same peasant who was called by the failed hero of Kagami. It turned out that it is true. He survived, and became the main hope of all. It turned out that conversations about its level are quite responsible. All you have to do is remember the power of ice, and the doubts immediately disappear. Everything falls into place. The hero entered the hall and informed the master that he remained unchanged, as before. Suddenly, the guy realized he changed. The hero realized that if you need to hide from prying eyes, it is only necessary to communicate secretly. In response, the young man calmly explained that he just decided to get food on his own. Immediately translated the conversation, wondering why the girl did not warn him about the appearance of people. Squeezing, she justified. She was sure that her father's acquaintances were approaching. Lifting the girl in his arms, he explained that among those people real friends were only half, so she did everything right. Meanwhile, newcomers tried to understand what was happening here and who this stranger is. Mary warned him not to move. This transmitter appeared to warn everyone about the existence of this place. The idea that he is still alive seemed impossible to her. The leader of the tribe, who at the same time became a traitor to all humanity. Do he know how many lives went out through his actions? Inside her, shell fiercely rolled. She could not forgive such betrayal. He asked if his presence was interfered with their return. Cutting his fists, the girl replied that without him they would be able to finish their journey with dignity and honorably. In response, the confession came. In fact, he deliberately interfered with their plans, and only fear was moving, so that neither party was killed. To refuse and translate the guilt on others, it will not work. The involvement was no longer right. Realizing that he would try to intervene, they still preferred the struggle. It could be avoided, because there were other ways. But she firmly chose to protect her own beliefs with weapons. Not unfortunate, if nothing to change and allow your own life to go out in vain. Will it be fair in relation to those who gave all the advice of others? Perhaps it may not be solved to him, but it was for such a position that he was hung on the hero's label, who did not live up to his hopes. In response, Mary stated that they are people, and it is for the human future that fight. In their dreams, the world in which people ruled. She stated with strangeness that she sees nothing unusual about destroying those who are interfering. However, the guy denied that such a solution was not a way out. Stretching the transmitter forward, she pressed the button, and the device did not respond. The surprise was mixed with irritation, and no explanation was thought. With an angry exclamation, she threw a transmitter to the ground, saying that she would say without him, "A moment, and the path to the exit is already blocked." The speed at which it happened stunned all present. In delight in what he saw, many decided that it was a new skill. However, to the surprise of others, the hero explained, it was not his own ability, but the ability of his partner. So he immediately turned to her, calling for a shelter and showing himself to others. Just a small kitten popped up in front of them, scratching a few words that he was a little narrow here. Alice immediately recognized. It was the third one who had already voted earlier. A mighty warrior, known from the secret art described in ancient scrolls, appears in an unprecedented outfit, similar to attire. To be surprised, a stranger responds. They say, has no idea what a shinob is. But his unusual power gives the impression of mysterious power. Adding that some device deprived his ability, he looked around. Tina has engulfed curiosity. What else does his strength hide? In response, Kagami confessed with a smile that he is able to grow a whole forest among a wild wasteland. The cat named Obamar was confidently introduced to strangers. His master once saved his life, and since then they stood side by side, like real partners. Saint looked at the Fluffy with delight. She admired him unrestrained. Meanwhile, Tina did not hide curiosity. What happened to him before? Finding in the midst of the garbage, thanks to Kagami, he was immediately confident in her. The cat would undoubtedly call this meeting fateful. The young man decided not to go into details and wondered why he did not contact for so long. The cat just started his story as suddenly his gaze fell on the girls. Their focus seemed suspicious. They seemed to think something. Suddenly Mary cried out and stated that she could not trust him, because he had repeatedly violated their peace. Yuki confessed that she was pleased with his salvation, but she could not understand the reasons for his interference in their affairs. Without this unexpected obstacle, they would have long made significant progress in their desire to save the world. The answer was an understanding of her words. However, he noted that all this is just a dispute over the territory. He assured that he was not intended to offend one of them at all. If it were not for the mistakes they made, and his heart would have gravitated to them. He wants to turn this land into a space where everyone can find happiness. Maria did not share these aspirations. For her, all these efforts seemed futile. It was only reduced to mutual destruction. No deeds will be able to save this world, no matter how many times they have tried. Isn't something wrong around you? Suddenly, an understanding broke out in the consciousness of the warrior. He opened what he had not noticed before. He confessed that the path was longer than he had hoped. Doubts about whether they could persuade resistance were not rest. However, suddenly everything changed. They became enemies, and most importantly realized he could not overcome this path alone. With a light smile on his mouth, he said that he was waiting for the boys from the same world. The girls and participants of the resistance only watched. They did not realize the meaning of his words. With a sharp motion, discarding the piece, opening his gaze on a large hole in the wall. There was no way to the elevator, so I had to break through the moves that connected the surface to the dungeons. The task was difficult, but apparently the knowledge acquired in digging along with the dragon was useful. The indignation was overwhelmed by Yuki. It seemed to her that monsters could penetrate even here. To which the guy answered calmly, "Everything was already caught up. Here is complete safety." Their life passed here, then there, among the constant anxiety. Open communication with PETA hid a deadly threat. Secretly, under the cover of the night, they brought food in exchange for the necessary supplies. Mary with a cold determination. Even if he was able to find out something, she will not believe his word, because for her he is an enemy, not an ally. A confident answer came to this. The truth will open before her when she sees everything with her own eyes. Long hours were drawn in the darkness of the tunnels. Each step erupted uncertainty and difficulties. For the field, everything seemed excessively confusing, as if it were in the endless mazes of the anthill. Kagami only shrugged his shoulders. So it should be. Masking requires victims. They are confronted with a closed passage, erected so that no strange soul can penetrate inside. Just over the heads already extends the outside world, so you have to hold the heap without moving away from each other. With a light movement of one hand, the guy pushed a giant stone block, opening a way for a gradual lift. For Mary, it was a real revelation. Even in thought was not possible at all. The girl wondered how they would behave when the tribe noticed them. The young man confidently said that this would not happen. Piddock convincingly felt the approach of the tribe and struck each step. Marie did not believe his words. It was simply impossible to recognize these creatures. On her doubt, the interlocutor promised to explain everything. No light. It is only necessary to turn the lantern as they will immediately notice. In this darkness, caution was above all. The conversation was around the girl who was the first to get into the trap. And from the first minutes of communication, everything came into place. He realized why she was in such a situation. Different from the other keepers of the time, this girl rarely takes on physical affairs. Her hands do not lie in sports. No one searches for help, and she moves leisurely, as if every step serves as a separate story. She was taken as a bait because she inhibited the movement of the whole group. In addition, the beast tribe surprised the coordination of actions. He did not expect to see from the savages. This is a strange secret. The saint noted that the tribe was impressed by their cohesion. The girl's thoughts wandered around the question. Did the parents once protect her? However, the answer was obvious. She did not have families. Her memory was silent about the past, leaving only one memory. She was walking after the herd without looking back. Finally, the old women called her to follow them. Older people and children are a great trap bait. However, Dad managed to save his daughter. The saint of the saint penetrated the essence of her words, and the warrior, puzzled, wondered what reason she called him his father. The girl sincerely replied, "He never left her and cared for her as a real father worries about her own child." Mino confessed that he felt some anxiety because of his extraordinary abilities, especially knowing that her memory was like a white sheet. It seemed to him that a complete understanding prevailed between them, as if they were reflecting each other. It was this illusion that began the beginning. If you think about, many mysteries have been hidden in this family. In the soul, the suspicion is that they may protect some secret, known to them only. But the evidence for unraveling is still catastrophically lacking. During the last year, Avoiding direct involvement in the resistance movement, he worked aside to be able to move freely. When she asked what he managed to find out, his gaze suddenly blinked, filled with the shadow. It turned out that the most important information was unattainable for them. However, a sudden illumination suggested that it is in vain to fight other forms of destruction. That is why the actions were stopped. Mary eagerly sought to find out more. Many other alien races have become strength over time, developing on their own. The riddle. Why could it be a thought at all? The unexpected hum to snatch them out of thought, forcing them to listen hard to the surrounding fuss and to try to understand what happened, and then they hurriedly moved on. Picking up the girl in her arms, the guy moved forward. Probably their path led to the hiding place of the beast tribe. Whatever the truth, it could not be delayed for a minute. Subsequently, they stopped on an empty area. Together, they looked down from the cliffs, and she saw stunned to the heart. In the foot, among the many fragments of structures and mysterious traces of a long, disappeared civilization, amazing work, alienated and mysterious in their mechanical march, moved slowly. The members of the beast tribe, covered by horror, rushed, and their pursuers were chased afterwards. Loud exclamations about the coming of the Messiah were heard in the air, but the meaning of their words remained unsolved. Watching the action below, Mino decisively stepped forward and turned to the boy, trying to find out what was happening there. The dark shade lay on the face of the Kagami. He stated that this creature resembles the one that they encountered in Samaria. Smaller, but no less threatening in force. Without the shadow, he assumes that someone on the ground understands these machines better than him. The trembling voice of Mary confesses that she has already come across similar in archives. Once upon a time, this artifact was one of the most powerful weapons of ancient civilization. But now, when resources have become a real rarity, it is simply impossible to repeat this. Lost for centuries, these magical artifacts were weapons of such power that the secrets of their creation have long been made into oblivion. Even after the intervention of foreigners who destroyed these relics, the beast tribe should be an insurmountable force. With confidence that was not in doubt, Yuki said, "Before them, the weapon of the same ancient civilization they heard so much about." However, time was not in place. It was significantly improved. Now even the animal clan could not compare with such force. The guy did not hide the surprise from how deep knowledge of Yuki had. The girl with a smile replied that it was her special gift. She explained that these machines are managed by someone from the inside, and to create the same thing for her at any moment. The attendees were restrained, sincerely admiring her abilities. According to her, the work was excess, and neither materials nor equipment were short. Marie wondered, why is it all equipment, and who in fact operates it? Without much enthusiasm, Kagami explained that these creatures appear only once a month, and then solely to collect representatives of other species. Choose a moment when there is no one with resistance. The information was exhausted. The conversation continues, and the theme rotates again around how different types change over time. Some living creatures, as it turns out, do not develop independently in natural conditions. By collecting biomass, mysterious power forces it to turn. Whoever stands for it, and for what purpose, remains a secret even for him. However, the tribes begin to evolve rapidly. All the creatures and monsters that happened on their way were bizarre hybrids. Among them were both particularly powerful and less threatening, but there was no truly weak enemy. The calculation that mixing will make them more vulnerable has not come true. Having conducted an experiment aimed at accelerating development, you can succeed. When asked about the source of his confidence, the researcher replied, he simply took the fact that Pete and Obramara had already evolved earlier. So this time, everything will happen in a similar way. At least in the memory of Moro, it was etched. It was created by others. Pete has changed so much that no tribal links are any significance for him. Due to the changes, all 5 sensations set up to the limit, but at the same time the body weakened. There was no idea if there would be someone else in the tribe who could compare with its exacerbated senses. Mary is stunned by the idea. Improving evolution. This change can be applied to any kind. The subtle setup of the process promises even more striking results. She noted that their opponent is not a natural formation, but the creation of someone's will. Having realized the need to keep calm, the girl did not worry about taking a mountain. There was no information about whether other species were created artificially. Sleep cannot say for sure whether it is true. Currently, this is only a guess. They know only one thing. There is a creature that collects different species, changes them, and intertwines. The saint explained in detail how he realized that they were being collected. There are many bizarre monsters and intelligent creatures in this world. Their appearance is caused by special blocks that absorb magical energy. However, there are neither such blocks nor the magic itself. Despite this, resistance is destroying more and more monsters daily, and their population is growing steadily. Encouraged by curiosity, he decided to try his hand. Carefully calculating the moment of appearance of structures, he tirelessly destroyed them. However, the number of enemies seemed not to be reduced by a meager share. It would be possible to break the head over this phenomenon for a long time, and similar reflections seemed to have not caused much suspicion of opponents. Marie immediately caught confidence in his voice, as if the answer had long been found. Her interlocutor responded dreamily. It would be great if his assumptions were true. No weight has its destruction, because those to whom it profitable will be hundreds of times the efforts, as long as it tries to bring the world to order. Perhaps this is what they want, make them change, grow, challenging her attempts to resist irreversible transformation. Outrage covered the girl after his words. Did not fit in the head that they were born to fight for someone else's ideology. She fought only for her own dreams and aspirations. The guy, having scratching the back, asked if they really wanted to be in her heart exactly such an opinion. The residents of the First Land have no doubt, so it should have. The monsters were perceived solely as enemies, and the demonic lord wanted to erase from the face of the world. And only gradually the girl came to the girl. The hero assured that the mentor knew for his existence for a long time. If they had a pilot, why not get rid of it, until you give all the secrets? In response, the recognition of ignorance of pilots. But moreover, these people could not get alone. These words were spooky for everyone around. Tina could not understand how possible it was possible. Is this machine really outperforming his force? To this, Kagami calmly replied that their armor was massive enough. Even if he is lucky to deprive the enemy of weapons, he will not break the protection right away. It will take a long time. If there are more enemies, the situation will be complicated. Handedly spent his hand on the girl's hair. He smiled and confessed. He does not consider himself a superhero. Although he was lucky to reach a high level, he remained in his soul a simple peasant. That is why he always expected their appearance. They are united with them. You will not achieve victories. That is why he asks everyone for support. Friends met him smiles. Tina sighed and said that they did not seem to be choosing. Mino looked in their direction. What to do with them? It remained a mystery to him, because even he did not get along with it. The young man replied that it was one of the unique abilities of Takaco. After all, only she is able not to pay attention to the strong armor and to direct all the power of the impact simply through it. Their gifts eventually found their place and meaning in the present. But when talking about it, the young man said that he did not test true magic over them. Sleeping his hands into sides, he spoke with courage, because they cannot be able to. His words inspired the audience, and everyone was determined to help. The discussion argued. This time, the mentor will probably not intervene, but only evaluate what they have achieved during this time. Full of determination, the band moved forward, and after them, they smiled comfortable with the master's eyes. Fleeing, Alice smiled and threw to Master Kagami, who also became stronger. It was interesting to find out if he guessed it. In response, he heard from the full request more to take care of her. Inside the idea was, as he was on him, the care of Alice was surpassed by his own concern for her. Despite the call to hurry, Yuki stopped him and wondered if there was at least the slightest chance of winning this creature. It seems not only in armor, the magic arsenal pantry is overflowing with both powerful spells and a variety of weapons. His strength became obvious to Marie when he broke her in a duel. From the thought that it may not become, everything that happens lost any meaning in her eyes. After stepping up in front of them, the guy said that the time of inaction had passed. It is not necessary to sit and wait for the change. Assuring in their faith in them, he added that if at least a tiny opportunity to win exists, he will certainly use it. Meanwhile, his comrades have already taken a key position for the future offensive. Carefully lifting the girl in his arms, he assured her, most importantly, not to lower her hands and not give up. Their views crossed. Smiles illuminated the faces of both. The girl pressed her palm to her chest, and unbearable pain was reflected on her face. The words escaped almost in despair. All this is absurd. Did he really believe that at least a tiny hope of defeating this creature exists? The gaze slid in her direction. Her confession. She does not realize how everything has come to the fact that he is now moving there. Maybe she had no right to say it aloud, but if he just wanted, he could turn to support. In response, the reason lies in the ignorance of the enemy. Only now did it come to her. He hints that even in the resistance could enemies be hidden. Determined by rejecting this opinion, she assured that she could not happen. For centuries, a fierce struggle between them has become too deeply rooted. A calm voice heard this. The struggle is their blood. This is their nature. However, the question is the least that could be hoped in this situation. The suspicion is not only a resistance, it is spreading almost all. It was because of this that the main character decided to keep everything secret until his comrades were nearby. He made an assumption with annoyance. If he then revealed all his knowledge to them, and someone from the top of the enemy was among the listeners, what would happen to him? After such an explanation, the girl could not guess for what reason he decided to share it right now. The smile illuminated his face, and then the words sounded, "It is impossible, therefore everything is under control." Her answer sounded in a confusion. No matter how much she tried, the mysteries of his gaze did not solve. How does this person know something about her in general? The gentle touch on the head accompanied his words that he was not so expert. The gaze was inseparably followed only her, the abuse immediately gleaming the girl's cheeks from such frankness. The events of last year ago have fallen in memory. Then, he confessed that another one, a beloved girl, remained at home. Although their characters are polarly different, it makes no less effort. In this world, everything is simple. It is indifferent how old you are. If you are able to fight, you have to go to battle. But who generally decided that it is normal? If this is really considered usual, then everything works at all as it would be. It seemed that it was about him. There was hope for changes in the world. But despite this, he voluntarily set on this path. The crowd was treated, covered with images and anger. For a moment, he thought. He questioned the cork. She is too short to be a leader. Laughter was heard. At least he made fun of, no more stupid for himself. A little girl who desperately fights for the salvation of her own world. Without unnecessary questions, she is fine to sacrifice herself. It is strange to even suspect someone with such actions among their own. The guy voices. Yuki just laughs in response to his statement. The girl's cheeks were blossomed, and the unexpected truth was in mind. In fact, this guy is a real find. In memory, his attentive figure floated. When they competed with each other, he did not look at them. Her own hopes were raging somewhere in her heart, and frank betrayal forced the ward. In the meantime, the guy was fighting silently. Will he be able to justify those high hopes that she put on him? Asked about her, Yuki recognized that he knew the girl not too close, but because Mary trusts her, most likely, and he can believe her. Such an answer touched the girl. Such carelessness seemed to her rough. After noting his desire, he stated that first of all to save this world, then return to the earth and finally enjoy the life of a real king. Grabbing the girl behind his back, he sharply jumped sideways and in a hurry. "I'm going!" Their views monitored each step from above. The team was scattered around robots throughout the territory. In the bright sun, the weapons of cars glowed ominously. The young man at the last moment evaded the impact. Yuki noted that it was in vain to look for shelter, because hiding places would not help. All you have to do is get too close. The warmth of the body will instantly give it. The confusion engulfed her consciousness. She did not find his way out. Mary noted that she would only interfere. However, it is unlikely that any of them would be able to do something if she had not been near. She did not leave this anticipation. Understanding these words, Yuki agreed to go with her. She had neither strength nor desire. In addition, there was a need for someone who could protect her if there was a danger suddenly. Clumsy smiles appeared on the girls' faces, and Mary's thoughts are cloudy. Will she be able to keep up with them and keep their balance? She was in reflection. She was already looking for the answer. What to come up with her not to get lost among others. Watching everything that happened, the girl saw the protagonist with a mighty cry disguise the monster. Nearby, with a deaf roar, one of the robotic hands was landed. Suddenly the attack stopped. The work was frozen on the spot. and the guy was running out of the holiday. She wondered worriedly whether everything was fine with him. Smiling, he assured that he only needed a minute to breathe. In his eyes, he wondered if he had added strength. The physical power of the girl was no longer inferior to the power of Minos himself. For the princess, it was a real miracle. In response, she noted that she had not yet reached 200, but was able to increase it to 172. He heard inspired the interlocutor. He realized, now a new force broke out in it. The girl noted that to master this skill is not easy. As soon as her words subsided, she called the protagonist, and now a powerful explosion was surrounded. Immediately grabbing the girls, the hero jumped sideways, just in time, where he just hit the robot. The awareness came with lightning, a terrible weapon before them, and such cars were not one, but a whole group. Asked where he had the confidence that they would appear here, the brave offender answered. He told the nurture. In memory, a picture with a map that marked the places and data of future attacks. The cat nodded affirmatively, silently confirming what he heard. Holidays, catching herself in recent failures in memory, tried in vain to remember where she met him earlier. However, the curiosity was overwhelmed. She carefully wondered for what reason he was left alone. Initially, the cat was versed, and then, thoughtfully staring at the floor, confessed, he does not consider himself abandoned because he fled himself. Everyone, holding their breath, followed him carefully. He added with fury, he was not left more precisely, but simply destroyed. The heads of the audience immediately turned thoughts. What really happened to them? Stunned by the discovery, the girl suddenly realized what happened to him. Obamaro and Pita silently lowered their eyes without saying words. In her eyes, the pain of pain, and it seemed that there would be not enough words to answer them. The cat confessed that he remembers almost nothing, but knows no doubt. He was created in some laboratory action. In those blurred memories, only the metal operating table to which it has been chained. And so it happened almost daily. The days were over the day, turning it into a subject who was tested for strength of pain, which came to the fact that even words turned into suffering. However, after all these daily suffering, it woke up amazing abilities. The girl was interested in finding out what was behind these new opportunities. The amazing gift of levitation, invisibility, and telepathy instilled deep fear in the hearts. Trembling before his abilities, people rejected the boy, like an extra shadow. The physical shell was destroyed, the mind was scattered into the powder, and its presence was erased from the memory of the world. The false confidence of rescuers. They had no idea that the young man had already said goodbye to his life. Fate gave him a chance to rescue at the moment when the threat of death seemed inevitable. She shrugged his shoulders. The protagonist confessed that he seemed at first as if someone had just thrown a soft toy. Then it thought that the girl was probably needed. The girl noted that it was too rough. The cat immediately stood up for the owner. He asked not to blame a person who, without even knowing him at all, she sheltered and took care of him. It was simply impossible to fully express gratitude for this. The girl's stunned and unexpected voice in her head. Pitta, expressing her annoyance, categorically stated that she could not tolerate it. Such things are only with warning, otherwise. Meanwhile, the holidays asked the cat, asking him, having met his own creators. Without thinking and filled with fierce, the hero stated that he would simply destroy them. The saint in despair rushed to call the main character. At the same moment, they rushed again from the wreckage of buildings, escaping from the hungry work. Awareness came with lightning. It's time to repel. Everyone has long learned to resist these attacks. The saint immediately realized the cause of his fuss. He noted that you rush to an enemy, whom you have no imagination, is incredibly risky. The girl asked if she would be able to explain what she would end if she was randomly, without thinking about the steps. Responding, he rejected such an opportunity with almost a smile. I immediately handed her a girl to her. His words sounded as a test. Does magic work on them? He suggested using the strongest spell, and Pitt promised to suggest the place where the danger lies. She replied that she understood everything, but not sure whether she could take the usual step, carrying a girl on her back. In response, he assured that it is easy, so there is no reason to worry. Seeing a crying girl, the man asked her not to miss her. If he is her father, he was therefore a sister for her. The girl suggested calling her mother if there was a desire. However, full of confidence, the girl turned to her sister. The protagonist reported that he was going to put them from the shelter with the cat. With a jump towards the work, a call came. Everyone believes in their own strength. It was determined, rushed into the attack, tearing the enemy car into parts, and the comrades watched hard at the bottom. Pita announced, "It's time to go on." To these words, the girl added that the daddy was killed faster. The anxiety swept it. The child promised to take on all the excitement to reassure his father. Once in the center of magical energy, the girl began to call for strength, preparing to reveal her most powerful magic technique. She appealed to the protagonist to closely monitor her every movement. The powerful magic raised the storm, turning the fragments of buildings into light gunpowder. In the place where her attack survived, a fresh blade was gap, and there were work in the center. The surprise of friends did not know the boundaries. No one was waiting for it. Pita, rapidly approaching her, immediately asked her condition. The impression of her new knowledge did not leave the boy indifferent. But suddenly one detail made him alert. She made a gesture to be aware of the silence. The awareness pierced. The attack did not even have to touch them. After that, he assured that it is not necessary to hurry. The advice was surprisingly right. Squeezing his hand into his fist, he promised to stand up. Stroke of the girl, a powerful energy sprouted around the young man. He rushed to the robots with a rapid movement and immediately struck them. Stunned by what they saw, the comrades did not believe their own eyes, but the joy of future victory was already shining in their views. One of the boys boasts boldly with incredible force, both his own and Kurur. Palna decided. This time they will act with the Lex together. She was behind his back with a rapid jump, firmly clinging to the boy and deliberately offering to join forces. However, the Lex confessed that thoughts are stubbornly scattered as soon as it is nearby, and it becomes difficult to focus. The boy's words remained a mystery to her, so the girl threw him, "Just move faster." But he immediately denied, they say. Unnecessary movements would only complicate his task. Their gait interrupted when they were opposite the work. Grabbing the girl with his hand, the guy struck work. The girl strengthened his sword with magic, and the attack became even more powerful. Then, the guy with delight said that nothing would compare with the speed of the master. After rushing into a joint offensive, they were skillfully evading the next shots. Suddenly, the metal hand, the work reached for them. The air was filled with tension. Suddenly, the giant flew an explosion. Alice's cry for help came over the battlefield. The palm tree, without holding back emotions, confessed that she had no idea to wait for the moment when Alice became their rescue. Combining the forces, they all rushed on the offensive, causing even more powerful blows. The characters loudly encouraged the team, urging not to slow down and keep the pace. Suddenly, a powerful blow spread around. Everything that was nearby trembled in the air. Friends who gathered nearby immediately froze from surprise. In the middle of all that chaos, a warrior entered the hall, confidently carrying Tina on his shoulder. The present with the inviolable calm on the faces quickly realized she coped with this test alone. For a while, the dust was slowly settled. Takaco, blaming her head guilty, apologized to the girl. She confessed that she did not restrain her impulses and behaved too inadvertently. It turned out that excessive fatigue of the girl arose due to the ability of the ability. However, it was her efforts that became the key to a complete victory. Enemies managed to defeat completely. After learning the true essence, the characters are ready to go to the trail of those who are so persistently searched. The saint decided that the cat was raging through the image. In response, there was a cold voice. Only hatred of them remained in the heart. He will carry out revenge, even if he has to sacrifice everyone. The hero confessed that if it were not for this girl, he would not pay attention to the boy. The absence of the latter would prove that they were in vain rescued. A confident voice came to it. He does not intend to part with life. The young man is convinced that it is only necessary to collect everything necessary for the work, as they will be one step closer to the salvation of the world. But suddenly from the back, an alarming exclamation came from his back, forcing him to die. Scared, they watched a giant ball of mysterious energy growing over them. Behind this spectacle, another robot that was hiding in the shade looked out. A powerful blow finally crushed the ruins of buildings. Friends remained intact. In an instant, the young man realized. The Messiah himself faced. Pushing from the ground, he jumped rapidly in his direction. A powerful hail of blows fell on him. No harm. Surprisingly, and misunderstanding flashed in the boy's eyes. The robot responded with the blow of such a power that the boy threw away from the buildings that flew from a powerful collision with his body. Looking worriedly, The cat wondered if everything was fine. Smiling barely noticeably, the young man assured, "In general, everything is well with him, but they have to go immediately, because they are waiting for others and have already begun to worry." At the same moment, the mighty robot again rushed to the attack, but Yuki cleverly picked up the boy and saved him. The guy was embarrassed that he had to pull him out of trouble. Yuki assured that now the robot decided that they had died, so it was the perfect opportunity to escape until the chance remained. In response, a categorical refusal came. Because there was no step back, he remembered the face of the boys. While silence was rising, and the resistance remained unknown to outsiders, the boys could continue their affairs without hesitation. As soon as the enemy seizes the strategic point of resistance, an inevitable death will be expected to return to the city. In addition, as soon as the enemy begins to be wary of their actions, everything will be lost. The confusion overflows thoughts. What to do in such a situation? The guy replied that he knew one idea, but there was only one chance. Meanwhile, the most important thing was to hide and gather all together. Mary, laughing, threw him reproach. At first he was unspeakably confident, and at the end suddenly surrendered. If it weren't for Yuki, it is not known if he would be alive at all. Yuki, crossing her hands, pretended to be harsh, explaining that it was only to give an impression. However, she actually asked to help him. The young man realized that he was miraculously alive. It was interested in what the Messiah was busy. He heard in response, "It seems that he is now doing the last cleaning. He destroys everything left." The young man just shrugged, saying, "Such an answer." Not everyone wants to discover their secrets. He seemed to think that he had come to get rid of an unwanted company. I wondered where others went. Yuki replied that they hid somewhere nearby. Obviously, seeing that he was not going to go, they decided. Everything was fine with him. He asked Kagami to hand over to everyone, using television, that everything was fine with him. However, Yuki said that even in the hiding place, it will not be safe. Work is equipped with sensors capable of detecting people by body temperature. The guy claimed that the path to escape was closed. The girl carefully reminded him to remember the events last time. From the very beginning of the abyss, the power between them was unspeakable. Sighing, the guy acknowledged the power of work, and gloomily agreed with this fact. After leaning back, he confidently stated that in an open confrontation, the defeat did not threaten him. Mary exclaimed that it was time to retreat and reflect on the response plan. The guy's warm voice was concerned about when he asked Takaco. Her response was full of indignation. They say, it would be better to ask about his well-being. In the meantime, the girls ran up, worrying that the guy needs emergency help. After that, they hurried to help anyone who needed it. With a smile on his mouth, the guy got up and boldly stated that he would now reveal the secret of victory over the little Messiah. Everyone kept their breath to listen carefully to his words. Marie, on the contrary, was lost in guesses and did not understand what was happening. Whatever their intricate strategy, it seemed simply impossible. With fear in her soul, she flashed this work in her mind. But turning her gaze on the crowd, she could not resist the curiosity. What emotions are drawn on their faces? The main character's associates perceived his plan calmly and without objections. But for Mary, everything remained unsealed. Embarrassed, she immediately called the boy. In her words, there was a categoricality. No chance, so his actions were left unable. It did not see the point in fighting a rival that could not be overcome. Smiling, asked if she was worried about him. She just laughed at that and assured that it was not true. He added that there is no chance in the open duel, but the possession of certain skills changes the course of events. By using all the skills, you will have a chance to overcome the enemy. If it is possible to jump by a monster by surprise, the fate will give only one attempt. The cry broke out of her mouth. Is it better to give up this one occasion and just escape? After all, a new chance may appear still, and if not, then everything will be lost forever. The answer came. Their faces were remembered today. Because of this, there was a serious threat. Now the best way out is to take the opportunity to win right here and now, to bring the liberation of the world. He added with annoyance, the escape will now negate all their efforts. He scratched his back with a slight movement, as if she had been said, but the girl was silent. The answer did not appear on her mouth. The smile illuminated his face, and he urged everyone to focus. It was time to reveal the details of their plan. After that, one of the attendees asked if he was confident in his choice. The warrior noted that the chances of success are extremely meager. The young man only nodded, adding, "Everything depends not on him, but on each of them." Marie's doubts about his actions were obvious. It was unlikely that it was really the enemy they were looking for. The idea seemed to her frankly meaningless. In support of Alice nodded. She believed in the protagonist. Everyone around them argued that this is contrary to common sense, and it is in the decisive moment that Kagami always turns into who can really trust. Mary could not understand them. According to Lex, he often went against common sense, more than once and not two. Where others would have lowered their hands for a long time, he did not stop and made every effort, assuring them that in the end, everything would definitely take place. If so, isn't it logical to start an investigation into it? And this time it was not possible to do without their strength. The girl sighed, recognizing the inevitability of the situation. He asked about the reason that forced him to fight. In response, a candid story came. As soon as he stepped on the ground, he was convinced that he would destroy all opponents, and that would end it. At that moment, they were discovered by a robot. The young man confessed that it was only necessary to try to carry out the plan, as it all went to a scrape. The world is expanding infinitely, and now they have to move on. It was covered with unrestrained enthusiasm, dreaming of the sole purpose of finding the way to save the world. This is what prompted him to go so far without stopping. Grabbing the precious chance he got, he was not going to let him out of his hands. A sudden impulse, covered by an unrestrained rage, rushed just to work. The face distorted the grimace of anger. The brothers immediately followed. All restrictions were abolished, and the allies moved on the offensive, causing powerful blows to the iron enemy every now and then. For some time, thermal imagers have lost their effectiveness. Many metal fragments were circulated around the work, like an iron blizzard. Rising even higher to the sky, the car tried to escape, but the hero strongly stated that this time, it would not allow her to disappear from sight. In fact, damage to harm is not the only thing he was capable of. Meanwhile, the warrior, along with Tina, moved directly to him. The next moment the guy waved his hand, preparing to strike a devastating blow. The more absorbs, the more powerful his saber becomes. The powerful scope of the blade strikes such a stroke, and on her face reflects the grimace of the felt strength. Based on the mercy of the priests, Tina rushed to defend him. Both glowing rapidly rushed towards the enemy. However, it was obvious that he was able to read their thoughts. Berna was doubted. Will they be able to repel using Tina's technique? The answer came to this. Tina has recently been protected by Lex, so there is still a chance. At that moment, the protagonist strongly rose into the air and rushed to the work, confidently stating that he would handle himself. Driving a devastating blow, he immediately faced the answer. The robot was already preparing for a counterattack. An unexpected blow from the side knocked out the soil from under his feet. Mary, enjoying the moment, stated that she was guilty now. For the attack, she used the very hand of the Messiah. The mighty warrior threw Tina just to the main character, instructed to take care of the girl. Following this, Takaco and Block were pushed away, like light feathers. The girl endowed the warrior with an incredible force, and an energy glow broke out around them. At the same moment, the Holidays, standing on the ground, imposed their special ability on them. Applying the strengthening of a physical attack and a heroic jump, the participants of the attack were enthusiastically watched how it ended. Thanks to the real base, Tensako managed to break through the protection of robots, and the car immediately dissolved in a bright outbreak of their strength. Those who remained below watched how the monster gradually disintegrated. Everyone sighed with relief, thinking that the struggle was finally over. The characters find themselves among the ruins, where everything around is reminiscent of a recent battle or a cruel attack. Takako's thoughts are despair. It seems that together with the fuel they burned all to the ground, and all their efforts were in vain. Finally, before the eyes of the heroes, a silhouette of the one who pursued so persistently emerged. The experienced look of the palm tree immediately captures. The shell is empty, and the villain disappeared without a trace. The girl is interested in hand, whether they should continue to pursue prey. Behind the heroes was a refusal that the main character involuntarily caught. Tired and upset, Kagami, resting on the back of Lex, confesses to the pain. The strength to catch up with the enemy, whose position remains a mystery, he no longer has. Disappointment covers the main character. The task remains unfinished, and the whole team shares this bitter sense of defeat. Sulna calmly assured the hero, Nothing terrible happened. Her true goal was only to explore people who control the shell. In the mind of a girl who walks next to Mary, only one desire is emerging: to stand until the last and not be exposed. With anxiety in the eyes of Mary, he acknowledges that all these incredible technologies of ancient civilization were a work of human hands. Obviously, these people inhabit only Noah. The decisive glitter in the eyes of Kagami clearly testified that the idea of the origin of these people has long been formed in his thoughts. However, the idea was in vain. No proof that would expose Noah the hero did not find. The girl is disappointed. Awareness of the futility of their actions drives her in despair. Alice states that the one who has developed this mechanism is currently in the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Research, NOAA. Surprising is covered. The protagonist is interested in a young girl while she thinks. Consideration covers the heroine. Kurusen accurately hides important information or has the keys to solve the situation that is now concerned. A fear of Kagami immediately arises when Alice repeats his own ancient words about how the monster was created somewhere in secret and released. The heavenly girl reveals who they really are: demons who were not destined to live on Earth from the beginning. Mary's face froze from surprise and shock. Each muscle reflects her unspeakable impression. Alice emphasizes that they really exist on Earth, and the girl does not at the same time hide doubts about her own origin and origin of Mino, together with Fit and Obramaru. She is wondering if they are created as well as these two. The word demons scared Mary to trembling, and Alice, noticing her fear, gently clarified. To accept such truth is really difficult, but on the primordial land of these creatures does not exist. According to a young girl, her strength allows you to generate monsters who resemble real heroes and are able to appear where they are. She knows with interest whether it is possible to create a whole army of such creatures at once. The fear that has shaken Palna forces her to agree with Alice's reasoning. Kagami gently reassures Alice, they say. Their presence here is quite natural. Before, he did not think about it. At the same time, his unknown aspect associated with Noah is worried, so he is interested in what this is. Mary suggested that during the disappearance of Karus, he used a teleportation device and, quite possibly, there is a room that cannot be hit without this miracle apparatus. The outbreak of determination in the eyes of Takaco, and the new goal is already planned. But by surprise, the one who was chosen categorically refuses to participate in this plan. The exhaustion takes the mountain. The request for a break takes off from the mouth of the protagonist and Tina, because they are no longer able to go. Looking closely at Kagam, Alice plunges into the memoirs of a recent conversation with Mino, and that mysterious being from another world. The majestic creature warns two demons. The path they are going to move will prove to be unattainable for them, because their bodies do not really exist. This news shakes the young man with fear of the bones themselves. The dragon continues its conversation, insisting, "They do not exist for another world. Only this one cannot be." The words penetrate the soul of Mio, leaving it silent and confused. Meanwhile, a creature with a sly smile throws another thought. If the other world is true, then this is only deception, and they were not destined to find a refuge anywhere except for false reality. The young man sniffed, doubted in his soul. The mighty creature only questioned whether he finally understood all the way. The ghost's sense of hint suggested Mino that they really exist. In his reflections, only people are stored. Demons, obeying the laws of the world, usually restart and almost do not happen from the beginning. In the despair of Menno, he answers himself. He is he, not born or created by someone else, but a separate, unique personality. Turning into a young man's reflection, Alice addresses the question of how to proceed. The stunned Mino does not find words. This girl remains so unmoved, hearing the shocking news. Even the creature watches her and recognizes. Alice is really reasonable. The dragon gives the heroes a special permission from the mysterious person so that they can go on to the next stage. At the same time, he emphasizes that the person hid the bodies here, which should not be among the living, carefully preparing them for the inevitable purpose. The young demon asks a stranger with interest who he is and why he needs it all. The creature reports to the answer. To open the person of this mysterious man is strictly forbidden. An unearthly creature generously gives the heroes the right to choose. To decide whether to send it further, they can only themselves. Continuing his story, the interlocutor emphasizes that events are in no way related to the rules of this world. The generosity of the dragon allowed to open only a tiny fragment of a true story, and exclusively for those who stand next to the main character. He draws attention to the young demons. There is an inevitable clash with despair and cruel truth, which is not escaped. The bodies that will receive heroes for use are significantly different from human. They are unstable and require special magical energy to maintain existence. However, magic power is gradually spent over time. In despair, Menno asks the creature what will happen to them when the magical energy is exhausted. This is an unearthly creature corresponds to a harsh look, informing, demons will soon disappear. The dragon warns, the careless use of magic shortens life. Even a year will be the limit. Manoa is much more concerned about whether they can go back. The strange creature assures that there is no boundary. Everything is possible. Only the will of the owner is important. From the dragon's mouth, a warning is heard. If the meaning of all this remains ghostly for the heroes, it is better not to even go further. The unexpected consent of Alice to go stunning Mino, leaving him in full confusion. The girl confesses that her intentions are quite sincere. It was the main character who saved her life, and if not for him, she would have died for a long time. Therefore, he now seeks to become support, and support for him to thank for salvation. Thanks to the efforts of Kagami, Alice has finally got a chance to live in the world of her dreams. The young girl remembers well. The main character's dream remains impossible. Alice is asked how confident he feels in his decision. In response, a lighter laugh is heard. If all this for the dream of a Kagami, she is indifferent, even if she has to put her own life on the scales. Alice's eyes shine from impatience to meet her rescuer. Thoughts that they come back from the Mino back seem to her minor. The desire to meet with Kagami and die in battle for the sake of him outweighs all other decisions for the heroine. In despair, Meno recalls how devastated Alice felt all 3 years that she spent without Kagami. What a radiance appeared in her look when she spoke these words. With firm determination, Mino accepts the girl's position and declares that without hesitation, he will give her life for her and the main character, without sparing her own choice. The insidious creature has exhausted its words, but the question was in the air. Yeza surprise asks why the demons chose to stand on the side of a simple peasant. Disappearing, Alice just smiled and confessed, "I love you, Kagami." Seeing Menno and Alice disappeared beyond the next stage, the creature only surprised their choice and, smiling, said that these two were truly unusual brave men. Well, to the border, the main character squeezes the question, what does Mino want? Tagami is completely exhausted, even to get up to him. There is no need to think about any action. Despair covers Menu, and in a moment of illumination she is aware of the important truth. With bitter disappointment, she admits that she has not been able to invent a plan of action, and sincerely apologize for it. The young guy notices how the enemy is constantly coming forward. On all sides, the enemies are squeezing the heroes with a dense ring, and they are bitterly aware that another grueling battle awaits them in front of them. The fierce rage covers Mary, learning that Kagami has used this ability. Now he is chained to the place, stationary. However, the young man stubbornly turns away and does not want to listen to reproaches from her mouth. Suspicion and confusion are drawn on the face of logs. The content of the conversation for her remains a mystery. In her eyes, there is only one desire: to hear from the main character a clear answer to what to do next. The fatigue was completely shaken by Kagami, so, without any advice, he turns to others, hoping to hear new suggestions. Ironically, but Mary proposes to leave the young man and escape, with which Tina willingly agree. Such a reaction knocks the guy out of the panther. He is indignant that the shadow will also leave the shadow, because it is weak at him. All heroes are surprised to be viewed, not understanding why enemies are still not dared to attack. Kurua proposes to talk to the attackers, using pit made of a beast fac as a significant argument. Swan, noticing the evil brilliance in the eyes of enemies that are already preparing for the attack, notes that it is a bad idea. The appearance of the characters is indifferent to them, because the attack will happen in any case. The confusion engulfed the heroes. In front of them a difficult dilemma, because two comrades are barely moving, crawling on the ground. Unbreakable stubbornness does not leave Mary, and the girl's peace in this intense situation only adds mysteriousness and annoyance. Mino suspects that the girl's peace was passed on to her from Kagami. However, uncertainty does not rest. In the end, he carefully asks the hero whether there is a clear plan. After calming down, the protagonist notes, if the enemies really intended to attack, they would have been attacked for a long time. Considering that the villains have witnessed their past clash and therefore remain careful, the heroes decide not to tease the enemy unnecessarily. Strong embrace of Mino unexpectedly pick up Kagami and Tina, lifting them into the air. Sudden lift makes the girls get away with surprise. Given the circumstances, Tanoho decides to allow the heroes to rest, just in case to avoid risk. With a strict and steadfast expression, Menno states that there is no place where everyone is guaranteed safety. Feeling the threat of approaching, the demon decides to quickly disappear from this place, so as not to be a victim of attack. It is likely that all this danger is associated with the appearance of a formidable person in the enemy. Changing in Manon's behavior after arriving on the ground has completely knocked down the Lex from the Panthelic. To understand what is happening with a friend, it seems impossible to him. The young demon assures the guy, escape is now the wisest and most sound choice of all possible. The reasons for this decision were that neither he nor the participants of the resistance seek unnecessary glory. So, addressing the main character, he asks, did he choose the way? Hopelessness covers Kudami. He agrees because there is no other choice. The Lex responds to accompany the teacher and Tina, going forward from the group. The girl's uncomfortable appearance raises some doubts in Flunt and Mary, but she only quietly hopes that everything will end well. Mary has mastered bitter thoughts. She feared that she turned into a burden for the team, so much that she has already begun to prepare for her death. Kagami tries to assure the girl in his calm words that she will not allow her to die. However, in her voice there is a distrust, because his current state is far from satisfactory. The faithful companions of the young man will not allow anyone to die in no circumstances, so Kagami persistently asks the girl to engage these words in memory. The girl assures that when they get together, they will make her way, despite the numerous dangers that chat ahead. However, from the back there is a threatening voice of enemies, who are suspicious why they are helped. A stranger suddenly stands in front of the heroes. The demanding look awaits the answer to the question, because none of the characters even noticed how he crashed very close. Some of the team impresses that the representative of the tribe of the Animal Fang is generally able to talk. Having concluded that you can communicate, Palma notes Pitak, and soon gets acquainted with him personally. The girl reports that a friendship has long been between her and his father. The interest of the protagonist instantly switches from the girls to a stranger, and immediately the question is, why did you hear our conversation? The stranger immediately suggests that the teacher plays a leading role here. The head of Kagami does not fit why the creature came to such a conclusion. In response, only the heart of the main character retains a constant rhythm, while around the rage of enemies. The burning look of Tanaka expresses anxiety. Confusion in the soul takes the mountain. The uninvited witness of the last battle is a threat, and at the same time a source of fear. The inner voice suggests that the stranger is much more powerful. Blossoming the rage, the leader of the tribe of the Verbatus, the Fang, desires explanations. Why the heroes intervened and assisted, because they are enemies. The hero's response is restrained. But the hero's response? No memories of salvation are only a fact that has defeated a common enemy together. The girls engulfed panic. They immediately attacked with reproaches on Kagami, accusing him of the fact that the enemy was still alive, and because of this they fell so much troubles. The look of the stranger is closely watching the dispute without passing a word, and a young man with cold confidence notes that such things are not a theme for empty bluffs. Believing that the young man speaks sincerely, the creature still does not understand how the opponent died so quickly and easily, and stubbornly believes that the characters should still prove their advantage in battle. According to Kagami-san, the absence of an attack means that there are no enemies nearby. After that, the tribe leader asked another question, this time about Pita. He was interested in why their relative was with the heroes. In response, the young man calmly assured, until there is no attack, no one would consider the enemy. The voice of a stranger breaks into a cry, although the meaning of this storm is still a mystery to him. The hero tells that Pita was alone, as Fane's animal tribe died off her because of the features that distinguish the girl among others. Equally important is that the oven is a true source of reliability and trust, for which the boys readily took it to their team. The rage encompasses Kagami even more when it comes to whom the stranger's tribe considers. It is worth a little to be a little different. It is immediately expelled. And if it looks like your own, an ally. This approach causes only indignation in the Kagam, because for him such thinking is false. In order to understand the leader, the guy emphasizes, the most important thing is to have common goals. After all, the tribe of the Animal Fang and the hero's team should become allies. The strange foreigner cannot understand. The tribe killed many people, just as people have destroyed and many of them. Why does this young man not consider them enemies? After reflection, Kagami concludes that the tribe must pay off the abusers for their relatives. However, there are two girls among his detachment, who, burning revenge, and directed their anger not against the enemies, but against the tribe itself. None of the girls will decide to take the first step towards the attack, as it will change nothing. Mary clenched her lips, choosing silence, and in response only coldly confessed how much she hated them. A young girl sees more clearly why this issue cannot be resolved in this way. In the end, it was thanks to Kagami that the girl realized, there is always another way other than the strength of his fists. The protagonist smiled at this lesson with pleasure, and because of this smile, he immediately got a whistle from the girl herself. It is not easy to overcome hatred, and a stranger is amazed what made them change their views. Kagami confidently replied, the main thing is to act together, to combine efforts. It would seem that everyone should be enemies, but instead of enmity, each of them seeks mutual understanding. The voice is already beginning to break down. Kagami-san states that it is too simple, and his team is strong enough to overcome these emotions and focus on solving truly important problems. Slightly ashamed and twisted in the ironic grimace, Mary confessed, they with a young man, neither enemies nor true friends. At this point, the full of Kurur answered only friendly smiles. The hero turns to a stranger with interest, asking why, knowing whether there is enmity between them. It turns out that the tribe rarely comes in contact with opponents, and still a stranger noticed in the hero a strange resemblance to someone acquaintance. The one who solves the problem without thinking about his own racial affiliation clearly hints at another hero. Mino and Kagami-san have been a concern to look at, not quite understanding what these words are going to. Putting a hood on his head, Kagami has desperately wondered if the real character really looked like. The young man picks up a cat, which is also decorated with a hood. And at the same moment the stranger understands that he is faced with the same characters he had just told. The amazing surprise broke out in the eyes of a man. He did not resist, and asked the hero whether he was in front of him. The news unexpectedly threatens the disappointment for the tribe leader, because travelers were ordinary people. Only Pita, the only one from the entire company, came from Abysovsky. The unknown is even more confused in what is happening. What are the goals of this hero? What he achieves? What is fighting for? The hero answers these questions without a shadow. The main thing is to defeat the enemy. But the beast does not quench and wonder why the hero simply did not pass and did not leave them alone. The young man replies that he sought to put an end to the hostility in the tribe, because constant disputes bring only losses without changing anything for the better. Crumbs are already sounding around. An angry voice of the monster rattles in response, emphasizing that their anxiety is not a matter of Kagami. But the guy stubbornly does not want to put up with the idea that the representatives of the clan of the beast should die. The peasant says that trying to quench his own rage with battle is a futile activity, indifferent who you are, a person or someone else. There is no sense in this. The purpose of the protagonist was to avoid unnecessary victims, and suddenly, a breeding flock of the beast fang was suddenly on the way of the team. The stranger continues to develop his or her opinion. If the characters did not interfere, the victory would be tribe, and therefore the victims would be justified. However, Kagami, annoyed by interrupting, throws a counter-question. If none of the parties won, what will it lead to? Wandering his hand, the protagonist exclaims, the complete destruction of people will not facilitate their own life. It does not matter to which tribe the hero belongs to, because they are all the same, and the troubles do not stop. Recently, another clash clearly confirmed it. Despite all the evil caused by the tribe of these people, the other path should still exist. However, the mysterious foreigner in response only smiles cunningly, raising doubts about such a position in Kagam. Kagami-san calls for unity instead of enmity. After all, the difference between them does not matter. This is not a reason to become enemies. Among the ruins, the young man exclaims to the beast, offering to unite and become comrades. The man who was at the head of the tribe was finally swayed. Deep regret embarrassed her for having once subjected to the soul of hatred poison. The hero's view is determined. Fierce battles are waiting ahead. If fate is forced to give himself for victory, he asks the young man not to hesitate and seek help. More precisely, it will ask you to borrow the power of the whole tribe. Completing his speech, Kagami finally answers the first question of the stranger. He confidently states that he really believes that they can become brothers, because he does not even imagine how you can safely look at those who agree to sacrifice themselves. The young man realizes that animals cannot be convinced in a moment, so they allow them to think carefully. Rejecting all the prejudices about the race, the young man seeks to understand. Who is he in the eyes of a stranger? An enemy, or perhaps an ally? The stranger raised his hand. The tribe rose immediately. Unsolvered, he moves away in the opposite direction from the heroes. After grueling speeches and actions, Kagami is in love with Mino, and the mysterious stranger finally calls his name, the Urug, thereby proving that they are really allies. In the memory of Baruga, the name of the protagonist pops up, and Kagami finally realizes that he still managed to convey his motives. The detachment of the protagonist is confidently moving forward, using a secret passage that has recently opened their leader. Tired after the battle, Tina is stuck on the back of Takaki and, imaginally drawing on the board, thinks what adventures are waiting in front. Q, admiring himself, is genuinely surprised how much he affected the tribe because no fight has happened. Meanwhile, Marie from the carrier are outraged by the boy's self-confidence. The little cat calms everyone around, assuring that she could use invisibility. Paolo is surprised by this skill, and she is immediately interested in whether the cat can make everyone else invisible. The indignation broke out in the girl's chest, hearing the cat's response, because she managed to hide only herself and the master from her eyes, in the heart of the palm trees swarming. What was these ultimatums for and completely rejecting their lifestyle? Meanwhile, the exhausted Kagami put hope only on the tribe leader, feeling that this person could still be reached. The fatigue has swept the whole team, and the common silent consent. The words will wait until they return to the No AA base. Marie believes that worrying about possible resistance is unnecessary. After giving the rations, everyone will have free time, so no one could notice them. The suspicion is that the backstage is hiding the enemy, and this thought does not rest. Two worries the possibility that he will be able to find out the cause of all this in habit. A powerful warrior reassures a young girl, deeply understanding the principles of resistance. However, it is impossible to deny the real threat from Noah. The enemy can strike at any moment. In the place of the enemy, Mino would do the same. It would be struck just when the heroes were the least waiting for it. A bold plan came. Takaco proposes to split into three, he himself, Mary, and Kagami. However, the girl from the Mary team does not restrain the excitement. She likes the usual course of events, and she does not want to change the spent scheme. Kuji denies, but promises to spend as much time as he can. Noah is better kept in a group not to attract superfluous attention. Alice wondered the boy if he had a desire to look into the central tower. The young man courted to find out if there is a hidden room that can be reached with a cura. But while the answer remained a secret, it was necessary to keep away from dangerous adventures. He assures that he will be in touch with the team, and warns that in case of danger, they should be left immediately. At first, it was important for everyone to make sure that everyone remembered the road to the camp. The indignation of Kurara had no limits. Such a suspicion humiliated the dignity of the team, because none of them would even think of fleeing, leaving the teacher at the same time. Kadami's self-confidence knows no boundaries. Belief in his own strength is so unwavering that he is convinced that the detachment does not threaten the detachment, and any troubles to him can be overcome by himself. Not hiding their indignation, the girls categorically rejected the proposed plan. Having realized his mistake, the young man sincerely apologized and acknowledged that it was not necessary to flee. Ruhu Kuro assured that they were associated with a real friendship, and at a difficult moment, they would inevitably come to his aid. Careful to ask the question, the answer to which was already known. The girl is interested. If they find themselves in the same hardship as Pita, will Kagami rush to help them then? Responding to a warm smile, makes a promise to save them, and the characters are confidently going on to their way. Musting with a dark tunnel, exhausted at Kuja's edge, still dreams of vacation as soon as he returns to the city. Without a rest, a meeting with someone like the Messiah will turn into trouble. However, these attacks are usually conducted by a thumb, and it is clearly lacking for such actions. Confidently referring to the hero, the Lex reminds that the real power is not only in the muscles, but even without such power as he has, everyone is able to stand up for themselves. From the words of the young man on the face of Kagami, a broad smile blooms. Trust and belief in his sincerity shine in her eyes. Calm gradually returns to the guy. He thinks that acquaintances are people who can help if difficulty. The girl in the Marie group, meanwhile, builds a guess. It seems about Lotta and Lunica. Two newcomers remained a mystery for Alice, because at the time of her arrival to the detachment, they were no longer there. Bettini has already become indifferent. Most now, they seek to plunge into the bathroom and wash away all the dirt, through which the tears of Palm and Tinge soar. Mary advises to visit the opposite pool. In the morning there is usually completely deserted, so there are no restrictions on water. Lex does not fit in your head, as you can take care of such little things. In the opinion of taking a bath during the adventure, usually no one is delayed. However, Palna's reaction for a long time did not wait. The girl in a hurry covered her nose with her hand, eloquently hinting at the unpleasant smell that flowed from the boy. Barely splashing from the back of a bold horse, Tina was hardly on her feet. Kagami jokingly laughs at the girl, saying what she is weak, although he is still barely on her feet. The slightest touch of pity, and he is already lying off his feet. The sharpened ears of pity immediately respond to the suspicious sound. The hero is immediately interested that she heard in the tunnel. It turned out that the girl just missed something. The disadvantage is painted on the face of Palna. The girl holds something incomprehensible in her hands, but undoubtedly, it is a piece of metal. Due to the fact that it is iron, it can be forged many different tools. The legend attributes pity to an extremely sharp hearing, which does not fail even in the most difficult circumstances. Mary cannot understand what was happening to this girl recently, and the flames have been burning in battle, and now, as if it were a stranger to herself. The characters approach the bath where the girl just pointed out. The general joy of a new bathhouse prevailed around, but Pit remained restless. Having froze, she looked at the door. All except Kagami and Pity go to the bath. Mary, conducting Kagami, calls for him to be careful and not forget to keep in touch. Saying goodbye to the detachment, the young man, exhausted to the edge, settles on the floor, barely holding on his feet. The fatigue fully took the mountain over the pood when he sat down next to him and gently addressed him. "Dad." The little beast is grazing with grip, dreaming of visiting the bath with everyone. But the hero, a restrained smile, insists. To go there alone is too dangerous for her. Suddenly, suspicious sounds were suddenly heard, which immediately made the heroes alert to look in the direction. Kudami rotely looks away, suspecting someone is approaching. Pita with a smile rejects all the suspicions, assuring that there is no soul around. The small animal recounts that there was a loud explosion somewhere nearby, and an expression of horror appeared on the hero's face. In addition, a barely pervasive smell of gunpowder is leaving in the air. Probably left in the secret passage that the characters passed. Induced by anxious anticipation, Kuj decides to find out the situation. The enemy could already start the attack. It is at this moment that Pita suddenly hugs the hero. The young man instantly understands the essence of events, and together with the animals goes to find out what happened here. Calm fills the entire team until they are patiently waiting for their turn to go to the bath. At this point, Alice captures the sadness. She is sorry that Kagami is not with them now. The impression of what he saw struck the hero so much that his heart squeezed. It seemed that everyone was just looking for a reason to laugh at him. The picture was as follows. Someone's hand blocked the road to the bath with huge boulders, and now the path was completely cut off. In the widening steam room, where every word is almost heard, Flex with Men is interested in the void around, feeling even the space around seems too deserted. The surprise or confusion is on the face of Lex. Minobana confesses that he could not even imagine how it was to take a bath in the company. The young man laughed, recognizing that he was experiencing the same emotions. The Lex in the bath persistently tries to change the topic of conversation, while at the same time seems that feels here as at home. The new moon with gray hair shares her own story, confessing that such tragedies happen everywhere, not only with it, but also with many others. Fascinated by reflections, Lex is increasingly comprehending its own attitude to the demons, trying to understand the causes of prejudice and the true importance of these creatures in their lives. In the fog, the guy's thoughts swim around a new truth. Getting acquainted with the master turned his perception of the world, discovered an unknown view of the usual things earlier. In the finale, the LX raises the interlocutor, seeking to understand how much a person who sits opposite has changed. The baths immersed in hot water, the characters allow themselves to relax after adventure. Meno with a light smile notes that it is completely different people. The surprised Mino raises his eyebrows, but in his voice there is indifference, as if this situation is not at all deserving of attention. Thoughts about the attitude towards people are throbbing in Lex's head, forcing them to compare their own manner to evaluate others with the worldview of Elis. In response, the man confesses that once his views were completely different. The dark room is filled with tension. Two inside, a hero and a stranger in a gloomy dress. The determination of this man, his willingness to fulfill any order. The air seems to thicken and becomes difficult. Mino does not get tired of sharing their thoughts about people. Even if they are destined to survive, trust in them should be deserved. These creatures should be alert. A serious man wondered what prompted the young man to decide on such a step. In a dark dress, Mino, with cold determination in his voice, notes that the world rule creatures much weaker than them. Each of his words feel dissatisfaction and unwavering confidence. The older man with gray hair and dark dress is calm. Among people there were those who were able to surpass even demons. Moreover, there were not one, but two. In the head of the man ripens the thought, the boy just wants to join them. The hero's icy look is finally changing. Barely noticeable consent appears on the face. In the words of the hero, a cheeky click is heard. A gesture that clearly emphasizes the superiority of a man and his dissatisfaction with the behavior of a clumsy hero, as if making it clear, "You are still too early to serve me." A little girl with horns and tail, wrapped in a long coat, looks around anxiously. The surprise of Mino splashed on his face as the older man stated that before him, his own daughter. Such an unexpected truth knocked the girl out of the track. In the remote demonic village, Alice spends most days. With reflections in the voice explains the history of the origin of this girl. Looking at the hero, the old man notes that he is still too early to take the service. Better let him return to the village with Alice and help her all year. If Minao copes with this task, it will receive forgiveness from the old one. A strict look accompanies a warning. The hero should be done in their own way, the consequences will wait immediately, and will fulfill them personally. The determination, mixed with a hidden threat, emerges on the face of a man, emphasizing the weight of each spoken word. In his thoughts, he wins a warning with Musas. Try only to interfere. The consequences will not wait. Thinking, Mino watches a group of people who do not give the impression of ready to fight or serious tests. The young man's gaze stops on a little girl near a wooden hut. Compassion and confusion were mixed in his eyes. Among the silence of the lonely space, the girl stands alone, and the hero in the depths of his heart boils with indignation because of such injustice. Suddenly, someone's vigilant look is felt. Alice stands in the shadow. The curiosity in her voice is intertwined with a slight anxiety. Alice's caring hands look after the tiny bird that has suffered injury. Mino's view is full of distrust. Each word swells a malicious disdain. The girl who sat on the ground, carefully holding in the palms of the bird, listened carefully to the young man's words. He calmly assured her, "There are no reasons for concern here, given its origin." The effort to convey to Alice, in what, in his opinion, she was wrong, does not find a response. The girl is silent, because she has nothing to answer. Her speeches are filled with unwavering determination and confidence. All the actions dictate the sincerity of the heart, not the thirst for benefit. Mino looks at the girl, and in his voice there is irritation and dissatisfaction. The disappointment squeezes the soul of the hero. He is forced to watch this cruel spectacle all year long. It was half a year, and perseverance and patience in daily work only strengthened in it. Flickering the firewood. The hero is quite sure, at least here no danger threatens. A girl with horns and tail, wrapped in a long coat, notices the hero's malaise and is interested in what happened. He nods in response to her wonderful mood. Alice's view is full of seriousness, and in his voice swells sincerity and compassion. In each of her words, there is a desire not to translate any unnecessary worries into mine. The hero decides to teach the girl the skill of battle, because in her veins the blood of the owner of the demons flows in her veins. The girl assures that she will only turn to the strength to cause no harm to anyone. The unknown wraps Mino. It is difficult to understand why Alice does not want to hurt the one who attacks her. However, the girl instantly captures the hint of the boy and confidently says, "The assailant is still a person." The girl does not hold back emotions. If everything goes so, the consequences will become catastrophic, which she resembles with a clear anxiety. Her wide open eyes betray fear and deep anxiety that hangs over the future. The girl's words sound uncertain and removed, and Mino still cannot understand her true intentions. The doubts do not leave him, and he hints again. She may be just afraid of risk. Alice assures that the thing is not in the fear of pain. She is frightened by the opportunity to hurt someone. From the face of the interlocutor, lightness disappears. Anxiety and seriousness appear in his look. In vain, Mino is looking for explanations. A mysterious girl only mysteriously points out that the young man will not be able to understand her yet. The young man's face fills the daring disobedience and indignation. Too funny to hear the teaching from the one whose power does not reach his own. The face clearly reads fatigue and bitter disappointment with this conversation. The girl sought to support Mino, but the guy had sadly asked if she did not hate him after these words. Alice comfortably comforts the hero, sensitively noticing his concern for her. Her words discover a new look. because there is more than one story in every story. The girl, having a look at the Mino with a surprise and hope in his voice, is interested. Are they not friends? Her face expresses genuine surprise and anxious expectation of the answer. Standing next to a little girl, Mino Verse repeats her words. The voice sounds calm, but the face reflects a slight surprise and confusion. The guy appeals to Alice to help him with firewood. Scratching, Menno notes that no matter how many times he refuses, she still provides her help. The face is distorted by anxiety and disappointment, which every time appears with the invincible presence of the girl. With the porch confidence, Mino rises over the fallen monsters, loudly reproaching them for the weakness. His voice is performed by abuse and unconcealed belief in his own power. Throwing a quick look at the fallen monsters, comes to the conclusion: the most dangerous enemies are still among people. Thinking, the hero is surprised. For what purpose the Bishop of Demon ordered to spend the whole year in serving his daughter in such an unusual place? Mino has many doubts and confusion about the new position. It is proud to mention the Mino's voice who once came into unequal fight against people. In his voice, there is a frank disdain and rage, which clearly testifies to deep hatred of people. The seriousness and determination in the view of Mano speak for themselves. It seems to issue the last guidelines or orders for the next 6 months. Suddenly, his gaze encounters something unusual, and a shout of surprise breaks out of his mouth. The face is instantly fulfilled by anxiety and surprise. The gaze that suddenly slid sideways grabs a man's silhouette. Based on the thick trunks of trees, warns, if the enemies do not stop, the village will be at risk. In Lex's view, the surprise that borders with anxiety is instantly ignited, as soon as the story of Menno comes to his ears. A slight laughter breaks from the mouth of Mino when he tries to justify himself, but in his voice feels uncertainty and distrust, that he was trying to tell about something almost incomprehensible. However, everything turned upside down when the fate ordered Mino to spend the whole year near Ellis. Let's find out what happened to your husband further. From curiosity, his eyes were already glowing. The desire of details was obvious. Suddenly, a fierce fight unfolds. Two opponents rush to each other, sharing strokes. The deaf echo of the blows breaks the silence, and the air around seems to be soaked in tension and dynamics. In a dark dress, like a shadow, the hero is rapidly fighting with the enemy. He mockingly emphasizes his advantage, stating that he is superior to the enemy in power. After his powerful blow, the battlemaster barely holds on his feet. There is no pain from the wounds received. In his thoughts, Mano returns to his own behavior during the battle. He could complete everything at once, but deliberately postpones the finale, because he wants to keep a chance for a second meeting. Who will be interested in playing this dangerous game again? A crowd of thirsty to revenge surrounded the place of events. Menno was already lying on the ground. Each of this company alone was not distinguished by perseverance or force, but together they turned into a coordinated team where everyone was an important role. Alice's gaze stopped at the young man. Widely open eyes and tense face clearly testified about his condition. Throwing up for help, the girl faces his alarming look. Instead of gratitude, he hotly orders her to flee as soon as possible. Pressing against the ground, the Mino insists they must run away from here. Meanwhile, joy is flashing in the girlish eyes. The hero remained alive. The serious expression of the young man's face gives the awareness of the unpleasant truth is constantly squeezing the heart. It is his actions that have argued the conflict, which is about to splash beyond all the control limits. According to the girl, the causes of human aggression against demons lie much deeper. Her considerations are confirmed. It was the demons who gave grounds for attack, their own weakness or indifference. Mino is in vain searches for meaning in this cruel attack, because the peaceful peasants had nothing to do with the hostility between the parties. The big, surprised eyes of the girl have eloquently testified to her shock. The realization that the Mino is guilty of everything struck her with unexpected illumination. Hope is only one. Let him not only betray his comrades. Her expression distinguishes the desire for rest, where there is no place of disputes and anxieties. In the middle of the ruins, among the destroyed homes and the powerless human body, the soul of the hero perks unbearable pain and the burden of reproach. Awareness of your own guilt for the mercilessly squeezed heart. Alice reassures me, explaining that the reason is not only in it, is a consequence of awareness of complex and confusing relationships between people and demons. Menno seeks to unravel the origins of the conflict and present another, non-trivial view of what is happening. The consequences of this war do not miss anyone. Everyone, regardless of their situation, feels them. As soon as these words fly from the mouth of Alice, Her eyes are filled with tears. Alice's words are filled with genuine care. For her, there is nothing more important than every team member, because she puts the value of human life above all. Having comprehended the essence of events, Mina made an important decision for herself. Stunned or worried, a girl with her eyes wide open urges a young man, survives. A seductive voice encourages action, inspires to fight for a common good and not give up for the sake of comrades. Finally, Menno of Alice came to a common agreement. The hero's face reflected the focus when he stated that he had studied and improved his skill for many years to become a worthy leader in battles. The first battle emerges in memory. Then Kagami literally erased him from the face of the earth, leaving no chance. The Lex gratitude notes the power of the hero, emphasizing, all the efforts made are long, and support is always nearby. The young man emphasizes the importance of each of the accomplices, and emphasizes the stress of the situation. He notes that without Menu, everything would have become much more complicated, and perhaps they would not get here at all. Mino thinks about combining it with others, looking for common features and experiences. The hero states that the demons lack the physical body, so their existence can be destroyed without a trace. With anxiety in the eyes, Lex observes the development of events, trying to understand what led the characters to this situation, and what connection does it all have with their own actions. Mino covers the entire scale of the committed. The realization that its choice has caused the death of so many people. Unbearably depressing. The reproaches of conscience roll up a wave of guilt, forcing you to squeeze your heart from pity. At heart, there is a passionate desire to get rid of any feelings, so that you no longer suffer from this pain. Thinking about the causes of hostility between people and demons, the Lex conclude. Everyone has painful memories that become a source of discord. Menua is widely open from surprise, and anxiety was frozen in his gaze. The feelings that brought him to the Kagami team. Heard so striking the hero that the reason for his presence becomes obvious without words. Lex's say a serious look without words. Mino's words can affect Alice and Kagami, so you should refrain from such conversations in their presence. Uncertainty touches the young man, and hesitation prevails in reflection. The final decision is not given. The medal notes that he understood. The conversation started the Lex, and now it's time to answer his questions. From the excitement and distrust of Lex's voice was broken. Despite the reluctance to ask new questions, he persistently demanded the hero of the answer. What secret does Mino hide from them? The doors of the bath open. The Kagami breaks inside like a whirlwind. The worried voice of Kagami is heard in intense silence. He hastily convinces that all the goals after the unexpected explosion. The appearance of Kuj is stunning the boys, and the main character is carefully convinced if everything is fine with them. Usually, the unmoved Kagami suddenly begins to worry. And this rare anxiety clearly emphasizes his true humanity and sincere care of friends. Having made on the floor, the mentor announces, now the situation is extraordinary. Pete went to call the girls. Kagami thinks about important issues, but does not yet feel determined to start a conversation. Mino, while maintaining external peace, offers to call the girls independently. Inside, it is encouraged by the desire to immediately take the initiative. With a warning in his voice, the Lex asks Mino not to rush, because girls need time to disappear unnoticed. At the same time, his view speaks of all the criticality of the situation that is unfolding right now. Grabbing for the determination, the Lex takes on the duty to gather the rest of the team and personally inform everyone. With a note of concern in the voice, the protagonist warns the young man, hinting at the possible consequences of his actions. In addition, Kagami emphasizes his advantage. They say, his level is the highest, so he must go forward. The consciousness of the duty encourages Lex to go to the rescue of his comrades. Suddenly, a small kitten appears in the midst of the conversation of the heroes, and solemnly announces, should go to the one who has invisibility. In addition, a small kitten is a male who can effortlessly warn the whole group about the threat, and then quickly moves to his own. The situation is gaining momentum, and requires immediate intervention, because no one has waited yet. The smile shone Lex. Full of determination, he declared his intention to join. Mino supported this idea, while Kagami never realized the reasons for the sudden joy of the boy. Focused and decisive, Mino emphasizes the need to protect their comrades. The team's disadvantage for him is above all, so someone must go. The determination flashed in the eyes of Lex. Immediately moved forward, breaking all the obstacles in the way. Such unexpected determination even stunned Kagami. An unexpected impetus sharply violates the silence. Kuji suddenly exclaims from surprise without realizing what happened. With one hand, Tanak raises Lex, radiating unbreakable self. confidence and mockery in each gesture. Control over the situation is undeniable. Excited and annoyed girls do not restrain the dissatisfaction, openly complaining of Kagami about his careless plan. Disappointment envelops the girl when she learns that even a worthy mind has succumbed to such a plan. Tanaak's determination is felt in every movement. It is fully tuned to the future adventure. Meanwhile, Pita and a tiny kitten enjoy a warm solder. In the spacious room, the girl gathered in the hat, and a few more people. The atmosphere is full of expectations. On the floor, thoughtfully staring in the void, Kagami shares anxiety. The reproaches of conscience do not leave her since all have disappeared from sight. The cat with a serious expression of the muzzle notes. Only Mino had no evil intentions. In response, the hero assures that in fact, he had no hostility. Next to him is a fool, in surprise, having raised his eyebrows, hurrying to apologize. In the air, tension is raging, and the protagonist is feverishly looking for words, trying to explain everything. In the voice of Kagami there is anxiety and reflection, as if he were trying to find out what happened later. A friendly company of heroes started a lively conversation about the incomprehensible events around. At that moment, Kagami scolded, catching a sharp smell of gunpowder in the air. The alarm immediately flashed between everyone, and Pita looked more frightened than others. With a deep focus, the hero voices his thoughts, assuming that their exit through the secret move has already become known to someone. Meanwhile, a girl with ears trembles with fear, unable to overcome anxiety. The little kitten notes in surprise. From the moment of their last battle, only a few hours have passed, so they have gone recently. Kagami's icy look speaks of tension and anxiety. The events unfold more rapidly than it was forced to grow anxiety with every moment. The alarm flashed on pity on his face. Whether they know each step, he asked. Throwing all the details in the mind, Fuji concludes. Someone undoubtedly pursues them. The guy is concerned about his attitude. Reflecting on the behavior of the enemy, Mino tries to unravel their motives. After all, having been in their place, he would have done the same, organizing an attack from the ambush. Uncertainty hangs over everything, but the characters are tirelessly looking for explanations with strange events that unfold around. With each step, it is increasingly difficult to move forward. This awareness gradually covers Tanaak. Deciding that at the moment retreat is the best option, Tina did not hesitate to support his opinion. Menno insists. The enemy has already learned about their location, so it is time to act according to the initial plan. Alice Kagami is interested in how to proceed. In response, the advice is to cover up and go unnoticed. Suddenly jumped, the small demon looks around, incapable of understanding where to hide. Fatigue is drawn on the face of Kagami when he confesses that neither the personality of the stranger nor his intentions is unknown to him. The alarming notes in the voice add a sense of uncertainty. The situation remains mysterious and unpredictable. Mino's voice breaks out of the crowd, calls not to lose vigilance. Meanwhile, the young demon carefully examines the unfamiliar weapon of the enemy, thinking about its dangerous opportunities. With anxiety in the eyes, a girl with pink hair begins to ask if Kagami will appear in their lives at least once. Despite all the difficulties, Kagami is overflowing with determination to move forward, and is ready to accomplish the task to the end. He aims to get in touch with his comrades every 3 days, no matter what. The heroes conclude that it is most reasonable to rest before the morning council, which only 2 hours remains. Heroes discuss how to divide tents for the night. Yuki suggests that she and Mary are located with Takaco in her tent, and also adds that together with Alice, they will try to relax in the tent of Mino and Lex. Such a distribution, in her opinion, will provide them with more safety. The girl's concerned look speaks for herself when she asks the hero whether he is really going to connect every 3 days. In her voice, there is anxiety. Seriously doubts whether he will be able to hold back his promise. Kagami proposes to cut a cave, which will become a reliable refuge for sleep. Pita, smiling confidently, assures that if the enemies dare to approach, the sharp smell will certainly warn of danger. The hero assures Pit that even in a dream, she immediately feels any danger or movement around. His unique abilities allow him to follow everything that is happening around. Pudzi says that thanks to the exceptional sensitivity of Pita, everyone around will feel safe. Her extremely sharp sensations allow you to catch even almost imperceptible movements of the tribe of cannibals without breaking the sound. With anxiety on her face, the girl confesses that the distance seems too great, and she doubts her own. At the same time, it is interested in whether human traces really were noticed before the explosion. Kagami suggests that if the explosion was really provoked by one of those present, she would definitely feel it. At the same time, it does not exclude other opportunity. The bookmark of the explosives took place in advance. Pita points out that the traces of the explosion remained only with father and older sisters. The master covers the suspicion. Perhaps the enemy has the ability that can bypass peasants, for example, invisibility or ability to hide sounds. The danger lies in every possible decision. It is especially visible in the alarmed but determined look of the hero. Finally, aware of the need to act, the young man is gathered with the forces, which is determined to take the situation under control. There is confidence in the voice, although the facial features are tired. The guy fears that his actions can be hatred by his comrades. Hugging a girl, the hero confidently states that he is not entitled to retreat, even if there is a dangerous trial. The heroic company rests after a difficult and busy day. Weed and satisfied, they quietly plunged into a deep sleep. A decisive knock is heard behind the door, and the voice of a man comes from them. In his intonation, there is a check whether the heroes are ready to move to the next part of the test. Shurchite awakens the girls. One immediately asks whether they are going to hold a meeting, while the other, still hiding in a nap, murmur. The commander is already getting up. The commander decides to wake others so everyone can return to their affairs. It adds with confidence that they are still waiting for a good night to relax. Mino notices that someone has already woke up and creates a fuss. Pilna, without hiding pride, states, here is a vivid proof of her healthy lifestyle, and immediately calls everyone to take an example from her. The eyes are still closed from fatigue. The girl confesses that she dreams of sleep, despite the morning. Smiling, she adds, together with Mary, they decided to knead a little before breakfast. Mino apologizes for his excessive anxiety, noting that he has been misunderstood. At the same time, he does not give rest. Yuki and Mary remained among the crowd. Anxiety about their safety does not leave him even for a moment. Exhausted to the edge, such a powerlessly spread on the floor, giving tired moaning after a hard day. Chaos reigns around. The heroes look around, assuming that she had recently raged a storm or something like that. Without wasting time, they decide to wake up Tina and the rest to find out what really happened. Tana is interested in what happened to Kuzan. In the eyes of Menno, surprise flashes. What should all this mean? In response, Mary expresses the hope that everything is fine with the situation, but he notes that Carrie Rusan just went to the toilet. Mino remains with the hope that it is only ordinary anxiety. Mary suggested that Kurururan could get out of the tent when she dressed at bedtime. Mino adds that if the Kurarura has not warned either Mary or Tina, act on his own, very risky, and can be dangerous for her. The hero proposes to find Kuzan, noting that it can be a great danger for her. After agreeing with the Lex, Mino confirmed his words and announced that he would go with him Palayan Dono, Tina Dono, Sucha Dono, and Lex Dono. The characters said that the search for Kurur-san did not work. Tina, as she became ill, confessed. During the adventure, she was silent nearby. She sincerely regretted that because of her short inattention, everything turned like this. The concern that sounded in the voice of the burner showed that she sincerely believes that Kururur-san fell into the hands of a dangerous enemy armed with exceptional abilities. The stress of the situation was felt in every word. Mino suggested that the enemy could blow up the passage, and then for some time secretly watch them, watching carefully until they remained alert. The demon could not understand what reason the enemy aimed at Kaoru-san, especially when Takaco Dono, the most vicious threat to the enemy, slept calmly alone. His words were swollen with embarrassment and anxiety about the intricate strategy of the enemy. Once in the heart of the resistance center, the commander hurried to apologize for his unexpected appearance and announce the emergency. The message from the next dining room that foods have been disappearing for the second day in a row recently flew to it. The news stunned everyone who was around. The elderly man noted that the situation was much more serious than it seemed at first. Such has never happened. He emphasized, it can significantly undermine resistance forces. He also noticed a damaged lock, but no trace of tools were thrown around. He concluded that the castle was broken with gross force. Mino suddenly realized the insidiousness of deception. Anxiety and confusion instantly illuminated his gaze when he reached the whole essence of what happened. With a tense look, the commander explained that the storage of keys from the warehouse is under strict resistance control. Mino suggested that the enemy was probably hiding among the ranks of resistance. The girl standing nearby with anxiety on her face wondered how to proceed. The hero noted that when the views of all resistance participants are filled with distrust, the enemy becomes almost impossible to distinguish from their own. He added to that warning. The enemy watches every movement and easily feels if someone gives himself aggression or mood fluctuations. Mino suggested that enemies try to deceive them, seeking others, and behave extremely hostile. Next to him, Tina, pale with fear, was hotly denied any accusations of theft. Holding the excitement in her voice, the girl pleaded with her husband to stop. He, not hiding the curiosity, asked where the coureur went. The concentrated Menno expressed the confidence that Fui would believe their words about what he saw. At the same time, he noted that even if an imaginary ally appeared, it would be almost impossible to distinguish him from the enemy. At Mary stood a demon and quietly advised to consider everyone around a potential enemy. A vigilant look instantly indicated the danger. Among the crowd, someone who enters the circle of trust can always be found, and then ruthlessly stuck the knife in the back. Relating the absence of chickens in the morning, Mino thought, did not deliberately destroy the warehouse with the provisions to raise suspicions about their group. The older man's gaze stopped on the deck and Alice, who were in a men's tent this morning. The girl near him calmly explained that she came to Mino to discuss further plans. The focused view of the fuel spoke about confidence. It was Mino who was characterized by prudence, the ability to think globally and skillfully to make plans. Her utterances clearly emphasized the deep trust in the leadership qualities of Mino. The doubt broke into Mary's soul. Everything seemed perfect to be true. She suggested that this perfectness may have been put specifically to direct suspicions on them. The woman wondered if there were any significant evidence. Mary added that when trust is lost, it is almost impossible to return it. The commander standing next to the girl noted that the disappearance of Kuruga did not dispel the suspicion. According to him, there is a considerable likelihood that Kurug disappeared with stolen food. Alongside the girl, worried worry. Mino stressed that despite all the efforts, suspicions have not yet been dispelled. He also added that the likelihood that the chicken has broken under the pressure of harsh reality cannot be excluded. In the imagination of Manu, he hastily apologized to Kurudano, explaining that they had to insist on their innocence. At the same time, he added that in no way can it be trapped where freedom of action will be limited. The figure on the balcony, barely heard the news, has received confirmation. Now the search for Kuroro Dono will begin, and will definitely bring it. An alarmed expression of a smoker's face expressed anxiety. She asked what to do next because Kurudono has not yet been found. To this, the girl added that the situation looks completely hopeless. The hero suggested that if the enemy belongs to the ranks of resistance, they have the hope of escaping. Mano said the first, paying attention. Everyone, except for themselves, remained suspicious. Focusedly looking, he said that to waste time was in vain. Instead, he suggested that you go in search of Kurudono, even despite their opportunity to rest. The hero's focused look clearly testified that every free moment they searched for their guru. But despite all the efforts, the girl's place of residence remains a mystery. Menno says that their connection with the rebels immediately brought them into the leaders of the suspects. Palna expresses his hope that everything is okay with Kurudusan. Everyone else supports her opinion, sharing anxiety. It is said that when the enemy is brazenly attacking Kurur, there is little time. It is no longer possible to expect a Dono report. It is impossible to act immediately, as it is not possible to delay and waste precious moments. Mary wondered what to do next, but she received the answer. The secret passage, which was mentioned earlier, was already carefully examined. The situation was even more confusing, and there is almost no way to solve the problem. If you stop resistance, it will raise suspicion. You can only act to a certain limit. Although the situation seems hopeless, prudence should remain our best ally. Mino with anxiety mentions Kuroro, assuring that they will use every opportunity to investigate. Despite the restrictions on actions, calmly watch the events. Tina's eyes ignite. Why did the Kerm song become a target? Unauthorized anxiety does not rest. The questions about the true cause of this event are throbbing. The young man says, if the attack was planned to strike a resistance by using the Rupert chicken as an instrument, then it is likely to get rid of it after the mission is fulfilled. A completely predictable step. In this he sees logic and finds nothing surprise. Kuruda managed to escape, and since then the level of supervision of the heroes has only increased. Each step is now under close control. Someone should disappear, and questions will be immediately. The pressure of the opposition authorities is squeezed into the ring. Resistance fighters are under constant observation. Mino makes an assumption. Enemies hiding among the participants of the resistance are deliberately sowing discord and suspicion within the movement. Such tactics complicates the common cause, because the enmity between like-minded people destroys cohesion and prevents acting in harmony. The hero tells that the attack on Kurur was planned not just that. It had to make all members of the group accomplices. In his opinion, enemies will soon return and try to destroy their team with one blow. Swapping how carefully the enemy avoids traps, Yu understands that the enemy did not peck on a print bait. For the last 2 days, the group specifically created convenient moments for an unexpected attack until it was distracted by various cases, and never used the aggressor with these chances. During the discussion, the atmosphere is strained. Participants guess that the enemy is undoubtedly not acting chaotic, but follows a thoughtful plan. Takaco thoughtfully suggests, does the opponent specifically leave them out of sight, giving freedom of action? Or maybe all this is a cunning game with patience, and the enemy just wait for the right moment to blow. Captive doubts envelop him about whether the enemy is able to deliberately show patience. It does not think, perhaps the opponent just waiting for the most convenient moment to strike with new force. General consent prevails. Any assumptions cannot be verified yet. Therefore, the only way is to reveal who the enemy is, delay it, and interrogate it, or collect the undeniable evidence of its presence. Unfortunately, it is impossible to get to the central tower for this moment, and it is impossible to explore it. The heroes insist, to go without a Kurur means to harm resistance. Mino adds anxiety, expressing suspicions that the enemy hides somewhere in ancient weapons. According to Lex, the insidious plans of the enemy are aimed at immersing them in an atmosphere of anxiety and depriving the ability to think soberly. He pays special attention to how important it is to trust his own actions. In the armor stands a man, looking carefully at the alarmed face of his comrades. Anxiety is read in every look, and this is not a wonder. A barely noticeable hint in his voice is interested in, where did others go? This question is transparent. Everyone was in difficulty. The tension is instantly increasing. Alice rotely poses a stranger in a mask and scarf, not giving him any credit of trust. Assuming that the enemy spy has penetrated the resistance bench, Menno's assumption. Most likely, the traitor may be the leader himself, Valman, who has access to the headquarters and leading decisions. The team plunges into the development of options and carefully weighs potential strategies. The demon emphasizes that even if Mary and Yuki do not trust someone, it is by no means reason to immediately remove all suspicions from that person. The team captain sincerely apologizes for the events that have happened, and emphasizes that it is all responsibility for the organization. Willingness to be responsible for everything that has sounded in his words clearly and without hesitation. To recognize the need for help is not easy, especially when the team has not yet recovered after a previous exhausting trip. But the circumstances are forced to act, and the commander, overcoming the hesitation, seeks support. Thinking, Manu suggests that there may be a new race somewhere nearby, which went to a large-scale relocation. Such a movement is quite capable of causing additional troubles. Despite this, the commander insists the group should go on the road again. The commander emphasizes the need to replenish food, as the warehouses are delayed and the experience will be enough for even a few days. There is no caustic remark, only a statement that everyone should be consumed. Menno notes that if you dispose of them separately inside the Noaa, it will only sow the confusion among the resistance. But beyond the boundaries, in the spaces where the monsters are raging and traveling other races, there will be many reasons for their mysterious absence. Finally, the realization comes. There is no other way out, and will have to obey the requirements of the rebels. The band agrees to go in an hour, gathering in a familiar place. They discuss every detail of the future plan and adjust to the next stage of their adventures. Among the newcomers, Maria immediately notices the son of Lot. This unexpected meeting instantly attracts the attention of the rest of the participants and causes a wave of surprise. With a smile on the mouth of Mary Chan, it confesses that for one lollipop is fine for any trick. Her words give a girl a sincere surprise. She's wondering who will get these sweets. The company has jokes and funny replicas, and a cozy, casual atmosphere of a friendly conversation prevails. The commander reports that this time the detachment will leave with the supply group. In addition, he promises to introduce everyone to the lot, the head of the supply unit. Latzin's inviolability does not surprise Yuki. That is how he always behaves. Silent in words, but extremely strong in spirit and reliable, This man has never failed. Yuki assures that he can be safely relied on in any situation. Growing interested in looked at Lutsun, Lex does not restrain the surprise and asks how powerful a new acquaintance was and what class his strength belongs. The answer shocks everyone. It turns out that Lotson has already reached an incredible level 249. Such a stunning discovery causes a real surprise among those present. No one hoped to meet someone with a similar power. In conversation, the company suggested that the real power of the Lancer can significantly exceed the appearance, especially given its supportive role. However, everyone agrees. In matters of battle, Takaco-san remains unsurpassed because the attacking tactics are his main specialization. Mino suspects that the lot has a skill that exacerbates all 5 sensations. Every movement, sound, and even smell do not ignore it. With the help of smell or hearing, he manages to calculate enemies. Yuki assures that no unnecessary noise. He is moving completely silently, so it is almost impossible to catch him. Yuki notes that she knows only one of the 2 lot skills, and she knows nothing about the other. It also adds that this skill helps the supply team avoid dangers. Mary is surprised why Lot today is not with the group. In fact, she was waiting for the moon. With a smile on his face, the moon jokingly calls Mary cute. She notes that she was simply looking at the place, but her behavior immediately raises suspicion of the rest of the team members. The careful look of Tacho immediately caught in the moon to familiar sharp movements. This is how the robber behaved. His assumptions were not in vain. In discussing the abilities that help to go unnoticed behind the back of another person, participants noted the exceptional rarity of such skills, such as a good thief. The moon has earned praise for a remarkable mind and agility. Alice explains, to sneak behind is just a careful gait. The moon supports this opinion and notes that there is nothing extraordinary in such a ability. The moon proudly reports that its level reached the mark 198. In the role of the thief, the girl was used to moving unnoticed, as if a shadow, and made the natural part of her daily life secret. The girl confesses that she has only one skill that can be useful for the supply detachment. She also points out that he rise at 2 more levels. Everything could have happened completely differently. Carding the actions of others, Mary is indignant that endless ridicule and insults to the girl are unacceptable. The moon is quietly reminiscent. In no case can it be allowed to step on her own shadow. Otherwise it will not be possible to move. Her words make others surprised to flip. Mary impresses the attendees, gracefully forcing only the upper body to move, while the legs remain inviolable. Observers do not hide hobbies. Such talent has not happened yet. The moon admits that she has not even used her skill. And now to play Takaco and boys will be even more difficult. Meanwhile, Tina notes that the number of upset has increased again. The elder appeals to the group to make a company of Lot and Luna on the road. He notes that this is his personal request, but the detachment participants are not in a hurry to agree to this proposal. With a harsh look, the captain emphasizes that those who refuse to support resistance will not be kept here. Compliments. Help is essential. The senior character thoughtfully replies that they have the right to refuse. The captain, assuring that gathering a provision is much safer than to go on a day trip, solemnly promises to wait for the rest of the team. In surprise, he asks Alice where the Mino went, reflecting on Lotono and the Dono Luna. Mino notes their reliability as allies. However, in the depths of the soul does not leave the feeling. In the abilities of these 2 lies something that makes you think and suspect an unspoken. It agrees that going outside is associated with serious danger. The likelihood of encountering the enemy is too great. At the same time, this situation can be a unique chance to get closer to the enemy and interact their intentions. Luna enthusiastically reports that it is time to master the basics of supply. Particular emphasis on care. Everyone should be alert and carefully control each step. The girl suddenly comes from the lot. She shouts in amazement, making it clear that the message was surprised or had a great deal of importance. In intense silence, discussing the data obtained continued. Menon was surprised that the lot with the team is surprisingly oriented in circumstances. The moon, without delay, warns. The enemy is already near, and it is necessary to remain alert. Despite the growing danger, Lorainen continues to work. Her determination and focus on the task leave no doubt about the inner strength of the heroine. In joking, Marie-Tian throws Lexes and Cantel. Are these mushrooms poisonous, if you try? Her words cause smiles on the faces of others, bringing a touch of light humor into a tense atmosphere. With a spark in the eyes, the moon proposes to split into 4, to inspect the surrounding area, without attracting unnecessary attention. The idea is supported. The rest immediately agrees with such a thoughtful decision. Menno believes that in the event of an enemy attack, it will be easier to act if the opponent is divided into several groups. The moon assures that with the slightest threat, she will immediately announce the danger. The detachment unanimously decides to stay together and not to move away from each other. The demon notes that, as Walman said, monsters and other races have already devastated this world. According to him, the assumption sounds, perhaps even among the ranks of resistance, those who still create such monsters and new tribes remain, without stopping a fierce confrontation for the return of the planet. Thoughtfully dropping his eyebrows, Alice is interested. Not Kurususen is involved here? However, the young man calmly replies that the reason probably lies not in someone else, but somewhere deep inside. Menon concludes that the problem is more likely to lies in people, not in external circumstances. His words make other participants think about what he heard and think seriously. Alice is doubted. Is the world really like that because of humanity? Mino, even being a demon, is convinced that it still works for the benefit of people, despite all the contradictions. The demon is talking about the contradictory essence of human nature, emphasizing numerous examples of history. He is convinced that people are paradoxical, their actions often come in conflict with their own beliefs. Mino is lost in reflection. It seems that people left everything and escaped, escaping from an unknown danger. It is difficult to imagine that this was the reason for other creatures or monsters. It is unlikely that people would create such a threat. The feeling that somewhere slipping out an important part leaves Mino in uncertainty. The idea of Lex to use the right to contact other people finds support in Yuki. So, when they agree, they interrupt the conversation and go in search of any help. The demon wonder how he snatched the radio and cannot realize. This device allows you to communicate with other people at a distance, an opportunity that he had not even guessed before. Mino assures that the whole 4 will closely monitor the development of events until they reveal the enemy. The most important thing is to collect all the necessary resources and then join the case at a crucial moment. When the society was disappeared by Karu Dono, Mino insisted. Tina Dono, who spent the night nearby, did not notice anything suspicious. According to him, such an experienced and strong sage as Karu Dono would certainly be alarming, being in danger. Mino concludes that they are faced with an opponent that skillfully merges with the shadows as easy as the cannibals did. There are several people gathering in the shadow of the meeting to find out the causes of the mysterious disappearance of Chickens, Dono, and the rest. One by one, they make assumptions. Perhaps the enemy, the only one who managed to get unnoticed, is guilty of this event. After all, no one even knew about the attack. Everything looked absolutely calm. Mino notes that in the world only a little capable of moving so insoluble. However, he convinces, if everyone holds together and will watch one after the other, the worst can be avoided. With anxiety in the voice of Alice turns to Mino, wondering if everything is fine with him. He, with a slight smile, soothes the girl, assuring that neither the smallest injuries have suffered. The demon notes that they are only enemy. However, he immediately expresses doubt. It is this enemy who is hardly those whom they hunt, because a real target is a much more insidious and dangerous creature. Mino reflects on the attack strategy, noting that their opponent is marked by exceptional cunning. Such an enemy is unlikely to choose an open place with good visibility. The young man is convinced that if there is no ambush, then the goal is likely to be hidden in the closed room. The determination in his voice leaves no doubt. It is time to move on. Tina shares the news with an alarming appearance. Such a man disappeared. This news immediately stirs up everyone. The alert faces testify. Things have gained serious rotation. Palma and Tina have a lively conversation about the disappearance of Takaco Dono. Surprise covers the girl. Takaco Dono, usually the first in everything, suddenly disappeared without a trace. This idea seems to her absurd and meaningless. Mino asks what the rest of the team did. His worried voice expresses dissatisfaction. Did no one notice the sudden attack of the enemy? Tina, with anxiety in his voice, emphasizes. Takaco Dono disappeared suddenly, for no reason or at least a trace. Confusion and anxiety are echoed in her words. MNU thinks whether Takaco Dono has disappeared just in the eyes of everyone. It is even more surprising and anxiety in the girl's soul. The young man concludes that the enemy is not able to get rid of several people at the same time. The confidence in their own assumptions about the power of the enemy is confirmed. The calculations were true. With the proposal to unite, the Mino expresses his concern and desire to act together. The demon considers whether there are ways to protect yourself from a possible attack or threat. The Lex is interested in Mano if he realized something really significant. In addition, it adds with confidence that the situation is completely under control. In the conversation, they roared about the strength of the enemy, invisibility, the ability to disappear without a trace, and not to leave any sound. But despite the passionate discussions, no one could say exactly what to face. Mino concludes that the enemy is unable to destroy more than one person at a time. However, the exact intentions of the enemy and the details of his actions are still wrapped in fog. The demon, with an indiscriminate confidence, noted that every disappearance of one of them testifies to the separation of the group, just as it happened. According to Lex, the enemy has the ability to become invisible, that only one of the numerous skills of their tribe. At the same time, they are completely devoid of any means of protection. The awareness captures the whole group. They have a whole world of unknown technologies, including drugs that can immobilize a person and many other mysterious inventions. Mino hopes that shadow donors could become a reliable shield in defense, but honestly recognizes, unfortunately, it is impossible. In addition to the master, they also consider themselves worthy of being criticized. The conversation is around the mysterious enemy, which seems to be purposefully deprived of the fiercest fighters. But sincere surprise covers everyone when Kurudone disappears in the eyes, one of their strongest associates. Men emphasizes that the disappearance of the strongest is quite logic. After all, enemies intentionally hunt for those who have the greatest power among all. Although the group is not really aware of the whole threat that awaits them, but it adds to men. There are still a number of important circumstances in this case. In memory, the moment when the carrier was stolen. Then with her were Tina and Mary. The unknown about their sudden disappearance does not rest, forcing them to seek the causes of this mysterious escape. The young man notes that such Akudonas is a serious danger. Her skill in both healing and attack can cause a lot of trouble for the enemy. Mino concludes that the enemies are still alive, because they have not rushed to the rest of the detachment. In his opinion, Takajudono could move somewhere else. The impression of the situation was misleading. The captain quickly notices that everything is much more confusing than it seemed at the beginning. The captain notes that the boys were quite fortunate to remain intact, and that's all his words. At the same time, the man does not believe that the hostile tribe, or that they had a new rebirth, have been involved. There is a guess that the enemies may not have been attacked at once, because they sought to lure Takadudo in their den. If things are that way, there is a weak but real hope. They can still be alive. Without hesitation of a second, it clearly proclaims, the search for the missing should be started without delay. In each of his words, the voltage and inevitability of urgent danger are healed. With anxiety in the voice, the detachment participants pay attention to the captain's danger. They urge not to rush and refrain from inadvertent steps, begging for time and not risking. Menno greets Tina Dono as soon as he opens his eyes. Stunned how rapidly the girl recovered after everything that happened, Tina is interested in Alice, whether he saw her in her sleep. The gaze studies sharply. It seems that Kagami-san is not indifferent to this girl. In response, Tina notes that he really visits the girl's dreams. However, as soon as the name of Kagami-san takes off from her mouth, he exclaims in surprise, not understanding who it is about. Smiling fun, Kagami welcomes the girl, noting that 3 days have passed since their last meeting. The voice sounds sincere friendliness and ease. The girl is surprised to think why the teacher is hiding. He confesses he decided to stun them, taking advantage of the invisibility of the werewolf. The unexpected feeling of rest is amazing today. The inner tension has retreated, giving way to a lighter, almost relaxed mood. The man on his face was seriously serious. The situation is truly threatening, but there is no reason to panic or excessive anxiety. He also adds that it was Minosen who told him what happened to the boys. Judging by the herd, Kudami concludes that they are probably still alive. Mino carefully points out that there is no convincing evidence of this. Kagami confesses that he has completely lost and did not find out. Tina notes, the owner is too serious and asks not to scold. The girl explains, the opponent acts silently, leaves no trace, and is completely invisible. The idea is put forward, to strike the square at the moment when the enemy disappears from sight. This can help to avoid an unexpected attack from an invisible opponent. But the girl does not hide. This method has its subtle places. The girl admits bitterness. Even Kagami-san is powerless here. Captured by hopelessness, she cannot drive away heavy thoughts, immersed in reflection on her own helplessness. Kudami points out that it is worth taking care of the preparation in the event that it is not possible to detect the enemy base. Especially emphasizes the importance of being prepared for any difficulties that may arise. Menno with surprise and anxiety exclaims why they still can't find the enemy base. The breast is compressed with an unpleasant anticipation. Perhaps it is a sign that everyone is waiting for. With his voice angrily, the man strongly states that he does not intend to retreat. He does not allow any defeat even in his thoughts. In no circumstances will not concede. Unbreakable determination sounds in the words of Kuji. No troubles will make him obey. Confidence and insurmountable perseverance is drawn in every note of his voice. He calls for everyone to trust him because he came not just. He is ready to act and continue the fight. Kagami emphasizes that if there are difficulties on the way, you should immediately inform the Mino. It adds that it is time to say goodbye, but Tina hesitates, asking if it is better to wait for everyone to wake up. Mino looks carefully at the object in his hand, which is suspiciously reminiscent of a rocket launcher. The surprise reflects on his face. He asks if it is not a weapon. Kagami proposes to perceive the find as an opportunity. If you manage to drive the enemy to a dead end, it is worth shooting it into the sky to find out who is in front of them. The demon understands that the victory depends on whether it is possible to find the enemy base. In his voice, there is attention and awareness of the vital importance of this case. Mino, with interest and hidden hope in his voice, turns to the main character, asking if there is a clear plan of action. His intonation testifies to the hope that he has already come up with an effective strategy to get out of the crisis. The acute girl notices how some shadow is rapidly carrying in their direction. Kagami asks about the nature of this object and does not hide anxiety. Avoiding a deadly threat, a man jumps away. Without hiding anxiety, he emphasizes, even the slightest injury is now a luxury that he cannot afford. Caution is the main thing that can protect it in this dangerous moment. Confidently declaring his intention to find a way out of this difficult situation, Kagami decides to act immediately after meeting with his comrades. Kitty, throwing an insightful look, adds that if she was on the spot of others, the shackles would break at this moment. Returning to Pita, Koji is strictly reminiscent that something suspicious will just appear in the behavior of a friend. It should be reported immediately. Such a persistent warning emphasizes the importance of vigilance and continuous control over everything that is happening around. The man assures that he will do his best to fully feel the 5 senses of Pita. This approach allows participants not to lose the feeling of each other's presence and always know where each of the group is. Kagami is convinced that if someone disappears again, the enemy will certainly express himself. According to him, there is a determination. The next case is sure to spill light on this mystery. The man notes that the mystery is about to be revealed. Pita adds that when her sister disappeared, there is a strange void in her soul. No emotion. This only confirms the enemy is able to slip even from her supernatural sensations. Kuchi notes that the enemies will just appear, immediately and without hesitation will rush into the pursuit. The determination to act quickly and flawlessly shines in his words. Probably, logic suggests a man that his assumptions are near the truth. Does not leave the question, why did the enemies not attack him before? Their tactics were obvious. Instead, to target him with associates. Finally, the enemy makes himself known. A man with relief and tension at the same time points out that the one who has been searched for so long has finally appeared. In the darkness where the enemy's outlines are barely visible, the tension increases. The girl with anxiety in his voice is interested in the further intentions of the hero, and the one with unwavering confidence replies, "We finally found what we went to this danger." Suddenly, mysterious man in the hood destroys the wall, lifting a cloud of smoke. Kagami, with a barely noticeable smile, invites you to get into the game, mysteriously hint that he can spend to his hiding place. The consciousness of the danger of the situation sharply permeates the hero. In thoughts blinks the realization that his ability to disappear can turn into a trap. Anxiety and tension are red on the face. Each trait seemed to be frozen in anticipation of trouble. In the hood, a stranger comes closer to the hero, mockingly mocking his perseverance. He notes the power of the hero, but ruthlessly reproaches the lack of common sense. The hero tries to deny, and feels the pride in uncertainty. In an instant, the bitter truth comes. The actions of the hero were too predictable, and now he is not to escape from the trap. The realization that the enemy took care of his every step and calculated everything in advance tears the diaper from his eyes. Shock and reproaches of conscience clearly appear on the face of the hero. The stranger in the hood confidently states that everything is happening on his plan. Meanwhile, the hero, having difficult to descend to the ground, thinks that the enemy could not determine his exact place of residence. Kagami points to the man in the hood, emphasizing that he appeared at the right moment. Everything happened according to his plan. The mysterious stranger matches the daring laugh, agreeing, everything happened as he thought. The stranger in the hood recognizes that the hero is not as simple as it seemed at first glance. The anxiety blossoms in Kudzi's voice. He has genuinely wondered if everything is fine from Kurur and Takako-chan, worried about their fate. The enemy speaks reassuringly, they say. With the two girls at the moment everything is fine, although in his voice the barely hidden threat is clearly heard. The dimensions of the man in the hood were silently said. Ahead, major changes. The view of the hero, full of determination, meets the look of a stranger. He, looking at a serious tone, says that after all, he wants to fulfill Kudzi, a special request for him, which makes it clear that he has understood the situation, and now clearly realizes who is their enemy. The hero does not hide his anxiety for friends, emphasizing the alarming intentions of the hood, whose attention is drawn to them. At the same time, Kagami confesses that if his suspicions came true, he would have to be mistaken. Finally, the mystery of the man's person in the hood is revealed. Under this mysterious mask, Captain Balmung himself. His voice sounds confident and decisive, giving the true nature of the leader. Removing the hood, the mysterious stranger confirms the suspicions of the protagonist and opens his face. He slowly admits he was not hiding his identity, although the actions testified to another. The guy with a serious expression calls for not to waste time and move to business. Meanwhile, Bameng Tensley turns to Kagami, wondering whether he is really the same key figure of the animal clan that he had previously met. In a tense conversation with the captain, the hero touches the topic of victory. Balmung strongly states that even thoughts should not be defeated, but Kudzi is in doubt, asks if he is really so sure of his triumph. The head of the beast, the Ankami, speaks away, warning him to be careful, and Balmung, straining the atmosphere, convinces that the defeat for none of them is unacceptable. The hero and the cat share information about the enemy. According to the cat, the enemy is so confident in his own power that he even changed his body, having no doubt about his invincibility. The hero is strictly reminiscent of pity to stay away, not to let himself down. The beast at this point notes, the enemy may have unique abilities, so you need to remain alert. The tension reaches the climax when the hero enters a duel with the capture stranger. The blow of the hero flashes a powerful attack directed simply by the enemy, causing a stunning, spectacular effect. Kagami and Balmung are immersed in a conversation about the amazing force demonstrated by a mysterious stranger. The man in the hood recognizes that this ability is a rare phenomenon, but Kudzius expresses doubt. The carrier itself does not give the impression of a formidable enemy. The journey to the owner of the demons, even at the time when he was a warrior, opened his real gift before her husband. It was then that the awareness of his own strength came for the first time. It was the primary, innate ability. Kagami does not hide surprise, noting that it is not just about ignoring damage. Something is much more difficult here. The opponent agrees with this and confirms. In fact, it is a unique ability. Bumum's confession. If such a skill was earlier, it would be much easier to overcome all difficulties. The stranger in the hood is shared by the secret of his skill. The unique ability of parry, which opens the way to redirect all hostile influences and harm to the very void. He notes that this skill does not protect directly from the harm caused, but makes it easy to evade it. The hero in the cloak makes a conversation about apology, hinting at this opportunity. However, the hoodman only laughs at the very thought of apology. Kagami dares to ask whether his counterweight is sure that the apology will somehow change the situation. Caps his eyebrows incredulously, doubting whether this man really tells the truth. Balmung explains in detail that the main character is armed with only ordinary blows with his hands and feet, so he should not hope for victory. His words are convincing, but a bitter disappointment is made in the hero's gaze. Suddenly, atmosphere pervades a rapid attack. A figure in a dark hood, like a shadow, rushes to the main character, splashing a wave of incomprehensible force on him. Under the pressure of this powerful energy, the hero is forced to retreat, confused and puzzled by unexpected aggression. The calm is broken. The only question is in the head. Why did this sudden attack occur? The sudden icy truth beats Kagami. The stranger was all over this time, only waited for the right moment to attack. Both lightning shock and insight are reflected in the face of the Kagami, finally unraveling the enemy's masking. From under the shadow, the hood blinks a predatory smile. A man with a bottle is ominously shining his eyes. Surprise on Senga's face. After all that the hero has survived, still holds on his feet. The stranger admits. The attempt was really worth the delight. The exhausted pit falls to the ground, exhausted by the effort. The stranger in the hood draws attention to his physical benefits, but it adds cold. He has to cope with only Kagami's comrades. The assurance came firmly. The hero will not remain lonely, because he will be followed by himself and the whole loyal company of friends. Under the cover of the hood, the attacker rushes to the hero, grabs the ampule, and immediately confuses it from the panther. Attempts to repel are in vain. The hard pressure of the enemy leaves no chance of defense. Kagami is powerlessly stretched on the cold earth, and Walman looks carefully at the smiling of her husband. All his features are overflowing with pain and confusion. It is captured by surprise. Alice does not hide shock and confusion. She did not expect to see Kagami here. A group of people relaxed, and Tina is located next to the girl. Meanwhile, Alice does not think. Why was no one before tempting? Although she has already tried to bring this girl to her senses. The surprised teammates notice the absence of Kagami, who seems to have had something important on his heart, but had already disappeared. In joking, they emphasize how unexpectedly he left them. Yuki was convinced that everyone was still sleeping peacefully. But Marie, entering the room, hurried to apologize, because she did not notice that the rest had long been woke up and fussy with their business. The surprise is read on the face of a wave, so she asked Mino where she went to Kagami and what happened to her. Raising the weapon, Mino recalls Kagami Dono. Use a gun if they face the enemy, but not when their base is detected. There is doubt in the soul. Why in this situation, the order acts quite differently? The surprise is bright on the girl's face. Mine wonders why Kagami did not ask him not to follow him. At the same time, in her heart, there is doubt. Will they be able to find what they are looking for? The gentle voice of Full comes to the boy when she encourages him not to miss. She adds with a smile. Everything can be done together with this situation. The hero confesses that he sacrificed Kurodono and Takajudono, but in vain. No results have been achieved. Disappointment and powerlessness completely envelop his heart. The demon with sadness comes to the conclusion. Its greatest defect is a constant dependence on someone else's support. It is this tendency that probably leads to lesions once after. Minos strongly states that this time the enemy will face him personally. The courage and willingness to act at their own discretion is a sincere admiration. From the surprise, Alice opens her eyes wide and, restraining anxiety, asks the hero, "What, in general, is it?" She is clearly worried about the boy's intention to go alone. Friends inspire each other, emphasizing that it is not necessary to cope with everything at all. They assure the hero together they can handle any difficulty. Turning to Menno, Lex emphasizes that it was thanks to his efforts that they managed to succeed. The hero must believe more. His Lex convinces in this confidence. Having come with the consent with the burning, the heroes understand. To take the whole burden is a mistake. The only way to a goal is to work together and exchange knowledge. With this opinion, each of them is set up to act together, combining efforts in the name of a common purpose. Turning to the demon, Alice sincerely thanks him for all efforts and devotion. She assures again, she will make every effort to make it. Lex calls for inaction and finally move to decisive action. He proposes to unite to confront a common enemy together. The team leader approves their choice, firmly stating, they will go day as soon as the sun lean over the horizon. The voice feels the determination and combat mood that charges everyone around. Despite all the danger, the team unanimously agrees. Having mastered their own fears, everyone understands. After being held captive, nothing will change. The feeling of determination is stronger with every minute. Gathering together, they feel anxious before the future test. Even realizing the threat of destruction, they firmly decide to go forward no matter what. A clear voice of Mino cuts silence. You will have to go to certain sacrifices, because everyone will not be able to save everyone at the same time. In every word, There is a deep determination and a willingness to make difficult decisions, which requires a difficult situation. The demon confidently thinks that even if they burn battles in the fire, such unwavering determination will inevitably lead to victory. Neither the test nor the loss will stop. The goal will certainly be achieved. Tina confesses that darkness always causes her anxiety and anticipation of distress. Paolo is astounding how good it looks, although it seems in the soul that it seems inappropriate in such a tense atmosphere. In Conversations, the heroes emphasize that their enemy is not an ordinary ghost at all. His strength causes true anxiety. Memories of preliminary trials, where they had to deal with no less dangerous creatures, come to life in their memory, even more uniting the team before future danger. The cautious gate leads a group forward. Everyone looks into the darkness, realizing that the opponent can hide just under his nose, remaining invisible. Mary emphasizes caution again, warning his comrades, the threat is probably quite close. Mino encourages Mary-sama and advises to remain alert, not allowing himself to be any carelessness. The heroes lively discuss the idea of inspecting the area around the city, noting that the whole surrounding area has already been carefully examined. Only the city has remained where they have not yet visited. The heroes decide to carefully inspect the land near the residential area, because there was a feeling that something significantly could be eliminated from their attention. With interest in her voice, Tina asked the future plans for the city. Mino confidently replied that the situation was fully understood, and immediately suggested to move to the next steps. Menno proposes to divide into 2 teams to complete the task faster and more productive. Recognizing that the idea is not devoid of dangers, the hero still considers him the best of all possible options. Menominations notes that the ability is manifested by excerpts, and since the disappearance of Corrido, they did not take any steps. He convinces that time cannot be wasted more. You need to act immediately. The hero emphasizes to possess such ability to be given to units, so even if the enemy begins to destroy them, he will overcome no more than once. Mino notes that being under the sudden pressure of an invisible enemy, it is impossible to protect himself. Therefore, for him, there is no argument against dividing the group. Swan also recognizes the risks, agreeing with the danger of the situation. The decision is made. Pauline with passion supports the proposed plan, clearly demonstrating their willingness to act coherently. The menu firmly states that he takes responsibility for the whole city. The girl in the hat calmly assures, everything is under control, it is not necessary to worry. The disappearance of Full causes a wave of anxiety in the team of heroes. The face is filled with dishonest, the views are full of questions. Everyone begins to talk feverishly where their indispensable companion could go, and what could happen to this sinister moment. Deep in the woods, the father and son came across a 3rd-level monster. Green, slippery, which pulled the alarming threat. The fright rolled them. Their hands hugged each other firmly, and thoughts were helplessly confused. The peasants did not know how to resist the invasion, too far away from their usual life. Suddenly, the boy was struck. Something was attracted by something mysterious, which emerged in the distance, far from him and his father. Once Hakiso Doria, now known as an island state, was called Japan. The ancient times did not know here either the beast of the unprecedented, nor the monster of the mysterious. However, immediately after the first appearance, these creatures spread lightly, and the danger of them made about 80% of the earth unsuitable for life. At the same moment, when monsters were born, humanity suddenly divided into different states,